The brilliant captain led a team of underdogs to the top of the simulation competition, only to be betrayed by his teammates who wanted to expel him with a bribe of 30,000 yuan and a fusion card. At the first training ground of the 7th Card High School, in the 096 base city of the Southern District, the final simulation match before the college entrance exams had just concluded. The winner of the simulation, Team 3302. The announcement echoed across the training ground, instantly met with thunderous applause and cheers. Standing under the spotlight, Wu Wei, the captain of Team 3302, seemed lost in thought. 18 years ago, he inexplicably traveled to this card world, becoming an orphan who struggled to survive on federal aid. It wasn't until he awakened his card master talent that he gained entry into the 7th Card High School. Upon admission, he was placed in a team with 3 other students who were also deemed unlikely to succeed. In everyone's eyes, they were destined to fail the college entrance exams and be sent to the Zerg battlefield as cannon fodder, a fate that awaited over 90 of card masters. But Wu Wei refused to accept such a fate. He spent 2 months in the library devising a training plan, then another month convincing his teammates to adopt it. Over the next 2 years, he led this marginalized team to the top. Even though the main school team didn't participate in this simulation, their first-place finish was still a testament to their strength. To unite the team, Wu Wei initially chose a yellow turban soldier of ordinary quality as his first source card. This decision helped him successfully lead the team, but also limited their potential. Without this limitation, they might have even broken into the school's top 10. Let's go back and review the assessment. Wu Wei was about to lead his team away when Lin Lu sneered and spoke up. Do we really need a review? The biggest problem in the assessment was your yellow turban soldier being too weak. If you could hold on a bit longer, our score would have been even better. These words drew angry and disdainful looks from the surrounding crowd. Everyone knew that Team 3302 owed their success to Wu Wei, and many envied Lin Lu and the others for having such a great captain. However, Wu Wei was already accustomed to such betrayal. Ever since the team started gaining recognition, his teammates' admiration gradually turned to resentment. Am I wrong? Captain, do you really have the skills to lead Team 3302 now? Lin Lu grew more agitated. Can't you just step down gracefully like you once cared for us? Save some dignity for yourself. The training ground fell silent. Everyone was in disbelief at how shamelessly Lin Lu spoke. Even more shocking was that the other 2 teammates stood silently behind Lin Lu, clearly having reached a consensus. I am the captain of Team 3302, and you don't have the authority to expel me. Wu Wei's words were abruptly cut off. If you won't save face, I'll save it for you. Lin Lu pulled out a stack of documents. These are the consent forms for captain change and team member expulsion. Remember the agreement we signed when you chose the yellow turban soldier? Breaking the contract requires a compensation of 100,000, right? Here are 30,000 in cash and a fusion card worth over 100,000 on the market. Consider it a 70,000 compensation. From today, you're no longer a member of Team 3302. Lin Lu tossed down the stacks of money and the card, and left with the 2 teammates. On the table lay a stack of cash and a card, silently illustrating the harshness of this transaction. Wu Wei felt a heaviness in his heart, fully aware that although it was Lin Lu who played the villain today, his expulsion was a consensus of the entire 3302 team and even a decision by the school authorities. Without the school's approval, these 2 consent forms would never have appeared. A figure emerged in Wu Wei's mind: Zhou Lin, the dean of the 7th Card High School. That conversation felt like it happened just yesterday. Zhou Lin had urged him to voluntarily leave the 3302 team, using words like, "Don't be a burden." When Wu Wei refused, Zhou Lin called him a loser. In a fit of anger, Wu Wei punched Zhou Lin in the face, causing quite a stir. Although the matter was left unresolved, looking back now, Zhou Lin likely played a significant role behind this expulsion event. Regret surged over him like a tide, and Wu Wei couldn't help but wonder if he should have held back at the time. No, he immediately dismissed the thought. If he hadn't been strong then, he would have been kicked out of the 3302 team long ago, let alone receive any compensation. Staring at the 30,000 yuan and the fusion card before him, Wu Wei's heart ached. This was the price they offered to buy off his dream of attending university, 3 years of hard work wasted. Consumed with rage, he grabbed the items on the table, intending to catch up with Lin Lu and confront him. The moment his fingers touched the fusion card, an unusual sensation swept through his body. His heart pounded violently. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, as if something within him was resonating. Wu Wei was suddenly enlightened, sensing that something had changed within him. Instinctively, he summoned his attribute panel. The attribute panel slowly unfolded. Name: Wu Wei. Talent: Absolute Luck Unique. Effect upon activation: Luck maxes out. All beneficial probabilities increase to 100. All adverse probabilities decrease to 0. Level: Ordinary 9-star, 10001000. Equipped Origin Card: Yellow Turban Soldier, Ordinary 9-star. Card slots available: 11. Equipped cards, Strength of the Bull Ordinary. Remaining cards, Fireball card Ordinary, Restoration card Ordinary. Wu Wei stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the panel. The talent he had longed for as a card master had awakened at such a moment. What surprised him even more was that this talent was named Absolute Luck. Although it seemed to offer no direct boost to combat power, was it truly a good talent? Suddenly, Wu Wei snapped back to reality, his eyes fixated on the talent description, as if trying to etch every word into his mind. This seemingly unremarkable talent might hold astonishing potential. Once activated, his luck would max out, and all probabilities beneficial to him would reach 100%. Wu Wei's eyes widened as he read the talent description repeatedly in disbelief. Was it really what he thought it meant? If so, his gaze instinctively fell on the money and the fusion card in his hand. The money was secondary. The real focus was that fusion card. Wu Wei carefully recalled the fusion card's attributes. Its general effect allowed the fusion of 3 compatible ordinary quality cards, with a 30% chance of upgrading the main card. On the surface, this fusion card seemed decent, but in reality, its success rate was dismally low, and the cost of failure was extremely high. Lin Lu said its market price was over 100,000, but it could actually be bought for just a few thousand. Using it to upgrade ordinary cards was a losing proposition even if successful, and attempting to upgrade an origin card was playing with fire. If it failed, the origin card would shatter, ending the card master's journey. Yet at this moment, Wu Wei clutched this card, once deemed worthless, tightly. He realized that the talent he awakened might boost the card's fusion success rate to 100%. If everything went as he anticipated, Wu Wei took a deep breath, determination shining in his eyes. He quickly removed the Bull's Strength card and loaded the fusion card. Without hesitation, he summoned his origin card, the Yellow Turban Soldier. In the training ground, his classmates watched anxiously. Don't use the fusion card. Wu Wei, don't be reckless. Voices echoed, urging Wu Wei to reconsider. However, no teacher stepped forward to stop him. Perhaps Wu Wei had been abandoned by everyone, or maybe a powerful figure was exerting pressure behind the scenes, preventing them from intervening. Wu Wei ignored the commotion, his fingers already operating the fusion card. His focus was solely on the card glowing with white light and the impending turning point of his fate. Success would bring unimaginable advancement. Failure might spell the end of his card master path, or even his life. Under the watchful, breathless eyes of everyone, Wu Wei resolutely embarked on this life-and-death gamble. In the first training ground, Wu Wei stood in front of a small fusion furnace, completely focused. Without hesitation, he placed the origin card of the Yellow Turban Soldier into the main card slot, followed by the Strength of the Wild Ox card as the secondary card. Instantly, the furnace lit up with the glow of 8 full moons and 1 half moon, indicating a compatibility of over 85. The surrounding classmates held their breath, the tension palpable in the air. This compatibility suggested that the fusion success rate had dropped from the standard 30 to about 25. Someone quietly explained that the standard success rate required the secondary card to have over 99 compatibility with the main card. The lower the compatibility, the lower the success rate. Wu Wei did not pause. He tried to insert a fireball card, but it was immediately ejected by the furnace. Compatibility was below 50. He then inserted a cultivation card, which entered successfully, but the glow dimmed to the brightness of just 5 full moons, dropping the success rate to around 12.5. The classmates urged him, Wu Wei, don't gamble. The success rate is too low, and even if it succeeds, the upgrade probability is only about 1. It's not worth the risk. However, only Wu Wei knew he wasn't gambling. He quietly activated his innate ability, revealing information only he could see. You have activated Absolute Luck. From now on, your luck is maxed out, and all favorable success rates will increase to 100. Your card fusion success probability has increased to 100, and the quality upgrade probability after fusion has also increased to 100. Seeing this information, Wu Wei confidently started the fusion furnace. The device began to spin, and everyone's eyes were fixed on this small apparatus, as if the air had frozen. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building adjacent to the first training ground, a middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses looked down at Wu Wei. Behind him stood the 3 teammates Wu Wei had just left. Their eyes were also on Wu Wei, their expressions complex. This was the person who had once pulled them out of a predicament and brought them to where they were now, and he was now taking this allure-nothing gamble right before their eyes. However, soon their expressions returned to calm. Zhou Lin looked down at Wu Wei, a complex light flickering in his eyes. He turned to the 3 people behind him, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Do you think he'll succeed in merging? Lin Lu scoffed, his tone full of disdain. With a 12 chance of successful fusion and a 1 chance of upgrading. If he succeeds, I'll eat that window. He pointed to a window not far away. Another person pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. I actually hope he succeeds. The kid has some potential, but his primary source strength is just too weak. If he could elevate it to a premium quality, he might barely keep up with you guys. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. You're not planning to let him rejoin us in 3302, are you? Zhou Lin shook his head. Of course not. I've already chosen the fourth member for 3302, someone perfectly suited to your system. Even if he succeeds in merging, I won't let him return to 3302. He paused before continuing. However, if he does succeed, I can find him a suitable team. Who knows, he might surprise me again and contribute to the school's advancement rate. Upon hearing this, Lin Lu seized the opportunity to flatter. You're truly dedicated to the school's development. Considering all you've done for the school, it was so unworthy of him to hit you back then. Zhou Lin smiled calmly. For the school's development, this bit of grievance is nothing. Suddenly, Zhou Lin's expression changed. He adjusted his glasses, his eyes fixed on Wu Wei. Lin Lu noticed and followed his gaze, narrowing his eyes. In the training field, the furnace in front of Wu Wei had vanished, replaced by a card glowing with green light. Seeing this, Lin Lu couldn't help but curse under his breath. What incredible luck, hitting such odds. Zhou Lin adjusted his glasses again, his eyes narrowing slightly, his tone carrying a hint of warning. That's not how you should speak. He's your classmate and was your team leader for 3 years. You should be happy for his luck. Let's go and take a look at him. Meanwhile, at the training field, Wu Wei's eyes were glued to the card in front of him, carefully examining its attributes. Card: Yellow Turban Elite. Quality: Premium. Rank: Normal 9-star. Effect: can summon Yellow Turban Elite to fight. Description: a card formed by merging Yellow Turban soldiers with Ox Strength and Cultivation cards. The summoned Yellow Turban Elite possesses the Ox Strength and Cultivation green traits. Ox Strength Green. Activating increases the Yellow Turban Elite strength by 31,000 pounds. Cultivation Green. In non-combat states, it restores its spiritual power without requiring the owner to expend additional energy to maintain its presence. Wu Wei trembled as he looked at the card. It wasn't just because his weaknesses had been compensated. The current Yellow Turban Elite source card was above average in school, if not top tier. More importantly, the successful fusion proved Wu Wei's talent. This meant that premium was not the end for this card. It could continue to grow stronger. Exceptional, rare, perfect. Even a pick so long as Wu Wei could keep merging, it would keep getting stronger. At this moment, Wu Wei felt more optimistic about his future than ever before. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Congratulations, Wu Wei. Wu Wei looked up to see Zhou Lin approaching with the members of Team 3302, a fake smile plastered on his face. Zhou Lin entered the room with a tone of reproach mixed with concern, quickly walking over to Wu Wei and grasping his hand. Wu Wei could feel the warmth of Zhou Lin's palm, but it did nothing to warm his heart. Zhou Lin continued. It's a good thing the fusion succeeded. Have you thought about the consequences if it had failed? His brow furrowed, and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. And about your 3302 squad, I've heard what happened. I told you before, your personalities don't match. Forcing it won't do anyone any good. I didn't expect it to come to this. His tone carried a trace of regret, as if he felt sorry for Wu Wei. He added, I've already given Lin Lu and the others a piece of my mind. They know they were wrong. But given the situation, it's not suitable for you to return to the 3302 squad. At that moment, Lin Lu, standing nearby, interjected with disdain and hostility. Don't think we want you just because your card upgraded. Even if you succeeded in the fusion, you're not qualified to join our 3302 squad. Zhou Lin immediately turned to glare at Lin Lu, chastising him. Hey, how can you speak like that? Then he turned back to Wu Wei with a confident smile. But to be honest, you're not a fit for the 3302 squad. How about I find you a new team? As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with confidence, as if he had Wu Wei under his control. In his mind, even if Wu Wei succeeded in the card fusion, he still had to submit. Zhou Lin was ready to see Wu Wei lower his head in defeat. However, when their eyes met, Zhou Lin felt a sudden unease. He instinctively wanted to release Wu Wei's hand, but it was too late. Damn it! Wu Wei shouted, his voice echoing across the training field. He lunged at Zhou Lin, landing a punch on his nose. Although Zhou Lin was a Black Iron 9-star card master, the punch wasn't physically damaging but was deeply humiliating. Zhou Lin stood stunned, clearly not expecting such an intense reaction from Wu Wei. But Wu Wei had reached his breaking point. He continued to punch Zhou Lin, yelling, Did you really think I'm an idiot? That I wouldn't realize you're the one behind all this? You do the dirty work and then pretend to be the good guy? Do you take me for a fool? Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Lin Lu rushed forward and shoved Wu Wei away with considerable force, knocking him to the ground with a thud. This scene seemed to ignite a fuse. The emotions of the students, already pure and filled with their own set of values, were instantly stirred. With their beliefs challenged, they were ready to stand against authority, especially against Zhou Lin and the 3302 squad, who were clearly on the opposing side. Let's teach these bastards a lesson, someone shouted, and the students surged toward Zhou Lin and the members of the 3302 squad. Fists flew, insults were hurled, and chaos erupted. Faced with the fervent students, Even a black iron card master like Zhou Lin was helpless. He couldn't retaliate against the students, as that would only worsen the situation. In the end, Zhou Lin had to shield the 3,302 squad members as they made a hasty retreat, battered and humiliated. The students, still fueled by anger, turned their attention to the administration building, a symbol of school authority. They smashed windows, overturned desks, venting their dissatisfaction and fighting for what they believed was right. However, this storm would eventually subside. In the end, the students' rebellion was no match for the school's authority. When the school intervened to quell the chaos, the resistance gradually faded. But the events of this day left a lasting imprint on everyone, becoming an indelible memory of their youth. As soon as the influential figure intervened, the situation was quickly brought under control. The shadow of failing the college entrance exam loomed over these young people, but reason eventually triumphed over their impulsive actions. Under the immense pressure of becoming line fillers, they had to swallow their pride. Seizing the opportunity, the influential figure took charge. When the topic of accountability arose, Wu Wei stepped up without hesitation, shouldering all the responsibility. He said his final farewell to 7th Card High School in the most decisive manner. That day, the boys and girls watched Wu Wei's lonely figure fade into the distance. They saw him with a backpack, leaving the campus alone, and were deeply moved. However, they were unaware of Wu Wei's true thoughts. In reality, Wu Wei's punch was not an outburst of anger, but a deliberate decision. Having awakened his talent, he felt that backing down would squander this hard-won opportunity. More importantly, he refused to let Zhou Lin pose as a good person after all his misdeeds. Wu Wei decided to use that punch to expose Zhou Lin, ensuring everyone knew who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. The subsequent group incident was unexpected for Wu Wei, but it wasn't entirely negative. Although expelled, he was finally able to leave a place he had long wanted to escape. Even better, the school, eager to settle matters quietly, gave him 100,000 yuan as hush money. Thus, Wu Wei returned to his rented room, which cost 200 yuan a month, with a backpack full of 130,000 yuan in cash. He lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, while his mind raced with thoughts about his future path. His primary goal was to take the college entrance exam. Since the invasion of the otherworldly Zerg a century ago, the human world has been in a precarious state. In response, countries formed a federation to combat the Zerg. All individuals who awakened Cardmaster talents were sent to school for free education until they took the Cardmaster College entrance exam in their senior year. Getting into a Cardmaster University meant 5 years of advanced study, and even if sent to the front lines after graduation, they would be regarded as valuable assets. Those who failed the exam would be directly sent to the front lines, required to serve for at least 5 years unless they achieved significant merits or suffered severe injuries to be discharged. Even then, if the front lines were in dire need, they could be recalled at any time. Wu Wei was acutely aware that he couldn't afford to be sent to the battlefield now. Having awakened the talent of absolute luck, he knew that given a few years to develop, he could become a formidable force. However, being expelled from 7th Card High School made taking the college entrance exam a challenging issue. Just as Wu Wei was racking his brain over how to solve the exam registration problem, a sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. In a regular room at the Meishu community in Base 096, South District, Wu Wei sat alone in silence. Suddenly, a rapid knocking at the door shattered the stillness, instantly putting the orphan on alert. His brow furrowed, heart racing, as he cautiously approached the door. "Who is it?" Wu Wei asked in a deep voice, his hand already on the doorknob. "It's Vice Principal Lu Cheng from 3rd Card Academy. Could I have a word with you?" Came a steady male voice from outside. Wu Wei hesitated. 3rd Card Academy? Vice Principal? This identity made him even more wary. But curiosity eventually overpowered caution, and he slowly opened the door. Standing outside was a man in traditional Chinese attire, wearing a mask. This peculiar outfit puzzled Wu Wei further. Noticing Wu Wei's doubts, the man immediately handed over his ID. Wu Wei took the ID and, upon seeing the ghastly face on the card, instantly understood why the man wore a mask. "Facehugger," he blurted out, his voice filled with shock and respect. Lu Cheng gently touched the mask, his tone appreciative. "Your knowledge of entomology is impressive, Wu Wei. You recognize the cause of my injury at a glance." Wu Wei's demeanor changed immediately, respect evident in his expression. Clearly, this vice principal was not like the teachers who enjoyed safety at the rear. He was a warrior returned from the front lines, wounded. "What brings you here?" Wu Wei asked respectfully. "I'd like to invite you to join 3rd Card Academy." Lu Cheng got straight to the point, as an apprentice tactical trainer. The unexpected invitation left Wu Wei momentarily stunned. He realized that the offer was for him to become a teacher, not a student. For a moment, the idea of a stable life and respectable social status flashed through his mind, tempting him. However, Wu Wei quickly shook his head, firmly saying, "Thank you for the offer, but if possible, I'd prefer to join 3rd Card Academy as a student." Lu Cheng, clearly surprised by this response, asked, "Why? Isn't being a tactical instructor a good position?" Wu Wei took a deep breath and explained, "It is, but it's not the path I want to take." He elaborated on his thoughts. Although being a teacher seemed stable, with the escalating war between humans and insects, even rear bases could fall at any time. More importantly, real growth opportunities and resources were at the front lines in major academies. What he sought was not just stability, but the chance to surpass himself and reach greater heights. "The resources at the rear can only help me grow to Black Iron 9 stars at most," Wu Wei stated firmly, his eyes shining with ambition for the future, "and my goals go far beyond that." Wu Wei stood at the crossroads of his life, faced with two paths to reach the pinnacle of a card master: getting into college or heading to the front lines. Even if he failed the college entrance exam, he refused to settle for being just a tactics teacher. Having just awakened his talent, how could he resign himself to remaining a mere bronze-level card master forever? Although Lu Cheng did not know Wu Wei's thoughts, he sensed the determination in his voice. "You want to take the college entrance exam, don't you?" Lu Cheng asked. "Yes," Wu Wei answered resolutely. Lu Cheng pondered for a moment, frowning slightly. "I don't recommend it. Although Third Card High School can help you register, with only a week left until the exam, it will be hard to find suitable teammates." "I don't need teammates." Wu Wei's reply was like a heavy blow, leaving Lu Cheng momentarily stunned. Remembering Wu Wei's situation, Lu Cheng's heart softened, and after a brief hesitation, he nodded. "All right." Lu Cheng then personally accompanied Wu Wei to Third Card High School. With his help, Wu Wei completed the enrollment procedures smoothly. However, Lu Cheng's assistance went beyond that. He not only arranged for Wu Wei to have a dormitory, but also granted him access to the school's small spatial rift. These so-called small spatial rifts were actually the result of the insect race's technology. Originally intended as weapons to attack human rear lines, due to technical immaturity and human resistance, these rifts could only support insect races of no higher than bronze quality. Humans quickly took control of them, transforming them into practical training grounds for students and the military, as well as channels for resource acquisition. Card masters obtain their cards by defeating the insect race. This process not only collects various materials, but can also yield different cards. Although humans still don't understand the underlying principles, card masters have become the sole means of combating the insect race. Therefore, regardless of understanding, humanity must rely on this power. The number and quality of small spatial rifts have become critical indicators of a school's teaching resources. Wu Wei hadn't expected Third Card High School to allow him to use such precious resources. With the college entrance exam approaching, most candidates are focused on preparation, so the usage rate of the spatial rifts has decreased. "Arranging for you to use them is no problem," Lu Cheng explained, handing Wu Wei a card. "And take this." "What is it?" Wu Wei asked, puzzled, as he accepted the card. "Your student card, loaded with some credits. You can take it to the logistics department to exchange for a premium bronze quality card. You're close to reaching bronze level, and this card should help you break through." Wu Wei stared at the student card in his hand, momentarily dazed. He looked up at Lu Cheng, eyes filled with confusion and wariness. "Why are you being so kind to me?" Lu Cheng smiled gently, taking Wu Wei's hand and placing the student card firmly in his palm. "As a teacher, as an elder, do I need a reason to care for a young person?" He paused, then continued. "If you really need a reason, it's that I want you to know that the world may not be as good as you hope, but it's not as bad as you might think either." In the Southern District, at the Logistics Department of the 096 base city's Third Card High School, Wu Wei held the student card given to him by Lu Cheng and pushed open the heavy glass door, stepping into this fascinating department. The air was filled with a faint scent of ink, mixed with the plastic smell of new cards. The Logistics Department is a comprehensive place that handles all matters related to cards. From ordinary cards to rare materials, from recycling old cards to customizing new ones, everything is available here. Electronic screens on the walls continuously scroll with the latest card trading information, occasionally attracting students to stop and watch. Wu Wei skillfully navigated through the crowd and headed straight for the card trading hall. In the spacious hall, rows of silver-gray self-service machines were neatly lined up, alongside several busy manual transaction counters. Without hesitation, he chose a self-service machine and gently placed the student card on the sensor area. The screen lit up, displaying the card trading interface. Wu Wei's fingers swiftly moved across the touchscreen, quickly pinpointing the section for ordinary quality, standard level cards. He entered search criteria, his eyes fixed on the numbers that appeared. A few seconds later, the search results appeared. Fusion card, 300 normal credits, priced at 30,000 yuan. Combo card, 50 normal credits, priced at 5,000 yuan. Energy recovery card, 80 normal credits, priced at 8,000 yuan. Wu Wei quickly added these cards to his shopping cart, then switched to the black iron quality page. His heart sank when he saw the prices. The cost of black iron level cards was 10 times that of ordinary cards, with the cheapest starting at 30,000 and most ranging from 50,000 to 80,000. with some even reaching hundreds of thousands. Wu Wei glanced at his balance and shook his head helplessly. In the end, he could only use the credits preloaded by Lu Cheng to purchase a premium fusion card. After confirming the transaction, the machine gently vibrated, and 4 cards along with a card fusion manual slid out from the dispenser. Wu Wei picked up the manual and flipped to the first page, only to find it filled with painful examples of failed card fusions. Clearly, this was the school's way of warning students. The last page of the manual prominently stated, "The fusion card handbook can be returned and refunded in full at any time," reflecting the school's cautious attitude towards card fusion. Carefully storing the cards and manual, Wu Wei left the logistics department and headed towards the small space rift station at the back. The station walls were plastered with information about various small space rifts, but Wu Wei, already familiar with them, walked straight to car number 13 without looking back. Soon, he arrived at the 13th space rift of the 3rd card high school. Wu Wei skillfully swiped his card and stepped into the space rift passage. However, just as he was about to cross, a voice suddenly stopped him. The supervisor asked with concern, "Why are you alone, student? Where are your teammates?" Wu Wei quickly concocted a lie. "They went in ahead, and I had to bring them something, so I'm a bit late." Although lying isn't a good habit, it saved him a lot of trouble in this situation. If he told the truth, he might be stopped and delayed. While his explanation left the supervisor slightly puzzled, they allowed him through after completing the video recording. As Wu Wei passed through the passage, the stench of rotting earth hit him. He held his breath and immediately summoned the yellow turban elite. He signaled for the elite to crouch down and agilely leaped onto its shoulders. Scanning the surroundings, he pointed to a nearby high ground. Over there, the high-quality yellow turban elite, although slightly more intelligent, still couldn't speak. It followed orders, carrying Wu Wei swiftly towards the high ground. Along the way, Wu Wei cautiously prepared a fireball spell, his eyes constantly scanning the area while directing the yellow turban elite. They soon reached their destination. Upon reaching the high ground, Wu Wei instructed the yellow turban elite to stand guard while he disarmed the fireball spell and loaded a standard quality fusion card. Taking a deep breath, he initiated the card fusion process. A system notification echoed in his mind. You have selected Fireball Spell as the main card and Combo card and Energy Recovery card as the auxiliary cards for fusion. The fusion success rate is 17, and the probability of card upgrading after a successful fusion is 1.7. Wu Wei felt a surge of joy as his innate absolute luck talent activated, skyrocketing the success and upgrade probabilities to 100. Card fusion successful. Combo card and Energy Recovery card consumed. You have obtained a premium quality card, Beaded Curtain Energy Recovery Fireball. The attributes of the new card appeared before Wu Wei. Card, Beaded Curtain Energy Recovery Fireball. Quality, Premium. Tier, Common 9-star. Cost, 20 Spirit Power. Description, upon activation, can launch 3 consecutive fireballs, restoring 5 Spirit Power after casting. Hitting a target grants a chance to recover between 2 to 5 Spirit Power. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow, feeling secretly pleased. This was the advantage of card fusion, not only enhancing quality, but also customizing abilities as needed. With this card, he felt more confident about breaking through as a Black Iron card master in this spatial rift. Moving swiftly, Wu Wei took out a speaker from his backpack, adjusted its direction, and turned it on. Low-frequency sounds began to play as he carefully fine-tuned the volume, pausing each time to observe his surroundings and ensure safety. Within just 5 minutes, he heard movement around him. The yellow turban elite instantly became alert, and Wu Wei watched cautiously. In the distance, 3 or 4 bug-like creatures, about the size of dogs with a metallic black sheen, resembling giant ladybugs, were charging towards their position. Wu Wei took a deep breath and clenched his fists. His first solo battle was about to commence. In the 3rd high school, within Space Rift number 13, a swarm of insects suddenly appeared. Instinctively, the yellow turban elite in front of Wu Wei prepared to charge forward. This had become its natural reaction, as it had been playing the role of a distraction and cannon fodder ever since Wu Wei had inscribed it. Wu Wei reminisced about the rise of Team 3302. It was he who led the team to carve out a path in the Space Rift. Back then, to survive in such a perilous environment, the newly awakened card masters had to rely on the Yellow Turban soldiers. From that point on, the Yellow Turban soldiers embarked on their long journey of sacrifice. Over the past 3 years, Wu Wei had lost count of how many times the Yellow Turban soldiers had sacrificed themselves. These countless sacrifices had, however, fattened the 3 ungrateful members of Team 3302. Reflecting on this and seeing the eager Yellow Turban elite, Wu Wei felt a pang of sorrow. Hold your position, Wu Wei commanded decisively, as he flung out 3 fireball pearls. Over the past 3 years, aside from cultivating the Yellow Turban soldiers, Wu Wei had devoted all his energy to mastering the fireball technique. Now, his control over it was flawless. 3 fireballs shot out, striking one of the insects with precision. These insects, known as iron shell bugs, had high defenses, making them difficult to kill with a single fireball. However, the successive strikes of 3 fireballs were extraordinary. With explosive sounds, the iron shell bug was instantly annihilated, transforming into a burst of white light. Without pausing to collect the spoils, Wu Wei quickly turned his attention to the remaining 3 bugs. He cast spells in rapid succession, successfully taking down 2 more before they could get close. However, the last iron shell bug had already charged in. At this critical moment, the ever-vigilant Yellow Turban Elite sprang into action. Its muscles bulged as it delivered a powerful punch to the iron shell bug. With a thud, the forceful blow shattered the bug into pieces. This astonishing scene left Wu Wei in awe. He realized he had underestimated the Yellow Turban Elite after its fusion upgrade. The power unleashed by that strike was akin to a black iron level attack. Not only was Wu Wei surprised, but the Yellow Turban Elite itself seemed shocked by the force it had generated. It stared at its fist in disbelief, unable to comprehend the destruction it had wrought. Wu Wei, delighted, patted the Yellow Turban Elite on the back, praising, "Well done." This simple compliment lit up the Yellow Turban Elite's eyes with confidence. Subsequently, Wu Wei swiftly cleared the battlefield, collecting the dropped cards and insect materials. He then reopened his loudspeaker, ready to lure more monsters. Wu Wei was well versed in this luring tactic. Although the 4-member team was now reduced to just him, Wu Wei possessed 2 high-quality cards. One was the long-lasting Yellow Turban Elite, and the other was the energy-restoring Curtain Fireball. With these 2 cards and his wealth of experience, Wu Wei's hunt was exceptionally smooth. In just a few hours, he successfully dispatched 20 to 30 iron shell bugs, acquiring 3 cards: Iron Defense Common, Minor Healing Card Common, and Rending Attack Common. Wu Wei looked at the cards in his hand with satisfaction. These ordinary quality cards ranged from 5-star to 9-star. He was secretly pleased, considering this drop rate to be quite remarkable. Normally, when he acted alongside the 3302 squad, killing 20 to 30 iron bugs to obtain just 1 card was considered a good haul. He couldn't help but wonder if the absolute luck passive skill had boosted his luck. Of course, it could also be that the luck previously suppressed by those 3 ingrates from 3302 was finally being unleashed. Regardless, Wu Wei was very satisfied with this outcome. Another thing that caught Wu Wei's attention was the Yellow Turban Elite's strong desire to fight today. It became unusually aggressive, impatiently charging at the bugs even when they were still 3 meters away, smashing them with a single punch. After each battle, it would turn to Wu Wei, its big eyes filled with expectation, its honest face eager for praise. Initially, Wu Wei didn't notice this change in the Yellow Turban Elite. When he finally realized it, he couldn't help but chuckle, but he made sure to meet its expectations. Wu Wei realized that this creature had indeed become much smarter than before, developing its own emotions and the need for recognition and praise. As time passed, the number of iron bugs around them dwindled. Wu Wei realized that they might have almost cleared this area of iron bugs. He decided to make one last attempt by turning the speaker to maximum power. Despite the sudden increase in volume, the surrounding area remained eerily silent. Wu Wei wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently. About 5 minutes later, just as he was about to turn off the speaker and move elsewhere, a black dot appeared in the distance. The moment he saw the black dot, Wu Wei immediately became alert and turned off the speaker. Based on his experience, he judged that the creature was about the size of a calf and was likely a black iron quality iron bug. Sure enough, as the distance closed, a black iron-colored iron bug, 1.5 meters long and nearly a meter tall, gradually revealed itself. As it entered the attack range, Wu Wei launched his assault without hesitation. He threw out a string of fireballs, but the iron bug charged straight through them, ignoring the impact. The fireballs shattered on its body with a crack, but Wu Wei continued his fierce assault, launching 3 consecutive rounds before it reached him, yet he failed to penetrate its defense. As the iron bug closed in, Wu Wei commanded, "Flip it over for me." The Yellow Turban Elite immediately charged, activating its brute strength, muscles bulging as it withstood the black iron-level iron bug's charge. Then, with a twist of its body, it flipped the iron bug over, exposing its belly to Wu Wei. Seeing this, Wu Wei quickly prepared to unleash another string of fireballs. At the moment of attack, he instinctively glanced at his absolute luck skill and noticed its cooldown was over. Without hesitation, Wu Wei activated the skill and hurled the fireballs with all his might. With the activation of his absolute luck talent, Wu Wei's fireballs were like precision-guided missiles, hitting the abdomen of the black iron-class iron skin bug with unerring accuracy 3 times in a row. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions sounded like a miniature fireworks display. The first fireball tore through the bug's tough shell, creating a shallow crater in its abdomen. The second followed closely, expanding the crater into a gaping wound. The third was the final blow, penetrating the bug's body entirely. The iron skin bug's limbs fell limp, its life force rapidly ebbing away. At that moment, 3 cards with a black iron sheen emerged from its body, hovering in the air like trophies. One card was pure black, while the other two had a faint greenish tint against the black iron hue. Wu Wei, quick on his feet, snatched these hard-won cards. The attributes of the cards immediately displayed before him. First card, promotion card, black iron quality. Using it can elevate a card master to the black iron level, provided they meet the 9-star full experience requirement. Second card, iron defense card, premium grade, black iron 1-star. Activating it forms a powerful physical defense to protect the target. Third card, iron slicing blade card, premium grade, black iron 1-star. An equipment card that grants a weapon with the iron slice skill. Wu Wei was overjoyed as he examined the attributes of these cards. Although he had hoped for rewards when activating absolute luck, he hadn't expected such a bountiful haul. It was as if the iron skin bug had emptied its entire trove. He was secretly delighted, realizing that absolute luck was not only effective in card fusion, but also incredibly potent in card drops. He roughly calculated that the cooldown time for absolute luck was about 6 hours, allowing for 4 uses a day. If each use yielded such rewards, his daily gains could surpass the annual accumulation of Squad 3302. This realization boosted Wu Wei's confidence, convincing him he could significantly enhance his strength within a week. Even facing the college entrance exams alone, he was confident he could gain admission to the card university. Wu Wei's gaze then focused on the promotion card. Among the various ways to advance card master levels, using a promotion card was undoubtedly the most time-efficient and effective. By defeating a higher-level Zerg, one could obtain a promotion card. Although challenging and with a low drop rate, it was no longer an issue for Wu Wei. Without hesitation, Wu Wei immediately used the precious black iron promotion card. With a gentle squeeze, the card turned to dust, and an intense light enveloped him. Under this brilliance, Wu Wei clearly felt his power surging. Even his yellow turban elite card was affected, automatically returning to its origin card position and quickly transforming to a black iron hue. Meanwhile, 2 pieces of information, visible only to Wu Wei, appeared before him, signifying a qualitative leap in his strength. Wu Wei felt a surge of excitement as he immediately checked his attributes. With the use of the promotion card, black iron, both his card master rank and his original card, yellow turban elite, were elevated to the black iron level. The attribute panel clearly displayed all the data. Name, Wu Wei. Talent, absolute luck unique. Rank, black iron 1-star 0-100. Original card slots, 12. Equipped original card, yellow turban elite premium black iron 1-star. Available card slots, 12. Equipped card, beaded curtain mana replenishing fireball premium ordinary 9 stars. Remaining cards, iron defense premium black iron 1-star, iron cutting blade premium black iron 1-star. A smile spread across Wu Wei's face as the increase in strength boosted his confidence. The upgrade of yellow turban elite and the additional slot were significant advancements. Without hesitation, he equipped iron defense, greatly enhancing his survivability. In a different location, Wu Wei resumed his hunt. The ironhide bugs residing in Space Rift number 13 ranged from ordinary 5-star to black iron 3-star in strength, which was within his capability to handle. Despite this, Wu Wei maintained a cautious tactical approach, a habit developed from years of navigating space rifts alone. After several hours, the ordinary level ironhide bugs were cleared out. Once absolute luck's cooldown was complete, Wu Wei turned the speaker volume to maximum, successfully luring in 2 black ironhide bugs. This battle was smoother than previous ones. The significantly enhanced yellow turban elite easily handled the 2 adversaries. The first ironhide bug charged, and yellow turban elite, using its bull strength, shattered its head with a single punch. The second bug managed to bite into yellow turban elite, but it was forcibly crushed by a punch to its iron-plated back, dying instantly. Nicely done, Wu Wei exclaimed, slapping yellow turban elite on the back. Yellow turban elite turned, giving Wu Wei a simple smile before transforming into light and merging back into Wu Wei, reverting to its card form. At that moment, Wu Wei felt a complex mix of emotions. Although this wasn't the first time yellow turban elite had reverted to card form, this time it struck him deeply. With its return to card form, Wu Wei realized that aside from yellow turban elite, he now had nothing else by his side. The vitality of the original card is incredibly resilient, rarely shattering even when severely damaged. The yellow turban elite, being a summoning card, is no exception. When it suffers heavy damage, it automatically returns to the card to recuperate. Usually, it takes only a few hours, at most a day or 2, to fully recover. Moreover, the yellow turban elite possesses the recuperation green trait, allowing it to recover even faster, becoming vigorous again in just an hour. As the yellow turban elite recovered, Wu Wei began to withdraw from the number 13 spatial rift. Night had already fallen, and it was around 8 or 9 o'clock. Wu Wei knew he wasn't strong enough to fight overnight in the rift, and since this trip had been quite rewarding, there was no need to be greedy. Reflecting on this exploration, although only one of the last 2 black iron armored bugs had a big drop, it still contributed 3 black iron quality cards to Wu Wei. During the Yellow Turban Elite's recuperation, Wu Wei had already been considering the uses for these cards. As a newly promoted black iron card master, it was time to think about his second original card. At the same time, he planned to continue strengthening the Yellow Turban Elite. This loyal giant had followed him for 3 years, enduring hardships, and deserved better rewards and upgrades. Under the protection of the Yellow Turban Elite, Wu Wei safely exited the number 13 small spatial rift. However, at the entrance, he unexpectedly encountered a squad. Neither side expected to meet at this hour, and after a brief glance, Wu Wei politely nodded and walked away. The squad watched Wu Wei leave and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. "Captain, do you know him?" a team member asked curiously. The captain nodded. "Of course, I know him. He's a prominent figure from the 7th Card High School, the captain of the 3302 squad, or rather, the former captain now." "Oh, it's him." The group realized, feeling a sense of respect for the captain of the 3302 squad. One team member remarked, "He's really talented, just unlucky to have encountered a group of ungrateful teammates. Otherwise, he would have surely gotten into Card University this year." Another added, "I heard he's transferred to our 3rd Card High School, but it seems he doesn't have new teammates yet. What does he need teammates for?" The captain shook his head with a smile. "Haven't you heard? Just yesterday, after being betrayed, he furiously used a fusion card, upgrading the Yellow Turban soldiers to Yellow Turban Elite on the spot. Didn't you notice his backpack? It's filled with black iron level materials. He's doing better on his own now. He might even get into Card University by himself." Unaware of the whispers, Wu Wei, just by brushing past others, had become a legendary figure in their eyes. Leaving the spatial rift, Wu Wei boarded the train back to school and got off directly at the logistics department. To accommodate students preparing for the college entrance exams, the school's logistics department operated 247. Wu Wei headed straight to the counter to deal with his materials and cards. "Please convert these cards and materials into credits for me," Wu Wei said as he reached the counter, pouring the contents of his backpack onto it, forming a small mountain. He only kept the beaded fireball card, iron defense, and iron cutting blade, intending to exchange the rest for credits. The staff at the school's logistics office were remarkably efficient, quite unlike the window staff Wu Wei had encountered in his previous life. They quickly completed the identification, classification, and valuation of his material cards. After Wu Wei carefully verified everything, the credits were instantly transferred to his account. While the staff were busy, Wu Wei had already selected his desired cards through the Windows tablet. A card upgrade card black iron, to upgrade a regular tier card to black iron tier, 1 regular quality fusion card, and 1 premium quality fusion card, in addition to 3 black iron quality regular cards and 2 black iron quality premium cards. This operation consumed all the credits he had earned today. The staff delivered the cards Wu Wei needed with impressive speed, even placing the 2 fusion cards inside a card fusion manual. They handed the manual to Wu Wei with a sense of significance, though they said nothing. Wu Wei thanked them politely, took the cards, and left. As soon as Wu Wei left, the staff immediately called Principal Lu Cheng. "Principal Lu, student Wu Wei has returned safely. He's in good shape and has gained a lot. It seems he has advanced to black iron level and has slain 3 black iron-shelled bugs, luckily obtaining 3 black iron premium cards." On the other end, Lu Cheng audibly sighed in relief, muttering, "This kid finally turned his luck around." The staff continued their report. He also purchased 2 fusion cards, so now he has 2 regular and 2 premium quality fusion cards in total. Lu Cheng paused before responding. That's understandable. Having tasted success, he naturally wants to try again. Unless he experiences it firsthand, no amount of advice will help. But this kid is calm and steady. He probably won't risk using his origin cards for fusion upgrades again. Let him be. After a few setbacks, he'll learn his limits. Meanwhile, Wu Wei had returned to his dormitory at the 3rd Card High School. He laid out the new cards and first picked up the card upgrade card black iron to use on his Pearl Curtain energy replenishing fireball. The card transformed into a black stream of light in his hand, merging with the Pearl Curtain energy replenishing fireball and bestowing it with the black iron hue. A message appeared, visible only to Wu Wei. "You have successfully used the card upgrade card black iron. Your card Pearl Curtain energy replenishing fireball has been upgraded to black iron 1 star. Card Pearl Curtain energy replenishing fireball. Card quality premium. Card tier black iron 1 star. Card cost 50 spirit power. Card description: upon activation, can cast 3 to 9 fireballs consecutively, restoring 15 spirit power to the user after casting, with a chance to restore an additional 10 to 15 spirit power upon hitting a target." This card upgrade significantly enhanced Wu Wei's attack capabilities, allowing him to be effective even against black iron level foes. However, this was merely the appetizer for the evening. Wu Wei's gaze naturally drifted to the 5 cards laid out before him, their attributes clearly displayed in his mind. The cards of Iron Shirt and Mastery of Black Iron Weapons glimmered in Wu Wei's hand, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. These two cards were undoubtedly tailor-made for the Yellow Turban elite, and upon fusion, they would significantly boost their combat capabilities. Wu Wei's gaze then shifted to the other three cards he had meticulously prepared for his second origin: Earth Life, Vine Binding, and Earth Ripple, all of which were black iron common level. Wu Wei had already sketched out a plan in his mind to use Earth Life as the main card and fuse it with the other two to create a summon with powerful control abilities. This was precisely the auxiliary force he needed, perfectly aligning with the configuration of a standard four-person card master team. Reflecting on his days as a tank in Squad 3302 and now looking at the Yellow Turban elite, Wu Wei realized he could now play both the tank and warrior roles. Although the Pearl Curtain Mana Fireball allowed him to barely serve as half a firepower specialist, what he urgently needed now was a competent support role. As time quietly passed, Wu Wei washed up quickly and lay down to rest, setting his alarm for 1 moment when his absolute luck cooldown would end. When the alarm went off on time, Wu Wei immediately got up and deftly loaded a common fusion card. Taking a deep breath, he stacked the Earth Life, Earth Ripple, and Vine Binding cards together. Wu Wei didn't bother checking the compatibility and success rate. As long as it exceeded 50%, it was good enough for him. As a dazzling light flashed, a successful fusion prompt appeared before Wu Wei. He eagerly checked the attributes of the new card. Earth Spirit, Black Iron 1-star Premium Grade. This card not only summons an Earth Spirit to join battles, but also possesses 3 green skills: Earth Shelter, Vine Binding, and Earth Ripple. Earth Shelter can quickly construct a temporary refuge. Vine Binding can entrap up to 3 targets simultaneously, with fewer targets increasing the binding strength. Earth Ripple grants reconnaissance abilities within a 50-meter range, making any target in contact with the ground detectable. A smile involuntarily formed on Wu Wei's lips. This card perfectly embodied all the abilities a competent support should have, even including a practical shelter skill. Whether in the wilderness or within a spatial rift, as long as he carried enough resources, he could engage in prolonged combat. Without hesitation, Wu Wei began the inscription of his second origin. As the inscription was completed, a warm current surged through his body, and a message visible only to him appeared, signifying the awakening of new power. A notification flashed before Wu Wei's eyes, and his spiritual power limit suddenly increased by 100 points. This was the result of inscribing his second original card, doubling the 50-point increase he gained from the first inscription. Wu Wei mentally calculated that, with the boost from advancing the Yellow Turban elite, his original spiritual power, and the benefits of becoming a Black Iron card master, his spiritual power limit was now estimated to be between 330 and 350. As night fell, Wu Wei forced himself to sleep, eagerly anticipating the next day. Early the following morning, he awoke and kept a close watch on the clock. When the hands pointed to 7 o'clock, his absolute luck ability had finally cooled down. Without hesitation, Wu Wei sprang into action. He took out a high-quality fusion card, using the Yellow Turban Elite as the main card, with Weapon Mastery and Iron Shirt as auxiliary cards, and initiated the fusion process. The system prompt immediately appeared before him. Do you wish to use Yellow Turban Elite as the main card, Weapon Mastery compatibility 75, and Iron Shirt compatibility 91 as auxiliary cards for fusion? The estimated success rate is 13.5, with a 1.35 chance of upgrading upon success. Without a second thought, Wu Wei activated his absolute luck talent, and instantly, both the fusion success rate and the upgrade probability soared to 100. Amid a flurry of system notifications, Wu Wei's first original card transformed from green to blue. His eyes landed on the newly enhanced card attributes. Card: Yellow Turban Warrior. Quality: excellent. Rank: Black Iron 1-star. Effect: can summon a Yellow Turban Warrior to fight. Description: a card formed by fusing Yellow Turban Elite with Iron Shirt and Weapon Mastery. Skills: 1. Bull's Strength Blue. Activates to increase Yellow Turban Elite strength by 52,000 pounds. 2. Recuperation Blue. Restores its own spiritual power when not in combat, without requiring the owner to expend additional spiritual power for its maintenance. 3. Iron Shirt Blue. Passively increases physical defense. Can enter an ironclad state upon encountering a lethal attack or when activated, significantly enhancing physical defense and providing a moderate boost to energy defense. 4. Equipment Mastery Blue. Adds 1 weapon card slot and 1 armor card slot. Despite being mentally prepared, Wu Wei couldn't help but gasp when he witnessed the attribute changes of a Yellow Turban Warrior. The fusion card truly lived up to its reputation, not only elevating the Yellow Turban Warrior's quality to excellent, but also upgrading all skills to blue quality. This enhancement exponentially increased the warrior's combat power, transforming it completely. Wu Wei calculated that the current Yellow Turban Warrior could easily dispatch not just 2 Black Iron level Iron Beetles, but even 20. He finally saw the hope of being admitted to a card university on his own. Gazing at the rising morning sun through the window, Wu Wei's eyes glowed with determination. 6 more days, I wonder if I can push my strength even further, he murmured to himself, filled with anticipation for the future and a thirst for challenges. After completing the upgrade of the Yellow Turban Warriors, Wu Wei spent 2 or 3 days tirelessly gathering supplies, stuffing his backpack to the brim. Just as he was about to embark on his journey to the spatial rift, his phone buzzed with an incoming call from Lu Cheng. Hello, Wu Wei. I've got a suitable team for you to meet. Lu Cheng's voice came through the receiver with a hint of urgency. Wu Wei frowned slightly, surprised by Lu Cheng's efficiency. Although he was uncertain about needing teammates at this moment, he decided to take a look since Lu Cheng was in the logistics department, which was on his way. With his bulging backpack, Wu Wei quickly made his way to the logistics department. From a distance, he spotted Lu Cheng wearing a mask and standing next to a 3-person team. Wu Wei's gaze instinctively fell on the team. 2 men and a woman, each exuding a confident and flamboyant presence. As Wu Wei sized them up, the trio assessed him in return, their eyes filled with curiosity and evaluation. Wu Wei, you're here? Lu Cheng greeted him. Come on, let me introduce you. This is Team 0017. Hearing the number, Wu Wei raised an eyebrow. He knew that a team's initial strength could often be inferred from its number. Teams starting with a 0 were undoubtedly among the top tier in initial strength. This puzzled Wu Wei. Why would such a top-notch team have a vacancy? Sensing Wu Wei's confusion, Lu Cheng explained. Their captain wanted to take on the solo college entrance exam challenge, so they parted ways. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei's gaze returned to the trio. The new captain of Team 0017, Lu Liang, stepped forward, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. Don't get the wrong idea. We didn't abandon our captain. Even without him, we are confident in passing the exams. Honestly, we don't really need a teammate. We're just doing the principle a favor and giving you a chance. Lu Liang's eyes flashed with arrogance. As long as you can pass our test, we can make you a temporary teammate and take you to the exams. But let me be clear, our assessment is tough. If you can't pass, don't blame us for not honoring the principal's request. After speaking, Lu Liang glanced at Lu Cheng. Principal, it's getting late. We're leaving now. Then he casually waved at Wu Wei. Hey, you, follow us. Throughout the entire encounter, they never asked if Wu Wei was willing to join. To them, it seemed like an unspoken agreement. Even at its peak, Team 3302 was barely in Sequence 1, far from Sequence 0, and couldn't compare to them. Offering Wu Wei this opportunity was mostly out of respect for Lu Cheng. As for Wu Wei himself, in their eyes, he was insignificant. Faced with such arrogance, Wu Wei had grown accustomed to it. This superior attitude had been a constant throughout his decade-long journey since crossing over. He silently followed Team 0017, contemplating the upcoming test. Even after he formed Squad 3302, his arrogance didn't wane. More ironically, once Squad 3302 was established, much of this arrogance came from within the team itself. Compared to the arrogance of the squad he had nurtured, these people before him were insignificant in Wu Wei's eyes. Wu Wei had no intention of teaming up with them, but Lu Cheng was concerned about him being influenced. Lu Cheng patted Wu Wei on the back, encouraging him. Go on, do your best. But don't put too much pressure on yourself. If things don't work out, Third Card High School has got your back. Worst case, you can always become a tactics teacher. Wu Wei nodded in agreement and followed Team 0017. Soon, they arrived at the Space Rift train. Once on board, Wu Wei noticed that the 3 members of Team 0017 were seated at the front, and he was about to quietly head to the back. At that moment, the only female member of Team 0017 called out to him. Wu Wei, come sit over here. I'll take this opportunity to introduce you to our team's basic setup and tactics. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow and was about to politely decline, but I didn't plan to. Before he could finish, the burly male member of the team enthusiastically interrupted. Come on, don't be so hesitant. Sit with us. I've got some drinks here, want one? Faced with such enthusiasm, Wu Wei had no choice but to take a seat. The sturdy boy immediately handed him a soda. Temporary leader Lu Liang also relaxed his facial expression and began to briefly introduce Team 0017's situation. This scene slightly changed Wu Wei's impression of Team 0017. Although they were indeed proud, they took their work seriously. They were evidently taking the assessment of new teammate Wu Wei very seriously. Through Lu Liang's introduction, Wu Wei learned about the team's basic composition. Temporary leader Lu Liang was the firepower specialist, the burly Zhao Gang was the tank, and the girl Zhao Qing was in charge of support. They also detailed their preferred cards and team tactics. After the introduction, Lu Liang was about to discuss Wu Wei's assessment, but Wu Wei calmly said, "It seems that your team might not be suitable for me." The 3 of them were taken aback and asked in unison, "What do you mean?" Wu Wei analyzed without haste. "Your team is already quite complete. What you truly lack is a warrior to serve as the team's core. With such a warrior, your tactical strike capability would significantly improve. But my joining won't offer any real help to your team and might actually be a hindrance." He continued, "Also, I've noticed that your tactics still retain traces of previous strategies, instinctively using a warrior as the tactical core. This is a considerable flaw in your tactics. It might not be a big issue during ordinary battles, but during high-intensity operations, it could easily lead to mistakes. I suggest you adjust your tactical style, using Zhao Gang, the tank, as the core, enhancing his durability and centering the battle around him. Wu Wei concluded, "Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, but I don't think I'm a good fit for your team. I can only wish you all the best in your future battles." Just as he finished speaking, the train came to a stop. Wu Wei raised his drink to Zhao Gang in thanks and was the first to step off the train. On the train, the three members of Team 0017 found themselves in an indescribably awkward situation. They had originally thought that putting Wu Wei to the test was a way of showing enough respect to Liu Cheng, even displaying a serious attitude in the process. However, the turn of events was beyond their expectations before they could even begin the test. Wu Wei had already declined their offer. It felt like a self-proclaimed high-class woman being set up on a blind date with an unremarkable man. Out of respect for the matchmaker, she reluctantly agreed to meet and was even planning to set some challenging requirements. To her surprise, the man spoke first, politely saying, "You're great, but we're not a match." Although courteous, his words were a bitter pill to swallow. The three couldn't help but cast complex glances towards Wu Wei, their minds swirling with various speculations. Did he anticipate failing the test and choose this as a dignified way to exit? Or was he playing some kind of hard-to-get game, flaunting his so-called tactical skills? Tactical skills? One of them scoffed. Listen to what he said. Where does that sound like someone with tactical acumen? Centering on a tank? Ridiculous. What squad revolves around a tank? Forget it. Another waved dismissively. We were only considering him to give Principal Liu face. If he doesn't want to join, it saves us the trouble, and we can report back to Principal Liu. Meanwhile, Wu Wei had already entered the spatial rift. He was well acquainted with this rift numbered 3. The first digit indicated the third card high school, while the following numbers represented the strength, with higher numbers indicating lower strength. The primary inhabitants here were black iron-level insect species, including the defense-oriented ironhide bug, the agile green mantis, and the numerically overwhelming iron jaw ants. Wu Wei's target was precisely these iron jaw ants. Upon entering the spatial rift, Wu Wei immediately summoned the yellow turban warrior and the earth spirit. This was his first time summoning these creatures since equipping his second source. The transformation of the yellow turban warrior was particularly striking. Its height had surged to over 2 meters, wielding a sharp iron-cutting blade, with copperton skin stretched over bulging muscles, and a conspicuous yellow turban tied around its head. In contrast, the earth spirit appeared somewhat comical, a small black mudball bouncing along the ground, occasionally shedding bits of soil. Observing his summoned creatures, Wu Wei suddenly realized he hadn't named them yet. After a moment's thought, he decided to name the yellow turban warrior Guan Hai, hoping it would become a formidable warrior like the historical Guan Hai from the Yellow Turban Rebellion. As for the earth spirit, Wu Wei was less concerned, simply calling it Mudball. With the names decided, Wu Wei set off with his summoned creatures deeper into the spatial rift. Along the way, he paid close attention to Mudball's energy consumption, preparing for the actions to come. Card summoners must expend spiritual energy to maintain their summoned creatures, an unavoidable cost. Guan Hai, with his passive skill of self-cultivation, can sustain himself, but the Mudball requires Wu Wei to continuously spend spiritual energy to preserve its existence. It consumes about 1 point of spiritual energy per minute, which is barely manageable for Wu Wei, who has over 400 points of spiritual energy. After a simple calculation, Wu Wei realized he could support the Mudball for 10 hours or so, which is quite impressive. Despite this, Wu Wei decided to retract the Mudball while traveling. He knew well that in this world, every bit of spiritual energy was precious and should be conserved whenever possible. Soon, Wu Wei, riding on Guan Hai, arrived at a mountainous area. Surveying the surroundings, he nodded in satisfaction. The environmental features suggested this was likely the habitat of the iron jaw ants. Finding a vantage point, Wu Wei summoned the earth spirit and directed it to use the earth shelter skill. The Mudball joyfully hopped around, piling up a square block of earth at the designated spot. This shelter had no doors or windows, leaving Wu Wei bewildered. The Mudball, however, thought Wu Wei was amazed by its skill and proudly leaped onto Guan Hai's shoulder, celebrating. Wu Wei realized that to have the Mudball create a shelter as he envisioned, more practice would be needed. However, what he needed at the moment wasn't a shelter, but the Mudball's ability to alter the environment. Under Wu Wei's command, the Mudball quickly carved out a passage in the ground 1 meter wide, 20 meters long, and 5 meters high. With the terrain prepared, Wu Wei commenced his fishing plan. He took out the insect summoner horn, known for being cost-effective, and began playing it. As the sound amplified, the surrounding commotion grew more pronounced. It wasn't long before the first fish appeared at the end of the passage. Ironjaw ants, about the size of basketballs, resembling large ants with square heads and ferocious tusks protruding from their mouths. Among the black iron-level creatures, they were considered some of the weakest: average speed, average attack, average defense. But their strength lay in numbers. While ordinary insect groups might consist of a few or a dozen, ironjaw ants charged in by the hundreds or thousands. In the blink of an eye, a dozen or so ironjaw ants had surged into the passage. Wu Wei raised his hand and launched a beaded curtain fireball. This skill, at black iron premium level, had increased power, capable of severely injuring a single black iron level ironjaw ant with one hit, and killing two with two hits. His first skill shot down two ants. The second shot wiped out three and severely injured another. However, before Wu Wei could unleash a third attack, the remaining ironjaw ants had already closed in. At this point, Guanhai took over as the main combatant. With a long knife in hand, he stood like an impenetrable wall in front of Wu Wei. As the blade flashed, the charging ironjaw ants fell one after another, with Guanhai demonstrating a formidable presence, holding the line and ensuring a safe zone for Wu Wei. Wu Wei wielded his horse-cutting saber with the speed of the wind, slicing through the ironjaw ants as if they were made of paper. With each flash of his blade, another ant was cleaved in two, their remains scattered across the ground. Meanwhile, Wu Wei's vision continuously updated with information only he could see. You have successfully slain an ironjaw ant, black iron 1 star, earning 1 card master experience. You have successfully slain an ironjaw ant, black iron 2 star, earning 2 card master experience. The notifications came in a relentless stream, and Wu Wei's experience points climbed steadily. By the time the last ironjaw ant fell, his experience had reached 37,100. Wu Wei calculated that by defeating around 60 more 1-star ironjaw ants, he could advance to black iron 2 star. This method of gaining experience through killing monsters was the mainstream path for card masters to level up. Although the exact mechanics were not fully understood, for an ordinary card master like Wu Wei, the process was irrelevant as long as it made him stronger. After the battle, Wu Wei quickly organized the battlefield. He and Guanhai carefully used pliers to extract the teeth of the iron jaw ants, the most valuable material on their bodies. Because some ants had been smashed during the fight, they only managed to collect 30 pairs of complete teeth. In addition, they found 4 black iron level ordinary quality cards among the loot. This was a considerable gain, given that normally finding 1 or 2 cards would be cause for celebration. Once the battlefield was cleared, Wu Wei had Guanhai take a short rest to regain peak condition. Then, he used a loudspeaker to lure more creatures. The second wave of monsters was slower to arrive, taking about 10 minutes to bring in 8 ironjaw ants. Guanhai dispatched them with ease once again. After 2 rounds of battle, Wu Wei concluded that the remaining ironjaw ants in the vicinity were few, likely the queen's guards who wouldn't venture out easily. It was time to find the queen. At this point, Wu Wei summoned his mud ball and activated its Earth Ripple skill. While this skill might not excel in comprehensive reconnaissance, it was perfect for detecting ironjaw ants on and beneath the ground. Following the trail left by the ants, Wu Wei and the mud ball tracked them. Before long, they discovered the ironjaw ants' nest a few hundred meters away. The next action was straightforward. Guanhai began digging into the nest. As the nest was disrupted, the ironjaw ants poured out like soldiers defending their home, only to meet their end in vain. Guanhai easily dispatched each one. Finally, deep within the nest remained only a single large, pure white queen ant. Like ordinary ants, the ironjaw ant queen was defenseless and could only await her fate. Deep within the queen ant's nest, an intense battle was unfolding. Wu Wei and Guanhai teamed up to fight against the leader of the iron-tooth ants. Despite its remarkable reproductive ability, the queen's attack power and mobility were severely limited. It could only roar within the nest, ultimately unable to escape its fate. With the absolute luck granted by Wu Wei, Guanhai managed to cleave the queen ant's head in one stroke. A system notification immediately appeared. You have successfully slain the iron-tooth ant queen, black iron 3 stars, gaining 3 points of card master experience. At the same time, the queen ant dropped 3 precious cards. 1. Spiritual Power Recovery Card, black iron 2-star premium. Restores 500 points of spiritual power to the target, with a cooldown of 3 hours. 2. Iron Armor Card, black iron 3-star premium equipment card. Equipping this grants a premium quality iron armor. 3. Gale Blade Card, black iron 3-star premium skill card. Equipping this grants the Gale Blade skill. Wu Wei was quite satisfied with the haul. He immediately gave the iron armor card to Guanhai, and a black robe materialized on Guanhai, significantly enhancing his defense. As for the remaining 2 cards, Wu Wei had his own plans. He intended to sell the Gale Blade card in the future, while the Spiritual Power Recovery card was considered a treasure. He planned to test its compatibility with Nichio when he returned. If it exceeded 50, it could serve as a subcard for Nichio's fusion upgrade. After a brief cleanup of the battlefield, Wu Wei led Guan Hai and Nichio to a new location. He was well aware of the territorial nature of the insect race, especially the communal iron-tooth ants, whose nests each had a defined territory. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they adopted a strategy of hitandron. Not long after they left, a familiar horn sounded. Wu Wei cautiously surveyed his surroundings, identified the source of the sound, and chose to avoid that direction. This was an unspoken rule among hunters in the spatial rift. Unfamiliar teams generally did not interfere with each other unless in danger. However, Wu Wei did not notice that a nearby squad had already spotted him. This squad was none other than the 0017 team, whom he knew. Zhao Qing whispered excitedly. I think I saw Wu Wei. Zhao Gang and Lu Liang immediately perked up and asked, where? He went that way. Zhao Qing pointed into the distance. Lu Liang made a quick decision. Speed up, finish off this group of iron-tooth ants, then follow him. Follow him for what? To beat him up? Zhao Gang asked, puzzled. Lu Liang chuckled and shook his head. Of course not. We're not unreasonable people. But there's a better way to settle scores. What way? Zhao Qing and Zhao Gang asked in unison. A sly glint appeared in Lu Liang's eyes. He's clearly overconfident now, daring to venture into the iron-tooth ants' dense area. When he runs into trouble, we'll step in to save him. Just imagine his expression then. Zhao Gang and Zhao Qing exchanged a glance, both finding the idea brilliant. The three of them shared anticipatory smiles, as if they could already see Wu Wei's helpless plea for assistance. Wu Wei was completely unaware that Team 0017 was secretly observing him, ready to lend a hand if needed. He was fully focused on his task of hunting iron-toothed ants, carefully choosing a spot to set up traps. Just as Wu Wei began his operation, the three members of Team 0017 had already finished their own battle and quietly followed him. They were now crouched on high ground near Wu Wei, using Zhao Qing's crystal ball card to clearly monitor everything within a 250-meter range. In the crystal ball, Wu Wei's figure was vividly displayed. As the three scrutinized him, they raised their eyebrows in surprise. He's inscribed a second source. It's an earth spirit. Zhao Qing whispered in amazement. It seems to be an evolved product of earth life, and it even appears to have the ability of an earth sanctuary. Lu Liang scoffed, his tone tinged with disdain. With just a high-quality earth spirit and an equally high-quality yellow turban elite, he dares to venture into a place like this? He's really overestimating himself. Just watch, he'll soon be in trouble. Just as he finished speaking, the image in the crystal ball showed Wu Wei suddenly raising a loudspeaker and turning the volume to maximum. This unexpected action startled the trio. Zhao Gang immediately prepared for potential support, muttering, this guy is too reckless. If it weren't for us, he'd likely be in big trouble today. It wasn't long before the scene in the crystal ball changed dramatically. A swarm of iron-toothed ants surged towards Wu Wei like a tide, numbering at least 20 or 30. Team 0017 was shocked, and just as Zhao Gang was about to rush out, Zhao Qing suddenly exclaimed, wait, maybe we don't need to hurry. How can we not be urgent in this situation? Are we really going to watch him die in front of us? Lu Liang asked, puzzled. No, look closely. Zhao Qing pointed at the crystal ball. The three focused their gaze and were stunned by what they saw. A towering figure, over 2 meters tall, wielding a long blade and clad in iron armor, charged into the swarm of ants like an enraged bull. With each swing of his blade, he effortlessly slaughtered several iron-toothed ants. The ant swarm seemed like mere paper in front of him, quickly being cut down to nothing. Remarkably, after the massacre, the figure emerged with only a slight trace of dust on his clothes, completely unharmed. This astonishing scene left the members of Team 0017 in prolonged silence. They exchanged incredulous looks, and after a long pause, Lu Liang finally spoke with difficulty. Is that really a yellow turban soldier? Is that truly just a high-quality card? His combat power seems almost at the level of a team captain. Incredible, Zhao Qing murmured. 3302 actually let go of such talent. How high are their standards? Finally, Lu Liang took a deep breath, making a firm decision. Let's go. We need to complete our own mission. The three put away the crystal ball and turned to leave. Their silhouettes gradually receded into the distance, occasionally glancing back as if still contemplating the astonishing scene they had just witnessed. Faintly, their conversation could be heard, discussing the unexpected discovery and their puzzlement over 3,302 selection criteria. He suggested we focus on the tank, so why don't we give it a shot? Wu Wei hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement, saying, well, why not? Let's give it a try, especially since he's so impressive. At that moment, Wu Wei was unaware that Team 0017 was watching their battle. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, it's inevitable that he'll have to reveal Guan Hai eventually. Besides, they would need Guan Hai for the college entrance exams, so it didn't matter if others saw him. Wu Wei focused intently on Guan Hai's figure. Although he had already estimated Guan Hai's strength and had even been optimistic about it, Witnessing Guanhai single-handedly taking on 20 to 30 Iron Tooth ants made him realize he had underestimated Guanhai's abilities. Guanhai's strength exceeded Wu Wei's expectations. Initially, Wu Wei thought that once Guanhai reached an excellent quality, his strength would be comparable to the core members of the Zero team. After all, the core members of the Zero team generally had cards of excellent quality, with some even possessing dual excellent quality cards. Typically, a summon of excellent quality would be weaker than a card master of the same quality. This is because a single excellent quality summon counts as one source, whereas a card master of the same quality gains more sources as their level increases. It's common sense that summons are weaker than card masters. However, Guanhai broke this so-called norm. He wasn't just a simple excellent quality summon. He had evolved from ordinary quality. Currently, he possessed 4 skills equivalent to excellent quality and could equip 2 pieces of gear. At the Black Iron level, only a card master fully equipped with excellent quality cards could compare to Guanhai. This fully equipped excellent quality Yellow Turban Warrior was unstoppable against a group of Iron Tooth ants, which were at the bottom of the Black Iron level and merely ordinary quality. The battle was over in less than 3 minutes. Wu Wei checked thoroughly and found Guanhai unscathed, with only a few dents in his iron armor that hadn't been bitten through, which would soon be as good as new. After a brief rest, Wu Wei decided to continue the battle. With a spirit recovery card that could restore 500 spirit points in a few hours, Wu Wei confidently equipped the Pearl Curtain Energy Recovery Fireball and Great Wind Blade. In the second round of battle, Wu Wei joined the fight personally. With Guanhai holding the front, Wu Wei unleashed his attacks from the rear, thoroughly enjoying the battle. They swiftly defeated another wave of enemies. With the defeat of the second wave, Wu Wei advanced directly, moving from Black Iron 1 star to Black Iron 2 star, with his status fully restored. As the time seemed right, Wu Wei led Nichio in search of the Iron Tooth ant nest. He skillfully dealt with the last soldier ants in the nest, and finally killed the queen ant. A system notification popped up. You have unlocked the absolute luck talent. You successfully slew the Iron Tooth ant queen, Black Iron 4 star, gaining 3 card master experience points. Moreover, the queen ant brought an unexpected surprise, dropping 3 cards at once. 1. Premium Fusion card. Allows 3 premium cards to be fused into one, with a very low chance of upgrading the card. Standard fusion success rate is 20%. 2. Armor-piercing knife. Premium Black Iron 4-star equipment card. Equipping it grants an armor-piercing knife. 3. Small gravity technique. Premium Black Iron 4-star skill card. Equipping it grants the skill Small Gravity Technique. Looking at these cards, Wu Wei's eyes lit up with delight, thinking to himself that Nichio's fusion upgrade cards have found their purpose. As night fell, Wu Wei directed Mudball to construct a makeshift shelter. 2 triangular dirt walls were erected, rough yet just capable of providing some protection against the elements. Wu Wei frowned as he surveyed this temporary refuge, feeling dissatisfied. He knew Mudball's potential was far from realized, so he decided to use this opportunity to teach the little creature how to create a more ideal shelter. Wu Wei recalled the wilderness survival skills he had learned in high school. Back then, to prepare for potential frontline life, the school had offered this course. He had been a diligent student, excelling in the class. However, faced with Mudball, whose intelligence was akin to that of a 2- or 3-year-old child, he realized teaching was no easy task. After some thought, Wu Zhuo devised a Hansen teaching method, a live demonstration. He crouched down, hands covered in dirt, and began shaping a small model of a shelter. Yet, reality often proves more challenging than imagination. The soil refused to cooperate, his fingers felt clumsy, and the final result fell short of his expectations. Reluctantly, Wu Zhuo decided to put this plan on hold, opting to wait until Mudball's intelligence improved before trying again. At 1 a.m., as the cooldown period for his talent ended, Wu Zhuo sprang into action. He quickly loaded a premium fusion card, choosing the Earth Sprite card as the main card, with the Spirit Recovery card and Minor Gravity Spell card as subcards, and initiated the card fusion upgrade process. A system notification sounded in his mind. The success probability of fusion is 9.8, and the upgrade probability post-fusion is 0.98. Without hesitation, Wu Zhuo activated his absolute luck talent, instantly raising both probabilities to 100. Accompanied by a faint glow, his secondary Earth Sprite card successfully fused and upgraded, transforming into the Spirit Earth Sprite card, now rated at an excellent Black Iron 2-star quality. This new card could not only summon Spirit Earth Sprites for battle, but also integrated the abilities of Spirit Recovery and Minor Gravity Manipulation, marking a significant qualitative leap. Wu Wei looked over the upgraded attributes of Mudball with satisfaction. While its offensive capabilities were somewhat lacking, its support abilities were exceptional, covering recovery, control, and reconnaissance with outstanding effectiveness. This fusion upgrade had significantly boosted Wu Wei's combat power, greatly increasing his efficiency in clearing out monsters. Over the next 2 days, Wu Wei moved as if there were no obstacles, sweeping through the iron-toothed ants within a 10-mile radius. His level soared from black iron 1 star to black iron 4 star. However, as his strength increased, the experience required for leveling up also grew exponentially. For example, to advance from black iron 4 star to black iron 5 star, he needed to accumulate 400 experience points, equivalent to defeating 400 Zerg of the same level, or 800 black iron 3 star, 1600 black iron 2 star, or even 3,200 black iron 1 star Zerg. As Wu Wei contemplated this experience growth model, a sudden, intense tremor came from beneath his feet. He looked around warily and realized the entire space was shaking. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could this be a spatial rift fluctuation? Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Wei mounted Guanhai and dashed towards a safe zone. Despite his curiosity, his rational mind told him that retreat was the only wise choice in the face of an unusual spatial rift energy fluctuation. Such abnormal fluctuations could trigger various dangerous situations. The most common was disrupting the spatial channels, leading to a Zerg infestation. If that happened, not only could the entire spatial rift be overrun by the Zerg, but they might also invade the outside world, threatening the safety of the base city. Worse still, if a Zerg stronger than the spatial rift could handle appeared, the entire rift might collapse. As Wu Wei raced away, his old phone suddenly chimed with a message notification. He knew this was likely a notification from the Academy about the spatial rift tremor. However, when he checked his phone, he discovered it was not good news. In the Southern District, at Base 096, 3rd Card Academy, the staff at the management office were on high alert, swiftly springing into action. The detection equipment buzzed, with complex data flickering on the screens, indicating the frequency and intensity of spatial disturbances. Meanwhile, the phone rang incessantly as staff urgently contacted personnel across the board from the upper management of 3rd Card Academy to the garrison at Base 096 and the administrative department of Base 096, ensuring no one was left uninformed. Suddenly, a figure descended from above, landing with a gust of wind. To everyone's surprise, the first to arrive was not the higher-ups from 3rd Card Academy, but the garrison from Base 096. A middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform stood firmly, exuding an aura of authority. The staff instinctively straightened up, filled with respect. I am Li Qingrong, the commander of the garrison at Base 096. Here are my credentials, the man stated directly, handing over a card with a metallic sheen. Even before the staff could take it, the mention of commander made it clear that this was someone of significant importance. Just then, the upper management of 3rd Card Academy hurriedly arrived. Li Qingrong surveyed the room and calmly said, "At worst, it's just a case of the insect race overflowing from the spatial rift." This statement hit like a bombshell, causing the school leaders to turn pale instantly. They had just begun to relax at Li Qingrong's arrival, only to feel like they were being choked by this news. An insect race overflow? This was a significant crisis for Base 096. However, seeing Li Qingrong's composed demeanor, they collectively eased up. After all, the commander's reputation preceded him. If he deemed it a minor issue, it likely wasn't too serious. Yet, Lu Qing couldn't help but ask, what about the students inside? Li Qingrong's response was calm and direct. That depends on their luck. If they can hold out until the spatial fluctuations subside, and we clear out the insect race, they'll survive. He didn't mention the outcome if luck wasn't on their side, but the implication was clear. Lu Cheng pressed urgently. Can't you help them? They're the future of the Federation. The future must also face the battlefield. No one can be protected forever. Li Qingrong interrupted sharply. In this era, card masters can only rely on themselves. I can't enter, and I can't save them. Their only option is to save themselves. Either they hold out until the end, or they take action to resolve the issue themselves. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Are you saying they can solve this problem themselves? Li Qingrong nodded and explained, the best solution for a spatial rift disturbance lies within the rift itself. The source of the disturbance is inside. Find it, destroy it, and the spatial disturbance will dissipate, resolving the crisis. Although Li Qingrong spoke lightly, Lu Cheng's frown deepened. He knew all too well that the situation would not be as straightforward as Li Qingrong described. The interior of the spatial rift was undoubtedly perilous, and whether the students could shoulder such a responsibility was uncertain. Isn't this very dangerous? Lu Cheng's face turned pale instantly. He quickly turned to the staff at the Space Rift Management Office and asked urgently, is the communication system still operational? It is for now. The staff member responded quickly. Lu Cheng immediately ordered, then use the communication system to broadcast this message to the students. Before he could finish, a middle-aged man in a suit interrupted hastily. Vice Principal Lu, is this appropriate? Shouldn't we consult the principal and the Education Bureau first? Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng's expression darkened, and he said sternly, we don't have time for all these approvals. By the time we go through all the processes, the students inside will be dead. No need for consultations. Do as I say, and send the message to the students now. I'll take full responsibility if anything goes wrong." Despite Lu Qing's firm stance, the staff remained hesitant. At this moment, Li Qingrong, unable to stand by any longer, issued an order. "Transmit my military command. Anyone who resolves the space rift issue will be awarded a second-class merit and 100 military credits." "Yes, sir." With Li Qingrong's command, the staff quickly sprang into action and sent out the information. Meanwhile, inside the space rift, Wu Wei received the message but did not cease his actions. He continued heading towards the exit of the space passage, scoffing at the order to stand by, believing that hiding was meaningless in the face of a possible insect disaster. When Wu Wei reached the edge of the space passage, he found a large group of people already gathered. His arrival drew some attention, but soon, the more pressing situation occupied everyone's mind. The gathering of students attracted the insect race within the space rift, triggering a small-scale insect disaster. The sight of hundreds to thousands of various insects swarming and caused many to panic. In this critical moment, Wu Wei's calm voice rang out. "Why panic? Tanks, step forward and form a fish-scale formation." As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Hai stepped to the front. Seeing this, others quickly followed suit, and soon a dozen tanks formed a defensive line. Wu Wei then issued a second command. "Card masters, prepare to attack. Aim for the insects' lower bodies. Attack." Wu Wei's composed demeanor and confident tone provided those around him with a strong sense of assurance during this chaotic time. Everyone instinctively followed his commands, readying themselves for the impending battle. Wu Wei excelled in all his subjects, a testament to his dedication towards achieving his goals. He understood well that building a new team from scratch was no easy feat. Team 3302 needed only to grow under his guidance. While he faced numerous challenges, the heavy coursework was suffocating for Wu Wei. He often pondered whether his intense focus on academics had led him to neglect interpersonal relationships, causing Team 3302 to end up as it did. However, after careful consideration, Wu Wei realized an important truth. Even if he devoted himself entirely to socializing with Team 3302, it would change little. When people are biased or lose their conscience, they often fail to see their own faults. They might perceive you as an obstacle, rendering your efforts futile. Thus, investing all energy into socializing would be a foolish choice. At least for now, while he might have lost Team 3302, the knowledge Wu Wei gained would never betray him. At this moment, Wu Wei's knowledge was proving invaluable. Under his command, a formation of about 10 teams, comprising dozens of people, was effectively combating the insect swarm. With Wu Wei's leadership and the collective effort, the number of insects was steadily decreasing, and the situation was gradually stabilizing. Just as the insect disaster seemed to be subsiding, a sudden notification tone shattered the calm. Everyone immediately realized it was an external message and quickly checked their phones. A message appeared on everyone's screen. "There is a spatial energy cluster within the rift. Anyone who resolves it will be credited with a second-class merit and 100 military points. Basic information about the energy cluster is attached." This message was like a bombshell, causing a stir among the crowd. Wu Wei clearly heard the gasps around him, as everyone was tempted by the allure of the second-class merit and 100 military points. For them, a second-class merit was almost like a ticket to university. Even those with poor grades could secure a spot in a college. Those with excellent grades had a chance at even better institutions. The 100 military points could be used on the military's online store to purchase items, potentially exchanging for 1 or 2 high-quality cards. As everyone was swayed, a voice suddenly rang out. "Stop looking at the message. As tempting as the second-class merit is, we need to deal with the insect disaster first. Everyone, follow my lead." Most people didn't find this voice unusual and quickly refocused on the insect crisis. Only a few noticed that the speaker seemed different from the previous commander. Wu Wei turned to see the person looking back at him. Not only that, but their teammates also glanced over, their eyes filled with menace. Clearly, they intended to seize Wu Wei's command. The motives behind such behavior were likely twofold. First, the spatial disturbance evidently caught the attention of the military's higher-ups, and they saw this as a perfect opportunity to make a mark. Successfully commanding through this insect crisis might even earn them a third-class merit. The insect plague was about to end, and Lu Qing and his companions were getting restless. They were eyeing the command, calculating how to take over several squads to increase their chances of earning merit. To achieve this, they not only used intimidating glances at Wu Wei, but also had 2 teammates quietly approach him, making their intentions clear. Unexpectedly, Wu Wei seemed more sensible than they anticipated. Before they could act, Wu Wei voluntarily stepped back. Seeing this, Lu Qing gladly took over the command, thinking it was no big deal. He believed Wu Wei was merely following textbook maneuvers, something he could easily handle. However, as Lu Qing began to command with confidence, he quickly realized things weren't as simple as he thought. Although Wu Wei indeed applied textbook tactics, it didn't mean anyone could execute them skillfully. Lu Qing's command skills were far inferior to Wu Wei's, and soon, The once stable defense line became precarious, with the insect forces on the verge of breaking through. As the situation rapidly deteriorated, Lu Qing panicked, and the surrounding warriors also fell into chaos. Some began to question, what's going on? Why is the command style so different? Others pointed out the core issue. It's not just a difference in style, it's a vast difference in command skill. A few who had previously noticed Lu Qing seizing control, but remained silent due to the prestige of Team 0027, now had to speak up. They angrily shouted, Team 0027, we turned a blind eye when you seized command, but if you can't handle it, why are you still holding on to it? Give it back to him. Amidst the public outrage, Team 0027 had no choice but to admit defeat. Lu Qing, humiliated and furious, turned to Wu Wei and shouted, you take command. However, Wu Wei calmly played with a mud ball in his hand, showing no intention of taking over. Lu Qing, enraged, yelled, what are you doing? Can't you see the situation is dire? We're in a crisis, and you're just playing with a ball. Wu Wei responded coolly, isn't this chaos you're doing? You wanted the command, and I gave it to you. Now that you can't handle it, you expect to just hand it back to me? How about an apology? Lu Qing, his face flushed with anger, roared, you. Before he could finish, Wu Wei acted swiftly. 3 vines shot up, firmly binding the 3 members of Team 0027, excluding the tank operator on the front lines. The vines continued to rise, as if preparing to throw them out of the battlefield. The 3's expressions changed drastically, and they quickly pleaded, no, don't be impulsive. It was my mistake, I admit it, okay? Wu Wei sneered, that doesn't sound sincere. Maybe I should just toss you out. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the 3 sincerely apologized. No, it was our fault. We shouldn't have been so foolish to seize your command. We truly understand our mistake now. Please spare us. We won't do it again. After reprimanding Lu Qing and his group, Wu Wei resumed command. Although it was the same team, under Wu Wei's leadership, they were reinvigorated. Within a few maneuvers, the situation stabilized and even turned to counterattack. The insect forces were cleared one by one, and soon the plague was completely resolved. With the crisis averted, Wu Wei approached Lu Qing, gave him a firm pat on the face, and left with a meaningful remark. If you're lacking, practice more. As the insect crisis subsided, the situation gradually stabilized. Everyone's attention collectively turned to Squad 0027, who were securely tied up. The suspended team members drew smug expressions from most onlookers, indicating that Squad 0027 was not well liked here. However, the gaze directed at Wu Wei was filled with awe and respect. Despite Squad 0027's unpopularity, their strength was undeniable. Wu Wei's effortless subduing of the team showcased his extraordinary abilities, which was precisely the effect he aimed to achieve, paving the way for his next actions. Wu Wei surveyed the scene and asked in a deep voice, how did you all manage the insect crisis just now? I suspect the situation wasn't very optimistic. His eyes scanned each person present, noting the injuries on many. Although we ultimately resolved this crisis, I see many of you are hurt. Have you considered what it would be like if the insect invasion multiplied several times over, or even tenfold? His words sent a shiver through the crowd. The terrifying image conjured in their minds left everyone with a sense of dread. Seeing this, Wu Wei seized the moment and continued. Therefore, we must eliminate that so-called spatial energy mass. If we don't, more insect invasions are inevitable. I propose forming a spatial energy mass cleanup team, with me as the leader. We must act quickly to locate and destroy the energy mass before another insect disaster occurs. Before anyone could respond to Wu Wei's proposal, Lu Qing, who was tied up, impatiently interrupted. You're just trying to earn that second-class merit by tricking people into being cannon fodder for you. If anyone wants to risk their life for his credit, go ahead and join him. Lu Qing's sharp words changed the expressions of those around. Although harsh, they revealed a harsh reality. Nobody wanted to be a stepping stone for someone else's glory. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, Lu Qing quickly pressed his advantage. If you want people to help, words alone aren't enough. You need to offer something tangible. Expecting help for nothing is treating people like fools. I, Lu Qing, promise that anyone who helps me secure the spatial energy mass will receive all the military merits except the second-class one, which I will keep. Plus, I'll give each of you 100,000 yuan. Think carefully about whether you'd prefer money and merit with me, or to be someone else's free cannon fodder. Lu Qing's offer immediately tempted many, though some still looked to Wu Wei, hoping he might make a counteroffer for more options. Wu Wei let out a cold laugh and said, don't look at me. I'm poor and can't offer much. But I suggest you think carefully about who you choose to help. After all, you've seen some people's capabilities just now. Some money isn't worth the risk. And don't think this matter only concerns me. The threat of the spatial energy cluster hung over everyone like the sword of Damocles. Wu Wei spoke gravely. If we don't solve this issue, when the large-scale insect plague breaks out, no one will escape death. Choose wisely. My team departs in 3 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Wei assumed an indifferent stance, putting the surrounding teams in a dilemma. Seeing this, Lu Qing quickly darted around like an agile monkey, promising various benefits to each team. 3 minutes passed in a flash. Wu Wei stood up abruptly and commanded, "Assemble." Lu Qing wore a mocking smile, confident that his earlier efforts had convinced most people. However, his smile froze instantly when he saw the scene before him. To his shock, at Wu Wei's command, 9 out of the 13 small teams quickly gathered around him. Only 4 teams remained in place, including Lu Qing's own. Lu Qing's face turned ashen as he realized he had only persuaded a mere 3 teams despite all his efforts. This scene silently proved that most people still maintained a clear head. They knew that in the current critical situation, a capable leader was more valuable than money. Clearly, in everyone's mind, Wu Wei's leadership skills far surpassed Lu Qing's. Unconcerned with the underlying tensions, Wu Wei immediately led his team into action. Watching Wu Wei lead the large contingent away, Lu Qing cursed through gritted teeth. "A bunch of fools ready to be cannon fodder. We're leaving too." Hearing Lu Qing's venomous words, the 3 teams that chose to follow him felt a sinking feeling in their hearts, beginning to regret their decision. However, remembering Lu Qing's tempting promises, they reluctantly followed. The 2 groups went their separate ways to search for the spatial energy cluster. It wasn't long before a sharp sound cut through the silence, followed by a bright flash appearing in the sky. Both teams noticed this distress signal, but their reactions were vastly different. Lu Qing chose to ignore it. He had just a handful of people, prepared for seizing second-class merits, and couldn't afford to waste them on rescue efforts. In contrast, Wu Wei immediately ordered, "Let's check it out." Someone objected, "Wu Wei, we don't have much time." Wu Wei calmly analyzed, "A tight schedule doesn't mean we should ignore a cry for help. Besides, didn't you notice the characteristics of that signal? The brightness and intensity are quite high, clearly not ordinary. This suggests the team in trouble is strong. A strong team calling for help likely means they've encountered the spatial energy cluster." This analysis silenced the opposition. Thus, Wu Wei led his team swiftly towards the distress location. Though the light seemed close, the actual distance was considerable. The team moved quickly for nearly an hour before reaching the destination. Upon arrival, everyone's attention was drawn to a strange sight: a mass of energy flickering with distorted light, suspended in midair. Seeing the energy cluster, Wu Wei's team was momentarily stunned, their faces lighting up with joy. They looked at Wu Wei with admiration, amazed at the accuracy of his prediction. However, their joy quickly turned to fear as they saw what was beneath the energy cluster. Wu Wei's team held their breath, their eyes fixed on the mysterious energy entity below. There, an unusual group of insect-like creatures was stirring. Although their numbers were small, with only 20 to 30 of them, they were utterly terrifying. These creatures had blue wings that looked like exquisite garments. Standing on 2 legs, they measured between 1.3 to 1.5 meters tall, much larger than their ordinary kin. Most striking were their 4 limbs, long, gleaming green blades, razor sharp. These features all pointed to their distinct nature. They were a group of mutated green mantis. Ordinary green mantis were already formidable at Black Iron level 4, but these mutants were even more daunting. Their level was at least Black Iron 8 or higher, with the leader possibly reaching Black Iron 10. More frightening was the apparent qualitative leap in their abilities. The proof of this terrifying power was right before them. On the periphery of the energy field, 3 of the top teams were struggling. Just 6 green mantis, each about 1.3 meters tall, were overwhelming the trio. And facing them were another 20 to 30 even more fearsome creatures. Panic spread like a tide among the crowd, and all eyes turned to Wu Wei. However, in the face of such a dire situation, Wu Wei remained remarkably calm. "Save them first," Wu Wei commanded decisively. "Tanks form a shield formation at the front, support in the center, and damage dealers follow up. Guanhai Nichio, you're up first." "Yes," the group responded in unison. In this chaotic situation, Wu Wei's calmness acted as a stabilizing force, easing the tension among the team. Instinctively, everyone followed his orders. Led by Guanhai, the tanks quickly formed a shield formation and pressed forward. Meanwhile, at the edge of the energy field, Team 0017 was barely holding on. At that moment, they deeply appreciated Wu Wei's foresight. They had once scoffed at his suggestion to center their tactics around tanks, but now, it was Zhao Gang, the tank, who stood as their final line of defense against the Green Mantis assault. Yet, they knew this defense wouldn't last long. In 10 minutes at most, they would be completely overrun. Worse still, another 10 mantises were charging toward them, clearly having lost patience. The faces of Team 0017 turned pale, despair washing over them. "It's over," they thought in unison. The 6 mantises already had them on the ropes. Another 10 meant certain death. Just as they were about to lose hope, a powerful force suddenly pulled them downward. Zhao Gang managed to stay on his feet, but Lu Liang and Zhao Qing were knocked to the ground. Then, 6 thick vines burst from the ground like snakes, swiftly ensnaring the 6 green mantises, and holding them tightly together. This unexpected turn of events offered Team 0017 a glimmer of hope in their desperate situation. Suddenly, a massive figure charged forward like a raging dinosaur, swinging a long blade and instantly decapitating 6 green-clad mantises. This astonishing scene not only shocked Team 0017, but also caught the attention of Wu Wei's teammates. They realized that even though they had tried to overestimate Wu Wei's abilities, they still underestimated his true power. To take down 6 high-quality green-clad mantises in one swift strike was incredibly impressive. With a calm smile, Wu Wei said, "This is just the beginning." The system notification then flashed. "You have successfully slain 6 dual-blade green-clad mantises, premium black iron level 8, earning 162 personal experience points." Meanwhile, on the other side, 10 green-clad mantises were closing in on Guan Hai. Just as they approached, the small gravity spell from the mud ball on Guan Hai's shoulder activated. Vines shot out like serpents, tightly binding the group of 1.5-meter-tall dual-blade mantises and pulling them toward Guan Hai. With a swift motion, Guan Hai effortlessly cut through the mantises as if slicing through vegetables. The battle flowed seamlessly under the perfect coordination of the two fully equipped, extraordinary quality summoned creatures. Wu Wei's system notifications refreshed continuously. "You have successfully slain a dual-blade green-clad mantis, premium black iron level 10, earning 30 personal experience points." "You have successfully slain a dual-blade green-clad mantis, premium black iron level 10, earning 30 personal experience points." When Guan Hai reached the 8th mantis, the system notification updated again. "Your level has increased to black iron level 5. Wu Wei's teammates stood in awe, stunned by his immense strength. They had initially thought the group of green-clad mantises would be challenging to handle, only to find them powerless against Wu Wei's summoned creatures. After Guan Hai finished off 10 green-clad mantises, he immediately charged toward the remaining ones. The mud ball's gravity and vines followed closely, disrupting the enemies first. Despite most of the dual-blade green-clad mantises being of premium quality, they couldn't escape the mud ball's control, except for one, about 1.6 meters tall, which broke free and rushed at Guan Hai. Fearlessly, Guan Hai met it head-on. The two clashed, with the long blade striking against the twin blades. With a swift shoo, the mantis, clearly the leader, was sliced in half. At that moment, Wu Wei's team finally caught up to Team 0017. Everyone silently looked at Wu Wei, sharing the same thought. Why do you even need a team when you're this strong? Li Qingrong, who was monitoring the spatial rift data, suddenly frowned, his expression grave. The senior staff from the 3rd Card Academy nearby, along with the newly arrived director of the Department of Public Affairs, immediately sensed something was amiss and raised their eyebrows in unison. "What is it, Commander? Is there a problem?" the director of the Department of Public Affairs asked urgently. Li Qingrong's voice was steady and serious. "There's an anomaly in the spatial fluctuations. It seems there are 2 clusters of spatial energy." This statement hit everyone present like a heavy blow. They knew all too well what it meant. 2 temporary spatial channels forming implied a larger-scale insect disaster and further reduced the survival chances of the trapped students. However, worse news quickly followed. Li Qingrong continued. "The 2nd spatial energy cluster is much stronger than the 1st. If it maintains this intensity, there's a risk of the spatial rift collapsing." The faces of everyone present turned pale instantly. A collapsing spatial rift is akin to an overinflated balloon bursting. The best-case scenario would be a few openings allowing the insects to escape. The worst case would be a complete rupture, with the insects scattering like a burst of fireworks. Should this occur, it would deal a devastating blow to Base 096. Li Qingrong acted decisively, immediately mobilizing the troops stationed at Base 096. Meanwhile, the director of the Department of Public Affairs swiftly issued orders to enlist retired soldiers. The entire process was efficient and rapid, completed in less than 10 minutes. This wasn't due to exceptional efficiency, but because they were well-versed in these procedures since the spatial rifts appeared. They had faced similar situations once or twice a month. As preparations were underway, Li Qingrong's eyebrows raised again, causing those around him to hold their breath. "Commander, what happened now?" someone couldn't help but ask. Li Qingrong's expression relaxed slightly. "Good news. One of the spatial energy clusters has been dealt with." At the same time, Wu Wei received a series of system notifications. "You have activated the absolute luck talent. You have successfully slain the twin-blade green mantis leader, an outstanding black iron level 10, gaining 100 experience points. You have successfully destroyed a spatial energy cluster, gaining 500 experience points. Your level has increased to black iron 6 star." As Guan Hai's 2-blade struck, the twin-blade green mantis leader dropped 1 green and 2 blue cards. Even the spatial energy cluster yielded a blue card. Guan Hai quickly gathered all the cards before anyone else could react. Although the others saw items drop, no one dared to ask for them. After all, the battle was entirely Wu Wei's accomplishment, and while they felt envious, they didn't dare harbor other thoughts. At this moment, Wu Wei spoke up. Everyone, please help clean up the battlefield. Hearing this, although no one spoke, their faces clearly showed some dissatisfaction. After all, they had contributed little to the battle, and now being asked to do cleanup made them feel somewhat unbalanced. Do you really think you're the leader? You still need us to clean up your mess after a fight. However, when Wu Wei gave the order, assigned the tasks, and announced that the materials would belong to the team members, their faces lit up with joy. They all praised. That's a real leader for you, so generous. These high-quality Zerg materials were quite valuable, and the team members were naturally thrilled to get a share. Wu Wei calculated in his mind that there was a large quantity of these materials, and he couldn't carry those dual blades with him. Leaving them behind would be wasteful, so he decided to take this opportunity to win over the team. He quickly pocketed the extraordinary quality dual blades of the green-clad mantis, and then checked the rewards from the fierce battle he had just fought. Besides the 4 cards dropped by the leader and the energy orb, the 2 to 3 dozen high-quality dual-blade green-clad mantises contributed 3 cards. Armor-piercing saber, extraordinary black iron 10-star. Once equipped, it grants the user a strength boost of 1,000 pounds and comes with the skill Earth-splitting slash. Extraordinary fusion card. Allows 3 extraordinary quality cards to be fused and upgraded, with a standard success rate of 18. Thorn Chainmail, Cyan Black Iron 10-star. Once equipped, it grants the user a strength boost of 2,000 pounds and comes with the skill Thorn Spike. 10 meters in 1 step. Extraordinary Black Iron 10-star skill card. Once equipped, it grants the user the skill of the same name. Wu Wei couldn't help but marvel at the top-tier cards that had been dropped. He had been considering whether to fuse and upgrade equipment cards for Guan Hai, but unexpectedly, 2 excellent pieces of equipment had appeared directly. Without hesitation, Wu Zhuo replaced Guan Hai's iron slicing blade and iron armor with the armor-piercing saber and thorn chainmail. With the new equipment, Guan Hai's combat power skyrocketed. Reflecting on how Guan Hai had easily defeated the extraordinary quality leader before, it was partly because he was well equipped, but more importantly, he had the assistance of the Mudball. Without Mudball's help, Guan Hai might have struggled to one-shot the dual-blade green-clad mantis leader, and their strengths might have been evenly matched. But now, with these 2 new pieces of equipment, Guan Hai had become a humanoid war machine. Facing a single dual-blade green-clad mantis leader was one thing. Even if 3 to 5 of them came at once, they might not be able to budge him at all. As Wu Wei watched Guan Hai gleefully adapt to his new equipment, a sudden, intense spatial tremor struck again, even more violently than before. This made everyone around tense up, exclaiming, "What's going on? Why is it still shaking? Wasn't the spatial energy orb already dealt with? Why hasn't the spatial rift stopped shaking, and why does it feel even more intense than before?" Meanwhile, on the other side, in the team led by Lu Qing's face suddenly lit up with delight, exclaiming excitedly, "Found it!" At this moment, Lu Qing was staring excitedly at the massive energy cluster about 200 or 300 meters ahead. This energy cluster was the size of a basketball, far exceeding the fist-sized one on Wu Wei's side. Below the cluster, hundreds of iron-toothed ants were densely gathered, their sheer number astonishing. Instead of panicking, Lu Qing was thrilled. The frustration he felt earlier in front of Wu Wei had vanished, replaced by a desire for the second-class merit he was about to earn. He thought to himself with smug satisfaction, "Wu Wei, so what if you're good at commanding? This military merit will ultimately be mine. Once we leave the spatial rift, I'll make you understand what cruelty really means." The profession of a card master is extremely unfair. Those with money and connections live in a different world compared to those from humble beginnings. Wu Wei, an orphan, struggled to get a yellow turban soldier card. In contrast, Lu Qing, a second generation, easily obtained a card of excellent quality. Although Lu Qing's family at base 096 wasn't top tier, they were still influential. Publicly humiliated by Wu Wei, Lu Qing couldn't swallow his pride. Although he couldn't act against Wu Wei in the spatial rift or before the college entrance exams, as long as he secured this second-class merit, a little maneuvering would make crushing Wu Wei as easy as squashing an ant. With this thought, Lu Qing trembled with excitement and impatiently ordered, "Go, go, go! What are you waiting for? Do you want the military merit and cards or not? Go, lure the iron-toothed ants away, and I'll finish them off." Lu Qing's commanding attitude infuriated the 3 teams apart from 0027. But they were already on board with his plan, and backing out now was nearly impossible. Reluctantly, they had to proceed. Fortunately, the opponent was the iron-toothed ants, which shouldn't be too difficult to handle. Even if they couldn't defeat them all at once, they could at least lure them away and deal with them gradually. With this mindset, the 3 teams made their move. However, the situation quickly spiraled out of control. "Something's wrong. These aren't ordinary iron-toothed ants," a team member shouted in horror. "Iron-toothed ants aren't this fast. Run. These are premium quality insects." Before the words were finished, over 100 iron-toothed ants surged forward like a tide, their speed astonishing. Even more terrifying, the team's attacks seemed to have no substantial effect on them. The three teams were so frightened they retreated repeatedly. Seeing this, Lu Qing was furious and shouted, "Don't retreat. Hold them off. Otherwise, you won't get a single penny." The three teams, seething with anger, wanted to curse loudly. But for the sake of money, they had to grit their teeth, maintain their defense, and struggle against the iron-toothed ants. The situation became a stalemate, with team members drenched in sweat, on the brink of being overwhelmed by the swarm at any moment. Fortunately, although the iron-toothed ants were of elite level, they were among the weaker ones. The three teams, consisting of 12 people, worked together to barely fend off the attack of over 100 iron-toothed ants. Seeing this, Lu Qing led Team 0027 to bypass the battle zone and head straight for the space energy cluster. As they passed the struggling teams, a look of disdain flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. Is that all they've got? They can't even handle 100 or so iron-toothed ants. What a bunch of losers, he thought to himself. Watch how Team 0027 shows its prowess. Team 0027 charged into the swarm of iron-toothed ants with great momentum, determined to crush their opponents. However, they quickly realized the difficulty of their task. The iron-toothed ants were far stronger than expected, and despite all members of Team 0027 possessing exceptional quality origin cards, they couldn't quickly break through the encirclement. Doubt began to creep into the team members, and they voiced their concerns to Lu Qing. "Captain, something's wrong. Shouldn't we retreat?" "Yeah, Captain, these iron-toothed ants are too strong. We might not make it out in one piece." Facing the wavering morale, Lu Qing confidently reassured them. "Don't worry, I have a trump card up my sleeve. I guarantee we can escape safely." These words immediately calmed the team, and they chose to trust and fully cooperate with their captain's plan. Team 0027 pushed forward with all their might, and finally broke through to within 20 meters of the space energy cluster. Seeing this, Lu Qing's eyes gleamed with joy. "Here comes my second-class merit," he thought excitedly, as he released a fire serpent towards the space energy cluster. Lu Qing eagerly awaited the moment the space energy cluster would shatter. However, to his shock, the fire serpent was instantly obliterated, leaving the space energy cluster completely unharmed. How is that possible? Lu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. "I'm an exceptional quality origin card holder. How could I fail?" Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. "No, this is bad." "What's wrong, Captain?" the team members anxiously asked. Lu Qing's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "This space energy cluster is of a rare level. Retreat immediately." Team 0027 was stunned and quickly turned to retreat, but it was too late. They were already deeply surrounded by the iron-toothed ants. The team struggled to break free but couldn't escape the encirclement. As the iron-toothed ants closed in, the team members looked to Lu Qing for help. "Captain, isn't it time to use your ace in the hole?" Lu Qing murmured quietly, "It's time." With that, he unhesitatingly used a consumption card. In an instant, he was engulfed in flames, and in the next moment, Lu Qing shot into the sky like an arrow, disappearing without a trace. This sudden turn of events left his teammates and the other 12 people dumbfounded. As they came to their senses, a mix of anger and despair washed over them. Lu Qing's betrayal left everyone pale with shock. Wu Wei stood at the edge of the spatial rift, deep in thought. After resolving the first energy cluster, the rift's vibrations not only persisted but intensified. He quickly realized that there might be a second cluster lurking. "Gather up," Wu Wei ordered decisively, his voice cutting through the chaotic vibrations of the space. "Those with terrain-altering abilities, stay with me to set up defenses. Everyone else, spread out and search. If you find an energy cluster, signal its location immediately." He scanned the surroundings with a piercing gaze. "Remember, we only have 6 hours. The energy cluster takes no more than 8 hours to form, and 2 hours have already passed. If we find nothing within 6 hours, retreat to the passage entrance immediately." "Understood. Understood." The team responded in unison, quickly springing into action. In just 2 hours, Wu Wei had already established his authority among this unfamiliar group of teammates. He led those with terrain-altering abilities back to the space passage, beginning the construction of defensive structures. The Earth Shelter ability of Mudball combined with the terrain-altering skills of 4 teammates resulted in a small defensive fortress rising within 6 hours. Though the fortress had its flaws, its main framework was sturdy and even offered some spiritual energy restoration. However, as the construction finished, Wu Wei grew increasingly anxious. He was reluctant to rely on this last line of defense, as it signaled a desperate gamble for survival. 6 hours passed, and the search teams returned empty-handed. To Wu Wei's surprise, Lu Qing also returned with the group to the passage entrance. Seeing the exhausted faces, Wu Wei's heart sank. It wasn't until an unexpected figure appeared that his attention was immediately captured. The moment Lu Qing appeared, Wu Wei's gaze locked onto him with the sharpness of a hawk. The surrounding crowd fell silent instantly, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. "Lu Qing, why are you the only one back? Where are your teammates?" Wu Wei's voice carried clear suspicion and dissatisfaction. Lu Qing's expression was somewhat unnatural, his eyes flickering. I don't know. I got separated from them. Separated. Wu Wei's eyebrows furrowed, his voice rising sharply. All of them wandered off, and only you know the way back? Do you take me for a fool? He advanced towards Lu Qing, his eyes glinting dangerously. Did you encounter a spatial energy cluster? Where is it? The people around also realized the situation, and dozens of eyes bore into Lu Qing, the pressure palpable. Lu Qing felt the immense pressure, but tried to remain calm. I really don't know. Who knows where they ran off to? He seemed determined to stick to his story, confident that no one could do anything to him if he just insisted on knowing nothing. Wu Wei became increasingly convinced that Lu Qing was lying. He even suspected that Lu Qing might have abandoned his teammates, who were likely no longer alive. Anger surged within him, but Wu Wei suppressed it, deciding to reason with him first. Lu Qing, you should understand our current situation, Wu Wei said, softening his tone. Don't be deceived by the number of people here or this small fortress. Once the insect infestation breaks out, we won't last long. Our only hope is to find and deal with that spatial energy cluster. He paused, his voice carrying a tempting note. Tell me where it is, and I might even let you deliver the final blow. How about it? However, Lu Qing's expression remained largely unmoved, with even a hint of disdain. I told you, I really don't know. No. Wu Wei interrupted him sharply, his face turning cold. You know, there's only one reason you're not saying anything. You think you can't handle that spatial energy cluster. If I'm not mistaken, it's of a rare level, right? I don't know what you're talking about. Lu Qing's words were cut off by a sudden, loud slap. Slap. The blow was swift and vicious, leaving Lu Qing stunned for a moment before he could react. His cheek burned painfully, and his eyes flashed with a mix of fear and then anger. How dare you hit me? Lu Qing roared. Do you know who my father is? He's the deputy director of the administrative department at base 096. Upon hearing this, the faces of those around them changed drastically, and the air seemed to freeze. Wu Wei's actions paused slightly. Seeing this, Lu Qing's face broke into a smug smile. Go on, weren't you hitting me so confidently just now? Try hitting me again if you dare. Slap, 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 slap. Before he could finish, a flurry of slaps rained down on Lu Qing's face. Wu Wei's hand landed repeatedly, and when Lu Qing tried to resist, he was suddenly restrained by vines that appeared out of nowhere. The continuous slaps left him dizzy, his ears ringing. Initially, Lu Qing was still shouting threats at Wu Wei, but as the slaps continued, his threats turned into pleas. Stop! Please stop! Wu Wei finally ceased, grabbing Lu Qing by the collar and pulling him close. Now will you talk? Or do you want me to continue? Lu Qing, now battered and emotionally shattered, relented. You've guessed it, it is a rare-level spatial energy cluster. What are you planning to do? Do you think you can handle it? Why not just stay here and wait for the spatial passage to open? Wu Wei sneered. Do you think we can afford to wait? Once a rare-level spatial energy cluster becomes a spatial passage, the ensuing insect infestation will fill the entire spatial rift in less than 10 minutes. How long do you think we can hold out then? His words served as a warning not only to Lu Qing but also to the surrounding teammates, who had initially hesitated upon hearing about the rare-level cluster. Now, they realized the severity of the situation. Ignoring the reactions of others, Wu Wei's cold gaze fixed on Lu Qing. You have two choices now. 1. Tell me the location of the spatial energy cluster immediately. Or 2. Be beaten to death right here. At the moment Wu Wei declared he would kill Lu Qing, his hand clamped around Lu Qing's throat like a vice. Wu Wei's eyes burned with fury, driven not only by Lu Qing's immoral behavior, but also by his concealment of crucial information that could have led to Wu Wei's demise. In such a life-and-death moment, the fact that Lu Qing's father was a deputy director in the government was meaningless. Wu Wei's grip tightened steadily, and Lu Qing's face turned from red to blue, on the verge of suffocation. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Lu Qing finally surrendered under the threat of death, revealing the precise location of the spatial passage. Surprisingly, it was only 10 kilometers away. The reason it had remained undiscovered was Lu Qing's deliberate misdirection of other searchers. Once he knew the location, Wu Wei wasted no time. He mounted Guan Hai and led his team straight to the destination. Before long, a basketball-sized sphere of spatial energy appeared before them. The sight was chilling. Thousands of iron-toothed ants swarmed below the energy sphere, which itself was violently contracting, seemingly ready to transform into a spatial passage and unleash a catastrophic insect invasion. Everyone's faces fell, and Lu Qing hysterically shouted, I told you not to come. This rare-quality spatial energy sphere is beyond. Smack. Wu Wei interrupted Lu Qing with a slap, then decisively ordered, everyone get ready. Prepare for a charge formation. However, this time, the team members hesitated, turning to Wu Wei with eyes full of doubt and fear. Wu Wei took a deep breath and spoke gravely. I understand your concerns. You're afraid of the insect outbreak, afraid of being reduced to nothing. But let me tell you, even if we don't act, the outcome will be the same. Think about it. We haven't received any information for 6 hours. This means the spatial barrier's lockdown is more severe than before. Once this passage opens, the spatial fluctuations will be more intense, and the lockdown will be even tighter. We have no choice. Move out. If you won't go, I'll go alone. As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Hai charged forward with Mudball. Seeing this, the others' expressions changed, and they ultimately chose to follow Wu Wei's lead. Wu Wei smiled slightly, took command, and began organizing the charge. Guan Hai became the spearhead of the formation, with Mudball returning to Wu Wei's shoulder, ready for action. As Wu Wei's group launched their charge, the swarm of iron-toothed ants surged forward. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. Support, enhance the front line. Attackers, focus on the front, help relieve the pressure. Front line, give it your all and charge. Wu Wei's commands were clear and direct. Under his leadership, the team concentrated all their power on the front line. The frontline warriors, bolstered by various enhancement skills, began a ferocious charge. Leading the charge, Guan Hai displayed a terrifying level of power, cutting through the swarm of iron-toothed ants like a sharp blade. Guan Hai, an already formidable warrior, wielded a sharp horse-chopping saber and donned a sturdy armor of thorns, charging into the swarm of iron fang ants like a black lightning bolt. His blade flickered, cutting through the air with flashes of cold light, each swing claiming the lives of a dozen high-quality iron fang ants. You have slain a 10-star black iron high-quality iron fang ant. You gained 27 experience points. The system notifications kept updating continuously, and Wu Wei's experience points soared rapidly. Under Guan Hai's powerful lead at the front, the iron fang ants' defenses were torn apart as if they were made of paper. Wu Wei and his team followed this breach like a sharp knife aimed straight at the spatial energy cluster. Though the iron fang ants were of high quality, they were still no match for Wu Wei's group. Their advance was much faster than the previous team led by Lu Qing, and they soon reached a position just 50 meters from the spatial energy cluster. However, there they encountered unexpectedly strong resistance. The iron fang ants before them were different. They were covered in black metallic spots, and their fangs glinted with a chilling metallic sheen. Guan Hai swung his saber, but this time he could only take down 3 to 5. You have slain a 10-star black iron superior iron fang ant. You gain 91 experience points. Another system notification sounded, and Wu Wei's level advanced to black iron 7-star. However, his expression was grim. Surrounded by a dense throng of superior quality iron fang ants, Guan Hai's every swing could yield a couple of blue cards. Under normal circumstances, such rewards would have thrilled Wu Wei, but now he found no cause for joy. This horde of superior quality iron fang ants was like an impenetrable wall, drastically slowing their advance, and aside from Guan Hai, the others could barely hold on. In desperation, Wu Wei made a bold decision. He ordered Guan Hai to break away from the formation and charge the spatial energy cluster alone. Freed from the constraints of the team, Guan Hai became an unstoppable force. Even against superior quality iron fang ants, he remained invincible. His saber traced deadly arcs in the air, felling numerous ants in his path. Each step Guan Hai took was paved with the corpses of iron fang ants. For every meter of the 50-meter distance, at least 2 or 3 superior quality iron fang ants had to be slain. The system notifications kept updating. You have slain a 10-star black iron superior iron fang ant. You gain 82 experience points. Finally, when Guan Hai reached the spatial energy cluster, another notification flashed. Your experience bar is full. Level up to black iron 8-star. At that moment, Guan Hai leaped like an arrow released from a bow. His horse-chopping saber gleamed with a cold light as he fiercely struck at the spatial energy cluster suspended high above. The moment Guan Hai leaped high into the air with his massive saber, time seemed to freeze. The hearts of the dozens of people on Wu Wei's side beat almost in unison, their fates hanging by a thread. Under their breath-held gaze, Guan Hai's powerful figure descended like lightning, his saber slashing fiercely at the spatial rift. Crash! A deafening impact rang out, followed by an unsettling silence. The crowd watched in shock as Guan Hai, along with his weapon, was flung back like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. This scene was like a sledgehammer, shattering all their hopes. Lu Qing's face turned ashen as he burst out. I told you that you can't break through such a rare level of spatial energy cluster, but you wouldn't listen. Now look at us where we all. Before he could finish, a sharp smack cut him off. It wasn't Wu Wei who had acted, but the little mud ball on his shoulder. The clever little creature quickly learned, mimicking Wu Wei's earlier move, not only landing a precise slap on Lu Qing's face, but also skillfully using vines to wrap around his mouth, silencing his endless complaints. Well done. Wu Wei couldn't help but praise, giving the little mud ball a playful rub. The tiny creature was instantly delighted, extending its arms in a proud, Hansen hips pose, so adorable it was impossible not to smile. However, This warm moment only made those around them more anxious. Captain, at a time like this, you still have the mind to play with your pet? One team member said, stomping in frustration. Your summoned beast couldn't break through the spatial energy cluster's defense, and now that things fluctuations are getting faster. If a swarm breaks out, we'll all die here. You have to think of something. Yeah, Captain, echoed another, despair in their voice. If you don't come up with a plan, we'll all die here. I don't want to die. Most people were panicking, but a few remained calm. The three members of Team 0017 stepped forward, trying to soothe the crowd's nerves. I know you're anxious, but panicking won't help, one of them said firmly. Trust the captain. He'll come up with a solution. Just then, a discordant voice interrupted. What solution could there be at this point? Look, he's already recalled his summoned beast. He's clearly planning to escape on his own. Everyone turned to see Guanhai, who had been knocked back, now rushing back to Wu Wei's side with incredible speed. This sight changed everyone's expressions, filled with suspicion and unease. Was Wu Wei really going to abandon them? Fear and despair surged like a tide, and some even considered the idea of blocking him. If we're going to die, we die together. But seeing Guanhai's massive figure, they had to extinguish such dangerous thoughts. They knew they were no match for Guanhai, let alone Wu Wei. Just as everyone was on the brink of collapse, Wu Wei suddenly raised his hand with a wave. To everyone's astonishment, Guanhai transformed into a blue card in the blink of an eye, landing steadily in Wu Wei's hand. This unexpected turn left everyone stunned, uncertain of what would happen next. At that moment, Wu Wei's firm voice echoed in everyone's ears. Don't worry, since I brought you here, I will make sure to get you out alive. If anyone has to die, it will be me, Wu Wei, first. The people around were taken aback by his words. Before they could react, Wu Wei swiftly loaded a blue card, and with a wave of his hand, a blue furnace materialized in front of him. Instantly, everyone realized the deeper meaning behind Wu Wei's words and understood why he had withdrawn Guanhai. Wu Wei's intentions were now clear, intended to fuse the cards. If he succeeded, the card would upgrade, and the immediate crisis would be resolved. But if he failed, Wu Wei would be the first to perish, just as he had said. At this moment, the people standing by Wu Wei's side had complex expressions in their eyes. To be fair, if they were in his position, they would never make such a choice at this critical moment. Even if they had to take a gamble, it shouldn't be now. Wu Wei clearly had a way out, yet he resolutely chose to take the risk. Without hesitation, Wu Wei threw Guanhai into the furnace. At the same time, his gaze fell on the few blue cards in his hand. Some of these were left over from before, while others had just been retrieved from Guanhai. Wu Wei was searching among these cards for two suitable ones to upgrade Guanhai. He quickly scanned the cards in his hand. Step 10 meters. An excellent black iron 10-star skill card that grants the step 10 meters skill when loaded. Fire Wolf King. An excellent black iron 10-star summon card that allows the summoning of a high-quality Fire Wolf King to assist in battle when loaded. Earth Shatter Slash. An excellent black iron 10-star skill card that grants the warrior skill Earth Shatter Slash when loaded. Wu Wei's gaze quickly focused on the step 10 meters and Earth Shatter Slash cards. One enhances mobility, the other boosts explosive power, which were precisely what Guanhai lacked. He decisively placed these two cards into the furnace one after the other. Instantly, two notifications appeared in Wu Wei's vision. You have chosen step 10 meters as the auxiliary card, with a compatibility of 60 and a fusion success rate of 10.08. You have chosen Earth Shatter Slash as the auxiliary card, with a compatibility of 100 and a fusion success rate of 10.08. At this moment, Wu Wei's talent was activated. You have activated the talent Absolute Luck, increasing the card fusion success rate to 100 and the upgrade probability upon fusion to 100. With all the cards in place and his talent activated, Wu Wei looked around. Those who had been criticizing him earlier now lowered their heads, avoiding his gaze. Wu Wei, without hesitation, chose to proceed with the fusion. As Wu Wei made his decision, the furnace card in front of him began to operate. Everyone's hearts tightened once more as they watched the fusing card with intense anticipation. At this moment, they were more united than ever. Even Lu Qing silently prayed for Wu Wei's success. After all, at this moment, everyone's lives were tightly intertwined with Wu Wei's. Only if Wu Wei succeeded would they have a chance to survive. Moments later, the furnace suddenly lit up, and a green light shot skyward. As the light blossomed, a deafening cheer erupted around them. Almost simultaneously, a crisp crack was heard. The moment the azure glow appeared, a system notification refreshed before Wu Wei's eyes. Your card fusion was successful. The Yellow Turban Warrior's quality has been upgraded to rare, with all skill qualities enhanced to blue. The primal skill, Basic Yellow Turban Power, has been awakened. Your spiritual power limit has increased by 200 points. Simultaneously, Guanhai's new attributes appeared before Wu Wei. Card, Yellow Turban Warrior. Quality, Rare Tier, Black Iron 8-star. Effect, can summon the Yellow Turban Warrior to fight. Description, using the yellow Turban Warrior card as the main card, fused with 10-meter step and earth-splitting slash, successfully breaking the limit to gain the primal skill. Mastered skills. 1. Bull's Strength Blue. Activation increases the yellow Turban Elite's own strength by 105,000 pounds. 2. Recuperation Blue. Restores own spiritual power in non-combat state without extra consumption from the owner. Can actively activate to quickly heal injuries and restore spiritual power. 3. Iron Shirt Blue. Passively increases physical defense significantly. When encountering a fatal attack or actively triggered, enters an iron armor state, greatly enhancing physical defense and somewhat increasing energy defense. 4. Equipment Mastery Blue. Adds an additional weapon card slot and armor card slot, with each extra piece of equipment increasing own strength by 2,000 pounds. 5. 100-meter Step Blue. Consumes spiritual power to dash within a 100-meter range, boosting attack upon stopping. 6. Earth-Splitting Slash Blue. Consumes spiritual energy to unleash an earth-splitting strike, dealing massive damage to enemies within a 180-degree, 10-meter range in front. 7. Basic Yellow Turban Power Blue. Passively increases own strength by 2,500 pounds and spiritual power limit by 500. Wu Wei gasped at these astonishing attributes. At this moment, he finally understood what the textbooks meant by saying, cards of rare quality and above are on a different level than those below rare quality. The upgraded Guanhai had undergone a qualitative leap in strength, almost capable of battling dozens of his former self before the fusion upgrade. While Wu Wei was absorbed in the terrifying attributes of Guanhai, a crisp crack sound came from the spatial energy channel. Everyone instinctively looked over, and their excited expressions instantly froze. The spatial energy mass had stabilized, and an extremely menacing insect was preparing to crawl out of the energy channel. Upon seeing the insect clearly, most people wore expressions of despair. Not good, the spatial channel is about to stabilize, and the insect inside is coming out. Damn it, we finally succeeded, but it's still too late? It's too late. There's no way to cover the distance of several dozen meters in time. Even if we could, it wouldn't matter. Didn't you see that insect? It's a rare quality steel insect, the highest defense among rare qualities. If we can't break its defense in one hit, we're done for. We're doomed. This time we're completely doomed. Despairing voices rose one after another, and at that moment, the Azure card before Wu Wei transformed into the fully armed Guanhai. The moment Guanhai was summoned, he erupted like a bolt of lightning. His figure left a trail in the air, instantly covering a distance of 50 meters to appear before the energy portal. With a fierce swing of his horse-cutting saber, the blade flashed with a brilliant light. With a swift slash, the sharp blade tore through the air, slicing a steel insect that was about to crawl out of the spatial channel in half, along with the Yeto-formed energy portal behind it. The flash of the blade left both the insect and the energy channel shattered like paper. The system notification updated immediately. You have successfully slain a rare black iron 10-star steel insect, gaining 100 experience points. You have successfully shattered the spatial energy mass, gaining 5,000 experience points. Your level has increased to black iron 10-star. This scene left everyone present in awe. Although they couldn't see Wu Wei's system notifications, the image of Guanhai cleaving through both the steel insect and the spatial energy channel was vividly etched into their minds. The spectators' eyes widened in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. How is this possible? Someone muttered. That's the strongest defense steel insect, another exclaimed. Even the spatial channel was cut through. What immense power is this? Amidst the shock, many felt a growing desire for fusion cards, their eyes gleaming with excitement and greed, as if they could see themselves wielding such formidable power. Wu Wei noticed their expressions and silently shook his head. He understood the truth about fusion cards. While indeed stronger than ordinary cards, their power was limited. Most of the time, a successful fusion might only add 1 or 2 skills, and quality upgrades usually only enhance specific skills. His own comprehensive upgrade was nothing short of a miraculous occurrence. However, Wu Wei chose not to dissuade them. He knew that any advice would be futile at this moment. Rational individuals needed no convincing, and those already blinded by power would not heed his words. Refocusing on the battlefield, Wu Wei saw that although the main threat had been neutralized, there were still hundreds of iron-toothed ants that needed to be dealt with. However, these small creatures no longer posed a significant threat. Guanhai struck again, delivering a ground-cleaving slash that sent the earth rolling like waves, instantly clearing dozens of the exceptional quality iron-toothed ants. Wu Wei didn't hoard the victory, but left the remaining small creatures for his teammates to handle. Everyone, the rest is up to you, Wu Wei shouted. These little guys shouldn't be a problem for you. Under Wu Wei's direction, the team worked in harmony and quickly cleared out the remaining iron-toothed ants. As they tidied up the battlefield, everyone's phone buzzed with a text message. The spatial channel has returned to normal. You can safely evacuate now. Wu Wei read the message and breathed a sigh of relief. Not only had the mission been completed successfully, but they had also unexpectedly gained a wealth of experience and potential accolades. As he glanced at his teammates' tired yet exhilarated faces, a sense of pride welled up within him. No matter what challenges lay ahead, at this moment, they were undisputed heroes. "We're out, Captain. We finally made it out. It wasn't easy, but we survived. Thank you, Captain. Thank the heavens." Outside the spatial rift, cheers erupted like a tidal wave. The students stumbled out, some overjoyed to the point of tears, others collapsing onto the ground. The thrill of escaping death broke all restraints as they laughed and cried in each other's arms. Onlookers quietly observed, giving them space to release their emotions. As the cheers gradually subsided, Li Qingrong, the commander of the 096 garrison, stepped forward and spoke in a booming voice. "You all did well. Everyone involved in this incident will receive a collective second-class merit award and 50 personal military merit points. Also, who was it that broke through the spatial energy mass?" At his words, the crowd, which had just calmed down, erupted once more. Everyone surged towards Wu Wei, lifting him high into the air. Wu Wei turned pale. As a summoner, his strength lay mainly in his summoned beasts, while he himself was quite fragile. Being tossed up to the height of a 2- or 3-story building, he silently prayed that nothing would go wrong. Soon, the excited crowd set Wu Wei down and escorted him to Li Qingrong. Wu Wei took a deep breath, steadied himself, and displayed the system notification of breaking through 2 spatial energy masses, making it publicly visible for Li Qingrong. Li Qingrong nodded with satisfaction and patted Wu Wei on the shoulder. "Well done. Those 2 second-class merits are yours. I'll ensure the relevant departments process it quickly so it's in place before the college entrance exams." "Yes, sir," Wu Wei replied, standing tall. After a few words of encouragement, Li Qingrong departed. As the commander of the 096 base, his job was less strenuous than the front line, but still busy, especially since incidents involving 2 spatial energy masses were rare. The director of the Political Affairs Department also briefly encouraged everyone before leading his team away. Lastly, the school representatives offered verbal praise along with tangible rewards. All participating students received credit awards, and under Lu Cheng's leadership, Wu Wei, the hero who broke through the 2 spatial energy masses, was granted the privilege of selecting 2 blue cards from the school's logistics vault. Even though Wu Wei had already acquired many blue cards from the spatial rift, this reward thrilled him. After all, one can never have too many cards, and not all cards obtained from the spatial rift were suitable for Mudball fusion upgrades. Finding the right cards at school would be ideal. Once back at school, Wu Wei headed straight to the logistics department. He traded in some of his unused cards and materials for the cards he desperately needed, preparing himself for future challenges. Ultimately, Wu Wei successfully exchanged for 7 valuable cards. His haul included 3 exceptional fusion cards, which can combine 3 exceptional quality cards into one, with a standard success rate of 18 that can reach up to 100. Additionally, he acquired 4 exceptional Black Iron 10-star skill cards, the Flame Enhancement card, the Explosive Fireball card, the Earth Shelter card, and the Earth Gravity card, each granting powerful corresponding skills. Wu Wei intended to exchange for more fusion cards, but he was a step too late. Fusion cards, especially those of exceptional grade, had been snatched up by others. The original dozen or so exceptional cards quickly dwindled to just these 3, and had it not been for Wu Wei's swift action, he might not have even secured these last few. Others in the same spatial rift as Wu Wei were also frantically exchanging for fusion cards. Among them, Lu Qing's actions were the most aggressive, as he exchanged for 10 exceptional quality fusion cards in one go. When taking the cards, Lu Qing cast a provocative glance at Wu Wei, but Wu Wei ignored him and quietly picked up his cards and left. Wu Wei did not notice that as he turned to leave, Lu Qing was watching his back with a malicious gaze. Even if he had noticed, Wu Wei wouldn't have cared. He had changed significantly. The upcoming collective second-class merit and 2 individual second-class merits were enough to secure his unassailable position. Even Lu Qing's father, a deputy director in the Bureau of Administration, would find it difficult to pose a threat to him. Back at the dormitory, Wu Wei quickly freshened up and ate, waiting for his absolute luck to cool down. As soon as the time came, he didn't hesitate to load the exceptional fusion card. Although the standard success rate for an exceptional quality fusion card was only 18, for Wu Wei, any chance of success meant certain success. You have selected the Earth Spirit of Magic Soil as the main card, with Earth Shelter and Earth Gravity as auxiliary cards, to proceed with card fusion, the system prompted. You have activated the talent Absolute Luck. Your card fusion was successful, and you have obtained the rare Young Earth Spirit card. Your magic power limit has increased by 200 points. The newly acquired Young Earth Spirit card is of rare quality and Black Iron 10-star rank. This card can summon a Young Earth Spirit to participate in battles, formed by fusing the Earth Spirit of Magic Soil with the Earth Shelter and Earth Gravity cards. It possesses several powerful skills. 1. Mud Sanctuary. constructs a small sanctuary with remarkable defense, offering both magic and life recovery effects. 2. Vine Bind. Summons vines within a 50-meter radius to bind targets, with stronger binding for fewer targets. 3. Earth Sense. Detects earth ripples within a 500-meter range, sensing targets within 10 meters of the ground. 4. Magic Reserve. Has a magic reserve limit of 5,000 points, supplying magic to targets with automatic recovery of 24 to 30 points per minute. 5. Minor Gravity Technique. Alters gravity by 1 to 30 times on a single target or specific area. 6. Earth Shelter. Provides defensive shelter for itself or allied units. 7. Earth Gravity. Controls Earth gravity to disrupt enemy movements. This newly acquired card will undoubtedly greatly enhance Wu Wei's combat capabilities and pave the way for his future adventures. After successfully upgrading the mud ball to a rare quality, Wu Wei fell into a deep, satisfying sleep. It was the most restful sleep he had experienced in 18 years, as if all his previous worries about university admission and the looming threat of becoming cannon fodder on the battlefield had vanished. With his awakening talent, the 2 original cards reaching rare quality, and the prospect of earning 2 personal second-class merits and 1 collective second-class merit, Wu Wei's future seemed bright. The choice of which university to attend was now in his hands, and his future felt more secure. Finally, he could relax and enjoy a peaceful night. However, while Wu Wei was peacefully asleep, someone else was restless. Lu Qing. Obsessed with obtaining the second-class merit, he had resorted to every trick in the book, even using a life-saving card and betraying his teammates. But in the end, he only managed to secure a collective second-class merit. A personal second-class merit allows one the freedom to choose from most card universities, but a collective second-class merit pales in comparison, offering only a few extra points on the college entrance exam. Worse still, all his teammates had perished. Without new teammates, Lu Qing would be left to face the exam alone, and he wasn't confident about getting into university on his own. This outcome was unacceptable to Lu Qing. But what could he do? Beg Wu Wei to give him the second-class merit? Even if he swallowed his pride and asked, Wu Wei would likely refuse. At the moment, what worried Lu Qing more than the exam was facing his father, the deputy director of the political affairs department. And as if on cue, his father appeared. Are you asleep? Lu Ruin's voice came from outside the door. The sound was like a thunderclap, making Lu Qing's body tremble and his face turn pale with cold sweat. He instinctively considered pretending to be asleep, but his father continued. Can you really sleep right now? No, Dad, I'm still awake. Lu Qing stammered as he got up to open the door. Standing outside was a middle-aged man in a suit and sunglasses. Lu Qing tried to support his father, but Lu Ruin ignored him and walked straight into the room, sitting on Lu Qing's bed. The parents of those kids just came to see me, Lu Ruin said bluntly. Tell me, what really happened inside the spatial rift? Lu Qing's face turned ashen. After a brief hesitation, he began to speak. Although his account was somewhat biased, he mostly told the truth about what had occurred in the spatial rift. Lu Ruin listened quietly without interruption, his face expressionless. When Lu Qing finished, his father asked, Did you consider the consequences of your actions? Lu Qing shook his head silently, his face still pale. And after you left the spatial rift, did you think about what to do next? Lu Ruin pressed further. Biting his lip, Lu Qing replied, I bought 10 fusion cards. That bastard only got stronger by fusing a rare quality card. I can do it too. If I can fuse 2 rare quality originals, I'll be even stronger than him. Listening to his son's unrealistic plans, Lu Ruin didn't scold him. Instead, he calmly said, All right, let's try it your way. Within hours, hundreds of cards were laid out in front of Lu Qing. Lu Qing stood in the center of the room, staring blankly at the mountain of hundreds of cards before him. The blue cards glimmered under the light, as if whispering the heavy price they carried. His father's voice, Lu Ruin, echoed in his ears, each word striking his heart like a heavy hammer. I used all the resources our family could muster, mortgaged 8 houses and 16 shops to get you these cards. They should be enough for you to upgrade 50 times. Now, you can follow your own plan. Lu Qing's mind was a blank. He never imagined things would unfold this way. When he spoke those words, he was prepared for a beating. Yet, his father neither hit him nor scolded him. Instead, he exchanged most of the family's assets for these cards. At that moment, a surge of complex emotions overwhelmed Lu Qing. Lu Ruin's calm voice spoke again. Didn't you want to fuse? Go ahead. This sentence shattered Lu Qing's emotional defenses. He threw himself into his father's arms, his voice choked with tears. Dad, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I won't fuse anymore. Please return these things. I really know I was wrong. Lu Ruin looked at his son with a comforting expression. He softly said, Well, you're a bit foolish, but at least you still think of your old man. However, these things can't be returned. His tone turned serious. Remember, many choices in life can't be undone. So from now on, you need to think carefully about whether you can bear the consequences of each decision. I can't always stand behind you. So you need to learn to be independent, understand? Yes. Lu Qing nodded firmly. Lu Ruin continued. All right, stop crying. Since these cards are here, go ahead and try fusing them. There's a substitute card prepared for you, so failure won't damage the original card. Remember, never gamble like that way, kid. You can win countless times, but one loss could ruin everything. So if you must gamble, be fully prepared. I understand. Lu Qing nodded again, though his face still showed concern as he looked at the hundreds of blue cards. But what if I fail again? Lu Ruin, wearing gloves, gently patted Lu Qing's head. Don't worry. While I can't stand behind you forever, at least this time, I'm here. Whether you succeed or fail, I'll give you a push, support you one more time. This might be the last thing I can do for you. Afterward, Lu Ruin left his son's room. His fatherly smile vanished as he quietly instructed his secretary. There seems to be a recorder in the space rift, right? Arrange to deal with the recorder issue. Also, if Qing's teammates' families come again, try to calm them down. If not, find an excuse to detain them. They can't disturb Qing before the college entrance exam. And arrange for me to meet that Wu Wei kid tomorrow. Yes. The secretary nodded and went to handle the tasks. Lu Ruin murmured to himself. The reason we're not questioning Wu Wei and the others involved is because we have this thing, so there's no need to ask. We can see what happened just by looking. Li Qingrong was initially focused on studying the rare phenomenon of dual space energy clusters when he began reviewing the records of the spatial rift. However, from the very beginning, his attention was captivated by Wu Wei's performance. During the outbreak of the insect disaster, Wu Wei demonstrated extraordinary leadership skills. He quickly stabilized his classmates' emotions and organized an effective defensive formation. When faced with Lu Qing's power struggle, Wu Wei handled it with ease, displaying remarkable composure. After the insect disaster ended, Wu Wei decisively split the team into two groups to act separately. The two teams' distinct performances when confronting the space energy clusters further highlighted Wu Wei's exceptional command abilities. Finally, Wu Wei's resounding promise echoed in Li Qingrong's mind. Rest assured, since I brought you here, I will definitely ensure you leave safely. If anyone must die, it will be me, Wu Wei, going first before any of you. When Wu Wei resolutely initiated the fusion process, Li Qingrong was struck with awe. His gaze was filled with undisguised admiration, and as both a soldier and an upright citizen, he had to highly commend Wu Wei's performance. Driven by strong curiosity, Li Qingrong accessed Wu Wei's personal records. As he browsed through them, his eyebrows suddenly raised, and he issued a brief yet firm order. Arrange for me to meet this young man. Thus, Wu Wei's first pleasant dream in 18 years was abruptly interrupted. At 4 in the morning, Lu Qing knocked on Wu Wei's dormitory door, waking him from his slumber and taking him directly to Li Qingrong. Still in a daze, Wu Wei was jolted awake by Li Qingrong's question. Have you awakened to talent? Although it was phrased as a question, there was no doubt in his tone. Faced with this situation, Wu Wei was already mentally prepared. He knew that as long as he continued with the fusion, someone would eventually suspect he had awakened a talent. This was not necessarily a bad thing, as card masters with awakened talents, though rare, were not unheard of. Wu Wei quickly regained his composure and replied, yes. Li Qingrong pressed on. Your talent must be related to luck or card fusion, right? Could you elaborate? Wu Wei didn't hesitate. There's nothing inconvenient about it. My talent is the high-level talent, lucky moment. Known card master talents are categorized into ordinary, intermediate, high-level, and supreme qualities, while unique talents cannot be found in textbooks. Since Li Qingrong didn't seem to want to delve deeper, Wu Wei naturally wouldn't reveal his true talent, but instead mentioned the talent similar to his own, lucky moment, which he had read about in a talent compendium. Talent, lucky moment. Talent quality, high-level. Talent effect, when activated, significantly boosts personal luck, enhancing probabilities related to drop rates, card fusion, etc. Cooldown time, 24 hours. This talent is not on the same level as Wu Wei's absolute luck, but when he mentioned his talent as lucky moment, both Li Qingrong and Lu Qing showed expressions of astonishment. Lu Qing stood to the side, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He recalled hearing about Wu Wei's substantial investment in card fusion and had assumed the young man was merely indulging a gambling habit. It was only now that he realized Wu Wei had a solid plan. No wonder you managed to elevate a common card to rare quality in just a few days, Lu Qing remarked with admiration. With talent like yours, it seems your hard work is finally paying off. Li Qingrong nodded slightly in agreement, a hint of approval in his eyes. Advanced talent, indeed. It's much better than I expected. Since it's an advanced talent, there shouldn't be any major issues. He paused, then turned his gaze to Wu Wei, speaking with a more serious tone. Wu Wei, do you have any plans for your college career? Wu Wei, quick on the uptake, since there was more to Li Qingrong's question. He cautiously replied, I haven't thought much about it. Do you have any suggestions? A gleam appeared in Li Qingrong's eyes. Are you interested in the War Card Academy? What? Wu Wei was momentarily stunned. He had never heard of such an academy. Seeing his confusion, Lu Cheng leaned in and whispered, "The War Card Academy is an elite military card academy. To even apply, you need at least a second-class merit. Graduating from there guarantees at least the rank of captain." He reminisced about his own service days. "My former camp commander on the front lines was a graduate. That commander was unbelievably strong, able to hold off 5 Zerg of the same rank and quality by himself, turning what seemed like a lost battle around." Li Qingrong added, "You're not giving the full picture. I can't share too much, but I can tell you the War Card Academy is the pinnacle of all card academies. Its purpose is to cultivate talents who can influence or even determine the course of wars. Most who achieve the rank of captain are actually those who were eliminated. Those who truly graduate smoothly start as majors." Although Lu Cheng and Li Qingrong didn't divulge much, the information was enough to captivate Wu Wei. He realized this was a rare opportunity and agreed without hesitation. Seeing his response, Li Qingrong continued, "All right, I'll help you apply. But remember, due to the academy's special nature, although the entrance exam is held alongside regular colleges, applicants can't form teams. Is that okay with you?" Wu Wei was a bit surprised but understood. After all, the threshold is naturally high for nurturing such crucial talent. He answered firmly, "No problem." "Excellent." Li Qingrong nodded. "Now, go get some rest. Just a final reminder. Keep the War Card Academy a secret, understood?" "Understood." Wu Wei and Lu Cheng replied in unison. With the brief instructions given, Li Qingrong waved them off. As they exited the room, Wu Wei and Lu Cheng exchanged glances, feeling as if they were in a dream. After a moment, Lu Cheng patted Wu Wei on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Work hard and don't miss this opportunity." "Yeah." Wu Wei nodded emphatically. Despite having an exceptionally fortunate talent, he knew it required ample resources to truly shine. The road ahead was challenging, but he was ready to give it his all. At base 096, 3rd Card High School, Wu Wei returned to his dormitory at 6 in the morning, exhausted. Sleep eluded him, so he pulled out several cards from his pocket. A premium fusion card, a beaded curtain energy recovery fireball, a scorching card, and a burning card. His hands trembled slightly as he stacked them together and began the fusion process. Using beaded curtain energy recovery fireball as the primary card, with scorching and burning as auxiliary cards, initiate card fusion. Wu Wei muttered softly. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed, activating his innate absolute luck. Successfully fused a chain energy recovery fireball card, an exceptional black iron 7-star. The system's notification sounded. Wu Wei saw the attributes of the new card appear before him. The flames it unleashed carried blue passive burning and scorching effects. Wu Wei nodded in satisfaction. This card was enough to unleash an astonishing spell attack for a non-magic card master like him. Even more exciting was the fact that he had enough resources to upgrade it to a rare quality, at which point its power would be even more fearsome. However, the college entrance exam rules restricted carrying any cards other than source cards. Wu Wei shook his head with a wry smile. Otherwise, never mind, the quality others can bring probably far exceeds my imagination. Putting away the cards, Wu Wei was about to catch up on sleep when an urgent knocking came at the door. He opened it to find a young man in a well-tailored suit and black-framed glasses, looking every bit the professional. "Who are you?" Wu Wei asked warily. "Hello, Wu Wei. I'm Zhou Shijing, secretary to Director Liu," the young man replied politely. Hearing Director Liu, Wu Wei immediately thought of Lu Qing, and his eyes sharpened. "Secretary Zhou, may I ask what this is about?" Zhou Shijing explained. "Director Liu has a 15-minute window from 7:20 to 7:35 and wishes to see you." Wu Wei internally scoffed and declined bluntly. "Since Director Liu is so busy, let's not disturb him. Those 15 minutes are better spent resting." With that, he closed the door firmly. Bang! The door shut heavily, and Wu Wei lay back on his bed. However, it wasn't long before the knocking resumed. Annoyed, Wu Wei opened the door again to find 2 people, Zhou Shijing and a middle-aged man in sunglasses and a trench coat, exuding an indescribable calmness. Wu Wei instantly realized that this must be Lu Qing's father, Director Liu. "Wu Wei, may I come in?" the middle-aged man asked. Of course, Wu Wei conceded, allowing them in. Once inside, Lu Ruin's actions startled Wu Wei. He removed his sunglasses to reveal 2 hollow eye sockets, then took off his trench coat to show metal prosthetic arms and a leg. With Zhou Shijing's help, he slowly sat down. Wu Wei's internal alarms blared, understanding that this Director Liu was of a high caliber and that his actions were intentional. He braced himself, ready to handle whatever might come next. Lu Ruin silently conveyed a message to Wu Wei through his appearance. His position as deputy director came from hard-earned skills. His scarred body was the best proof. "Does my appearance scare you?" Lu Ruin asked, looking directly at Wu Wei with a hint of probing. Wu Wei maintained a calm expression, politely smiled, and didn't respond. He knew Lu Ruin had a purpose for his visit, but decided not to speak first. As the deputy director of the 096 Bases Administration Department, Lu Ruin reached his position not just because of his scars. His methods and abilities were equally formidable. Seeing Wu Wei remain silent, Lu Ruin skillfully shifted the topic, using Lu Qing's performance in the Spatial Rift incident as an entry point. I heard about the Spatial Rift incident. That kid must have caused you trouble. Lu Ruin spoke with a tone of apology. Most people would respond politely to such a statement, but Wu Wei replied bluntly. Indeed, it was a close call. This straightforward response made Lu Ruin raise an eyebrow, realizing Wu Wei was more challenging to deal with than anticipated. He had expected a polite response from Wu Wei, allowing him to smoothly defend Lu Qing and proceed with his plan. Unexpectedly, Wu Wei remained firm despite Lu Ruin's scarred appearance. This disrupted Lu Ruin's rhythm, but he quickly adjusted and continued. It's his fault, and mine too. I've been too busy with work to guide him properly. I apologize. He made a gesture to stand up. Wu Wei quickly stopped him. There's no need to apologize to me. After all, I'm still alive. A glint appeared in Lu Ruin's eyes. It seems Wu Wei still holds some resentment towards my son, which is understandable. But on the other hand, if it weren't for my son leading the way to find the second spatial energy cluster, you might not have received a second-class merit, right? This statement made Wu Wei raise an eyebrow. Lu Ruin was clearly trying to excuse Lu Qing. If it weren't for Lu Qing's interference, Wu Wei's teammates and those others wouldn't have perished. As for the second spatial energy cluster, they wouldn't have taken 6 hours to find it if not for Lu Qing's meddling. Now Lu Ruin was trying to attribute half of Wu Wei's credit to Lu Qing with a few words. Wu Wei's impression of Lu Ruin plummeted, and he coldly replied, "You shouldn't be telling me this. You should speak to the military." Hearing this, Lu Ruin frowned slightly. He initially planned to use a gentle approach to achieve his goal, but now it seemed Wu Wei was not easily swayed. He decisively changed tactics, leaning back in his chair, crossing his left leg over his right, and clasping his hands under his chin. With just this shift in posture, Lu Ruin's aura transformed completely. From the sympathetic father, he became a powerful, even somewhat imposing figure. Let's be straightforward, Lu Ruin said, looking directly at Wu Wei. I want you to be Lu Qing's teammate during the college entrance exam. As compensation, I'll offer you 5 million, and I refuse. Wu Wei interrupted Lu Ruin without hesitation. Lu Ruin's face instantly turned dark, with a flash of danger in his eyes. Lu Ruin left with her secretary without saying a word. Wu Wei watched her retreating figure, feeling a sense of unease, sensing that things were far from over. Sure enough, an explosive rumor soon spread through the school. Wu Wei's second-class merit was stolen. The rumor claimed that a team had fought desperately to obtain a spatial energy cluster and was on the verge of success when Wu Wei intervened, forcibly taking the second-class merit and causing the deaths of over a dozen people. As this news spread, Wu Wei immediately realized that Lu Ruin was orchestrating the situation from behind the scenes. Initially, Wu Wei remained calm. He trusted that the dozens involved in the mission knew the truth, and there was a recorder within the spatial rift that could not be tampered with. However, what happened next left him astounded. Firstly, none of the dozens present that day spoke up for him. Only members of Team 0017 secretly contacted him, indicating that someone was pulling strings behind the scenes, putting them under immense pressure and preventing them from publicly defending Wu Wei. Then, the principal of Third Card High School summoned Wu Wei. Though the principal subtly suggested that Wu Wei should return this stolen, second-class merit, what truly shocked Wu Wei was a critical piece of information. The recorder's content from within the spatial rift was missing. At that moment, Wu Wei truly understood the sophistication of Lu Ruin's tactics. Just as Wu Wei was reeling from Lu Ruin's relentless schemes, a phone call broke the deadlock. Seeing the caller ID, Wu Wei felt a bit more at ease. It was Li Qingrong. However, Li Qingrong began by saying he would be away for 2 days, which left Wu Wei momentarily stunned. He had expected Li Qingrong to back him up. Li Qingrong continued, "Relax, I'm signing you up. Besides, if I don't leave, they won't dare to act." These words made Wu Wei instantly understand Li Qingrong's stance on the matter. After Li Qingrong gave Wu Wei some instructions and hung up, Wu Wei felt completely at ease. He decided to watch and see what other tricks Lu Ruin had up her sleeve. Lu Ruin's tactics were even more ruthless than Wu Wei had anticipated. She brought in the families of the students who had died in the spatial rift, inciting them to cause trouble at the school, demanding an explanation from Wu Wei. Unexpectedly, the school not only welcomed the parents but also directly led them to Wu Wei's dormitory. As the parents were about to storm into the dormitory, at the critical moment, Wu Wei summoned Guan Hai. This 2-meter-tall giant stood at the door, finally stopping the crowd. However, while he could block the people, he couldn't silence their voices. Angry shouts and curses echoed through the corridor. "Wu, you despicable scoundrel!" A heart-wrenching cry shattered the calm of the campus. A grief-stricken parent stood outside the dormitory, eyes red with fury, pointing inside as he shouted, "You dared to steal credit and cause a death. Wu, give me back my child's life." A crowd quickly gathered, the air thick with tension and anger. The parent continued to wail, "Oh, my son, you died so unjustly. Wu, I demand your life in return. A life for a life." Spurred on by agitators, more voices joined in. The chant of "a life for a life" echoed throughout the campus, deafening in its intensity. Amidst this uproar, members of Team 0017 and a few students mustered the courage to speak up for Wu Wei. However, their feeble attempts at defense were instantly drowned out by the furious roars of the parents. Worse still, the principal of the third card high school threatened them with expulsion, forcing them into silence. After a day of escalating tensions, the school finally stepped in. The principal of the third card high school solemnly announced, "We will thoroughly investigate this matter and provide the parents with an explanation. At the same time, we will apply to the military to re-evaluate Wu Wei's second-class merit." Meanwhile, the military responded swiftly. Zhao Chongqing, the commander of the 096 garrison, immediately stated that they had accepted the request to re-examine Wu Wei's qualification for the second-class merit. That very day, personnel from the 096 base rushed to the scene. Leading the charge, Zhao Chongqing arrived with an imposing presence. As soon as they reached the dormitory entrance, they encountered Guan Hai blocking the way. Zhao Chongqing raised an eyebrow, smirking coldly. "It seems your education has gone to the dogs. Cards are meant to fight the Zerg, not to be used against the people." Hearing this, Wu Wei realized the gravity of the situation. He tried to retract Guan Hai, but it was already too late. Zhao Chongqing swiftly moved in front of Guan Hai, delivering a fierce punch. Despite the black metallic glow activating the iron shirt on Guan Hai, the force of the punch was too much, and Guan Hai was turned back into a card. Zhao Chongqing reached out to grab the falling card, but suddenly felt a heavy force pressing down on him, causing a momentary pause. Taking advantage of this, Guan Hai's card returned to Wu Wei. With a grim expression, Zhao Chongqing shouted angrily, "You dare attack the garrison? Kneel before me." The command "kneel" hit Wu Wei like a physical blow. Mudball hurriedly cast a protective shield over Wu Wei, but was itself turned into a card by the force of the shout. Wu Wei looked on with a serious expression. To defeat his two source cards so easily, the opponent's strength was clearly beyond bronze level, possibly reaching silver. Considering the opponent's high rank within the base garrison, such strength was not unexpected. After Zhao Chongqing had destroyed Wu Wei's two source cards, he stood before Wu Wei, face dark with anger, and demanded, "Who gave you the courage to attack the garrison? Your education seems to have gone to waste. No wonder you would steal credit and harm your classmates. Kneel before me." As Zhao Chongqing moved to force Wu Wei to kneel, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Wu Wei. "Please, Captain Zhao, show some mercy." The person standing in front of Wu Wei was none other than Lu Cheng, the vice principal of the third card high school. Zhao Chongqing's expression hardened as he asked coldly, "Are you shielding him?" Lu Cheng stood firm, retorting, "What do you mean by shielding? As the vice principal of the third card, it's my duty to protect my students. Furthermore, my student was using a summoning card at the entrance of his own dormitory. What business is that of yours? On what grounds do you attack my student while falsely accusing him of attacking you? And most importantly, how can you claim my student harmed classmates and stole credit? He broke a rare black iron grade spatial energy cluster. Who else among those students could have done that besides him?" Just as Lu Cheng finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out. "I could." Base 096, third card high school. A spirited shout pierced the air as Lu Cheng emerged from the crowd like a protagonist about to take the stage. He was a different person from the timid boy in the spatial rift, now radiating confidence. This confidence stemmed from two sources: his powerful father and his own capabilities. His father had orchestrated the current situation, a background that would give anyone confidence. On a personal level, Lu Cheng had recently had incredible luck with card fusions, succeeding twice in dozens of attempts, each time upgrading the cards. Lu Cheng had transformed into a super genius with two rare quality origin cards. Recalling the humiliation of being trampled by Wu Wei, Lu Cheng smirked inwardly. Wu Wei had flaunted his rare quality origin card, but now Lu Cheng not only possessed two cards of the same level, but also had a powerful father that Wu Wei could only dream of. Such advantages filled him with overflowing confidence. Standing at the front of the crowd, Lu Cheng fixed his gaze on Lu Cheng and Wu Wei, his voice filled with anger and hatred. "Vice Principal Lu, you asked who else could break the black iron grade rare quality spatial energy cluster? I can do it too." Pointing at Wu Wei, his voice seethed with resentment. "The second-class merit he holds was stolen from our squad. Not only that, he caused the death of my teammate. Wu Wei, you despicable scoundrel, I demand you pay with your life for my teammate." Lu Cheng's words were devoid of any pretense, fueled by genuine anger. To him, this was the truth. Wu Wei had stolen the honor rightfully his and indirectly caused his teammate's death. This intense emotion resonated with the uninformed crowd, who began to empathize with Lu Cheng. Incited by certain individuals, the crowd erupted into deafening chants. "A life for a life! A life for a life!" The shouts grew louder, as if they would overturn the entire base. In the face of these sudden accusations and the surging public sentiment, Wu Wei remained exceptionally calm. He looked at Lu Qing, standing not far away with hatred and satisfaction etched on his face, showing no surprise. Ever since the betrayal by the carefully nurtured 3302 squad, Wu Wei had gained a profound understanding of human darkness. Coupled with Lu Ruin's recent actions, Lu Qing's appearance was expected. At this moment, Wu Wei felt a twinge of curiosity. He wondered how this father and son duo would proceed and to what extent they would escalate the situation. This question would soon be answered. In the midst of the tense scene, Zhao Chongqing stepped forward again, his sharp gaze fixed on Lu Cheng. His voice dripped with skepticism and challenge. Didn't you say no one but him could break the spatial energy cluster? Isn't there another one? Just because he says so? Lu Cheng, caught off guard by the sudden questioning, trembled slightly with anger. He suppressed his fury and retorted. Even if he has that ability, you can't prove what he's saying is true. Accusing Wu Wei of stealing his credit without evidence is outrageous. You need proof for everything. You can't just. Before he could finish, Zhao Chongqing interrupted him harshly, disdain flashing in his eyes. What did he give you to defend him like this? Fine, you say he might not be able to break the spatial energy cluster? Then let's use the simplest method to prove it. Without waiting for Lu Cheng's response, Zhao Chongqing turned to Wu Wei, challenging. Kid, the recorder for the spatial rift was lost, so we can't verify who's telling the truth. So let's settle it with a duel. Whoever wins, gets the credit. Wu Wei instantly understood Zhao Chongqing's intention. He recalled Zhao Chongqing's earlier aggressive actions, which now seemed like preparation for this moment. With Guan Hai and Ni Chiu both severely injured, and Wu Wei's original card rendered useless, his chances in a duel against Lu Qing were slim. Lu Cheng also realized this and immediately objected. This is despicable and shameless. You can't fight now. If you must, at least wait a few hours. Zhao Chongqing impatiently cut him off. Who has hours to waste? I'm the camp commander of the 096 base garrison, responsible for the whole 096. I don't have time to waste here. Kid, you have two choices now. Either fight him now or admit defeat. Seeing the situation, Lu Cheng hurriedly advised Wu Wei. Wu Wei, don't be impulsive. Before he could finish, Zhao Chongqing interrupted again. Old man, what does this have to do with you? Why are you defending this kid over and over? Are you playing some disgraceful role in this? Lu Cheng was furious, about to argue with Zhao Chongqing, but Wu Wei held him back. Wu Wei's voice was calm and firm. You want to fight? Fine, let's fight. Hearing this, Lu Cheng's face changed dramatically, while Zhao Chongqing smirked triumphantly. Good, at least you're a man. Then you two fight, and whoever wins gets the second-class merit. With that, Zhao Chongqing pulled Lu Cheng aside, clearing the space for Wu Wei and Lu Qing. Lu Qing couldn't suppress his smile as he faced Wu Wei. Wu Wei, didn't think you'd see this day when you bullied me, huh? Wu Wei shook his head calmly. I didn't expect you to twist things so much, but what does it matter? Black is black, white is white. No matter what you do, black won't turn white. What's not yours can't be taken. This calm tone infuriated Lu Qing. He gritted his teeth. What do you mean it's not mine? That second-class merit is mine, and I'll take it back and make you pay. As he spoke, Lu Qing spread his hands, and two cards glowing with a cyan light appeared. He was full of pride. Don't think you're the only one with rare cards. I've got them too in fact. Today, I'll reclaim my glory with my own hands. Lu Qing's two cards lit up, enhancing his abilities. As a mage, both cards were auxiliary, one for fire enhancement, the other for energy enhancement. With the power of two rare original cards, Lu Qing felt an unprecedented surge of strength. He was confident of victory now. Even if Wu Wei's summoning card hadn't been nullified, he believed he could easily crush him. Die! Lu Qing shouted, activating an exceptional quality Fire Raven card. Instantly, a massive Fire Raven charged at Wu Wei. Almost simultaneously, Wu Wei cast a fireball. Seeing this, Lu Qing smirked mockingly. A card summoner daring to challenge a card mage with fire spells? Ridiculous. He was already savoring Wu Wei's impending defeat. As Lu Qing sneered, Wu Wei's fireball collided fiercely with his Fire Raven. At base 096, in the 3rd Card Academy, the battle between Wu Wei and Lu Qing erupted instantly, filling the air with tension. All eyes were on the two competitors, and almost everyone was convinced that Wu Wei was destined to lose. Lu Qing immediately revealed two rare quality origin cards, which were considered top tier at base 096. The crowd gasped in awe, their eyes filled with envy and shock. Initially, Lu Ruin hadn't planned to go to such extremes, but his son's incredible achievement of fusing two rare origin cards made him determined to fully support him. In contrast, Wu Wei, as a card summoner, relied heavily on his origin summoning cards. However, his two origin summoning cards had already been defeated by Zhao Chongqing, leaving him seemingly powerless. In the eyes of the onlookers, Wu Wei was a doomed contender. Only Zhao Chongqing harbored a sliver of doubt. He recalled the unexpected situation when he attacked Guan Hai earlier. The strike hadn't easily subdued his opponent. As a silver 10-star card master, such occurrences were rare. Zhao Chongqing vaguely sensed that Wu Wei's second origin card might also be of rare quality, prompting him to remain vigilant. Zhao Chongqing stayed on guard, ready to act again at any moment. However, when he saw Wu Wei simply throw out a fireball, he relaxed. In his view, relying solely on spells, Wu Wei could never be a match for the official card mage Lu Qing. Seeing this, Lu Qing laughed disdainfully, his eyes glinting with contempt. He taunted, "Wu Wei, you fool, playing with fire in front of me? Watch as my fire crow tears your pathetic fireball apart." Yet, Lu Qing's triumph was short-lived. At the moment the fireball collided with the fire crow, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the arena. As the dust settled, everyone was astonished to see the fire crow torn to pieces. At that moment, not only was Lu Qing stunned, but everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief at the unexpected outcome. The air was thick with shock and confusion as all eyes turned back to Wu Wei, as if reassessing this opponent they had previously deemed certain to lose. The developments before them were simply beyond their expectations. Lu Qing, a card mage with 2 rare origin cards, was defeated by Wu Wei, a card summoner who didn't even use an origin summoning card. Lu Qingdu's eyes widened in disbelief, and Lu Qing was on the verge of collapse, his voice filled with incredulity. "Impossible. How could my fire raven be torn apart by your fireball? It was empowered by my 2 rare origin cards. How could it shatter so easily?" Before he could finish speaking, Lu Qing's eyes widened suddenly. "Wait, what's that?" He watched in horror as 2 more fireballs emerged from the explosion, hurtling towards him. Damn! Lu Qing's face turned pale instantly. Although he didn't understand why Wu Wei's fireballs were so powerful, he knew how terrifying their force was. If he got hit, it would be a fatal situation. In a panic, Lu Qing activated a second card, and a flame shield instantly rose. He also tried to amplify the spell with his 2 origin cards, hoping to block Wu Wei's fireballs. However, reality mercilessly shattered his illusion. He couldn't even withstand a single fireball. The moment the fireball hit the shield, it was torn apart like thin paper. As the intense impact was about to tear Lu Qing to pieces, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Zhao Chongqing. He pushed Lu Qing behind him, enduring the explosion's damage himself. The blast hit Zhao Chongqing hard, but he remained unfazed. However, the third fireball followed closely. Zhao Chongqing's expression finally changed. Although he had estimated the power of Wu Wei's fireballs, he realized he had underestimated them when they landed on him. This power isn't low, he thought, gritting his teeth and feeling the strain. Fortunately, there was only one left, Zhao Chongqing thought. He had left in a hurry without his defensive cards, and taking a few more hits would be unbearable even for a silver-level card master. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the situation was under control, the 4th fireball came whistling in, followed by the 5th, 6th, 7th. Fireballs rained down like a storm, and Zhao Chongqing's face changed completely. At that moment, with no defensive cards, Lu Qing behind him, and a crowd around, Zhao Chongqing couldn't defend or retaliate with full force. He could only endure one fireball after another. By the time the shockwave of the 9th fireball dissipated, Zhao Chongqing was in a miserable state, his hands and face blackened, clothes mostly burnt, looking utterly wretched. Then, Lu Qing's voice rang out. "The result is clear. As agreed, second-class merit goes to Wu Wei." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's face changed drastically, and Zhao Chongqing was furious. "Bastard," he roared. "It was just a sparring match, and you're trying to kill him? Such a malicious brat. I can't let you stay." Before he finished speaking, Zhao Chongqing lunged at Wu Wei, clearly unwilling to accept the result and intending to harm Wu Wei. Lu Cheng was furious and immediately stepped forward. "Captain Zhao, isn't this a bit too much? You've slandered, and you've dueled. Now that it's over, you still won't accept it? Isn't this just cheating?" In a flash, Zhao Chongqing was in front of Lu Cheng, raising his charred fist. "Cheating? If you say so, then I am. What can you do about it?" Lu Cheng's face under the mask was livid. However, unexpectedly, Wu Wei's expression remained unusually calm, not at all like someone whose life was in someone else's hands. He even shook his head regretfully, making Zhao Chongqing inexplicably uneasy. But at this critical moment, a voice filled with calm, yet infinite authority sounded. "Captain Zhao, such arrogance." At base 096, in the 3rd card high school, as soon as the voice echoed, Zhao Chongqing's face turned pale, and his actions abruptly halted. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone realized that something was amiss. However, in this tense atmosphere, a voice broke the silence. "Uncle Zhao, why did you stop? Go on. Kill that bastard who stole my second-class merit. Get my second-class merit back." Lu Qing's urgent voice was particularly jarring in the quiet. Zhao Chongqing shuddered and turned incredulously to glare at Lu Qing. He had never seen anyone so oblivious to the situation. Lu Qing finally realized his blunder and hurriedly covered his mouth, but it was too late. "Exactly, Zhao Chongqing, why did you stop?" The authoritative voice spoke again. "Come on, show me how the commander of base 096 protects the people of base 096. As the words fell, the chief commander of Base 096, Li Qingrong, walked out slowly. The moment Zhao Chongqing saw Li Qingrong, he knew there was no escaping today's predicament. He struggled to explain. Chief Commander Li, please listen to me. Things are not as you think. This kid stole credit and endangered lives. Evidence. Do you have any substantial evidence? Li Qingrong interrupted him coldly. Zhao Chongqing opened his mouth, then lowered his head, forcing out two words with difficulty. No. None. Li Qingrong's voice grew more severe. So you mean to say that you judged the child guilty based solely on hearsay, without any substantial evidence? Zhao Chongqing was at a loss for words, retreating under Li Qingrong's formidable presence. Just then, a voice suddenly spoke up. Chief Commander, we actually have evidence. Wu Wei looked towards the voice and saw Lu Ruin approaching slowly with the support of Zhou Shijing. The deputy director of the 096 base's administrative department held a blood-stained letter, speaking firmly. This is a certificate written by participants of the Spatial Rift event on that day. They can prove that it was Wu Wei who took my son's second-class merit. Zhao Chongqing felt a sense of relief and quickly said to Li Qingrong, Chief Commander Li, this is the only concrete evidence we have at the moment, so we must rely on it. Lu Ruin continued. Moreover, Captain Zhao was influenced by me. I pressured Captain Zhao because I couldn't bear the injustice my son faced after I fought for the Federation all my life. I lost my reason, which led to this situation. I am willing to take full responsibility and will submit my resignation to the administrative department, resigning from my position as deputy director. Father, Lu Qing's face changed drastically upon hearing this. Lu Ruin raised his hand to stop his son, speaking resolutely, say no more. One must pay for their actions and have the courage to take responsibility. Although this situation wasn't our fault, and I did nothing wrong as a father, I still failed in my role as deputy director of the administrative office, and I must pay for my actions. Lu Ruin's voice echoed across the playground of the 3rd Card High School, a hint of sorrow and helplessness in his eyes. He turned to his son, Lu Qing, and continued, and you, I'm sorry. I can't reclaim the glory that belongs to you, so the road ahead will be tougher for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qing's eyes welled up with tears, and he rushed to embrace his father tightly. This touching display of fatherly love moved many bystanders to tears, drawing sympathetic glances from those unaware of the full story. However, Wu Wei, who knew the truth, watched coldly. He was well aware that Deputy Director Lu Ruin's tactics were far more cunning than they appeared. First, he had someone destroy the records of the Spatial Rift. Then he used various means to coerce most participants into providing so-called testimonies. These carefully prepared materials were not meant to attack Wu Wei, but to protect himself in the current situation. Lu Ruin's maneuvering cleverly reversed the narrative. Though he had attempted to seize Wu Wei's credit and failed, he twisted the story to make it seem as if their achievements had been stolen by Wu Wei. It had to be admitted, the deputy director was adept at manipulating power, but to Wu Wei, it was all in vain. Wu Wei's gaze shifted directly to Li Qingrong, not far away. Clearly, Li Qingrong was also disgusted by the spectacle before him. His face showed disdain, and he didn't even bother to speak. He decisively pulled out a card, quickly loaded it, and activated it immediately. With the activation of Li Qingrong's card, the sky suddenly darkened. A massive screen appeared out of nowhere above everyone's heads, its dazzling light capturing everyone's attention. The quickest to react was Lu Ruin, who seemed to realize what was happening. His face changed dramatically as he attempted to intervene, but found himself powerless, forced to watch as the screen in the sky began to play footage. The footage showed the entire Spatial Rift incident. The first scene was Lu Qing. Faced with an unexpected insect disaster, he was at a loss, barely stabilizing the formation before eagerly stepping up to seize command after receiving a text. However, once in charge, he proved incompetent, leading to a rapid deterioration of the situation. You there, take command. What are you doing? Don't you see what time it is? No, it was our fault. We shouldn't have been so foolish to seize your command. We truly know we were wrong. Please forgive us. We won't dare provoke you again. Just these few clips were enough to completely collapse Lu Qing's image. The footage then switched to Wu Wei dealing with the insect disaster, where Lu Qing jumped in again, arrogantly saying, "You're just trying to earn that second-class merit by fooling people into being your cannon fodder." After misleading a group of teammates, when a spatial energy surge suddenly appeared, Lu Qing immediately changed his tune. Go. 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 What are you standing around for? Do you still want military merits? Do you still want cards? Get in there, draw the steel-toothed ants away. I'll deliver the final blow. No retreat. Hold your ground, or you won't get a penny. You bunch of trash. I'll show you the difference between a level 0 squad and you. Captain, isn't it time to use your trump card? It certainly is time. Finally, the scene froze on Lu Qing abandoning his teammates to save himself. The entire process wasn't long, edited down to just over 10 minutes, but every minute of Lu Qing's behavior continued to challenge the viewer's moral bottom line. Then, the footage switched to Wu Wei's actions. Faced with the same insect disaster and the same critical moments, Wu Wei's performance stood in stark contrast to Lu Qing's. Lu Qing came across as arrogant, incompetent, brainless, heartless, and disloyal, while Wu Wei demonstrated exceptional qualities in both command ability and calmness in the face of adversity. Finally, Wu Wei's resolute promise moved everyone. Rest assured, since I brought you here, I will make sure to bring you back alive. If anyone must die, it will be me, Wu Wei, dying first before any of you. As the footage ended, the entire third card high school erupted. Students broke into enthusiastic applause and cheers, while Lu Qing sat paralyzed on the ground, his face pale, unable to meet anyone's eyes. At base 096, within the third card high school, the revelation struck Lu Ruin like a hammer blow as the phantoms played out in the sky. In an instant, she realized it was all over. The phantoms clearly displayed the scene of Zhou Shijing, under her instruction, secretly destroying the records of the spatial rift, as well as their coercion and bribery of participants into writing false certificates. Lu Ruin's facade of deceit was completely shattered, her actions laid bare. Li Qingrong watched Lu Ruin coldly, his voice as sharp as a knife. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Enraged by his words, Lu Ruin demanded. You could have stopped me from the beginning. Why let things escalate to this point? How did I offend you? A flicker of anger passed through Li Qingrong's eyes, his voice low and powerful. Offend me? Offending me wouldn't warrant such measures. What you've done is offend all the warriors risking their lives on the front lines. I will not tolerate anyone trampling on the honor that belongs to us while my comrades and I bleed and sacrifice at the front. This was all your own doing, to act like someone forced you into it. Before he finished speaking, Li Qingrong waved his hand and ordered sternly, take them all away. In an instant, a troop surged like a tide, apprehending the Lu family, Zhao Chongqing, Zhou Shijing, and several high-ranking officials from the third card high school, including the principal and the dean. This farce concluded, but its impact on base 096 would be profound and lasting. Li Qingrong allowed this charade to unfold with the aim of rooting out as many corrupt elements within base 096 as possible, ensuring a thorough purge of the rear. As soldiers fighting fiercely on the front lines, they could not tolerate such parasites in the rear. However, the subsequent developments were unrelated to Wu Wei. After the Lu family was taken away, Li Qingrong approached Wu Wei and handed him an exquisite box. Here, this is for you. Wu Wei's eyes lit up as he noticed the intricate dragon carving on the box. He eagerly opened it to find 2 second-class merit medals inside. Additionally, there were 200 military merit points, and an exciting piece of news: the enrollment for the War Academy had been arranged. Li Qingrong continued. Next, if you can achieve a top 500 national ranking in this year's college entrance exam, you'll be admitted to the War Academy. Upon hearing this condition, Wu Wei's excitement froze. Although confident in himself, achieving a top 500 ranking nationwide was no small feat. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Wei tentatively asked, can military merit be exchanged for rare quality cards? If possible, I'd like to try upgrading Guan Hai to perfect quality. He thought that if he could enhance Guan Hai's quality to perfect, he'd feel more assured about securing a top 500 rank. Unfortunately, Li Qingrong shook his head, his expression serious. His voice was low and firm. No, the Federation's constitution strictly prohibits cards of rare quality or above in rear bases. A hint of disappointment flashed across Wu Wei's face. He had initially thought that his military merits might allow him to bypass this regulation. Sensing his thoughts, Li Qingrong continued to explain. This constitutional rule is designed to concentrate power at the front lines, among other considerations. Even military merits can't change this. However, Wu Wei quickly adjusted his mindset. He thought to himself, since even military merits can't be exchanged, then other candidates probably don't have origin cards of rare quality or above either. This thought bolstered his confidence a bit. As if reading Wu Wei's mind, Li Qingrong poured another bucket of cold water on him. His tone became serious and cautious. I need to remind you, although the Constitution states this, it doesn't mean it's completely unavoidable. He paused before continuing. Your base 096 might not have them, but in the top 10 bases, many schools organize frontline trial activities for high school seniors. The origin cards obtained in those activities can be brought back. Wu Wei's eyes widened slightly, and Li Qingrong's words made him realize the harsh reality. Li Qingrong continued. So, rare quality origin cards are rare at base 096, but not uncommon in the higher ranked bases. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that card masters below silver generally can't fuse with epic cards, the college entrance exam might even see candidates with epic origin cards. These words were like a bucket of ice water, leaving Wu Wei thoroughly chilled. He realized that fairness was only a relative concept, and that absolute fairness was almost impossible to achieve. Noticing Wu Wei's dejection, Li Qingrong's tone softened a bit. You don't need to be too disheartened. You have the advanced talent of lucky moment. So even if you're not on par with them now, you might still have a chance to turn things around. A mysterious glint appeared in his eyes. After all, This year's college entrance exam is a huge opportunity for you. If you can seize it, you might just pull ahead. Wu Wei keenly caught onto the key information. This year's college entrance exam. He eagerly pursued. What's different about this year's exam? Li Qingrong smiled mysteriously. You'll find out when the time comes. He gave Wu Wei a firm pat on the shoulder. All right, I have things to attend to. Work hard. With that, he turned and left in a hurry, clearly having a busy schedule ahead. With the end of this little drama, Wu Wei refocused on preparing for the college entrance exam. Although he lacked rare quality cards and couldn't upgrade his origin cards, he wasn't without options. At the very least, he could enhance Guan Hai's horse-cutting saber. As Guan Hai's weapon, the horse-cutting saber was part of the origin card and could be brought into the exam according to the rules. Wu Wei assessed his money, credits, and materials, managed to acquire 2 excellent quality weapon cards, and upgraded the horse-cutting saber. The upgraded card information appeared before him. Card: Bloodthirsty Armor-Piercing Horse-Cutting Saber. Card quality: Rare. Card level: Iron 10 star. Card description: a weapon card formed by fusing the armor-piercing horse-cutting saber with a blood-sucking blade and a heavy blade. Once equipped, it provides the weapon Bloodthirsty Armor-Piercing Horse-Cutting Saber. Weapon effects: Armor-Piercing Blue. Can ignore 5 to 100 of defense. Bloodthirsty Blue. Absorbs the opponent's blood to heal and restore stamina. Heavy Blade Blue. Passively increases strength by 52,500 pounds. Earth-Splitting Blue. A built-in blue skill of the weapon. Looking at the attributes of this powerful saber, Wu Wei felt a bit more confident. He thought to himself, with Guan Hai in this saber, I should be able to barely contend with card masters with perfect quality origin cards, right? With this hope, he continued his preparations for the upcoming college entrance exam. In the year 105 of the card era, on July 1st, a new round of the college entrance examination commenced as scheduled. However, on this special day, Wu Wei was absent from the exam hall. This was not because he had given up on the exam, but due to the unique 2-phase system of the card-based college entrance exam. The first phase, which takes place on July 1st, is a Onati preliminary test. Candidates undergo various basic assessments related to card mastery, monitored and recorded in real time by the Card Bionity, the Hongmeng supercomputer. After the assessment, results are immediately provided. Only candidates who meet a certain standard can proceed to the second phase, the final examination. As a special individual holding 2 second-class merit medals, Wu Wei was granted an exemption from the preliminary test. He only needed to wait for the preliminary results to be published before directly participating in the final test. In the early hours of July 2nd, the preliminary results were announced. Almost simultaneously, Wu Wei received a notification. All candidates who passed the preliminary test and those exempted must arrive at Hero Square of Base 096 before 8 a.m., or they would forfeit their right to take the final exam. No student wanted to waste years of effort by being late, so the majority of candidates chose to set off early. Wu Wei was no exception. When he arrived at Hero Square at 6 a.m., he found that he was already considered late. The square was bustling with people, and there were even a few tents scattered around, indicating that some had been waiting since the previous night. As Wu Wei contemplated finding a place to rest, a joyful call interrupted his thoughts. Captain, you're here too. Looking in the direction of the voice, Wu Wei saw it was members of Squad 0017. Their tent was not far away, suggesting they had also arrived the night before. Captain, it's still early. Come sit with us. Have you had breakfast? Zhao Qing is making breakfast. Would you like some? The 3 members of Squad 0017 were enthusiastic, their eyes shining with respect. Ever since the spatial rift incident, their admiration for Wu Wei had grown steadily. During the controversy surrounding Wu Wei instigated by Lu Ruin, Squad 0017 was one of the few to stand by him and fight back. This camaraderie touched Wu Wei, and he gladly accepted their invitation. Soon, Zhao Qing brought over a bowl of fragrant savory porridge. Although Wu Wei had already eaten breakfast, the delicious porridge tempted him into having 2 more bowls. As he enjoyed the food, he chatted leisurely with his team members in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. However, the joy did not last long. Suddenly, Wu Wei's gaze froze on a few figures in the distance, and the smile vanished from his face, replaced by a hint of coldness. This abrupt change left the members of Squad 0017 momentarily stunned. Following Wu Wei's line of sight, Squad 0017 quickly understood the reason. Since being rescued by Wu Wei, they had delved deeper into his past, and had seen the records of his former Squad 3302. Standing before them were Lin Lu, Zhang Bao, and Lu Ying, Wu Wei's former teammates from Squad 3302. Seeing these 3, Wu Wei's expression immediately turned complex and cold, as if the shadows of the past once again loomed over his heart. Upon recognizing the opposing team, the members of Team 0017 exchanged hostile glances with Wu Wei and directed unfriendly looks toward Team 3302. This scene was noticed by a new member of Team 3302, who quickly glanced at Wu Wei and Team 0017, raising an eyebrow slightly. Those people over there, do you know them? The new member asked quietly. Hearing this, Lin Lu and the others immediately turned their heads. When they saw Wu Zhua, their expressions became complicated. Captain, the one in the middle is the guy we kicked out of our team before. I can't believe he found a new team and made it to the final test. So it's him. The new captain sneered, striding toward Wu Wei. Lin Lu and the others followed closely behind, like loyal followers. Seeing Team 3302 approaching, the members of Team 0017 immediately stood up, blocking Wu Wei. What do you want? Looking for a fight? They asked warily. Before the new captain could speak, Lin Lu arrogantly interjected. A fight? You think you're worthy of fighting with our captain? We don't even need him. We can crush you ourselves. Team 0017 was furious. You? You ungrateful, blind fools think you can fight us? Fighting you would just dirty our hands. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting and timing, they might have already started a brawl. Dirty your hands. Lin Lu scoffed. You actually worry about dirtying your hands? I thought you liked dirty things, considering you picked up what we discarded like it was treasure. Smack. Before Lin Lu could finish, the new captain suddenly slapped him hard across the face. Stunned, Lin Lu looked at his captain in disbelief, his eyes welling up. But when he met the captain's icy gaze, he immediately lowered his head. The new captain bypassed Team 0017 and approached Wu Wei. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Liang, the current captain of this team, he said calmly. I understand the issues between you and this team. I can have them apologize to you. And then, Wu Wei asked coldly. Lu Liang extended his hand, as if to make peace. Then I hope you can let bygones be bygones. It's important to be magnanimous. Some things are best left in the past. I don't want you to bring personal grievances into the exam. What do you think? Wu Wei ignored Lu Liang's outstretched hand. This attitude made Lu Liang frown. Are you really that petty? He asked. Team 0017 couldn't hold back any longer. You call this magnanimity? Why should anyone be magnanimous when being bullied? Have you no shame? Get lost, all of you. Don't let us see you in the exam, or we won't let you off easily, even without the captain's involvement. Watching the indignant Team 0017, Wu Wei shook his head. All right, calm down, and keep your distance from this Mr. Magnanimous. If someone who hasn't been through your struggles and pain keeps telling you to be magnanimous, you'd better stay away. Otherwise, when lightning strikes him, it might hit you too. Wu Wei's comment amused Team 0017, while the faces of Team 3302 darkened. Lu Liang's brow furrowed, and he shook his head at Wu Wei with a look of regret. You've made a foolish choice, he said coldly. After saying his piece, Lu Liang turned and left with the members of Team 3302, not sparing Wu Wei another glance. Lin Lu and the others discreetly turned to look at Wu Wei, their eyes filled with a sense of satisfaction, as if silently mocking him for not knowing his place. Wu Wei responded with a cold stare. He was never one to be magnanimous. For the past 3 years, Wu Wei had worked tirelessly to train Team 3302, only to be betrayed when he needed them the most. Objectively speaking, without this betrayal, Wu Wei might not have achieved what he had today, but that didn't mean he felt grateful. If gratitude was in order, Wu Wei thought, the only way would be to thank them with Guan Hai's formidable saber, one slice at a time. The interruption by Team 3302 plunged Wu Wei's mood into the depths. Meanwhile, Team 0017 was bustling about mysteriously. It wasn't until after 7, as the time drew near, that Team 0017 returned. With a grim expression, Lu Liang reported to Wu Wei. Captain, I found out the details. What details? Wu Wei raised an eyebrow. The identity of that guy named Lu Liang. Lu Liang lowered his voice. Don't underestimate him. He supposedly just transferred from Base 010 a few days ago. Hearing this, Wu Wei frowned. A college entrance exam migrant? Such cases were rare at Base 096. But since Lu Liang came from Base 010, ranked among the top 10, his abilities couldn't be underestimated. Lu Liang continued. He's already a bronze card master. The reason he teamed up with 3302 is that it was inconvenient to register for the exam solo after transferring. So he had to collaborate with Team 3302. With a captain like that in Team 3302, maybe you should let them off the hook for now? Lu Liang cautiously suggested. Wu Wei was displeased. After the exams, he might not encounter Team 3302 again. Moreover, he didn't want to see them get into college. But if Lu Liang's information was accurate, defeating Team 3302 would indeed be challenging. Yet could this challenge compare to getting into the War Academy? Wu Wei pondered silently. If he couldn't handle a trailing member from Base 010 who needed to migrate for the exams, how could he talk about the War Academy? With this thought, his resolve to take down Team 3302 only strengthened. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Gather! With this command, all the students in Hero Square instantly perked up and converged towards the center. Once everyone had gathered, they noticed 3 people already standing on the other side of the square. Wu Wei recognized 2 of them. One was Lu Qingrong, the chief commander of the Base 096 garrison, and the other was the director of the Base 096 administrative department. The third middle-aged man was unfamiliar to Wu Wei, likely the official in charge of the final exams. Soon, all the candidates stood in neat rows, awaiting the start of the final exams. The air was thick with tension and anticipation, as everyone knew that the upcoming test would determine their futures. After completing the head count, Lu Qingrong saluted the middle-aged man and reported in a loud voice, "Sir, 1,000 students are supposed to be here for the final test at base 096, and all 1,000 are present and accounted for." The middle-aged man nodded slightly, and then strode confidently to stand before the students. His gaze swept across their young faces as he spoke with authority and clarity. "Students, I am the person in charge of transporting candidates for the final exam at base 096. I will now read the rules for this test. Please listen carefully." He took a deep breath and began to announce the rules one by one. First, at 9 o'clock sharp, you will be transported to the mountain and river scroll test site. Each of you has only one chance. If you die, you will be immediately transported out of the test site and lose your qualification. Second, the final test lasts for 7 days and follows a hunting mode. You will earn points by hunting the insect race, and the leaderboard will reflect your final score. Third, during the exam, the use of non-native cards is prohibited, but you can obtain new cards from the insect race within the test site. Fourth, please note that aside from not experiencing actual death, the test site fully simulates a real frontline wilderness environment. You may encounter various unexpected events, so proceed with caution. The middle-aged man added 3 more rules, explaining the details of every aspect of the final test. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei felt a surge of excitement. Learning that he could acquire cards from the insect race made him secretly pleased. Initially, he was only 50 confident, but now he felt his chances of getting into the War Card Academy had increased to 7,080. The middle-aged man concluded, "I have explained the rules of the exam. Detailed information will be sent to your phone shortly. Now it's almost time. Everyone, prepare yourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, the students instantly perked up, knowing the final test was about to begin. As the clock struck 9, the middle-aged man decisively activated a card. In an instant, a gigantic magic circle appeared out of thin air, covering the entire hero square. Wu Wei glanced at the intricate patterns beneath his feet, and the next second, a bright light flashed, and a sense of weightlessness engulfed him. When his vision cleared, Wu Wei was horrified to find himself suspended in midair, with a lush forest dozens of meters below. His heart pounded as he realized that if he fell, his test would end immediately. In a split second, Wu Wei quickly summoned his mud ball. The little creature appeared slightly bewildered at first, but Wu Wei hastily commanded, "Use vine technique to catch me." Thank goodness, Mud Ball reacted swiftly. Just as Wu Wei was about to hit the ground, dozens of vines shot up from the earth, securing him tightly. Although the grip was uncomfortable, it saved him from an embarrassing early elimination. Wu Wei exhaled deeply, still shaken, thinking, "This test site is too realistic. Luckily, I reacted quickly, or I would have hit the ground and been out." However, as he carefully observed his surroundings, his brow furrowed. "Wait, something seems off. Mudball, quickly use Earth Sense." The little creature complied immediately, activating Earth Sense. Suddenly, a dense buzzing sound filled the air. In no time, countless basketball-sized emerald green bees swarmed from all directions, encircling Wu Wei. Seeing this, Wu Wei felt a chill run down his spine, and cold sweat broke out. "I thought I had narrowly escaped death, but it turns out I've fallen into a beehive. This is really bad." Before he could finish his thought, the swarm of bees was already upon him. On July 2nd, within the examination hall of the Mountain and River Scroll, Wu Wei narrowly escaped death only to face a new life-or-death challenge. The sight of the swarming greenhead wasps made his scalp tingle. These wasps, ranging from ordinary 5-star to black iron 10-star levels, were mostly at the black iron 10-star level, making them more formidable than the previous iron-toothed ants. Not only were they adept at flying, but their attack power was also top tier among the black iron 10 stars, and their stingers were highly venomous. Wu Wei took a deep breath and reacted swiftly. Mudball, Earth Shield. The little creature immediately perched on his shoulder, forming a protective barrier of earthy yellow energy. At the same time, Wu Wei summoned Guan Hai with a wave of his hand and decisively commanded, "Armor up, take care of those in front." Guan Hai instantly summoned his thorn armor, a suit of green armor covered with tiny spikes, which made his already imposing figure even more formidable. He raised his horse-chopping saber and, as the greenhead wasps surged forward, let out a fierce roar. Earth Shatter Slash. With a flash of his blade, the ground within a 180-degree arc trembled, and dozens of greenhead wasps fell in response. System notifications flashed continuously. "You have slain a level 10 black iron greenhead wasp. Your experience points are full. Please surpass your current limit. You have earned 1 point in the college entrance examination hunting score. You have slain a level 10 black iron greenhead wasp. Your experience points are full. Please surpass your current limit." You have earned 1 point in the college entrance examination hunting score. However, Wu Wei had no time to focus on these notifications, as the battle had just begun. Mudball maintained the Earth Shield while simultaneously using gravity spells to suppress the Wasp's mobility and attacking with vines, keeping it extremely busy. Guanhai's saber sliced through the air like a silver lightning bolt, tracing deadly arcs. With Mudball's support, they wiped out the attacking swarm of wasps in just 5 minutes. Well done. Wu Wei exhaled, finally able to relax his tense nerves. He picked up Mudball and impulsively kissed it, only to taste dirt. Just then, Guanhai approached with a hopeful glint in his eyes. Wu Wei looked at the burly man, knowing what he was hoping for, but couldn't bring himself to do it. He awkwardly chuckled and patted Guanhai on the shoulder in encouragement. Wu Wei felt a softening in his heart and couldn't bear to let Guanhai down. He gestured for Guanhai to remove the thorn armor, then personally dusted earth onto Guanhai's clothes, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "You did a great job too." Guanhai grinned widely in his simple-minded way, completely oblivious to the perfunctory gesture. Afterward, Wu Wei quickly turned his attention to organizing the spoils of battle. He bent down to pick up the cards dropped by the greenhead bees and began counting them carefully. Nearly 100 greenhead bees had yielded 8 cards in total, including 1 fusion card, 5 consumable cards, 1 skill card, and 1 equipment card. Although the quality was mediocre, considering that items brought from outside couldn't be used, Wu Wei still decided to equip the acid spell and windproof cloak. Once he finished with these tasks, Wu Wei turned to Mudball, commanding it to activate its earth sense. He was calculating in his mind that, similar to the iron-tooth ants, the greenhead bees must have a nest and a queen. The worker bees had already reached black iron level 10, so the queen was likely at bronze level. Wu Wei, being just 1 bronze level insect away from advancing to bronze himself, was naturally eager not to miss this opportunity. However, Mudball's earth sense wasn't very effective in locating the greenhead bee's nest. It could only sense ground vibrations within a 500-meter radius, and the target needed to be within 10 meters of the ground to be detected. For the flying greenhead bees, predicting the nest's location was challenging. Fortunately, the nest of the greenhead bees was quite large, and Wu Wei soon spotted it. Nestled among several massive trees, requiring 2 people to encircle them, was a gigantic hive, occupying at least 50 square meters and towering about 3 to 4 stories high. Greenhead bees were on guard outside, and the comings and goings of the swarm were continuous, potentially numbering in the hundreds. More alarmingly, Wu Wei also spotted traces of blue-headed bees. This discovery immediately cooled his initial eagerness. While greenhead bees were of ordinary quality, ranging from normal level 5 to black iron 10 stars, blue-headed bees were elite insects, starting at bronze 1 star at the very least, with the strongest possibly reaching silver level. After weighing his options, Wu Wei decided to lure a blue-headed bee away from the group and take it down individually. He calculated that if he could activate absolute luck, perhaps a bronze advancement card could drop from the blue-headed bee, solving his problem once and for all. With the plan set, Wu Wei moved into action. He quietly retreated to a suitable position, instructing Mudball to cautiously approach the hive. Mudball positioned itself at the edge of its range with Wu Wei, using vine technique to hurl a stone at the hive with force, but unfortunately, it missed. The little creature turned to look at Wu Wei, its eyes full of grievance. Wu Wei looked at the little Mudball with a soft heart. Although this little creature hadn't hit the target, it wasn't defeated by anyone either. Just as he was about to offer comfort, a sharp sound interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he saw a fist-sized stone slicing through the air, accurately hitting a beehive a kilometer away. Wu Wei then remembered that such a distance was nothing to Guanhai. "Nice shot," Wu Zhuo exclaimed, then added, "But next time, consult with me first." As the master, he felt it necessary to establish authority and maintain a sense of involvement. After all, even though a summoner relies on summoned beasts, they must remain assertive. Before he finished speaking, a commotion erupted near the hive. A swarm of blue-green-headed bees flew out, searching for the attacker. Guanhai hit them again, Wu Wei ordered decisively. With a whiz, another stone flew through the air, striking a blue-headed bee. This stirred up a hornet's nest, and dozens of greenhead bees, led by the blue-headed one, charged towards Wu Wei. "They're coming. Get ready," Wu Wei shouted as he quickly took cover behind Guanhai and summoned the little mud ball, ready to activate Earth Shelter at any moment. As a summoner, he knew he was both the commander and a liability needing protection, so he was particularly cautious about self-preservation. The bees arrived in no time. Just as they approached, the little mudball's gravity spell activated. A 30 times gravity force pressed down, pinning all but the blue-headed bee to the ground, unable to move. Even the blue-headed bee struggled, as if being punished to stand still. Seeing this, Wu Wei immediately activated his talent. Absolute luck. With the talent triggered, Guanhai dashed forward like an arrow, his saber slicing down fiercely, cutting the blue-headed bee into two. The system promptly updated. You successfully slayed a blue-headed bee, quality bronze 1 star, earning 10 hunt points. For cards emerged from the blue-headed bee's body. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow, noticing there was no bronze promotion card among them. Strange, I activated absolute luck, so why no bronze promotion card? Wu Wei muttered to himself, then realized. Could it be because of the quality? He recalled that the quality improvement of a card master source card not only affects power, but also the experience points and special item drop rates from slaying insectoids. Both Guan Hai and the little mudball were of rare quality, and rare is 2 tiers below premium, so not getting a promotion card seemed reasonable. Remembering when he obtained the Black Iron promotion card, Guan Hai was also of premium quality. This suggested that absolute luck might only bridge a 1-tier quality gap at most. So, I need to kill at least an excellent quality insectoid to get a bronze promotion card? Wu Wei mused, his gaze returning to the distant beehive. It looks like I'll have to pin my hopes on the queen bee. Although Wu Wei was a bit disappointed that he didn't get a promotion card, he quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, there was still hope with the queen bee, and with 6 to 7 days left until the final exam ended, there was still a chance. Wu Wei, along with Guan Hai and Xiao Niqiu, continued to harvest greenhead bees. They used an enticing strategy, luring waves of bees to be slain. Despite being only at Black Iron 10-star level, Guan Hai and Xiao Niqiu's rare qualities and skills made them far stronger than others of the same level. They easily handled the bee swarms, though they were slightly lacking in area damage. Over several hours, Wu Wei changed locations multiple times, successfully eliminating hundreds of greenhead bees and nearly a dozen blue-headed bees. Even without using absolute luck, the passive increase in luck from his talent brought him considerable rewards, yielding dozens of cards. The biggest gain came from a blue-headed bee killed under the absolute luck state, which dropped 4 bronze-level excellent quality cards. Although Wu Wei was currently at Black Iron 10-star strength, using these cards would increase his spiritual power consumption, but he wasn't worried. Guan Hai and Xiao Niqiu alone provided him with 800 points of spiritual power, and with other advancements, he estimated his total spiritual power now exceeded 1,000 points. Wu Wei decisively chose to equip 2 of the cards, the Nomadic Armor card and the Water Defense card. Adding these 2 defensive cards significantly boosted his sense of security. After eliminating a large number of insects, the number of bees in the hive decreased significantly. Wu Wei judged that the time was right, and with the cooldown for absolute luck complete, he decided to launch a full attack. Go! At Wu Wei's command, Guan Hai, with Xiao Niqiu on his shoulder, charged towards the hive. Wu Wei summoned his pneumatic armor and prepared his water defense to protect himself at any moment. Guan Hai, receiving the order, headed straight for the hive. His over 2-meter tall frame, equipped with thorn armor, made his charge formidable. This immediately alerted the hive, and with a buzzing sound, a few blue-headed bees led the remaining dozens of greenhead bees to confront them. Just as the 2 sides were about to clash, Guan Hai suddenly activated one step 100 meters, instantly penetrating the swarm and reaching the front of the hive. The Zamadeo in his hand gleamed with a cold light as he delivered a fierce ground-splitting slash onto the hive. Boom! Guan Hai's strike came down like thunder, causing half of the hive to collapse instantly. Wu Wei's heart jumped into his throat as system notifications flashed rapidly. You have successfully slain a blue-headed bee elite bronze 1 star, earning 10 hunting points. You have successfully slain a greenhead bee black iron 10 star, earning 1 hunting point. Wu Wei checked carefully and found no record of the queen bee being killed, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Although he had ordered an all-out attack, fortunately, the queen bee was still alive, keeping his hopes for the promotion card alive. The battle continued, and Xiao Nidu's gravity spell erupted once more. A 30 times gravity field enveloped the area, suppressing the blue and greenhead bees and delivering a fatal blow to the already crumbling hive. Guan Hai wielded his massive Zamadeo, slicing through the swarm with terrifying power, 1 bee at a time. Xiao Nidu's gravity spell created the perfect opportunity, and within 10 minutes, the blue and greenhead bees were wiped out. Suddenly, Xiao Nidu pointed to a part of the hive. Guan Hai understood and cleaved open the hive with his Zamadeo. A flash of blue light revealed the slightly larger queen bee, its stinger aimed directly at Guan Hai's eyes. At the critical moment, Xiao Nidu's earth protection activated, surrounding Guan Hai with a yellow glow that blocked the deadly strike. Simultaneously, several vines rose up, firmly trapping the queen bee. Seeing this, Wu Wei immediately activated absolute luck. Almost simultaneously, Guan Hai's Zamadeo descended, slicing the queen bee in 2. The system notifications refreshed once more. You have activated absolute luck. You have successfully slain the blue-headed queen bee, exceptional bronze 2 star, earning 22 hunting points. The queen bee dropped 4 cards, one of which shimmered with pure bronze brilliance. Wu Wei hurried over, greeted cheerfully by Xiao Nidu, while Guan Hai collected the cards for his master. Wu Wei took the cards and quickly examined them. Bronze promotion card. Used to upgrade a card master's rank to bronze. Requirement: Black Iron 9-star with full experience. Gale Sword card. Bronze 2-star rare. Grants the rare skill Gale Sword upon installation. Fire Rain spell card. Bronze 2-star rare. Grants the skill Fire Rain spell upon installation. Thick Mountain armor. Bronze 2-star rare. Grants the equipment Thick Mountain armor upon installation. Without hesitation, Wu Wei used the bronze promotion card on the spot. The card shattered into fragments, and Guan Hai and Xiao Naidu returned to Wu Wei's body. The system notifications refreshed again. You have used the bronze promotion card, upgrading your card master rank to bronze, and your core cards Yellow Turban Warrior and Young Earth Spirit to bronze. You have successfully advanced to a bronze card master, gaining an additional core card slot, an additional regular card slot, and an increase of 500 to your spiritual power limit. Wu Wei immediately checked his status page. Name: Wu Wei. Talent: Absolute Luck Unique. Activation effect: increases personal luck to maximum, all beneficial probabilities to 100, and reduces harmful probabilities to 0. Rank: Bronze 1-star 0-100. Loaded core cards: Yellow Turban Warrior rare bronze 1-star, Young Earth Spirit rare bronze 1-star. Available core card slots: 23. Spiritual power: 12501-750. Wu Wei felt the surge of new power within him, readying himself for the challenges ahead. On the morning of July 3rd at 9 o'clock, the Mountain and River Painting Examination Hall welcomed the second day of the final test. Although the overall rankings hadn't been released yet, the regional rankings were announced on time, drawing significant attention from the examinees. The examination hall was divided into Edge and Central regions. According to the rules, at the end of the first day, the hunting leaderboard for the Edge region and the location of the regional boss would be revealed. Only by defeating the regional boss could one enter the Central region, making the leaderboard the focal point for all examinees. As 9 o'clock approached, a hush fell over the examination hall. The examinees stopped what they were doing, looking up at the sky in anticipation of the results of their hard work. Among them, Lu Liang was brimming with confidence, already envisioning himself at the top of the leaderboard. The members of Team 3302, understanding their leader's mindset, began celebrating early. They eagerly discussed among themselves. There's no doubt about who's first, right? It's definitely Team 3302, our captain. Those guys think the captain came to base 096 just to slack off, but they have no idea he's here for a special challenge. Exactly. Not just at base 096, even at base 010, our captain is second to none. This flattery, evidently honed over 6 months, brought a smile to Lu Yang's face. At that moment, a light shimmered in the sky, and a giant leaderboard appeared for everyone to see. Region 096 Hunting Score Rankings. 1. Wu Wei Team Members. 1 Hunting Score, 5,400 points. 2. Team 3302 Members. 4 Hunting Score, 5,399 points. 27. Team 0017 Members. 3 Hunting Score, 1222 points. Regional Boss Coordinates, 872234. The moment the rankings were revealed, Lu Yang's smile froze. Members of Team 3302 voiced sharp skepticism. How is this possible? Wu Wei is first? Are you kidding me? Who does he think he is, comparing himself to our captain? He must have used some underhanded methods. Otherwise, there's no way he could be first. Lu Liang quickly adjusted his expression, his face showing a meaningful smile. Interesting, very interesting. No wonder he dared to make that foolish choice. He actually has some confidence. He turned to his team. Let's go. Let's head to the regional boss and meet this so-called number 1. Upon hearing this, Lin Lu and the others exchanged glances, their faces breaking into bright smiles. However, beneath those smiles lay not only shock and disbelief, but also a hint of undisguisable fear. They dared not, nor did they want to imagine that the top scorer could really be Wu Wei. Deep down, they were aware of what they had done to Wu Wei. The shadow of betrayal loomed over them, leading them to subconsciously wish for Wu Wei to remain downtrodden, under their feet. However, reality seemed to be heading in the opposite direction. Wu Wei appeared to be rising. Fear surged through them like a tide, but when they learned that Lu Liang planned to confront Wu Wei, their fear instantly dissipated. No one understood the captain's strength better than they did. In their eyes, Wu Wei, targeted by Lu Liang, was likely to end his college entrance exam journey prematurely. So what if he rises? In the end, he'll still be trampled down. Team 3302 could hardly wait to see Wu Wei in despair beneath Lu Liang's feet. Under Lu Liang's leadership, Team 3302 quickly arrived at the area where the regional boss was located. A number of candidates had already gathered there, evidently interested in both the regional boss and the central area. Upon arrival, Team 3302 immediately scanned the area for Wu Wei. Although they didn't spot Wu Wei, they did see Team 0017, who had arrived shortly after them. Captain, look. Lin Lu immediately reported to Lu Liang. Lu Liang glanced up and immediately recognized Team 0017, who had been with Wu Wei previously. Initially, Lu Liang wasn't interested in them, but Lin Lu suggested, "Captain, I think your overwhelming presence might scare that kid away. How about we take them down and hang them up? That way, when Wu Wei comes, as I know him, he'll definitely show himself." All right, Lu Liang agreed. The three members of Team 3302 were delighted and followed Lu Liang as they approached Team 0017. Seeing Team 3302 approaching, Team 0017 sensed trouble. Lu Liang calmly said, "Could you do us a favor? We'd appreciate it if you could just hang yourselves on that tree over there." Team 0017 was immediately infuriated. "This is too much. Even if you're from base 010, you can't bully us like this." They quickly decided to retreat. Knowing the opponent's identity and aware they might not be a match, retreating was not considered shameful. Watching their movements, Lu Liang leisurely said, "Thinking of running? I might give you that chance. I'll let you start 5 seconds ahead. 1. As Lu Liang counted down, Team 0017 retreated swiftly, unleashing all sorts of skills. By the time Lu Liang reached 4, they had already put 100 meters between them. Just as they thought they were safe, Lu Liang calmly uttered, 5. Almost instantly, a fierce green wind erupted from Lu Liang, and in the blink of an eye, he had covered the 100 meters, reaching out for the three members of Team 0017. At that moment, Team 0017 felt their bodies stiffen, and even breathing became difficult. "It's over, we're done for." Just then, at the critical moment, an incredibly burly figure appeared before them with unbelievable speed. On July 3rd, near the boss area of Section 096 in the Mountain and River Scroll examination site, an intense battle was unfolding. Lu Liang's hand shot towards Team 0017 like lightning, about to seize them. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere in front of Team 0017. It was Guan Hai, descending like a god of war. He wielded his formidable horse-cutting blade, aiming directly at Lu Liang's throat. Lu Liang, a true elite from base 010, reacted with lightning speed. Before Guan Hai's blade could reach him, Lu Liang's aura shifted like a gust of wind, easily dodging the fatal blow. He turned to Wu Wei, his eyes full of admiration. "No wonder you earned 5,400 hunting points. You've broken through to the bronze rank. You've certainly surprised Muhode. Have thought someone like you would emerge from a backwater like base 096. Lu Liang remarked with a hint of surprise in his voice. "It's just a pity your luck isn't better." Wu Wei raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "With your skills, you shouldn't need teammates like them, right?" Lu Liang shrugged and explained, "I don't need them, but to join the academy I want. I have to complete a specific test. They're my test tools. So, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it, and now I have no choice. To prevent you from disrupting my test, I'll have to remove you from the exam." Wu Wei caught on to another key point. "Test? What academy is this test for?" "The War Academy." Lu Liang smirked. "Interesting, a poor student from the sticks like you knows about the War Academy? But no, the War Academy is outdated. Now, the Tianjiao Academy is the place for top geniuses." "Tianjiao Academy?" Wu Wei repeated in confusion. "What kind of academy is that?" "That's no longer your concern, as your exam ends here." Lu Liang sneered, his figure turning into a whirlwind as he charged towards Wu Wei. "I must admit, you've got some skills, but not much. Dealing with a summoner like you is simple. Fall before me." Lu Liang's voice howled in the wind as he crossed the 100-meter distance to Wu Wei in an instant. However, just as Lu Liang was about to succeed, a terrifying gravity suddenly descended, pinning him down. Simultaneously, countless vines burst from the ground, snaking towards Lu Liang. His expression changed drastically as he instinctively retreated, only to find Guan Hai had already circled behind him. Guan Hai's horse-cutting blade struck the ground with tremendous force, shaking the earth like an earthquake. Caught off guard, Lu Liang was sent flying towards Wu Wei. In that critical moment, Mudball's vines accurately ensnared him, binding him tightly. In the blink of an eye, the situation had turned. Lu Liang, who had been boasting just moments before, was now completely immobilized. Seeing this, Wu Wei couldn't help but laugh. "Is this what you meant by ending my exam? It doesn't seem to be working out for you." This unexpected turn of events left the surrounding Team 0017 and Team 3302 utterly stunned. The members of Team 3302, in particular, were watching Wu Wei and Guan Hai in disbelief, their faces filled with astonishment. Can you believe it? Is this really the same yellow-turbaned soldier they knew? Is this truly the Wu Wei they were familiar with? In just a few days, the strength of Wu Wei and Guan Hai had undergone such a dramatic transformation. The members of Squad 0017 and Squad 3302 stared in shock at the scene unfolding before them. Despite their surprise, there was little fear on their faces. They had witnessed Lu Liang's strength firsthand. In their minds, Lu Liang was as formidable as a monster and could not possibly be easily defeated by Wu Wei. This confidence spurred them to jump in and support Lu Liang. "Wu Wei, who do you think you are, talking to our captain like that?" shouted a member of Squad 3302. "Do you really think you have our captain under control? What a joke. Our captain can break free from your little tricks in no time." Another member quickly followed with a threat. "You're finished. You've completely angered our captain. You're dead. I'm telling you, you're dead." Listening to the taunts from Squad 3302, Wu Wei remained unfazed, while Lu Liang's expression turned dark and ominous. Those seemingly ordinary vines were actually a rare skill, with incredible binding power, coupled with gravity suppression and limb sealing effects. This triple restraint left Lu Liang struggling to break free. Just as Lu Liang considered whether he should swallow his pride and concede, the words from Squad 3302 put him in a difficult position. Wu Wei narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at Lu Liang. "So you're that powerful, huh? Then I better finish you off quickly before you turn the tables." Lu Liang's face changed, and just as he was about to speak, his team interrupted him. "Go ahead, make a move if you dare. If our captain so much as frowns, we'll admit defeat." "No way, our captain afraid of you. Listen to me." Lu Liang tried to explain, only to be interrupted again. "Who do you think you are, Wu Wei?" Before Lu Liang could utter a word of concession, Squad 3302 had already cut him off. His face grew increasingly grim, and finally, in frustration, he shouted, "Shut up, Wu Wei you." "Shut up? No, you shut up." Guan Hai sneered, and his blade fell in an instant. Slash. With one swift stroke, Lu Liang was cut in two. As the blade fell, a deathly silence enveloped the area. The members of Squads 0017 and 3302 were left dumbfounded, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Was the prodigy from Base 010 really slain by Wu Wei in a single strike? Lu Liang's body transformed into a beam of light and was transported out of the examination in the mountain and river scroll. However, something dropped from him. Guan Hai curiously picked it up and handed it to Wu Wei. Wu Wei took a look and found it was a token engraved with the words Tianjiao Prodigy, along with a description of its attributes. Name, Tianjiao Token. Description, possessing this token grants the opportunity to undergo the trials of Tianjiao Academy. Passing the trials allows entry into the academy. Current trial requirements. Accompany 3 teammates whose original cards do not exceed rare quality. Achieve the top rank on a regional leaderboard, and reach the top 100 on the total hunting points leaderboard. Currently bound teammates, Lin Lu, Zhang Bao, Lu Ying. After reading the attributes of the Tianjiao token, Wu Wei unhesitatingly discarded it. At the central hub of Base 001, within the operations center for the mountain and river scroll examination, hundreds of surveillance screens flickered on the wall. A team of staff members watched the screens intently. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to one particular scene, where Wu Wei was subduing Lu Liang. "Is a top candidate already eliminated?" an assistant exclaimed. "Let me check the records." He quickly pulled up the information. "It's Lu Liang, with an advanced wind element enhancement ability that can boost wind card powers." "No need to look at the loser's profile," interrupted a middle-aged man in a formal suit. His gaze was locked on Wu Wei. "I want to see his information." As the assistant moved to retrieve it, the man waved him off. "Wait, never mind," he said with a hint of disappointment. He gave up the chance to change his fate. The assistant turned back to the screen, just in time to see Wu Wei casually discard the Tianjiao token. He felt a pang of regret for Wu Wei. Director Yan. He's from the remote 096 base and might not understand the importance of Tianjiao Academy. Should we give him another chance? Director Yan shook his head. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. He neither understands nor respects the academy. Missing it is his own fault. Tianjiao Academy doesn't lack for students like him. With that, he turned off Wu Wei's surveillance feed. The assistant sighed internally. How could this kid be so impulsive? Hopefully, he'll never realize what he missed, or he might regret it for the rest of his life, never daring to casually discard anything again. Meanwhile, within the mountain and river scroll examination, Wu Wei was oblivious to everything happening behind the scenes. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Although he wasn't fully aware of what Tianjiao Academy entailed, if joining meant being tied to Squad 3302, he would rather not go. After all, his initial goal was the War Academy. Having discarded the Tianjiao token, Wu Wei headed straight for Squad 3302. The squad members, briefly stunned, quickly turned to flee, but how could they outrun Guan Hai? Within a few steps, Guan Hai easily captured them and dragged them before Wu Wei. Facing impending punishment, the 3 turned pale. "Captain, we realize our mistake," they wailed, pleading tearfully. "We were ungrateful and blind, but you nurtured us. Can you bear to see us lose our chance at the college entrance exam and be sent to the front lines as cannon fodder?" To their pleas, Wu Wei remained unusually calm. He said coldly, "First, you're not sorry. You're just afraid of the consequences. Second, because I trained you, I cannot tolerate you using the power I gave you to betray me. Since you chose betrayal, I will take back everything I gave you. The front lines will be a good place for you to start anew." As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Hai swung his sword, swiftly eliminating Lin Lu and the others from the examination. Watching his former team members being cut down, Wu Wei finally felt the long-suppressed frustration within him dissipate. With his revenge fulfilled, Wu Wei could finally focus entirely on his college entrance exams, aiming for the prestigious War Academy. He waved goodbye to Team 0017 and headed straight for the location of the area boss. Soon, Wu Wei reached the designated area, and from a distance, he saw the formidable boss. He was momentarily stunned. It was a giant locust standing 3 meters tall. Wu Wei instantly recognized the colossal creature, a cannon locust, a common war insect on the front lines. Hidden under its wings were deadly cannons capable of firing acid and flame bombs, with devastating power. Typically, a cannon locust would be accompanied by a squad of 10 insects, 8 for melee combat, and 2 for support. Such an insect strike team was feared on the front lines. However, in this scenario, the cannon locust was alone, which made it less powerful than its peak form, but still a formidable opponent. As Wu Wei arrived, someone was already challenging the boss. The challenger was strong but still overpowered by the cannon locust. By observing their battle, Wu Wei estimated the cannon locust's strength to be around bronze 5-star, with a rare quality. Though challenging, this opponent was within Wu Wei's capability to handle. Wu Wei didn't intervene recklessly but waited patiently. It wasn't until the challenger was about to be defeated that he ordered Guan Hai to act. This way, he avoided the suspicion of stealing the kill while saving the challenger from certain death. Go! At Wu Wei's command, Guan Hai activated his one-step 100 meters skill, crossing the distance like lightning. With a fierce swing of his horse-cutting saber, he struck the cannon locust. Boom! The 3-meter giant was sent flying several meters by Guan Hai's strike, saving the challenger from being slain. The battle then entered the second round. Guan Hai versus the cannon locust. Despite being hit by Guan Hai, the green-blooded cannon locust remained vigorous. It spread its wings and aimed a massive cannon at Guan Hai. Unfazed, Guan Hai countered with a ground-splitting slash, violently deflecting the cannon locust's cannon. Immediately after, Guan Hai used one-step 100 meters again, crashing into the cannon locust like a fired shell, knocking it to the ground. He then raised his saber and unleashed a flurry of strikes. Seeing this, Wu Wei activated absolute luck. As the system notification refreshed, Guan Hai's saber fell like a storm. With 5 relentless strikes, he finally killed the tenacious cannon locust. The system notification refreshed. You have successfully slain the cannon locust rare bronze 5-star, earning 5 experience points and 225 hunting points. You have defeated the area boss and obtained a central region pass. As soon as the words appeared, a pass materialized before Wu Wei. He examined it carefully. Name, Central Region Pass. Description, used to be transported to the central region of the examination field. Note that the lowest tier of insects in this area is bronze 1-star, with even silver tier insects present. Choose wisely. Wu Wei clenched the pass, feeling both excited and cautious. Greater challenges meant greater opportunities. He took a deep breath, ready to face the trials ahead. Wu Wei's eyes lit up as he carefully examined the 3 rare bronze 5-star cards dropped by the giant cannon locust, the robust physique card, the mighty elephant power card, and the ice enhancement card. These cards seemed tailor-made for Guan Hai, and Wu Wei was secretly delighted, though he lamented not having a fusion card at hand. After several fusions and battles, Wu Wei gained new insights into his first and second source fusions. He decided to abandon the jack of all trades strategy and focus on a specific area. For Guan Hai, strength was the primary advantage, followed by defense and breakthrough ability. Wu Wei planned to prioritize these 3 aspects in future fusions. This idea was inspired by the Chain Mana Fireball card. Recalling the scene where he easily defeated Lu Qing, Wu Wei realized that although the opponent's lack of strength was a factor, the key was that he had enhanced the fire skill's damage through multiple traits. Since the Chain Mana Fireball card could take this approach, Guan Hai and Xiao Niqiu could naturally follow suit. Wu Wei estimated that without this strategy, Guan Hai's current combat power could only contend with bronze 7 or 8 stars of the same quality, making it impossible to fight beyond his level. Therefore, he resolved to strengthen Guan Hai's power and defense as much as possible in the upcoming fusions, while Xiao Niqiu would develop towards earth attribute spells. Putting away the cards, Wu Wei activated the Central Region Pass he had just acquired. A flash of light, and he instantly left Area 096, entering the Central Region. The system immediately displayed 2 prompts. You have entered the Central Region. Central Region boss locations are now available to you. Hunting Central Region bosses will yield extra point rewards. You are the 1076th person to enter the Central Region. The Central Region hunting points leaderboard will open once the number of people in the area reaches 3,000. Seeing that he was the 1076th to enter the Central Region, Wu Wei felt a bit of pressure. After all, only those in the top 500 had a chance to get into the War Academy. Although entry order didn't necessarily reflect the final ranking, the number still made him somewhat anxious. Let's get started. Let's see if there are any boss locations nearby. Wu Wei encouraged himself, then opened the temporary regional map just granted by the system. Immediately, countless red dots appeared, each representing a boss location. A rough count revealed at least several hundred. Wu Wei noticed a red dot nearby and, without hesitation, dashed in that direction, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing from sight. Wu Wei understood the dual advantages of hunting bosses: extra point rewards and abundant experience points. His fundamental quality had reached a rare level, making ordinary bronze zergs insufficient for his upgrading needs. To quickly level up and obtain the rare quality cards needed for fusing Guanhai and Xiao, Wu Wei decided to focus on hunting bosses. Soon, Wu Wei targeted his first prey, a bronze 8-star flying mantis. Although this speed-type zerg could counter Guanhai, Wu Wei was well aware of the advantages of team combat. Xiao employed minor gravity spells, vine techniques, and earth gravity to maximize control. Meanwhile, Wu Wei acted as bait and took on the role of battle commander. Under Wu Wei's lure, the flying mantis charged into Xiao's gravity field and was momentarily controlled. Though Xiao could only hold it for less than a second, it was enough. Guanhai, like an arrow from a bow, covered 100 meters in a step, his saber slicing down like lightning, bringing the flying mantis to the ground. A few swift follow-up strikes, and the boss collapsed with a crash. A system notification popped up: successfully slain flying mantis, rare bronze 8-star, gained 8 experience points, 300 hunting points. Successfully defeated a level 3 area boss, extra reward 1,000 points. This battle earned Wu Wei a total of 1,300 hunting points and 8 experience points, a considerable gain. Although Wu Wei's talents were still on cooldown and couldn't be used, the boss dropped an excellent bronze 8-star card, ensuring he didn't leave empty-handed. Riding the wave of victory, Wu Wei led Guanhai and Xiao on their hunting journey, specifically targeting bosses. With his experience, he could identify the strength of bosses on the map. 3 faint halos indicated level 3 bosses, ranging from bronze 6-star to 8-star. 2 bright dots were level 2 bosses, from bronze 9-star to 10-star, often with guards. 1 halo was for silver and above level 1 bosses. The deep red dot at the center of the map was undoubtedly the final boss of the examination arena. Wu Wei assessed the situation and targeted level 3 and level 2 bosses, planning to challenge stronger foes once his own strength and his teammates' qualities improved. Within a day, Wu Wei tirelessly defeated 3 level 3 and 2 level 2 bosses, successfully raising his level to bronze 3-star, while significantly enhancing the power of Guanhai and Xiao. At that moment, an examination prompt caught everyone's attention. The number of examinees in the central area had exceeded 3,000, and the hunting leaderboard was officially launched. All examinees instinctively looked up to the sky, watching as the leaderboard slowly unfolded. First place, Dan Tai Jingming, hunting points 172,633. Second place, Meng Si Tian, hunting points 107,322. Third place, Chongqing Yi, hunting points 98,882. Fourth place, Cheng Baining, hunting points 98,722. 276th place, Wu Wei, hunting points 19,722. The appearance of the leaderboard undoubtedly added a new dimension of competition to the examination, making everyone aware of the daunting challenge ahead. The moment the Central Region's hunting leaderboard was updated, the atmosphere in the exam backend at Base 001 became tense. At the Tianjiao Academy branch, Director Yan's usually stern face showed a rare hint of satisfaction. His assistant couldn't help but remark, "Director, except for the 4th position, our Tianjiao Academy students have almost swept the top 10. The faces of those at the War Academy must be quite grim now." Director Yan snorted at the comment, a trace of pride flashing in his eyes. "Their era is over. From now on, it will be Tianjiao Academy's reign." Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the War Academy branch was almost palpable. Admissions Director Lin Tiejuan's face was so dark it seemed like it could drip water. He slammed the table and stood up abruptly. "What on earth is your admissions office doing? How did all these promising students end up at Tianjiao Academy?" His assistant rolled his eyes internally, thinking, "You're the admissions director. If responsibility needs to be assigned, shouldn't you start by questioning yourself?" But he dared not say it out loud and instead cautiously explained, "Director, it's mainly because Tianjiao Academy's recruitment tactics are too aggressive. They start recruiting early and immediately sign up students with high-level card talents, even nurturing them in advance. By the time we react, it's too late." Lin Tiejuan's expression grew even darker. He gritted his teeth and said, "Those guys will stop at nothing to elevate Tianjiao Academy. And what about our students?" Lin Taijun suppressed his anger and asked. The assistant quickly reported, "Currently, we have Cheng Baining in 4th place, about 30 within the top 100, and around 60 within the top 200. He handed over a list, which did not include Wu Wei, who was ranked 276. Although there were still 5 days left in the exam, The odds of a dark horse emerging from beyond the top 200 were slim. At this moment, Tianjiao Academy believed their victory was assured, with the top 10 firmly under their control. Not to mention the extraordinary talent of Dantai Jingming. This year's college entrance exam was destined to crown Tianjiao Academy as the biggest winner. As for the War Academy, they could only pin their hopes on the students within the top 200, hoping for a dark horse to save some face. However, these disputes and rankings were of little concern to Wu Wei, who was ranked 276. In fact, he was quite satisfied with his current standing. As long as he could maintain a position within the top 500, admission to the War Academy was practically guaranteed. Wu Wei's gaze involuntarily fell on the name of Dantai Jingming at the top of the list. Seeing the tens of thousands of hunting points accumulated, he couldn't help but wonder, how on earth did this guy achieve that? How could he accumulate so many points in just 2 days? But soon enough, Wu Wei dismissed this question from his mind. His focus was entirely on the rare fusion card he had just obtained from a level 2 boss. With this card, the final piece of the puzzle for Guanhai's fusion was complete. Finally, Guanhai's quality has been elevated to perfect, matching the main force's quality. Wu Wei rubbed his hands together with glee, eager to begin the operation. He deftly loaded the fusion card, rare, and initiated the card fusion program. A system notification sounded. You have initiated card fusion, using the origin card Yellow Turban Strongman as the main card, and the physique strengthening card Elephant Power as the secondary card to begin card fusion. Please note, the success rate for this card fusion is 15%, with a 1.5% chance of successful upgrade. Would you like to proceed with fusion? Without hesitation, Wu Wei activated his absolute luck talent. Instantly, the system notification sounded again. You have activated the absolute luck talent. The success rate of this card fusion has increased to 100%, and the upgrade success rate has increased to 100%. As he confirmed the fusion furnace before Wu Wei began to operate slowly. The furnace emitted a low hum, with strands of energy weaving and swirling within. In less than a minute, a dazzling yellow light burst forth from the fusion furnace, illuminating the entire room. The system notification sounded once more. Your card fusion was successful. Your origin card Yellow Turban Strongman has advanced to Yellow Turban Taoist Soldier, with quality upgraded to perfect. The original origin skill has been elevated to Yellow Turban Technique. Your spiritual power limit has increased by 400 points. Along with the notification, Guanhai's card appeared out of thin air in front of Wu Wei. He raised his hand slightly and summoned Guanhai. The newly perfected Guanhai retained his towering stature of over 2 meters, but upon closer inspection, mysterious runes now densely covered his skin, emitting a faint glow. More striking than his appearance were the changes in Guanhai's attributes. Wu Wei closely examined the new attribute panel. Card: Yellow Turban Taoist Soldier. Quality: perfect. Rank: Bronze 3-star. Effect: can summon Yellow Turban Taoist Soldier to fight. Description: evolved from Yellow Turban Strongman by merging physique strengthening and elephant power, possessing terrifying strength. Mastered skills. 1. Bull's Strength Yellow. Activates to increase Yellow Turban Elite Strength by 200%, 10,000 pounds. 2. Recuperation Yellow. In non-combat state, restores spiritual power without requiring additional spiritual power from the owner to maintain existence. When actively activated, can swiftly recover own injuries and spiritual power. 3. Iron Shirt Yellow. Passively increases massive physical defense. Can be activated to enter Iron Armor state during fatal attacks, greatly enhancing physical defense and significantly boosting energy defense. 4. Equipment Mastery Yellow. Adds a weapon card slot, armor card slot, and accessory slot. Each additional piece of equipment increases strength by 3,500 pounds. 5. 100-meter Step Yellow. Consumes spiritual power to dash within a 500-meter range and amplifies the attack when stopping. 6. Earth-Splitting Yellow. Consumes spiritual energy to unleash an earth-splitting strike, dealing massive damage to enemies within a 180-degree, 20-meter range. 7. Yellow Turban Technique Yellow. Passively increases strength by 5,000 pounds, spiritual power by 1,000, and enhances all active skills by 10%. 8. Physique Strengthening Yellow. Passively increases strength by 5,000 pounds and provides a certain level of resistance to blows. 9. Elephant Power Yellow. Passively increases strength by 25,000 pounds. Seeing Guanhai's attributes before him, Wu Wei, as his master, couldn't help but gasp. Guanhai's current state could only be described as terrifyingly powerful. Wu Wei believed that even among those of perfect quality, few could rival Guanhai. This impressive boost in strength inspired Wu Wei with a bold idea. Could I now attempt to hunt a level 1 boss? Wu Wei ultimately decided to postpone the plan to hunt a level 1 boss. As a bronze 3-star card master, he was well aware that he had much room for improvement. The little mud ball had not yet evolved, and the third source card had not been fused. These were pressing issues that needed addressing. Wu Wei calculated in his mind, confident that he could advance to a silver card master before the college entrance exams concluded. However, this goal also introduced a new challenge. Fusing the third source card had become an urgent task. When it came to choosing the third card, Wu Wei fell into contemplation. He had three directions to consider. First, to add a powerful offensive force to his team. Second, to enhance his own survivability. Third, to choose a source that could bolster the strength of his summoned beasts. Each option had its pros and cons, making the decision difficult for Wu Wei. Forget it. Thinking won't help. Wu Wei shook his head. Let's see what kind of card I can get first. Having made his decision, Wu Wei skillfully climbed onto Guan Hai's shoulder. The little mudball followed closely, quickly casting an earth shield on Wu Wei before settling steadily on Guan Hai's head. It even patted Guan Hai's head with its small, dark hands, as if saying, ready to go. Receiving the signal, Guan Hai immediately started sprinting. With a powerful launch, he reached an astonishing speed in an instant. From their seamless coordination, it was clear that this wasn't their first time executing such high-speed movement. Wu Wei recalled the awkwardness of their first attempt without the earth shield. He nearly succumbed to the battering of branches and wind. But now, with the shield's protection, both Wu Wei and the little mudball began to enjoy the feeling of cutting through the wind. Seeing his companion's joyful expressions, the good-natured Guan Hai couldn't help but join in the merriment. This unique team raced through the forest at an incredible speed, crashing through obstacles, and soon arrived at an area where a level 2 boss resided. What happened next gave Wu Wei a new appreciation for Guan Hai's upgraded strength. The level 2 boss commanded nearly 100 bronze 8-star insectoid minions and was itself a rare bronze 10-star entity, even among level 2 bosses. Yet, against the upgraded Guan Hai, this formidable insect army was utterly powerless. What's more surprising was that the little mudball didn't even need to act. Guan Hai, armed with a single blade, swept the battlefield clean using only the power boost from his passive skills. His saber swung with the force of the wind, and even the boss couldn't withstand 2 strikes. Not only was his attack power astonishing, but Guan Hai's defense was also virtually impregnable. The ordinary insectoid's attacks were like tickles to him, and even the full-force strike from the so-called level 2 boss was no more than a minor nuisance. The entire battle, from start to finish, lasted less than 5 minutes. By the time they had cleared the battlefield, Guan Hai's healing abilities had already kicked in, instantly restoring his expended stamina and spiritual energy. Where's the next boss? Wu Wei was eager, ready to continue their hunting expedition. This highly coordinated team was racing towards their next target with breathtaking efficiency. With incredible efficiency, Wu Wei swiftly defeated multiple bosses, each taking no more than 15 minutes to conquer. Including the travel time of several minutes between each boss, he quickly reached the next target. This efficient monster hunting approach caused his hunting points and personal experience to skyrocket at an astonishing rate. Every half hour, he faced a new wave, earning between 1,500 and 9,000 hunting points each time. In just 6 hours, Wu Wei's hunting points surged past 70,000, and his level soared to bronze 8 stars. This made Wu Zhuo realize that achieving hundreds of thousands of points might not be an unattainable goal. However, despite Guan Hai and Little Mudball still being full of energy, Wu Wei was utterly exhausted. He had been pushing himself for over a day and desperately needed rest. I can't go on. After this last wave, I'll use my talent and take a break. Wu Wei resolved silently. Before he finished speaking, Guan Hai had already charged ahead. As usual, he effortlessly slashed through the boss's guards, leaving only the final boss. Wu Wei seized the moment, activated absolute luck, and Guan Hai instantly killed the boss with a single strike. The system notification chimed. You successfully slain the rare bronze 10-star iron beetle, earning 10 personal experience points and 1,500 hunting points. You have slain a regional boss, gaining an additional 3,000 points. Meanwhile, the iron beetle provided a significant loot drop for Wu Wei. Guan Hai quickly gathered 3 rare quality cards and presented them to Wu Wei. Snowman Doll Summoning Card, Heart of Ice Card, and Iron Armor Card, all rare bronze 10-star. Wu Wei's eyes lit up, particularly drawn to the Snowman Doll, a rare offensive summon. He immediately equipped the Snowman Doll Summoning Card and called it forth. Although it wasn't a source card, and thus the summoned Snowman Doll was weaker with limited control, Wu Wei was curious to examine its attributes. With a gentle summon from Wu Wei, a cute little creature about 1.2 meters tall, covered in snow white, appeared, bringing a refreshing chill to the hot surroundings. Wu Wei was instantly smitten, but he knew he had to consider its strength beyond its appearance. He quickly opened its attribute page to examine its skills: Snowball Attack, Ice Blade, Snow Blessing, Snow Resistance, and Snow Summon. Seeing these powerful and diverse skills, Wu Wei's eyes gleamed, and he murmured to himself, "This little guy seems quite impressive." The attributes of the Snowman Doll perfectly align with Wu Wei's need for an output-focused primal summoning beast. Not only does it possess comprehensive offensive skills, but it also has the ability to clear negative states, effectively compensating for Wu Wei's current weaknesses. What's even more exciting is that this isn't even the snowman doll's strongest form. Wu Wei holds a fusion card, an ice enhancement card, and a Heart of Ice card in his hands. Once Absolute Luck's cooldown is over, he can elevate the snowman doll to perfect quality. Without hesitation, Wu Wei began inscribing the snowman doll as his third primal card. However, this time the difficulty of inscription was unexpectedly high, far surpassing his experiences with Guan Hai and the Little Mud Ball. This was understandable, as Guan Hai and the Little Mud Ball were of normal and premium quality respectively, while the snowman doll had reached rare quality, naturally increasing the inscription challenge. Inscribing cards is no easy task. The higher the quality, the greater the challenge. A novice card master attempting to inscribe a rare or perfect quality card might face fatal backlash. Fortunately, Wu Wei is a bronze 8-star card master, and with Guan Hai, a perfect primal card, and the Little Mud Ball, a rare primal card, backing him, he managed to keep the difficult inscription of the snowman doll under control. Half an hour later, Wu Wei completed the inscription, collapsing in exhaustion into the mud shelter constructed by the Little Mud Ball, where he fell into a deep sleep. Though the shelter's appearance was still less than ideal, its functionality was outstanding. As a rare quality shelter, it not only offered top-notch defense, but also aided in the recovery of spiritual energy, mental strength, and physical stamina. Just 3 hours later, Wu Wei awoke, feeling refreshed. He rubbed his face, snacked on some dry rations, and habitually opened the small map to plan the next boss refresh route. However, the map situation surprised him. The once densely packed light spots had become sparse. Clearly, as more people flooded into the central area, the number of bosses was no longer sufficient for everyone. There were few level 3 bosses left, level 2 bosses had decreased by 30-40, and only the number of level 1 bosses seemed unchanged. Wu Wei realized he needed to either speed up his actions to defeat as many bosses as possible or shift his focus to level 1 bosses. While eating, Wu Wei plotted an efficient monster hunting route in his mind. With the plan ready, he swiftly climbed onto Guan Hai's back and commanded, "Let's go. Time to slay some bosses." Wu Wei embarked once again on his grand monster hunting journey. Soon, he arrived at the first boss location. To his surprise, someone was already battling there. This time, Wu Wei was determined not to back down. The central area's boss resources were scarce, and competition was inevitable to obtain them. Go! With Wu Wei's command, Guan Hai charged towards the target with him on his back. The examinee battling the boss heard the commotion and glanced up, only to see a shadow dart past so quickly it was nearly impossible to follow. Stunned, the examinee looked around but found nothing. As he turned to continue the fight, he froze again. The massive boss he was just engaged with had vanished into thin air. Guan Hai's strength had drastically improved. He could easily handle level 3 bosses, and even level 2 bosses were no match for him. Especially when dealing with a single level 3 boss, Guan Hai was remarkably efficient, not even needing to pause. Wu Wei's chosen path was both dense and efficient, leading to a comical situation for many examinees. After finally locating a boss and wearing it down, it was snatched away in an instant, leaving only the sound of a whoosh in its wake. Though these unfortunate examinees were frustrated, they were helpless to do anything about it. However, Wu Wei did not always succeed. Sometimes, before they could reach the target, the boss's marker on their path would already dim. This happened frequently with both level 3 and level 2 bosses. After a few hours of effort, Wu Wei checked his gains and found he had only amassed around 20,000 hunting points, with his level at bronze 9-star. Although this was quite impressive compared to others, Wu Wei was still not satisfied. Even though his current score was more than sufficient for the War Academy, he believed that if there was a chance to achieve a higher score, he should go for it. Thus, Wu Wei decided to set his sights on level 1 bosses. But before doing so, he planned to enhance the quality of his snowman doll. With 2 perfect quality origin summons, Wu Wei felt more confident. Once his talent cooldown was over, Wu Wei immediately began the process. Following the same steps as the previous day with Guan Hai, within 3 minutes, a yellow light flashed. The system notification updated. Your card fusion was successful. Your origin card, Snowman Doll, has upgraded to a perfect young snow maiden and has awakened the origin skill Extreme Cold Storm. Your spiritual power limit has increased by 400 points. Wu Wei eagerly summoned the Snowman Doll. Before him appeared a young girl, about 1.2 meters tall, dressed in a white robe with long white hair. Her attributes had undergone a significant transformation. Name, Young Snow Maiden. Quality, perfect. Level, bronze 9-star. Skills mastered. 1. Snowball attack yellow. Summons a snowball to attack enemies within a 500-meter range. After 3 attacks, a strengthened snowball is released, with a high chance of causing freeze or slow effects. 2. Ice and Snow Blade yellow. Summons up to 55 ice and snow blades to attack enemies within a 500-meter range, with strong armor piercing and freezing damage. 3. Ice and Snow Blessing yellow. bestows an ice and snow blessing on a target, dispelling negative states and granting immunity to poison attacks. 4. Ice and snow repel yellow, summons ice and snow to push away nearby enemies, adding a freezing effect. 5. Ice and snow summon yellow, summons ice and snow to attack enemies within a 150 meter by 150 meter area. 6. Ice and snow enhancement yellow, passive skill that enhances all ice and snow skills by 50 and reduces skill consumption by 50. 7. Heart of Ice yellow, passive skill that enhances all ice, snow, and other skill damage by 100, can store a skill and enhance its effect over time, up to 500. 8. Extreme Cold Storm yellow, releases an extreme cold storm, causing terrifying ice and snow damage to enemies within a 150-meter frontal range. The Snowman doll, now better referred to as the Snow Maiden, presented Wu Wei with an incredible surprise through her fusion upgrade. Beneath her adorable appearance lay astonishing attributes that made her the main damage dealer of the team. The evolution of the Snow Maiden completely transformed the team's tactical layout. Wu Wei no longer needed to risk himself as the damage dealer, and Guan Hai could focus on his designated role. This significantly increased Wu Wei's safety and propelled the team's damage output to a whole new level. With the Snow Maiden, Wu Wei's concerns about group battles vanished. His confidence soared, and he even felt eager to challenge a level 1 boss. Let's go challenge a level 1 boss, Wu Wei exclaimed excitedly. He quickly pinpointed the coordinates of a level 1 boss, leapt onto Guan Hai's shoulder, and held the little Snow Maiden tightly in his arms. The Mudball's Earth Shelter skill was activated, instantly upgrading the 3-person team into a 4-member speed team. Surprisingly, the seemingly quiet Snow Maiden relished the thrill. As Guan Hai sped forward, she waved her little hands excitedly, her cheeks flushed, and she even considered dropping the Earth Shelter. Wu Wei sternly rejected this dangerous suggestion. Despite the thrill of the ride, safety remained the top priority. He pondered silently, realizing the need to quickly develop a fundamental ability to enhance his own strength. Racing ahead, Wu Wei soon arrived at the boss's location. However, the scene before him left him slightly taken aback. Someone had already beaten them to it. Meanwhile, at the backstage of the Mountain and River Scroll Examination Hall at Base 001, various academies focused their attention on a specific screen. The screen displayed the boss location where Wu Wei was, but their focus was not on Wu Wei. Instead, it was on the 2 candidates who arrived before him. These 2 were Chong Qingyi, ranked 3rd, and Cheng Baining, ranked 4th on the previous day's leaderboard. Their encounter immediately drew the attention of everyone backstage, as it represented a direct confrontation between the emerging Tianjiao Academy and the established War Academy. Just as tensions rose between the 2, Wu Wei's team suddenly appeared on the screen. They paused briefly, sizing up the tense duo, and then moved towards the boss while watching the unfolding drama. However, neither the backstage observers nor the 2 experts on site paid any attention to Wu Wei. Despite Wu Wei's apparent intention to snatch the boss, no one believed that a bronze-level card master had the capability. Even the experts found it challenging to take down a level 1 boss, let alone this overconfident newcomer. Thus, the screen remained focused on Chong Qingyi and Cheng Baining. After a brief standoff, Chong Qingyi spoke. "Let's cooperate and take action together. Whoever gets the final kill, it's theirs." Cheng Baining finally nodded in agreement. Just as Chong Qingyi and Cheng Baining reached a consensus and prepared to team up against the level 1 boss, they turned around and were left speechless by the sight before them. The once imposing boss had vanished into thin air. Not only were they shocked, but even the big shots watching from the back were also taken aback and confused. "Where's the boss?" Chong Qingyi looked around, his voice filled with disbelief. "How is this possible? It was just here a moment ago," Cheng Baining muttered, her eyes full of confusion. Suddenly, Cheng Baining's gaze fell to the ground. "Wait, look there." She pointed to a patch of frost shimmering with a cold light on the ground. "This is the trace of an extremely powerful ice-type burst skill." Chong Qingyi came to a realization. "You mean to say, in the few seconds we were discussing, someone used an ice skill to instantly kill the boss?" Meanwhile, the big shots in the back quickly pulled up the replay function of the Shana scroll, replaying everything that had happened at the boss's location. In the footage, a leisurely figure came into Viwit was Wu Wei. As he casually ate melon seeds, he nonchalantly walked into the boss's alert range. Just as the boss was about to attack, the little creature in Wu Wei's arms suddenly opened its mouth, and an extremely cold storm instantly engulfed the boss. Then, with a gentle gesture from the little creature, dozens of sharp ice blades whistled out, instantly freezing the silver-level boss. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. With just a summoned beast, Wu Wei effortlessly ended the battle. He casually tidied up the battlefield, then left with his little companion. The big shots at the back were dumbfounded, and Lin Taijun was the first to recover. "Unbelievable. I thought Dantai Jingming was already the invincible presence in this examination room, but I didn't expect such a dark horse. This is truly the second to Dantai Jingming. Quickly, within 3 minutes. I want to know everything about him." Lin Tiejuan's assistant moved swiftly, pulling up Wu Wei's detailed information in less than half a minute. Director, he's one of ours. His name is Wu Wei, and he just received 2 second-class awards a couple of days ago. Let me see. Lin Taijun impatiently grabbed the information and began reading it carefully. Good, good, good. He nodded repeatedly. This kid is responsible, has a sense of duty, just a bit unlucky. But now his hard times are over. Our War Academy is in need of such talent. Lin Taijun immediately ordered. Increase the reward level for his recommender by 2 levels. Also, contact him right away and tell him if he can make it to the top 3, I'll enroll him in the Special Talent Cultivation Program. Meanwhile, Director Yin of Tianzhou Academy also received Wu Wei's information. His expression was a bit grim, not only because Wu Wei was from the War Academy, but also because he recognized Wu Wei as the one who had previously discarded Tianzhou Academy's token. Director Yan's assistant cautiously suggested, Director, he only applied to the War Academy. He hasn't signed yet. Should we give him another chance? Director Yan's expression was complex, and he struggled internally for a while. Although it was a bit embarrassing, he eventually nodded in agreement. Let's give him this opportunity. After all, performance is more important than face. In the examination hall of the Mountains and Rivers game, Wu Wei had just defeated a level 1 boss when a notification suddenly popped up on the screen. The War Academy admissions office was requesting a call. After a brief moment of thought, he nodded in agreement. The system then reminded him the call would be monitored in real time, so he should mind his words. A deep male voice soon sounded in Wu Wei's ear. Hello, Wu Wei? Can you hear me? I can hear you. Wu Wei replied. Excellent. I'm Lin Taijun, Director of the War Academy Admissions Office. Your performance in the competition has been outstanding, and you're exactly the kind of talent we need. I'd like to offer you an early admission contract, Lin Taijun said straightforwardly. If you can secure a spot in the top 3 on the leaderboard, we'll provide you with the benefits of our Special Talent Development Program. Wu Wei's eyes lit up as he asked, what does the Special Talent Development Program include? Lin Taijun explained in detail. Firstly, upon admission, you'll receive a welcome package, which includes an additional loading slot, 1 epic quality card, 3 perfect cards, and 3,000 credits. Secondly, once you reach the diamond rank, you can choose a card master promotion path. He listed several enticing conditions, each making Wu Wei increasingly interested. Wu Wei had a sudden thought and asked, what if I take first place? Lin Taijun paused, his tone becoming cautious. You can give it a try. If you succeed, I'll do my best to enhance your benefits. Though he did not say it outright, his tone suggested little hope for Wu Wei to take the championship. After hanging up the call, Wu Wei pondered to himself. Could it be that Tantai Jingming is really that formidable? Almost at the same time, a call from the Tianzhou Academy came through. With a mindset of comparing options, Wu Wei answered the call. Hello, this is the Tianzhou Academy admissions office. Wu Wei, given your outstanding performance in the examination, we would like to offer you an admission opportunity, the polite voice on the other end said. Wu Wei directly asked, are there any special benefits? On the other end, the assistant glanced awkwardly at Director Yin before answering. We will offer you an A-level talent development plan. He then briefly introduced the plan's contents. Wu Wei frowned, dissatisfied, and said, is that all? Compared to the Special Talent Development Program at the War Academy, this falls short. The assistant was at a loss, as Director Yin believed that a candidate from a small place like Wu Wei would be overwhelmed by the offer of an A-level talent development plan. However, this turned out not to be the case. But clearly, they weren't impressed by this so-called A-level talent cultivation plan. Director Yin furrowed his brows, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. He pondered for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons. It seems the War Academy has spoiled their appetite. Director Yin snorted. Fine, elevate him to S-level. But, he paused, his tone turning serious. He needs to secure second place and assist Dantai in defeating the final boss. The assistant nodded respectfully, quickly conveying the S-level talent development plan along with Director Yan's additional conditions to Wu Wei. However, unexpectedly, Wu Wei refused without hesitation. Sorry, I don't have the habit of playing second fiddle. Wu Wei's voice was firm. Listening to the busy tone on the other end, the assistant couldn't help but look at Director Yin with a puzzled expression. Yet Director Yin was unfazed, sneering. Why are you looking at me? The opportunity was given to him. It's his choice to refuse it. There's nothing I can do. Director Yan's voice rose, barely concealing his anger. Doesn't have the habit of playing second fiddle? Does he think I don't have his records? Truly a wolf from the mountains, getting cocky when successful. He snorted again, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He seems to want to fight for first place. I want to see how he plans to compete with Dantai for the top spot. Meanwhile, Wu Wei, after hanging up, immediately sprang into action, heading straight for the next level 1 boss location. Initially, he just wanted to join the War Academy, but now his sights were set on the first place. Xiaoshua's previous outstanding performance had given him immense confidence. Wu Wei activated his level 1 boss harvest mode. His efficiency not only remained high, but even increased, with each level 1 boss being taken down every 20 minutes or so. Most of the time was spent traveling, as the actual combat often took very little time. At each location, with Xiaoshui's extreme cold storm or snow summon, combined with the steady ice and snow blade, battles were easily resolved. System notifications rang out continuously. You have successfully slain 30 venomous scorpions, excellent bronze 10 stars, gaining 30 personal experience points and 9,000 hunting points. You have successfully slain the venomous scorpion leader, rare silver 2 stars, gaining 50 personal experience points and 12,000 hunting points. You have successfully hunted a level 1 boss, earning an additional 35,000 hunting points. You have successfully slain 50 toxic dung beetles, excellent bronze 10 stars, gaining 50 personal experience points and 13,500 hunting points. You have successfully slain the toxic dung beetle leader, rare silver 3 stars, gaining 80 personal experience points and 14,000 hunting points. Your level has increased to bronze 10 stars. As Wu Wei effortlessly took down level 1 boss after boss, his personal experience points and hunting points experienced explosive growth. Time flew by, and soon it was July 6th, the 5th day of the final exam. The Central Region's leaderboard was updated once again, showing significant changes this time. First place, Wu Wei, hunting points, 883,222. Second place, Dantai Jingming, hunting points, 773,662. Third place, Meng Sitian, hunting points, 257,322. Fourth place, Chung Baining, hunting points, 24,721. Fifth place, Chang Qingyi, hunting points, 238,882. Wu Wei's name prominently occupied the top position, leaving the other contestants far behind. In the competitive arena of the Mountain and River Scrolls exam, an astonishing turnaround is unfolding. In just 2 days, Wu Wei has risen like a dark horse, claiming the top spot on the hunting leaderboard with an overwhelming lead. His score not only surpasses the former leader, Dantai Jingming, but also leads by tens of thousands. This sudden shift has caught the previously secure top 10 contestants off guard. The central area is bustling with people, yet the number of bosses is relatively limited. Wu Wei and Dantai Jingming have each claimed their territories, securing the majority of the level 1 bosses. Other contestants can only compete for the leftovers, making it difficult for their scores to break through. Wu Wei glanced at the fluctuating leaderboard with a slight smile. Not only had he successfully claimed the first place, but importantly, aside from the ultimate boss in the very center, all bosses in the central area had been cleared. This meant that the current rankings were essentially set, with the only variable being that ultimate boss. Whoever can defeat this ultimate boss will clinch the top spot. Realizing this, Wu Wei decisively directed Guan Hai towards the location of the ultimate boss. As he sped along, Wu Wei quickly took stock of his recent gains. Over 800,000 hunting points put him well ahead of his rivals. His personal experience points were nearing the silver level, just one promotion card away from a breakthrough. Unfortunately, with no level 1 bosses left, Wu Wei was destined not to reach the silver level before challenging the ultimate boss. Despite this, Wu Wei was undeterred. He swiftly reviewed his cards and found 4 critical ones: a fusion card, a soil enhancement card, a gravity enhancement card, and a steel fang card. Though these cards varied in quality, they all held immense potential. Wu Wei promptly equipped the steel fang card onto Guan Hai. With this accessory, Guan Hai's 3 pieces of equipment were complete, each passively increasing strength by 3,500 points. Combined with the power of the giant elephant, the yellow turban technique, and a robust physique, Guan Hai's strength was conservatively estimated to surpass 50,000. If the wild bull power is activated, the strength value would skyrocket. Remarkably, Wu Wei had 3 such powerful pets under his command. Although the little mud ball was currently only of rare quality, Wu Wei was confident it would soon advance to perfect quality, becoming another formidable weapon in his arsenal. As the presence of the ultimate boss grew nearer, Wu Wei's heartbeat quickened. This battle would determine his ultimate fate in the Mountain and River Scrolls exam. Wu Wei successfully merged the Young Earth Spirit card, enhancing its quality to perfect. The little mud ball absorbed earth reinforcement and gravity reinforcement, awakening the innate skill heart of the earth. With the quality leap, Wu Wei's spiritual power limit increased by 400 points. This perfect quality Young Earth Spirit card now boasts a bronze 10-star effect. It can summon a Young Earth Spirit to join battles and wields several powerful skills. Earth Shelter can form a shelter with incredible defense, offering spiritual and life recovery effects. Vine Bind can ensnare targets within a 150-meter range. Earth Sense can detect earth waves within a 1,500-meter range. Spiritual Reserve can store 25,000 spiritual points, recovering 100 to 150 points per minute. Gravity Spell can alter gravity of targets or areas, ranging from 1 to 90 times. Earth Shelter. Provides defense for allied units. Earth gravity can disrupt enemies, and the heart of the Earth significantly amplifies the power of Earth-related spells. Wu Wei examined the attributes of the little mud ball with satisfaction, his confidence soaring. He commanded the little mud ball to load the gravity spell into the heart of the Earth for nurturing, while also checking the nurturing progress of Xuan Nu's skills. Seeing the effect had increased to 500, Wu Wei nodded in approval. With everything ready, Wu Wei's only concern was that he might arrive too late and miss the chance to challenge the boss. However, when he reached the boss's location, the scene before him was unexpected. He saw a large crowd already gathered, but they were all standing quietly, with no intention to act. Even more surprising to Wu Wei was that as he approached, the crowd voluntarily made way for him to reach the boss. This scene puzzled Wu Wei, making him briefly think the boss had already been dealt with. But soon, he realized his concern was unnecessary because he had already laid eyes on the legendary ultimate boss, right in front of him. In the central area of the mountain and river scroll, Wu Wei finally got a clear view of the ultimate boss. His emotions were mixed. The good news was that the boss was still alive and untouched. The bad news was that it was a general-class Zerg. Wu Wei's gaze was fixed on this Zerg general. Though its core was likely similar to a cockroach, apart from its antennae and body color, it bore little resemblance to one. The Zerg general stood nearly 3 meters tall, with muscles bulging and full of explosive power. Its body was covered with a thin layer of scales that shimmered coldly in the light, making it look both menacing and terrifying. Recalling the Zerg hierarchy, Wu Wei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Zerg did not recognize ordinary, elite, or excellent quality distinctions, but had their own ranking system: Zerg servant, Zerg soldier, Zerg general, and Zerg king. The quality of a Zerg servant ranged from ordinary to excellent, while a Zerg soldier was from rare to perfect. The Zerg general before him was at least of epic quality. At that moment, Wu Wei regretted his actions deeply. He lamented that if he had known, he wouldn't have hastily used absolute luck. Had he saved it for this ultimate boss, he might have obtained 3 to 5 epic cards. Finding a Zerg general with strength below diamond level in non-exum circumstances was not easy. This should have been his easiest chance to earn epic cards, but he had missed it. However, there was no use crying over spilled milk. Wu Wei knew that this Zerg general was not an easy opponent to defeat. Meanwhile, in the exams backstage, the atmosphere was tense and expectant. Most of the screens had dimmed, leaving only 2 still bright. One showing Wu Wei facing off against the ultimate boss, and the other featuring a young man with a noble demeanor, undoubtedly Tantai Jingming. From the minimap, Tantai Jingming was still some distance away from the ultimate boss. The staff at the War Academy's admissions office couldn't help but feel nervous, beginning to wonder if this child would actually take down the ultimate boss and secure first place. Even Lin Tiejuan's expression turned complex, yet hopeful. Previously, when Wu Wei asked if he could get first place, Lin Tiejuan, though not saying it aloud, didn't hold much hope in his heart. His greatest expectation was for Wu Wei to make it into the top 3. However, Wu Wei surprised him greatly by shooting to the top of the leaderboard. If Wu Wei could successfully defeat the ultimate boss, first place was assured. Initially, with Tantai Jingming participating, Lin Taijuan had given up hope for first place. He didn't expect such a dramatic turn of events. This made Lin Tiejuan's smile widen involuntarily. Meanwhile, on the other side of the backstage, Director Yin of Tianjiao Academy looked extremely displeased. The sudden reversal of the situation caught him off guard, and the previously secure first place was now in jeopardy. Wu Wei exuded an aura like a powder keg, making those around him tread carefully, afraid that even a deep breath might provoke his wrath. At this moment, both the War Academy and the Tianjiao Academy had their eyes fixed on him, with hopes and curses intertwined. The War Academy hoped he could take down the ultimate boss, while Director Yin of Tianjiao Academy secretly wished for his failure, hoping he would be expelled from the exam. However, these external expectations and curses had no effect on Wu Wei. After a moment of focus, the battle erupted. Xiao Xuannu was the first to strike, unleashing a series of snowballs like white meteors directly at the ultimate boss. As the snowballs flew, the boss was activated, its form flickering as it traced a graceful arc through the air with astonishing speed, effortlessly dodging the attack. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed 100 meters to stand before Wu Wei. A sharp glint flashed in Wu Wei's eyes as he shouted, "Now, Xiao and Ichio." Xiao and Ichio immediately activated a gravity spell enhanced twofold by the heart of the earth. The terrifying gravity instantly pinned the boss to the ground. However, this insect general, though a diluted version, still possessed formidable strength. Its muscles bulged as it forcefully withstood the gravity and stood up. Wu Wei hadn't expected to completely control the opponent. He only needed this momentary opportunity. Xiao Xuannu seized the moment, hurling the long-prepared enhanced snowballs at the boss. With a crack, a thin layer of frost covered the boss. Following this, Xiao Xuannu unleashed a 5-fold enhanced extreme cold storm from the heart of ice. instantly freezing the boss into an ice block. Yet the battle was far from over. Xiao Xuannu immediately followed up with dozens of ice blades, which rained down on the boss like a storm. The insect general level boss displayed astonishing resilience, enduring Xiao Xuannu's full assault without falling. It forcibly activated its skills, contracting its muscles to break the ice effect, and continued its fierce attack on Wu Wei. At this point, Guanhai finally made his move. Activating his wild ox strength, his muscles bulged as he dashed to the boss. With a slash of his blade, accompanied by a tiger's roar, he precisely cleaved the boss's head. With a thud, the boss's head shattered like a watermelon. However, even without its head, the boss still swung its arms, sending Guanhai flying. Xiao Xuannu seized the opportunity to launch another fierce attack. After a continuous assault lasting 3 minutes, the boss was finally shattered completely. The system notification refreshed before Wu Wei's eyes. You have successfully slain the Cockroach Captain, a primary insect general of epic silver 1 star. Your experience points have reached the limit. Please break through the current level. You have earned 200,000 hunting points. You have received an additional 500,000 hunting points. As the system notifications refreshed, Wu Wei's hunting points surged like a tidal wave, breaking through the million mark. At that moment, he effortlessly claimed the top spot. In the admissions office of the War Academy, everyone witnessed Wu Wei's impressive feat of slaying the insect general, and applause thundered throughout the room. Lin Tiejuan's cheers were so loud, they even penetrated the walls and reached the neighboring Tianjiao Academy. Director Yin listened to the cheers coming from across the way, his face darkening as if it could drip water. He abruptly turned to his assistant and barked, "Get me Dantai Jingming immediately." Although puzzled, the assistant quickly executed the order. Soon, Dantai Jingming's voice came through the communicator. Director Yan's expression softened instantly. "Jingming, it's Yan Hao. Good afternoon, Uncle Yan. What can I do for you? Take a look at the mini-map. I know, the final boss was just taken down. Was it by that student Wu Wei?" "Exactly. So what do you think? Send him my regards." "Understood, I'll be sure to pass it along." After the call ended, Yan Hao stared at Wu Wei's display, a meaningful smile playing on his lips as he murmured, "First place? I disagree. Can you hold on to it?" Meanwhile, inside the Mountains and Rivers exam arena, Wu Wei's eyes fell on the corpse of the final boss. To his surprise and delight, even without activating absolute luck, the boss dropped 2 cards. One shimmered with a silver glow. It was the much-needed silver advancement card. The other emitted a purple lighten epic card. Wu Wei's heart raced as he eagerly examined the attributes of the epic card. Card: Unparalleled Heavy Sword. Quality: Epic. Tier: Silver 1 star. Effect 1. Effortless power. Purple requires only 1/10 the strength to wield, and attacks unleash 300 of its true weight and force. Sword weight: 30,000 gene 30 of user strength. Effect 2. Indestructible. Purple possesses extreme hardness. Effect 3. Unstoppable. Purple ignores 100 physical and 50 energy defenses of the opponent. Equipment requirement: base strength 35,000. Wu Wei gasped in astonishment. This was the power of an epic weapon? Truly terrifying. He immediately had Guanhai equip the Unparalleled Heavy Sword, instantly sensing a dramatic increase in Guanhai's strength. If Guanhai had possessed this sword earlier, he might have been able to take on the final boss alone. Then, Wu Wei gently crushed the silver advancement card in his hand. A silvery light flowed into his body, while Guanhai, Little Mudball, and Little Snow Girl transformed back into cards and returned to Wu Wei's body, beginning their advancement process. Wu Wei's progress was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, his 3 source cards transformed from ordinary white to a dazzling silver white. A system notification immediately flashed before him. You have used a silver ascension card. Your rank has advanced to silver level, and your source cards have been upgraded to silver grade. All basic attributes and skill attributes have been enhanced. Source slot 1, load slot 1, spirit power maximum increased by 1200 points. With these notifications, Wu Wei's rank smoothly ascended to the silver level. Eagerly, he checked his latest attributes. Name: Wu Wei. Talent: Absolute Luck. Once activated, luck is maxed out. All beneficial probabilities increase to 100, and adverse probabilities decrease to 0. Rank: Silver 1 star 0-100. Loaded source cards: Yellow Turban Taoist Soldier Perfect, Silver 1 star. Young Earth Spirit Perfect, Silver 1 star. Young Snow Maiden Perfect, Silver 1 star. Available source card slots: 34. Ordinary card slots: 44. Spirit Power: 36504-350. Wu Wei nodded in satisfaction, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. Just as he was lost in his joy, a cool voice interrupted his thoughts. "Are you Wu Wei?" Wu Wei looked up to see a young man standing not far away. Although this boy wore only a standard school uniform, he exuded an inexplicable noble aura, like an innate king. Wu Wei instantly recognized him. "Dantai Jingming," he thought to himself. "Yes, that's me." Wu Wei grinned, his tone carrying a hint of pride. "You're late. I've already taken down the boss. The first place is mine. Dantai Jingming walked towards Wu Wei with an unhurried pace, a faint smile playing on his lips. No, I think I'm right on time. He stopped 150 meters from Wu Wei and continued. I saw you just used a silver ascension card, so you're at the silver level now. And with that card, your status should be fully restored, right? Wu Wei raised an eyebrow. So what? So, if I challenge you now, it wouldn't be unfair to you. Dantai Jingming extended his hand, making a gesture of challenge. Come on, let me see the weight of this first place. This scene was clearly transmitted to the War Academy through the backstage of the Mountain and River Scrolls. Lin Taijun and others immediately became tense. I knew those guys wouldn't let Xiao Wu take first place so easily. Lin Taijun gritted his teeth. They actually sent Dantai Jingming directly. This is bad. Xiao Wu might not be able to hold on to first place. Another teacher was even more worried. Not just first place. There's a chance the final test might end prematurely. Meanwhile, in the admissions office of Tianjiao Academy, Director Yin Hao watched the scene on the screen, a confident smile spreading across his face. His gaze towards Wu Wei was filled with mockery and cold amusement. Take down the ultimate boss? First place, Yin Hao snorted. I don't agree, so you are nothing. The scene is set in the examination hall of the landscape painting, where the ultimate boss resides. Tantail Jingming assumes a combative stance, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if weighing Wu Wei's capabilities. Wu Wei raises an eyebrow, inwardly surprised. He hadn't expected his opponent to be so decisive, ready to take action right away. Images of the previous expulsion of 4 individuals flash through Wu Wei's mind. Lu Liang had taken the initiative, while 3302 had betrayed them first. In contrast, Tantail Jingming's current approach seemed aggressively confrontational. Wu Wei's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice low. Tantail, when you say try it out, do you mean just a spar, or? Before he can finish, Tantail Jingming interrupts coldly. The final exam is about adhering to real combat. Since it's real combat, it naturally involves both victory and defeat, life and death. This statement causes an immediate uproar among the surrounding onlookers. The observing students turn their heads, and the backstage observers display varied expressions. Director Yan's face breaks into a satisfied smile, secretly pleased. This is the spirit of Tianjiao Academy. Wu Wei is nothing more than a paper tiger. Now he's realized the fear? Director Yin promptly instructs his subordinates. Inform the Education Bureau that if the War Academy wants to stop, it's absolutely not allowed. We are strictly following the final exam rules. Meanwhile, inside the War Academy's admissions office, Lin Taijun is furious, nearly pounding the table to pieces. This is outrageous, he grits his teeth. Director, can we contact the Education Bureau to stop this? There's no time, the assistant says helplessly. They've made it clear, it's according to the final exam rules, and we have no grounds to interfere. Lin Taijun stares at the tense confrontation on the screen, gritting his teeth. Contact the principal. I want to exercise our recommendation rights. Even if this kid gets kicked out of the exam, we must secure him. On the exam field, after hearing Tantail Jingming's words, Wu Wei nods slowly. In that case, let's begin. Before the words have fully left his mouth, the battle erupts. With a wave of Wu Wei's hand, 3 summoned creatures appear simultaneously. Guan Hai, Little Mudball, and Little Snow Maiden. As soon as Little Snow Maiden materializes, she acts swiftly, her delicate fingers pointing, sending dozens of icy blades slicing through the air, aimed directly at Tantail Jingming. In the face of the incoming ice blades, Tantail Jingming moves with fluid grace. With a flick of his wrist, a long sword appears out of thin air. His movements are agile, weaving through the dense barrage of icy blades like a fish swimming in water. Only then does Wu Wei realize that Tantail Jingming is a skilled card warrior, his abilities exceptional. However, Little Snow Maiden's assault does not relent, the ice blades raining down like a torrential storm. Snowballs of various trajectories flew straight towards Dantai Jingming, with some enhanced ones mixed in. They danced in the air like a sudden snowstorm. However, Dantai Jingming seemed to possess extraordinary perception, quickly identifying which were ordinary snowballs and which were enhanced. His body moved with agility, effortlessly dodging all attacks, handling the situation even more adeptly than when facing the ultimate boss earlier. A look of impatience appeared on Dantai Jingming's face, with a slight smirk of disdain at the corner of his mouth. He shouted loudly, I was really looking forward to this, and this is all you've got? If this is all your skill, then our battle is about to end. Hearing this, Wu Wei felt a chill run down his spine. This feeling didn't stem from fear, but from being shocked by the other party's arrogance. He thought to himself, this guy is really full of himself. We're still 100 meters apart, and he's already talking about ending the fight. Unable to hold back, Wu Wei sarcastically retorted, if you're so capable, don't just talk. Let's see you end this fight right now. As you wish. Dantai Jingming stopped his movements, locked his gaze on Wu Wei, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. In the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared. A streak of light flashed, crossing the 100-meter distance in an instant, bringing him right next to Wu Wei. The terrifying speed startled Wu Zhua, but then a confident smile spread across his face. Close combat. Wu Wei thought to himself with delight. That's exactly what I'm not afraid of. Around Wu Zhua, the gravitational technique of the small mud ball had already been set up. Combined with the surrounding Earth's gravity, it created a massive gravitational vortex within 10 meters of his body. He thought, if he doesn't come in, nothing happens. But once he does, I can beat him until even his mother won't recognize him. Meanwhile, in the backstage viewing room, Lin Taijun from the War Academy could no longer bear to watch. In contrast, Director Yin from the Tianjiao Academy wore a playful expression. They had been closely observing Wu Zhua, knowing his abilities and how he defeated the ultimate boss. They also understood Wu Zhua's intention to replicate the previous strategy. However, they both knew that the same strategy was useless against Dantai Jingming. Dantai Jingming not only had his third and fourth origins of epic quality, but was also a rare card sword cultivator with a predetermined path. He was fully capable of bypassing the layered gravitational traps. Sure enough, Dantai Jingming effortlessly maneuvered past Wu Zhua's carefully laid traps and appeared right in front of him. This scene left Wu Zhua utterly stunned, unable to comprehend how Dantai Jingming ignored those traps. Invincible to all techniques. Director Yin murmured in explanation. That's Dantai's third origin, the epic quality, invincible to all techniques. Once activated, all spells are ineffective against him. Under this origin, Wu Zhua's traps are a joke. Director Yan's tone carried a hint of pity. He's doomed. As Director Yin spoke, Dantai Jingming, facing Wu Zhua's puzzled gaze, calmly said, Director Yin asked me to say hello to you on his behalf. Before the words fully left his mouth, Dantai Jingming's sword was already thrusting towards Wu Zhua's chest. With a swoosh, the sword easily pierced through Wu Zhua's earth protection, about to strike his body. At this critical moment, four layers of defensive shields suddenly appeared around Wu Zhua. Dantai Jingming's sword, after breaking the earth protection, lost much of its power and could only penetrate 2 layers before coming to a halt. This unexpected turn of events left Dantai Jingming with a puzzled expression. He couldn't believe that Wu Zhua, as a summoner, didn't carry a single card for enhancing summoned beasts, only defensive cards. How afraid of death is he? Dantai Jingming wondered. And where did he get so many powerful cards? While Dantai Jingming was still in shock, Guan Hai seized the opportunity to swing his heavy sword at Dantai Jingming. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, Dantai Jingming casually raised his hand to conjure a sword light to block it. Clearly, he didn't take Guan Hai, a mere perfect quality silver 1-star summoned beast, seriously. However, when the heavy sword collided with the sword light, something unexpected happened. With his swoosh, Dantai Jingming was struck with such force that half of his body was blown away. Snap! At base 001, behind the scenes of the mountain and river painting examination, in the admissions office of Tianjiao Academy, Yanhao's alloy thermos cup shattered the moment Dantai Jingming was defeated by a single sword strike. Scalding tea spilled everywhere. The bright smile on his face froze instantly, as if doused with a bucket of ice water. Yanhao stared in disbelief at the light screen, his eyes wide open. Their ace at Tianjiao Academy, a peerless prodigy who had already recorded 2 epic origins and was set on the path of a sword cultivator, was defeated by what he considered a nobody. It was utterly unbelievable. His legs gave way, and he collapsed into his chair. Guan Hai's sword not only shattered Dantai, but also destroyed Yanhao's future prospects. He had hoped to complete this task beautifully through the college entrance exam and soar directly, but now it seemed almost hopeless. Meanwhile, at the War Academy, Lin Taijun was in the middle of a tense phone call with the principal. Principal, can I use my recommendation authority to enroll a student? Lin Taijun asked cautiously. Why are you asking me about your recommendation authority? The principal replied impatiently. No, it's like this. Lin Taijun took a deep breath. I want to ask if I can get him into a special talent program. Have you lost your mind? The principal's voice suddenly rose. A recommendation entry wants a talent program? And a special talent program at that. No, Lin Taijun was interrupted by a sudden deafening cheer around him. What are you shouting about? Lin Taijun shouted angrily. What are you shouting for? Can't you see? Director, we won, an excited staff member yelled. Wu Wei defeated Dantai Jingming in 1 strike. What did you say? Lin Taijun quickly turned to the light screen, seeing Wu Wei still standing while only half of a disappearing corpse remained beside him. Lin Tiejuan's eyes widened, and he hurriedly rewound the footage by 30 seconds, repeatedly watching the spectacular moment he had missed. It wasn't until the impatient voice of the principal came through the phone that he snapped back to reality. Lin Taijun, what happened? What were you asking for earlier? Lin Taijun stared at the scene before him, murmuring, I don't want the special talent program anymore. That's more like it. You can't. The principal started to say, but Lin Tiejuan's voice, filled with excitement, interrupted again. I want the ultimate talent program. Click. The call ended abruptly with the sound of a busy tone. But Lin Taijun didn't care. He knew the old man would call back. At this moment, Lin Taijun had no time for the principal. He shouted excitedly. Quick, get me in touch with Xiao Wu. Damn it, you pulled this on me, huh? Well, I can play this game too. Today, I'm going to give Tianjiao Academy a clean sweep. Soon, Wu Wei received another communication from the War Academy. Upon answering, Lin Tiejun's voice came through immediately. Xiao Wu, it's Lin Taijun. Let me tell you, that director Yan Hao is the head of admissions at Tianjiao Academy, and he's the one who set Dantai Jingming against you. Currently, of the top 10 on the Tianjiao list, except for Cheng Baining, the rest are their people. Lin Tiejun's words were straightforward and sharp, instantly reaching the admissions office of Tianjiao Academy. Yan Hao, who had slumped in his chair, suddenly sat up straight, cold sweat dripping down. Lin Tiejun's intentions were clear as they intended to completely overturn Tianjiao Academy's table. If Wu Wei actually shaved their heads, the recruitment plan of Tianjiao Academy would be completely ruined. It wouldn't just be a missed opportunity for success, it would be a descent into an abyss. Yan Hao's heart skipped a beat, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. At this critical moment, Wu Wei's voice broke in with a slightly amused tone. Oh, so Tianjiao Academy is really full of talent. This unexpected response left Lin Taijun and Yan Hao momentarily stunned, a flicker of confusion passing through their eyes. Yan Hao was the first to recover, a glint of understanding in his eyes. This kid is playing dumb, he thought to himself. Of course, coming from a humble background, he's cautious. Even if he knows I'm targeting him, he wouldn't dare to offend me easily, let alone Tianjiao Academy. Seems like this kid has some sense. Maybe I should give him another chance. Meanwhile, Lin Taijun also came to his senses, evidently thinking that Wu Wei wouldn't dare offend Tianjiao Academy. Though a bit disappointed, he didn't press further and replied calmly. If that's how you see it, then I understand. If there's nothing else, let's just leave it at that. No, what do you understand? Wu Wei's voice suddenly became urgent, as if worried about being misunderstood. I meant that Tianjiao Academy is so full of talent. I'm really interested in sparring with them. Seeing that the others still didn't fully grasp his meaning, Wu Wei decided to reveal a bit more, continuing. And I just wanted to ask, since I'm promoting interschool exchange and love learning so much, is there any scholarship or something from the school? This time, Lin Taijun fully caught on, his eyes lighting up as he quickly responded. Yes, yes, yes. The top 3 each get an epic card, and the top 10 get 100 military merits each. Before Lin Taijun could finish, Wu Wei was already on the move. Riding Guanhai, he darted like a lightning bolt towards the group of candidates gathered around the ultimate boss. Meng Sitian, Changqingyi, Wu Wei shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Seeing this, Wu Wei grinned mischievously, charging forward on Guanhai like an arrow from a bow. Despite Meng Sitian and Chang Qingyi being prodigies, silver-level card masters with at least 3 perfect quality source cards, they had no chance against the aggressive Wu Wei. In no time, they were sparred out of the competition by Wu Wei. On a roll, Wu Wei, with the help of his fellow War College students in the admissions office, managed to eliminate several more top 10 candidates. Just as he was about to give Tianjiao Academy a complete, bald look, a test notification suddenly refreshed. Attention, the final test has ended early. In 3 minutes, everyone will be transported out of the exam venue. Please prepare accordingly. Clearly, the education authority had intervened. After all, they couldn't really let Wu Wei completely ruin Tianjiao Academy's reputation, could they? The impact would be too negative. However, Wu Wei wasn't disappointed. In fact, he was in high spirits. This round, he not only got his revenge and released his pent-up frustration, but also gained 2 epic cards and several hundred military merits. He really hit the jackpot this time. Meanwhile, Yan Hao, the head of Tianjiao Academy's admissions office, was in a gloomy state. Their academy had placed great importance on this recruitment, and now it turned out like this. Someone would have to take responsibility, and this burden was too big for anyone but him, the head of the admissions office, to bear. It's almost certain that he wouldn't be able to keep his position. On July 6th, the atmosphere was tense at the central hero square of base 096. In the middle of the square, 4 people knelt, their figures appearing particularly solitary under the sunlight. Among them, 3 were once close comrades of Wu Wei, now turned traitors. The 4th was Zhou Lin, the director who incited Team 3302 to exclude Wu Wei. Their knees had gone numb from kneeling for so long, yet none dared to move. From a nearby tall building, 2 figures, one large and one small, looked down at the square. The smaller one was Lu Liang, who had been eliminated by Wu Wei in the Shanhe painting exam. Beside him was his father, Lu Hu, the mastermind behind the kneeling scene. Lu Hu swirled the liquor in his hand, looking sharply at his son. Do you know why I made them kneel there? Without hesitation, Lu Liang replied. Because they turned me against Wu Wei, leading to my early exit and loss of a chance to get into college. Is that all? Lu Hu's lips curled slightly. Do you have any other thoughts? A glint appeared in Lu Liang's eyes. Perhaps you have other reasons related to Wu Wei? Not too foolish. Lu Hu nodded approvingly. Do you think I'm planning to reconcile you with Wu Wei? That depends on whether he deserves it. Lu Hu continued. If he does well in the final exam and gets into a good university, then he will deserve it. By then, these four will be my gift to him. Imagine seeing your enemies kneeling before you after getting into your dream school. What could be more satisfying? Lu Yang squinted slightly. And if he doesn't do well, or gets eliminated early? Lu Hu's eyes glinted coldly. Then he will join them. Just as he finished speaking, a light suddenly flashed on Hero Square, and a figure appeared out of nowhere. Lu Liang's eyes lit up with barely contained anger and satisfaction. It's him, Wu Wei. Lu Hu's gaze fell on Wu Wei, but his face showed clear disappointment. From your description, I expected a prodigy from this little place. I didn't think he wouldn't last even 7 days. Truly disappointing. Since that's the case, let him kneel there as well. With that, Lu Hu led Lu Liang away from the building, heading towards Wu Wei. Meanwhile, having just emerged from the Shana painting, Wu Wei immediately saw Team 3302 and Zhou Lin kneeling not far in front of him. His expression was complex, a mix of shock and an indescribable feeling. Wu Wei stood in Hero Square, his brow slightly raised as he glanced at the 4 wretched figures before him. Just as he was about to delve into their plight, 2 figures approached from the other side of the square. Leading them was Lu Liang, sporting a smug smile with a glint of eager anticipation in his eyes. Wu Wei understood instantly, and a smile crept onto his lips. As expected, Lu Liang soon stood before him, his grin even wider. I thought you'd score high on your exams, even prepared a gift for you. Turns out you're just average. Lu Liang taunted. Wu Wei lightly touched his nose, his gaze sweeping over 3302 and Zhou Lin kneeling on the ground, and said casually, whether I did well or not is another matter, but I do like your gift. Really, just for this, if you let it go now, we can call it even. What do you say? Lu Liang was taken aback for a moment, then laughed angrily. Do you have a misunderstanding about your situation? You were kicked out, not admitted to a good school. In this case, do you think you can just call it even? Wu Wei still smilingly retorted. How do you know I was kicked out? Maybe I did get into a good school. Lu Liang's expression turned dark instantly. Stop joking around. Do you take me for a fool? The final exams last 7 days, and it's only the 5th day. You're telling me you got into a good university? Did you submit early? Can you even submit early? How come no one else from base 096 submitted early? Wu Wei feigned innocence. I don't know. Maybe their region at 096 isn't finished yet. Lu Liang sneered. 096 isn't finished, but the central region is? How did it end? Why don't you brag that you took everyone else down, and the exam couldn't contain you, so they let you out early? To this, Wu Wei's eyes flashed with surprise. A prophet, are you? How did you know? That's exactly what happened. Damn, Lu Liang lost his composure. Do you really take me for an idiot? You can say something like that. Really, I'm not lying. I swear, Wu Wei said with sincerity. Lu Liang, furious, retorted, swear all you want. Do you think you can fool me? I won't believe you, no way. If that's true, I'll eat my. Before he could finish, a large hand clamped over his mouth, cutting him off. It was his father. Lu Liang was about to push his father's hand away when he noticed it was trembling. Just then, beams of light shot up from base 096, blossoming into brilliant fireworks in the sky. All broadcasting and visual devices at base 096 urgently interrupted with a message. Attention all citizens of 096. Attention all citizens of 096. We have just received news that our candidate from base 096, our pride Wu Wei, has outperformed all others in this year's college entrance exam, becoming the top scorer in the federal Huaxia district. Let's extend our warmest, most enthusiastic, and fervent congratulations to Wu Wei. The excited broadcast continued, but Lu Liang heard none of it. His mind was a whirlwind, and he was engulfed in utter shock. Hero Square, base 096. The crowd surged like a tide, quickly surrounding the square until there was no room left to move. Key figures from base 096, including the chief commander of the garrison Lu Qingrong, the director of the administration department Li Ping, and the head of the education department, all made their appearance. Teachers and students from the 3rd card school also joined the gathering, along with many curious onlookers craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the scene. Wu Wei stood at the center of the crowd, surrounded by genuine smiles. It was the first time in over a decade since his time-traveling experience that he felt such goodwill. He mused to himself. Indeed, only when you improve yourself does the world smile back at you. Although not entirely comfortable with the attention, Wu Wei forced himself to handle the situation with ease. He held Lu Cheng in one hand and clasped Lu Qingrong's hand with the other, feigning emotion as he recounted his past to the cameras. He spoke of how he started from scratch to nurture the 3302 team, faced setbacks, and how he surged forward after awakening his advanced talent, lucky moment. His words served a dual purpose, to highlight his success and define his talent, and to express gratitude. Wu Wei thanked everyone who had helped him along the way, demonstrating appreciation and building a positive image. As he spoke, Wu Wei inadvertently glanced at Lu Liang and his son, causing them to feel a chill down their spines, their legs weakening with fear, wishing they could kneel and beg for forgiveness. Ultimately, Wu Wei decided to let them go. Although the father and son clearly harbored thoughts of revenge, their act of making the 3302 team and Zhou Lin kneel on Hero Square pleased Wu Wei. Moreover, Lu Hu had already preemptively offered Wu Wei a military merit as compensation, prompting Wu Wei to graciously let the matter rest. Following this, Base 096 celebrated Wu Wei's top exam results for 3 days. In the card world, being a top scorer carried immense weight, and each top scorer, barring any misfortune, was likely to become a sequence-level powerhouse. Furthermore, this was the first time a top scorer emerged from a base other than base 10, making it all the more significant. Despite the jubilant atmosphere throughout the base, Wu Wei did not partake in the celebrations. His mind was already set on distant goals, preparing for future challenges. As Wu Wei exited the examination hall, Lu Qingrong received an urgent military order. Before the words even settled, Lu Qingrong was already rushing Wu Wei to the front lines. The sudden news left Wu Wei momentarily stunned. Wait, the front lines? Wu Wei asked incredulously. I studied hard to delay going to the front lines. Now, after becoming the top scorer, I have to go there? Was all that effort for the exams in vain? Lu Qingrong rolled his eyes at Wu Wei's words and explained. Who told you the card academies are located at the rear? All card academies, including the War Academy, are primarily situated on the front lines. The Federation needs talent that can withstand the trials of blood and fire. They wouldn't place the academies far behind the lines. Seeing Wu Wei breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Qingrong added, but your situation is special. You applied to the War Academy, and you're already a silver card master. Be prepared. You might not have 2 or 3 years to study. Why? Wu Wei began to ask, but Lu Qingrong interrupted. You'll understand when you get there. Let's go. The plane is here. At the 096 military airfield, a fighter jet slowly landed. It was the first time Wu Wei had seen a plane since his transmigration, and it was entirely different from the civilian aircraft he remembered. The fuselage was bristling with weapons, showcasing its formidable combat power. Even though there are no Zerg at the back, a fighter jet is more reliable for safety, Lu Qingrong explained. This fighter jet has been modified to unleash the combat power of a diamond-level card master, ensuring absolute safety during the flight. After boarding, Wu Wei noticed the spacious cabin and asked if he could summon his origin cards. Lu Qingrong hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Instantly, several creatures of varying sizes appeared in the cabin, curiously peeking out the windows to observe the outside world. As the fighter jet took off, the surrounding scenery changed rapidly. Lu Qingrong then realized Wu Wei's intention to let the origin cards experience this rare flight. After the flight, the little mudball and snow maiden glanced at Guan Hai with a hint of disdain, evidently looking down on his inability to fly. Guan Hai's crestfallen expression amused Wu Wei, who quickly reassured him. Don't worry, I'll engrave a flying one for you later. To his surprise, this only made Guan Hai more dejected, as if his status as a mount was in jeopardy. The fighter jet did not fly directly to its destination, but landed at a camp airfield over 100 kilometers away. Lu Qingrong explained. Even though the jet has diamond-level combat power, the front lines are too dangerous to guarantee your safety. We've arrived. Wait here at the airport. Someone will come to pick you up soon. I need to head back immediately, Lu Qingrong instructed hurriedly. Wu Wei nodded in agreement. As he stepped out of the cabin, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. Huh, an epic card? In the Eastern Theater, a fighter jet slowly landed at the rear Y-23 camp. As Cheng Baining jumped out of the cockpit, she heard a familiar voice call out. Hey, epic card. The voice struck Cheng Baining like a heavy hammer, sending a jolt through her nerves. Her forehead veins bulged as she gritted her teeth and said, I have a name, okay? Don't call me epic card. Wu Wei pursed his lips, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. If it weren't for Cheng Baining making it into the top 4, he could have gotten another epic card. But he quickly adjusted his mindset, deciding to let bygones be bygones with a smile. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Wu Wei, he said, extending his hand with a friendly smile. Cheng Baining raised an eyebrow, reluctantly extending her hand. Cheng Baining, we'll be classmates from now on, so let's get along. While waiting for their ride, the two began to chat casually. Before long, Cheng Baining shifted the topic to the battle between Wu Wei and Dantai Jingming. You actually managed to defeat Dantai Jingming, which is unbelievable. How did you do it? Cheng Baining's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Recalling Dantai Jingming confidently taking on Hai's sword with one hand, Wu Wei squinted and said, it was a fluke, a lucky fluke. Mainly, he seemed a bit off in the head. Off in the head? Oh, it seems like it. I've heard that sword cultivators like him aren't all that sharp. Cheng Baining nodded thoughtfully. Sword cultivators? Wu Wei raised an eyebrow. Is that even a class for card masters? Yeah, the warrior path for sword cultivation. Didn't you know Dantai Jingming is a sword cultivator path controller? Cheng Baining looked at Wu Wei in surprise. Wu Wei's eyes widened. What did you say? Dantai Jingming is a sword cultivator path controller? That's impossible. I thought you needed to be a diamond card master to access those paths. Isn't he just a silver card master? And he's already accessing and controlling the sword cultivation path. Just then, a calm voice came from nearby. Not controlling, just beginning. Both Wu Wei and Cheng Baining turned their heads to find a young man standing in a corner not far away. Their faces turned awkward. Wu Wei scratched his head and looked at Dantai Jingming. When did you get here? Dantai Jingming replied expressionlessly. When you said I was off in the head. The atmosphere instantly froze, suffocatingly awkward. At that moment, a roaring sound broke the silence. The three of them looked up to see a tank drifting toward them at an alarming speed, defying its weight, and stopping right in front of them in the blink of an eye. With a metallic screech, the hatch on top of the tank opened. A young man with a cigarette in his mouth emerged, wearing army green camouflage and sporting a devil-may-care grin. All aboard for the War Academy. Wu Wei and Cheng Baining hurriedly bid farewell to Dantai and leapt onto the waiting tank. Just as they settled in, they were surprised to see Dantai climbing aboard as well. Aren't you from the Tianjiao Academy? Wu Wei and Cheng Baining asked in unison, their eyes filled with confusion. Dantai Jingming shook his head, a hint of disdain in his voice. That academy is boring. I'm not going. So the War Academy is interesting? Wu Wei pursued, his brow furrowed. Dantai Jingming met Wu Wei's gaze directly and said, the War Academy isn't interesting either, but you are. Cheng Baining's eyes flickered between Wu Wei and Dantai, a strange glint in them. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Wu Wei quickly explained, are you saying you found me interesting as a rival since you lost to me, and that's why you came to the War Academy to defeat me? Cheng Baining's eyes dimmed slightly at this, but Dantai Jingming's eyes lit up with excitement. You really understand me. This twist made Cheng Baining's eyes brighten again. Wu Wei couldn't help feeling annoyed, wondering if Dantai had lost his mind. You understand nothing. Speak properly. Wu Wei couldn't help but retort. If you really have to, use that pretentious tone you had during the exam. How did you get ahead in the sword cultivation path? Dantai Jingming composed himself a bit and said seriously, entering the path isn't mastering it. My talent aligns with sword cultivation, so I could enter the path early. Sword cultivation path. The tank driver, a young man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, turned his head with interest to look at Dantai. Kid, have you picked a mentor yet? Interested in teaming up with me? Without hesitation, Dantai Jingming pointed to Wu Wei. Whoever he picks, I'll pick. The young man immediately shifted his gaze to Wu Wei, starting to pitch himself. Let me tell you, I'm a diamond-level card master and the deputy commander of the Fire Corps. Stick with me, and you'll live in comfort. Before the young man could finish his boast, Wu Wei suddenly shouted, ahead. There's a wall. No worries, just a wall. Watch me crush it. The young man said nonchalantly, flooring the accelerator and crashing through the wall. However, beyond lay a staircase several meters high, and the tank lost balance, tumbling down. Wu Wei was terrified, instantly activating 4 layers of defense. Fortunately, the tank's performance exceeded expectations, surviving the fall unscathed. After this harrowing moment, the 3 inside fell silent, fearing another similar incident. As for choosing this reckless young man as a mentor, Wu Wei preferred to live longer and decisively dismissed the idea. Under the tank's speed, they reached the largest fortress on the eastern front Oriental Kanglong in just 2 hours. The tank delivered them straight to the War Academy's main campus. From a distance, Wu Wei saw a group waiting at the gate. Leading them was a middle-aged man in military uniform with a resolute demeanor. As soon as Wu Wei disembarked, he approached immediately. Xiao Wu, I'm Lin Taijun I. Lin Taijun began, but his words were cut short as a figure suddenly darted forward toward Dantai Jingming. Dantai, I'm Li Shan, the deputy director of admissions at the War Academy. The newcomer warmly shook Dantai's hand. On behalf of the War Academy, welcome. The Eastern Front's Azure Dragon main city was bustling with activity in front of the War Academy's entrance. A lively voice suddenly rang out, drawing Wu Wei's attention. He saw a middle-aged man with a beaming smile, enthusiastically shaking hands with Dantai Jingming, as if Dantai were the top scorer of the college entrance exam. Wu Wei keenly noticed that as soon as this enthusiastic man appeared, Lin Tiejuan's face turned grim, and his eyes flashed with undisguised disdain. Lin Taijun cast a cold glance at the middle-aged man, then turned to Wu Wei and Xiao Chong, saying, let's go. I'll take you to complete the enrollment procedures. With that, he intended to lead the two into the academy, completely ignoring Li Shan and Dantai Jingming behind him. At that moment, Li Shan's voice came from behind. Director Lin, please wait a moment. Lin Taijun paused, not turning around, his tone tinged with evident impatience. What is it? Li Shan seemed unfazed by Lin Tiejuan's attitude. Instead, his smile widened as he quickly approached Lin Taijun and lowered his voice. I heard you're applying for the ultimate talent program for this student Wu Wei. Is that right? Lin Tiejuan's brow furrowed, a hint of caution in his eyes. What are you up to? Li Shan took a deep breath, his smile unwavering. but his tone turned serious. I would like to ask you to withdraw the application for the Ultimate Talent Program because I intend to apply for it for student Dantai. This statement was like a bomb, instantly igniting Lin Tiejuan's fury. He grabbed Li Shan by the collar, pulling him close, and said through gritted teeth, "Are you out of your mind, Li? Xiao Wu is the top scorer, while Dantai Jingming is a failed candidate. You want us to give up the Ultimate Talent Program for him?" Startled by Lin Tiejuan's rough actions, Li Shan quickly regained his composure and gently patted Lin Tiejuan's hand, signaling him to let go. "No need to get so worked up, Director Lin. This isn't just my idea, it's Principal Zhao's decision." He paused before continuing. "Besides, the Ultimate Talent Program isn't solely about exam scores. Although Xiao Wu's performance in the exam was impressive, it's undeniable that as a card summoner, his career prospects are quite limited. His 3 fundamental sources are of perfect quality, which already makes for an excellent foundation. However, Li Shan believes that if the foundation isn't solid enough, even the Ultimate Talent Program would fail to realize its true potential. He insists that instead of wasting resources, this valuable opportunity should be given to someone with greater potential." Li Shan gently advised, "Our Ultimate Talent Program resources come from the Federation, and we have a responsibility to ensure they are utilized to their fullest. Therefore, we suggest offering this plan to classmate Dantai Jingming." These words instantly ignited Lin Tiejuan's fury. He shouted harshly, "Don't even think about it. This Ultimate Talent Program is for Wu Wei alone." Facing Lin Tiejuan's anger, Li Shan maintained a facade of calm. He smiled slightly, with a hint of disdain in his voice. "Director Lin, I'm merely stating the facts. Whether you agree or not, we will apply for this program for classmate Dantai. This is for the long-term development of the school." "For the development of the school?" Lin Taijun sneered, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he grabbed Li Shan by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Li Shan's face turned red instantly, and he instinctively clutched at Lin Tiejuan's wrist, trying to break free from the deadly grip. What are you doing? I advise you not to act recklessly." Li Shan struggled to squeeze out the words, but before he could finish, Lin Tiejuan's grip tightened further, cutting off his voice completely. Rage burned in Lin Tiejuan's eyes as he growled through gritted teeth. Ever since that Vice Principal Zhao took office, the War Academy has been declining, filled with chaos. Thanks to him, that so-called Genius Academy has risen. If I let you pests keep considering for the school, the War Academy will be doomed." His voice grew colder, carrying an undeniable threat. "Let me be clear, the Ultimate Talent Program belongs to Wu Wei, and if anyone dares to take it, I won't hesitate to cut off their hand. Get out." With that, Lin Taijun flung Li Shan away as if he were trash. Li Shan's body collided heavily with a wall several meters away, causing him to cough up blood and collapse to the ground. Without sparing Li Shan a glance, Lin Taijun turned to Wu Wei and the others with a warm smile, inviting, "Let's go inside." Wu Wei didn't immediately follow but exchanged a look with Dantai Jingming. Although they had only met for the second time today, a strange understanding formed between them. In that brief eye contact, they both realized the complexity of the situation. Clearly, the conflict between the two admissions directors was ostensibly centered around them, but in reality, it reflected the power struggle between 2 factions within the War Academy's leadership. Wu Wei and Dantai Jingming were merely pawns in this game of power. After a brief exchange of glances, Wu Wei chose to follow Lin Taijun, while Dantai Jingming stayed behind. Although he had previously expressed a desire to share a mentor with Wu Wei, in the face of this sudden situation, he made the most prudent choice. Following Wu Wei would mean that Lin Tiejuan's side would focus their efforts on Wu Wei. Conversely, staying meant aligning with Vice Principal Zhao, which might secure better training opportunities for him. Like an unstoppable torrent, the current situation was something both Wu Wei and Dantai Jingming understood they couldn't reverse. They could only go with the flow, passively becoming pieces in the power struggle between the 2 factions. They both knew that after today, when they met again, they might already be rivals standing on opposing sides. The corners of Dantai Jingming's mouth lifted slightly, and a glint of triumph flashed in his eyes. This was precisely his goal in coming to the War Academy to defeat Wu Wei. After being slammed against the wall, Li Shan staggered to his feet. Despite his disheveled appearance, he immediately went to Dantai Jingming's side. Breathing heavily, Li Shan patted Dantai Jingming's shoulder and said firmly, "Dantai, rest assured. At the War Academy, the resources you can access are second to none. We'll provide you with the best resources and the finest teachers. With your talent, in less than a month, that so-called top exam scorer will be no match for you." Li Shan paused and continued, "You must understand, for you, the silver level is just holding back your potential. While it might be the pinnacle for him, for you, it's only the beginning." Meanwhile, on Wu Wei's side, Lin Taijun also patted Wu Wei's shoulder, his gaze resolute. "This Ultimate Talent Program is tailor-made for you." In this regard, Lin Taijun was exceptionally firm. However, when discussing the rivalry between Wu Wei and Dantai Jingming, Lin Tiejuan's tone turned a bit hesitant. He said softly, "Don't dwell too much on Dantai Jingming. Every card master has their own path, and you shouldn't set your sights on others. Focus on yourself. As long as you continue to surpass yourself, that's enough. Remember, you are your own greatest opponent." Wu Wei nodded heavily, acknowledging Lin Tiejuan's words. In truth, Wu Wei had never considered Dantai Jingming a true rival. He refrained from making arrogant remarks, but deep down, Wu Wei was confident. Those he had left behind would never catch up to him. Wu Wei's thoughts drifted. Dantai Jingming couldn't even defeat him at his perfect primal quality, let alone now, with ample resources at the War Academy. It wouldn't be long before he could raise all three, no, the top 10 primals, to epic quality. By then, perhaps just one primal would be enough to easily take down Dantai Jingming. In the Eastern Azure Dragon City, within the War Academy, Lin Taijun initially intended to give Wu Wei a proper tour, but an unexpected incident disrupted his plans. After hastily completing the enrollment procedures for Wu Wei and Cheng Baining, he hurriedly left, clearly to implement Wu Wei's ultimate talent development plan. In the principal's office of the War Academy, the white-haired Jiang Mingyi was leisurely sipping a cup of tea. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the calm as the office door burst open. Lin Taijun stormed in, and Jiang Mingyi, looking at the broken door with resignation, remarked, "That door cost 3,000 bucks, it'll come out of your salary." Ignoring him, Lin Taijun strode purposefully towards Jiang Mingyi, seething with anger. "Old man, you really need to do something about those Zhao people. If you don't, they'll ruin the War Academy. Just give me the nod, and I'll go deal with them right now." Jiang Mingyi glanced at the fuming Lin Taijun, unfazed by his outburst, and calmly replied, "If you really want to deal with him, go ahead. Why do you need my approval?" Lin Tiejuan's expression shifted. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Fine, I'll go then. I'm going, all right. Don't try to stop me." Jiang Mingyi simply sipped his tea, watching Lin Tiejuan's theatrics. Within 3 minutes, Lin Taijun was obediently seated in front of Jiang Mingyi. Seeing Lin Tiejuan's defeated demeanor, Jiang Mingyi couldn't be bothered to say much, merely commented, "If you can't play the game, don't try. You're talking about taking him down, but do you even know his strength compared to yours? Even I'm not confident against him, and you think you can just waltz in there?" Lin Taijun collected himself, realizing he couldn't outwit the other, and got straight to the point. "I don't care. The ultimate talent plan must be given to Wu Wei. If you don't, they'll fight him anyway. Even if it costs me my life, I'll make a mark on him." Jiang Mingyi paused, sipping his tea leisurely. Lin Taijun, growing impatient, urged, "Old man, say something. Are you giving the ultimate talent development plan or not?" "In principle, it can be given," Jiang Mingyi finally responded. Lin Taijun felt a sinking feeling and quickly interjected, "Then let's go by principle." Jiang Mingyi sighed and shook his head. If everything could be handled by principle, the world would be simple. If this kid were in another profession, giving him the ultimate talent plan wouldn't be an issue, but he's a summoner. You know the card summoner profession, there's only one known career path, and it's lost. Without a career path, his potential is at most diamond level. Such a child, not to mention the ultimate talent plan, even the special talent plan is a stretch. Unwilling to back down, Lin Taijun argued, "This kid is different. Have you ever seen a summoner top the exams? Besides, paths and sequences are created by people. If others can carve a path, why can't he carve one of his own?" Hearing this, Jiang Mingyi raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Lin Tiejuan's eloquence today. Lin Taijun stood in Jiang Mingyi's office, his eyes resolute as he advocated passionately for Wu Wei. His voice was filled with fervor, as if he were defending a child worthy of fortune's favor. "Why do you value this child so much? Is it because of his talent or his strength?" Jiang Mingyi asked, his hands crossed and gaze piercing. Lin Taijun took a deep breath and began to explain. "Haven't you seen Wu Wei's file? He's an orphan who managed to awaken his talent as a card master, yet he was directly assigned to the worst team with no resources. In such a situation, the future is predetermined for 99 of people. But he defied fate, painstakingly nurturing the worst team into a top-tier one. In this journey, I saw a child who never gives up and never surrenders, with an indomitable spirit." Jiang Mingyi nodded slightly, deep in thought. Adversity has shaped his resilient character and soul. Lin Taijun immediately countered, "No, resilience is the essence of his soul. Adversity didn't shape him, nor is it something to be glorified. We shouldn't impose unnecessary hardships on him. His awakened talent is proof that fate intends for this child to eventually triumph over adversity." Lin Taijun continued, "And the ultimate talent development program, what's its other name? The Human Hero Development Program. It's meant to cultivate human heroes. Don't you think a child like Wu Wei, compared to Dantai Jingming, is more suited to be a hero and more inspiring to grassroots warriors?" Jiang Mingyi listened and fell into contemplation. The office was silent, the only sound being the ticking of the clock on the wall. Finally, Lin Taijun added, "This opportunity is something he earned himself, isn't it? Jiang Mingyi finally raised his head, a hint of decisiveness in his eyes. All right, give him the chance. Upon hearing these words, a victorious smile spread across Lin Tiejuan's face. But Jiang Mingyi quickly dampened the mood. Don't get too excited just yet. They won't agree easily. Also, you know this plan is a hero development plan. Heroes face not only flowers and applause, but also trials. If he can't bear the weight, he won't hold on to the title of hero for long. Lin Taijun replied confidently. Don't worry, I have faith in that kid. Jiang Mingyi set down his teacup, picked up the phone on his desk, and dialed a number. Hello, this is Jiang Mingyi. That night at 10, Lin Taijun knocked on Wu Wei's dormitory door. As soon as the door opened, he handed Wu Wei a student card with the serial number 001, excitedly announcing, It's done. Starting today, you can enjoy the Ultimate Talent Development Program, and you will also be the top student at the War Academy. Wu Wei took the student card, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if contemplating the significance behind it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the War Academy, Dantai Jingming's dormitory door was also knocked on. Li Shan handed him a student card with the serial number 002, reassuring him, It's a pity you didn't get the 001 card, but rest assured, the resources you'll receive won't be any less than that kid's. Li Shan continued with a hint of disdain in his voice, and don't worry, holding onto the top student card won't be easy for that kid. After all, becoming the top student at the War Academy isn't a walk in the park, it requires passing tests. I doubt a summoner kid can withstand such trials. Just watch, he might have to return that top student card in less than 3 days. In the Eastern Azure Dragons War Academy, Wu Wei stood at the dormitory entrance, gripping the student card he had just received, a complex light flickering in his eyes. He knew that this small card would completely change his destiny, bringing endless opportunities and challenges. Putting aside the undercurrents of power behind Lin Taijun and Li Shan, just the title of the Academy's chief was enough to plunge Wu Wei into endless conflicts and troubles. However, after more than a decade of living in this world, Wu Wei understood that the old ways of avoiding conflict and seeking safety were no longer effective in this survival-off defeatist world. To live here, and to live well, he must constantly fight back. This belief became even more firm at this moment. Earlier today, Wu Wei had visited the War Academy's logistics department to exchange for a card of perfect quality. He clearly remembered the card's description. It could fuse 3 cards of perfect quality, with a fusion success rate between 10 and 100%. Yet, when Wu Wei studied this fusion card closely, a sense of unease arose. Unlike what he had previously learned, this card only mentioned fusion, not upgrade. With this doubt, Wu Wei attempted a fusion. Confirming his concerns, the system indicated that the probability of card upgrade after fusion was 0. Even activating absolute luck did not change the situation. Wu Wei knew that absolute luck's power was to amplify tiny chances to certainty, turning even a 9 million chance into 100%. But when the success rate was 0, no amount of amplification could help. This meant that the perfect quality fusion card couldn't elevate Wu Wei's base to epic quality. Facing this reality, Wu Wei pondered deeply. The gap between perfect and epic was evidently greater than he had imagined. Before perfect, he could use a lower tier fusion card to upgrade, but beyond epic, it seemed a same tier fusion card would be necessary. This might be why Li Shan underestimated Wu Wei. In Li Shan's view, Wu Wei's luck would likely diminish in effectiveness later on. After all, the advanced talents of epic quality cards had limited influence. However, for Wu Wei, this was not an insurmountable obstacle. If perfect wasn't enough, he would aim for epic-level challenges. His unique talent was undoubtedly capable of affecting epic, even legendary quality cards. The only cost was the need for more resources. In this situation, Wu Wei naturally wouldn't abandon the ultimate talent cultivation plan. He invited Lin Taijun into his dormitory, listening carefully to the benefits and treatments under the plan. Yet, Lin Tiejuan's opening statement left Wu Wei astonished. The Ultimate Talent Cultivation Plan provides a legendary card bundle annually, Lin Taijun said calmly, as if it were the most ordinary thing. A legendary card. Wu Wei repeated in disbelief, his voice filled with shock and anticipation. Lin Taijun nodded in confirmation, then added, However, this benefit requires your rank to be at least gold to activate. After all, legendary cards are at least gold rank and extremely rare. After hearing this, Wu Wei felt both excited and anxious. The allure of a legendary card was undeniable, but he had a long way to go to meet the activation conditions. Nonetheless, it undoubtedly gave him stronger motivation, pushing him to work harder in his future cultivation. Lin Taijun eagerly listed several benefits, finally handing the entire list over to Wu Wei. Wu Wei took the list and quickly scanned through it, gasping in surprise. Despite having overestimated the benefits of the Ultimate Talent Development Plan, the reality far exceeded his expectations. Wu Wei's eyes moved back and forth over the list, unable to regain his composure for a long time. At that moment, he truly understood the famous saying, the joy of battling against heaven is endless. and so is battling against people. Right then, Wu Wei wished he could rush out and find someone to challenge, to vent his excitement. Among the many benefits, what caught Wu Wei's attention the most was the career sequence path. This is a path that typically only card masters can unlock after reaching the diamond level. Once a path is mastered, a card master can elevate themselves to a new level, becoming a legendary sequence powerhouse. As the most formidable beings in the card world, sequence powerhouses are humanity's trump card against the insect race. Therefore, no card master would be indifferent to the career sequence path, and Wu Wei was no exception. However, when Wu Wei eagerly expressed his desire to explore the career sequence path, Lin Tiejuan's expression turned somewhat awkward. He hesitated and said, "Well, the War Academy currently doesn't have a summoner sequence path." "What?" Wu Wei asked incredulously, eyes wide open. "Did you say the War Academy doesn't have a summoner sequence path?" Lin Taijun nodded, explaining, "The career sequence path, simply put, is the integration of a card master's own profession. The integration difficulty for the summoner profession is relatively high, and currently, the War Academy indeed doesn't have such a sequence. But don't worry, there was once a summoner sequence path, but it was lost when its owner fell. However, the Academy has dispatched people to find it, and it should be retrieved soon." Despite Lin Tiejuan's reassurance, Wu Wei felt a twinge of frustration. He hadn't expected the career he casually chose to have such an uncertain future. At this moment, he understood why Li Shan had previously made a point about him being a summoner. This was the reason. Since the War Academy currently lacks a summoner sequence path, the benefit of granting him access to all sequence paths seems meaningless. Wu Wei was at a loss about what to examine. Should he look at the warrior or mage sequence paths? Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in Wu Wei's mind. Although the War Academy doesn't have a summoner's career sequence path, it surely has numerous sequence paths for common professions like warriors and mages. Even though these two professions don't directly relate to Wu Wei, and he can't walk these paths himself, his summoned beasts like Guan Hai could. If Guan Hai and the others could master a sequence path, wouldn't that indirectly mean Wu Wei himself had mastered a path? This thought filled Wu Wei with excitement, and he immediately discussed this possibility with Lin Taijun. Lin Taijun furrowed his brows upon hearing Wu Wei's proposal. He initially wanted to say there was no precedent for a summoned beast mastering a sequence path, but thought better of it and swallowed his words. In the end, he simply replied, "Well, you can give it a try." Wu Wei has always been a decisive and efficient individual. When he decided to delve into the professional sequence pathways, he immediately applied for the related electronic documents through the 001 card. Surprisingly, the confidential information was delivered to his terminal within just 10 minutes. Despite the unusually simple application process, Wu Wei didn't think much of it, and instead immersed himself in studying the documents. After a few hours, Wu Wei had gained a comprehensive understanding of the professional sequence pathways. To become a sequence powerhouse, 3 key conditions must be met. First, one must obtain a sequence crystal card, a rare item that only has a slim chance of being dropped by diamond level and above insect generals. Second, the individual's recorded origin must align with a specific professional pathway, with higher compatibility being better. Lastly, they must achieve mastery level in that professional sequence pathway. For Wu Wei, obtaining the sequence crystal wasn't currently an issue, as it was part of the benefits of the Ultimate Talent Development Program. What concerned him most now was the compatibility of Guan Hai and others with their professional pathways. The War Academy currently possessed knowledge of over a dozen professional sequence pathways, divided into 2 main series: Card Warriors and Card Sorcerers. In the Warrior series, the highest sequence was the Sword Cultivator profession of Ding 007, which was the one Tan Taijingming had entered. Not only did this professional pathway rank first among the Warrior series, but it also seemed to have potential for advancement. Wu Wei carefully examined the requirements for the Sword Cultivator pathway, and discovered that the first condition was to have at least 5 epic or higher origins related to sword cultivation recorded. This made him raise an eyebrow. Tan Taijingming was only at the silver level, and should theoretically be able to record a maximum of 4 origins, yet he still successfully entered the Sword Cultivator pathway. This undoubtedly demonstrated Tan Taijingming's remarkable talent, and helped Wu Wei understand why so many people valued him highly. For a moment, Wu Wei considered having Guan Hai pursue the Sword Cultivator pathway as well. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. For one, Guan Hai's current system was far removed from sword cultivation, and a forced transition would require a lengthy development period with a low probability of success. More importantly, the notion of summoning beasts following professional sequence pathways was still in the exploratory phase, and Wu Wei wasn't sure if this path was truly viable. Under these circumstances, Wu Wei decided to conduct practical experiments as soon as possible to test his ideas. He knew that only through practice could he truly comprehend the viability and potential risks of this path. After careful consideration, Wu Wei decided to choose a straightforward and immediately feasible career path for Guan Hai. His eyes landed on the option of the Ding 045 heavy armored warrior. Although this career path was only considered mid-level among the warrior sequences at the War Academy, it was a perfect match for Guan Hai's characteristics. The core requirement for a heavy armored warrior was to equip heavy armor and have a significant amount of strength and defense-related fundamental runes. Guan Hai happened to meet these conditions. His expertise in equipment allowed him to handle heavy armor, and his mastery of bull strength and elephant strength enhanced his power, while Iron Shirt and a robust physique boosted his defensive capabilities. Wu Wei thought, the sequence is not the only standard for judging combat power. What truly matters is the person, not the career path. Besides, sequences are not set in stone. With his mind made up, Wu Wei immediately submitted an application for the Career Sequence Path Resource Package to the Logistics Department of the War Academy through his personal terminal. This action was like a stone cast into a calm lake, stirring waves among the Academy's upper echelons. Some were dismissive, some were furious, some sneered, some were intrigued, and some were filled with anticipation. However, Wu Wei was unaware of these reactions. After submitting the application, Wu Wei promptly began preparing resources. He had a monthly epic card, 2,500 military merits, and 2 epic cards and several hundred military merits earned in the examination hall. He decided to exchange 3 epic cards, an epic fusion card, a tiger and leopard strength card, and a golden bell shield card. Clearly, he intended to elevate Guan Hai to epic quality. Just as Wu Wei completed the exchange, the Academy responded to his application. However, the response was unexpected. Wu Wei, the career path sequence package you applied for has been arranged by the Academy. You have been granted access to the 100 Battles Tower for the Career Sequence Path Challenge. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow, puzzled. I asked for a package. Why did they give me a challenge access? He continued reading and discovered an introduction to the 100 Battles Tower. The first line prominently stated, a training ground crafted by the Federation to cultivate sequence path elites. What shocked him even more was the next line. Challenge access price 3 first-class merits, 100,000 military merits per attempt. This unexpected response plunged Wu Wei into deep thought as he began weighing the value and potential risks of this opportunity. When Wu Wei saw the challenge prize for the 100 Battle Pavilion, his eyes widened. 3 first-class merits and 100,000 military merits. This threshold was astronomical for the average person. Wu Wei recalled his near-death experience handling the Space Rift vibration disaster, a harrowing mission that only earned him 2 second-class merits. Now, he had been granted unlimited challenge access, a privilege that filled him with excitement. Taking a deep breath, Wu Wei tightly gripped the 3 epic cards in his hand. Without hesitation, he strode towards the 100 Battle Pavilion, his steps firm and quick. Yet, as he ascended the steps of the pavilion, a storm was quietly brewing within the War Academy. News spread like wildfire. Wu Wei had become the War Academy's top student, earning unlimited access to the Professional Sequence Challenge path. This revelation caused a stir within the Academy. Students who considered themselves geniuses could not accept this fact, their eyes glinting with jealousy and resentment. Why? This question echoed in everyone's mind. Why does a newly enrolled summoner get these privileges? The voices of doubt rose, the students' dissatisfaction simmering like boiling water, ready to overflow at any moment. In a training room, Qianming was focused on swinging a massive iron rod. His bare torso was slick with sweat, muscles tensing with each swing. The surrounding commotion seemed irrelevant to him. All he saw was the 3-meter-long, only and a half-meter thick iron rod. 9,997, 9,998, 9,999, 10,000. As he silently counted to the final number, Qianming finally set down the rod. He turned and headed for the door, students immediately converging around him. Senior Qian, where are you going? Someone asked eagerly. 100 Battle Pavilion. Qianming answered succinctly, not breaking stride. This answer was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the surrounding students. They excitedly followed Qianming, marching en masse towards the 100 Battle Pavilion. Someone took the opportunity to spread the news, and soon, the entire War Academy buzzed with the news that Qianming is about to challenge the new top student at the 100 Battle Pavilion. 2 forces were on a collision course, the fearless newcomer Wu Wei and the formidable Qianming, set to meet head-on at the stage of the 100 Battle Pavilion. The students of the War Academy held their breath, eagerly anticipating this upcoming showdown. At the same time, Li Shan shared the news with Dantai Jingming, a smug smile on his face. His eyes sparkled with confidence as he said, I told you, he won't hold that top position for long. Dantai Jingming raised an eyebrow, a hint of doubt in his voice. Is this Qianming really that impressive? Last year's top exam scorer, currently at Silver 10-star level. He paused, contemplating. Silver 10-star in over a year? Doesn't seem like much for a top scorer. Li Shan chuckled and explained. If you just look at his rank, it might not seem impressive. But if you knew he's already earned 2 first-class merits and 100,000 military credits, and personally killed a golden 3-star insect general. Hearing this, Dantai Jingming's expression changed instantly. His brow furrowed, surprise flashing in his eyes. He had to admit, if that were true, then Qianming was indeed quite extraordinary. Li Shan continued. In fact, if he wasn't preparing to choose a career path before advancing to gold rank, he could have advanced long ago. And even without reaching gold rank, his combat strength is something many gold-level card masters can't match. He paused, looking meaningfully at Dantai Jingming. Even you might not be able to beat him now. Dantai Jingming knew Li Shan was being tactful. Saying he might not win was an understatement. He was certain he would lose to Qianming at this point. Of course, this was because they had a year's difference in development. Given a year, Dantai was confident he could defeat Qianming single-handedly. Li Shan stood up and headed towards the door. Come on, let's watch the top student's first battle. Hope he doesn't lose too badly. Otherwise, you won't have any rivals left. Hearing this, Dantai Jingming raised an eyebrow. His expression complex, but he still followed. Soon, a large crowd gathered outside the battle hall. They were all eager to witness the fight between the new and old top students, though most were more interested in seeing Wu Wei get crushed. The crowd buzzed with discussion, many harboring animosity towards Wu Wei. To them, Wu Wei, who had instantly gained access to resources they had long desired, symbolized privilege. People naturally dislike privilege, especially when they are not part of that privileged group. They believed Wu Wei had taken shortcuts and were eager to see him get beaten. Whether the upcoming fight was fair didn't concern them. In their eyes, fairness wasn't necessary with someone like Wu Wei. Amidst the anticipation, Wu Wei arrived at the battle hall, guided by his personal terminal. Seeing the large crowd, and a figure standing in the center wielding an exaggeratedly large sword, poised for a showdown, he was taken aback. He briefly wondered if he had the wrong place. It looked more like an arena. After double-checking the address and confirming it was correct, Wu Wei assumed that the War Academy had a tradition of dueling outside the battle hall. Though puzzled, he chose to respect it. He even stood on the sidelines, blending in with the onlookers. To get a better understanding, Wu Wei asked a nearby teenager, "Hey, what's going on here?" The teenager looked surprised. "You don't know? Our academy got a privileged kid, supposedly the principal's illegitimate son. He got special treatment as soon as he arrived, receiving resources we've worked hard for with just a word." Wu Wei was shocked. Seriously? Someone pulling strings, even at the War Academy? That's a big deal. Exactly, the teenager continued. That's why everyone's so angry. Senior Qian stepped up to teach that guy a lesson. Wu Wei, filled with righteous indignation, said, "Such nepotism deserves to be punished. How did the War Academy get so corrupt?" Still fuming, Wu Wei asked, "By the way, what's that guy's name?" The teenager replied, "I think it's something like Wu Wei." "What?" Wu Wei froze, his expression suddenly solidifying. In the Eastern Azure Dragon City, at the War Academy, the name that echoed in Wu Wei's ears made his expression immediately complex. He had only intended to watch the commotion, but unexpectedly, he became the center of attention. The whispers around him were clear: privileged class, the principal's illegitimate son. These words were like sharp knives, wounding Wu Wei's pride. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed to prove himself. Just as he was about to defend himself, a curious voice chimed in. "Hey, I heard he's this year's top scorer in the college entrance exams." This comment sparked further discussion. Someone scoffed. "So what if he's the top scorer? Our War Academy has top scorers every year. Have you seen Senior Qianming? He was last year's top scorer, yet to gain access to the 100 Battles Tower and to enter a professional path before advancing to the gold level, he's been holding back his growth for over half a year. He's worked hard for more than a year and still needs one more first-class merit to enter the 100 Battles Tower. Why should this Wu guy get unlimited challenges right off the bat?" Listening to these words, Wu Wei was anxious and frustrated. He wanted to argue, but realized the other party's point seemed valid. As he racked his brains for a response, a young man suddenly emerged from the crowd, walking straight up to Qianming. "I heard you're last year's top scorer. I'd like to spar with you." The young man's voice was clear and confident. Qianming frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "Dantai Jingming," the young man replied calmly, adding, "I'm the holder of student card 002 and the second student to be selected for the Ultimate Talent Cultivation Program." These words were like a bomb, instantly igniting the emotions of the surrounding students. They thought having just one person like Wu Wei getting in through connections was outrageous enough, but now there was a second one. Just as anger was about to erupt, a calm voice interjected. "Don't lump this one in with Wu Wei. He's not some backdoor failure like Wu Wei. This guy is a super genius who has entered the sword cultivation path at the silver level. He rightfully deserves the 002 card and the Ultimate Talent Cultivation Program." This statement was like a bucket of cold water, instantly quelling the crowd's fury. The students' attitudes shifted immediately. Sword cultivation path? Seriously, can he really master it at the silver level? If that's true, I have no objection to him getting an ultimate talent cultivation program. With talent like that, he deserves the benefits. Listening to the discussions around him, Wu Wei's face turned gloomy. The words he had intended to defend himself with were now stuck in his throat. Why is it that when he, as the top scorer and part of the ultimate talent development program, is accused of using connections, it's considered unfair, but when Dantai Jingming, who failed the exam, gets a 002 in the same program, it's seen as deserved? Isn't this just bullying the honest ones? Wu Wei was seething with anger, his fists clenching involuntarily. He decided to prove his worth as the top scorer through action and was about to roll up his sleeves and charge forward. At that moment, Qian Ming, who had previously dismissed Dantai Jingming, suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of interest flickering in them. Sword cultivation path? Then I'll give you a chance. With those words, a battle between Qian Ming and Dantai Jingming erupted instantly. Wu Wei immediately calmed himself, focusing intently on the fight. He had expected to witness a fierce battle, but the outcome was beyond his expectations. In just 3 rounds, Dantai Jingming was defeated. This result left Wu Wei stunned. Qian Ming's strength was far greater than he had anticipated. However, a sly smile soon appeared on Wu Wei's face. He thought to himself that with Dantai Jingming performing so poorly, he would likely be reprimanded along with him. Yet, suddenly, the air was filled with voices of admiration. No wonder he has mastered the basics of the sword cultivation path. His skills are indeed formidable, his attacks unparalleled. To last 3 rounds against Qian Ming at full strength shows real merit. Wu Wei was taken aback by these comments, realizing that most people seemed genuinely impressed. Even Qian Ming nodded in approval at Dantai Jingming, saying, "You're quite good, worthy of being a sword cultivator beginner. I acknowledge you. You deserve the 002 in the Ultimate Talent Development Program." Dantai Jingming responded confidently, "You're not bad yourself, worthy of being the top scorer from the previous year." Watching their mutual praise, Wu Wei found it hard to bear. He wanted to step in and stop this farce, but recalling Qian Ming's explosive performance in those 3 rounds, he had to admit that Qian Ming's strength was indeed impressive. With his current abilities, he might not do better than Dantai Jingming. After calmly analyzing the situation, Wu Wei realized that even if he performed slightly better than Dantai Jingming, the latter's sword cultivation aura would overshadow him. Unless he could defeat Qian Ming, anything else would be futile. Unfortunately, he didn't seem to have the strength to defeat Qian Ming at the moment. After weighing his options, Wu Wei quietly turned and headed towards the 100 Battles Tower, hoping to go unnoticed. Since news spread so quickly and nobody had seen his face yet, Wu Wei, blending in with the crowd as a mere spectator, went unnoticed as everyone's attention was focused elsewhere, assuming he hadn't arrived. Thus, Wu Wei successfully reached the entrance of the 100 Battles Tower. He took out his student card, completed the identity verification, and was greeted by an electronic voice. Identity verification successful. Welcome, esteemed 001 student. The 100 Battles Tower Challenge is now open for you. As the mechanical voice concluded, the doors of the 100 Battles Tower slowly opened, a beam of light enveloping Wu Wei. Only then did the surrounding students realize what was happening, turning to look at Wu Wei. Under their astonished gazes, Wu Wei transformed into a streak of light, dashing into the 100 Battles Tower like a bolt of lightning. Outside the battle tower, the students' emotions boiled over like a pot of boiling water as Wu Wei entered the building. Their eyes flashed with anger and disdain, convinced that Wu Wei's actions were utterly disgraceful. The comparison with Dantai Jingming only solidified their opinion. Wu Wei was someone who gained privileges through favoritism. He doesn't even dare to face Qian Ming, someone shouted loudly. Hiding inside won't help. He'll have to come out eventually, another voice chimed in. Among the crowd, only Dantai Jingming's face showed a hint of anticipation, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the battle tower. Meanwhile, as Wu Wei stepped into the battle tower, a cold electronic voice sounded, providing a detailed introduction to the building's functions and purposes. The core functions of the battle tower are combat and legacy, the mechanical voice explained steadily. Select a challenge path. Engage in unlimited battles until you succeed or give up. Upon completing a challenge, you have a chance to receive a legacy from the path, though it's not guaranteed. Wu Wei frowned in thought, realizing he faced 2 challenges, completing the challenge and accepting the legacy. His talent might be useful in accepting the legacy, but he needed to decide whether to use it immediately. After weighing his options, Wu Wei decided to first enhance Guan Hai's quality. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, he muttered to himself, as he opened his palm and loaded the epic quality fusion card. This was Guan Hai's second fusion of the day. A few hours earlier, Wu Wei had fused Guan Hai with perfect quality strong as an ox and body strengthening cards. Now, Guan Hai was about to undergo a second, more crucial fusion of the day. Taking a deep breath, Wu Wei lightly touched the fusion card with his fingers, initiating this critical upgrade process. Wu Wei stared intently at the epic grade fusion card in his hand, took a deep breath, and embarked on this critical fusion. He selected the yellow Turban Dao Soldier as the main card, with the Tiger Leopard Strength and Golden Bell Shield as subcards. The fusion success rate was a mere 5.3, and the probability of upgrading post-success was even lower at 0.5. However, at this crucial moment, Wu Wei's innate gift of absolute luck shone brightly. In an instant, the fusion success rate skyrocketed to 100, and the upgrade probability soared as well. Accompanied by a dazzling light, the fusion succeeded. The quality of the yellow turban Dao soldier leapt to epic level, and its skills underwent a remarkable transformation. The fusion of the wild bull strength and tiger leopard strength gave birth to the more powerful 9 bulls and 2 tigers strength. The iron shirt and golden bell shield enhanced each other, forming the impenetrable golden bell iron shirt. The combination of robust physique and strong vitality evolved into the fundamental skill wild bull body. Meanwhile, the core yellow turban technique advanced to the more formidable yellow turban horizontal refinement. With this series of transformations, Wu Wei felt the spiritual power within him surge, increasing his capacity by 800 points. Eagerly, he examined the attributes of this newly transformed card. Yellow Turban Dao Soldier, Epic Quality, Silver 1 star. As the primary origin, this card exhibited astonishing potential in strength and defense. It could summon powerful Yellow Turban Dao soldiers to join battles and possessed an impressive array of skills. The 9 bulls and 2 tigers strength, a purple passive skill, directly added 25,000 pounds of strength to the user. Once actively triggered, it could unleash an incredible 200-fold power increase, along with an additional 50,000 pounds of strength. The cultivation skill significantly enhanced the card's endurance. In non-combat situations, it could autonomously restore spiritual power without additional expenditure from the owner. When activated in combat, it could quickly heal injuries and replenish spiritual power. The Iron Shirt Golden Bell Shield defensive skill not only greatly boosted physical defense, but also automatically activated in the face of lethal attacks, forming an indestructible protective barrier. Additionally, it could reflect 50 of the damage back to the attacker. The Equipment Mastery skill opened up new growth possibilities for the Yellow Turban Dao Soldier, adding slots for weapons, armor, and accessories. Each additional item equipped granted a 10,000 pound strength bonus. One step, 1,000 miles greatly enhanced mobility, allowing an instant advance within a 500-meter range, with attack power doubling upon stopping. Earth-Splitting Slash was an area attack skill, capable of inflicting devastating damage to enemies within a 180-degree, 50-meter range in front. The core skill, Yellow Turban Horizontal Refinement, not only added 25,000 pounds of strength and 5,000 spiritual points, but also doubled the effects of all strength and defense skills. The Wild Bull Body further enhanced physical attributes, adding 100,000 pounds of strength while greatly improving resilience, recovery, and stamina. Finally, the Mighty Elephant Strength added another 100,000 pounds of base strength to the Yellow Turban Dao Soldier. Wu Wei carefully calculated Guan Hai's attributes, realizing that the base strength provided by these epic skills alone amounted to a staggering 300,000 pounds. Adding Guan Hai's own base strength and the explosive power from activating 9 bulls and 2 tigers strength and Yellow Turban Horizontal Refinement, his might was truly awe-inspiring. Wu Wei couldn't help but think that if Guan Hai went out now, he could probably teach the arrogant Qianming a lesson with a single strike. However, this wasn't the limit for Guan Hai. To leave room for Guan Hai's future potential, Wu Wei decided to bide his time in the 100 Battles Tower. He spent his time there leisurely, not rushing to start the challenge. Unbeknownst to him, the outside world was already in turmoil. The 100 Battles Tower would light up once a challenge began, and as Wu Wei delayed, those outside grew increasingly anxious. People began to doubt whether Wu Wei truly had the strength or if he was merely hiding to avoid trouble. The criticism even started to target Lin Taijun. Despite this, Wu Wei remained oblivious and indifferent, even if he had known. He patiently waited in the 100 Battles Tower for a full 6 hours until his talent cooled down. Finally, Wu Wei stood up, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Let's see what this so-called trial challenge is all about. Lin Taijun stood by the window of his office, his brow furrowed. The clamor outside the battle tower seemed unrelated to him, as he focused intently on an important task: finding a suitable mentor for Wu Wei. As a card summoner, Wu Wei required a teacher with both experience and strength. Lin Taijun meticulously reviewed the faculty list from the Academy of Warfare, comparing options until his gaze settled on one name: Cheng Shu. Cheng Shu, though only at the Diamond 10-star level, was a rising star among summoner mentors and had once stood firm against a sequence-level entity. Within the Federation, he was regarded as the most likely candidate to inherit the summoner's legacy, second only to a legendary figure. Lin Taijun summoned Cheng Shu immediately. After a brief conversation, Lin Taijun was impressed by Cheng Shu's insights into the summoner profession. Cheng Shu, intrigued by the offer, tentatively agreed to take on the task of mentoring Wu Wei. Just as Lin Taijun was about to discuss the details further, Cheng Shu suddenly said, "I want to handle the situation at the battle tower personally." Lin Taijun raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, what?" Cheng Shu replied with pride. I want to see how he handles this situation to determine if he is worthy of becoming my student. With that, he turned and left the office. Cheng Shu didn't notice that as he spoke those final words, Lin Tiejuan's brow furrowed even more. Once Cheng Shu had left, Lin Taijun didn't hesitate to toss Cheng Shu's file into the trash and began searching anew among the Academy's summoner mentors for a suitable candidate. Clearly, Cheng Shu's last remark had cost him the opportunity in this interview. Unaware of this, Cheng Shu had already arrived outside the battle tower. He crossed his arms, looking down at the scene with a scrutinizing expression. At that moment, the long-dormant battle tower suddenly lit up. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn, and they held their breath, waiting for the outcome. However, unexpectedly, the tower's light lasted less than a minute before going out. A burst of mocking laughter erupted around them. After holding back for 5 or 6 hours, finally gathering the courage to challenge. And this is it? Not even a minute. This guy must have set a new record at the Academy of Warfare. From now on, this 001, this top student, will be our Academy's fastest man. To the students outside the battle tower, the light that briefly flickered and then extinguished signaled that Wu Wei's challenge had ended in failure. Laughter and jeers filled the square. Outside the Baijian Tower, the crowd held their breath, eyes fixed on the imposing structure. Suddenly, the tower emitted a dazzling light, only to extinguish in an instant. This scene left most of the onlookers doubting Wu Wei's chances. After all, successful cases usually lasted at least 10 minutes, and Wu Wei hadn't even lasted a minute, which seemed impossible. Cheng Shu's face was filled with disappointment, clearly indicating that Wu Wei's performance was far below his expectations. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Taijun, who was about to be promoted to head of academic affairs, backed Wu Wei, Cheng Shu might have already turned away. He reluctantly suppressed his impatience, deciding to give Wu Wei one last chance. However, inside the Baijian Tower, the situation was entirely different. Wu Wei looked at Guan Hai with confusion, wondering if this was the so-called extremely difficult career path challenge. Although Guan Hai's successful promotion to epic level greatly boosted his confidence, the victory seemed too easy. The entire challenge process was astonishingly fast. As soon as the opponent appeared, Guan Hai executed the one-step 1,000-mile skill, swinging his sword, and the battle was over in less than a second. At that moment, a mechanical voice sounded in Wu Wei's ear. You have successfully completed the Heavy Armor Warrior Challenge and earned a career path inheritance opportunity. As the voice faded, a brilliant light descended from the sky, revealing a crystal-clear crystal. Please grasp the sequence crystal to initiate the career path inheritance. The mechanical voice continued. Wu Wei patted Guan Hai on the shoulder, signaling him to step forward. Although the big, honest guy was a bit puzzled, he obediently approached the beam of light and reached out to grasp the mysterious crystal. As soon as Guan Hai touched the crystal, a series of system prompts flashed before Wu Wei's eyes. The prompts indicated that there was a 99 chance for his primary source to inherit the Heavy Armor Warrior career path, with a 1 chance of inheriting another suitable career path. This astonishingly high success rate left Wu Wei stunned. He had previously worried about the low success rate, which was why he patiently waited for 6 hours. Now, it seemed unnecessary. However, since he had already waited so long and his talent had cooled down, Wu Wei decided to go for it and activate it. You have activated absolute luck. The system prompt refreshed again. Your primary source has gained a career path inheritance opportunity. Under this inheritance, there is a 0 chance of inheriting the Heavy Armor Warrior career path and a 100 chance of inheriting another suitable career path for your primary source. With this message, the sequence crystal in Guan Hai's hand suddenly emitted a dazzling yellow light, as if heralding some incredible change about to occur. As an observer, Wu Wei witnessed the entire process of Guan Hai's inheritance. A brilliant yellow light enveloped Guan Hai, and his muscles trembled violently, as if an invisible force was coursing through his body. A fist-sized orb of light moved around Guan Hai, and the painful, grim expression on his face was clearly visible. This process lasted for over 10 minutes. As the yellow glow intensified, the changes in Guan Hai finally subsided. At that moment, the system prompt refreshed before Wu Wei's eyes. Your first source, Guan Hai, has successfully obtained the Ding 006 Warrior Path inheritance. Proficiency in the path has reached the introductory level. With the introductory level of the Warrior Path, base strength increases by 50,000 gene, physical resilience is significantly enhanced, and all skills receive a passive 20 final effect boost. These system prompts indicated that Guan Hai's inheritance was complete. Wu Wei's face broke into a radiant smile, unable to contain his joy. His original goal was merely the 045 Heavy Armor Warrior, but unexpectedly, he obtained the 006 Warrior Path inheritance. This unprecedented path inheritance shifted the primary sequence of warrior inheritance from sword cultivator to warrior. Overjoyed, Wu Wei rushed forward and hugged Guan Hai tightly, jumping and shouting, "Well done, boss. Despite just undergoing intense pain, Guan Hai, seeing his master's happiness, grinned foolishly, as if all the previous suffering was worthwhile. After a moment, Wu Wei calmed his excitement and, with Guan Hai, exited the 100 Battles Tower. Outside, a large crowd of students who had been waiting for some time had gathered. As soon as Wu Wei appeared, they swarmed forward, chattering away. Hey, is this the 001 of our War Academy? So, this is the top student of our War Academy? I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms, but it turns out he's just like anyone else. No, 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 you're mistaken. This top student is not an ordinary person. He just set a speedrun record in the 100 Battles Tower, completing it in under a minute. Are you impressed or not? Impressed, impressed, under a minute, truly deserving of 001, truly the top student. I declare you the #1 man of War Academy. This group of War Academy students, though not using any profanity, had a mocking tone more cutting than any insult. Yet, amidst the waves of sarcasm, Wu Wei, the subject of their remarks, appeared unfazed. Not only was he unbothered, but he also clasped his hands in thanks to the surrounding students and said, thank you, everyone, for your kind words. Although today's achievement is unprecedented, I promise not to become arrogant. I will remain humble and strive for even greater accomplishments. As soon as Wu Wei finished speaking, the crowd fell silent, everyone stunned. Changshu stood aside, his brow slightly furrowed, observing the scene before him with sharp eyes. Wu Wei's behavior left him puzzled and disappointed. To Changshu, this self-deprecating attitude not only wouldn't quell the public's anger, but would likely provoke even harsher criticism. Meanwhile, the atmosphere outside the 100 Battles Tower grew increasingly tense. Wu Wei had just finished his impassioned speech, and before the surrounding crowd could react, he launched into another round of reprimands. Now, let me talk about you. Wu Wei's voice was not loud, yet it carried authority. As the top student of the War Academy, I have the right to say a few words to you, don't I? What's the matter with you students? You were here when I entered the 100 Battles Tower, and you're still here when I come out. Do you not need to study? Wu Wei's words were like a sharp sword, striking at the vulnerabilities of the students present. He continued, the Federation trains you, your family support you, bringing you to the War Academy. Is it for you to waste your time here? Are you worthy of this training? Seeing you like this, I'm very disappointed. His tone grew increasingly severe. How can we fight the insect race and save humanity with a bunch of slackers like you? Seeing you like this, I almost regret coming to the War Academy. Being at the same school as you is truly my disgrace. These words were like a heavy hammer, making it hard for those around to even speak. Originally gathered to denounce Wu Wei, they now found themselves the targets of criticism. This reversal of roles seemed utterly absurd to those present. Listening from the side, Changshu's impression of Wu Wei plummeted further. He thought to himself, it seems I was wrong. This guy isn't timid, he's arrogant. Does he think he can dominate the scene just because he's the top student? In this world, status is given by others and might not be enough. Only strength is one's own. The question is, do you have that strength? As Changshu's thoughts churned, the students around finally snapped out of it. A wave of anger swept over the entire area outside the 100 Battles Tower. Who do you think you are to lecture us? You're just someone who got in through connections, daring to act arrogant in front of us. Top student, do you have the strength for that? You say you're disappointed in us? That it's a disgrace to be at the same school as us? We should be the ones saying that. Facing this hostile environment, Wu Wei's face showed no anger. Instead, it broke into a radiant smile. His voice carried a hint of disdain. Great. It seems there's at least one thing we can agree on, that we are both annoyed with each other. In that case, let's not hold back. As he spoke, Wu Wei lightly raised his hand, and in an instant, Guan Hai, Xiao Xue, and Xiao Niqiu appeared beside him out of nowhere. Wu Wei's smile grew even brighter, his eyes gleaming with a provocative light. Come at me. All of you. Oriental Azure Dragon, War Academy, outside the 100 Battles Pavilion. All of you, come at me together. Wu Wei's voice boomed like thunder, instantly silencing the clamor outside the 100 Battles Pavilion. Everyone stared at him in disbelief, struggling to grasp the meaning of his words. However, Wu Wei was clear-minded and chose not to waste any more words on this crowd. Guan Hai, he called softly. Guan Hai responded, and a pair of unparalleled heavy swords appeared in his hands. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow. Put the swords away. They're not worthy of your blade. This remark snapped the onlookers out of their shock, igniting their anger. But before they could react, Wu Wei began a countdown. 3, 2. As he counted down, Guan Hai positioned his hand like a blade, preparing for an earth-shattering slash. The students around recognized the stance, and half of them wore dismissive smiles. The earth-shattering slash, while wide-ranging, was known for its low damage, and Wu Wei's primary origin was rumored to be of perfect quality. A silver one-star perfect quality summoned beast using such a skill for a clear-out? It was sheer arrogance. However, not everyone thought so. As Guan Hai raised his hand, some faces in the crowd changed drastically. Dan Tai Jingming instinctively stepped back 10 meters, while Qianming shouted, "Watch out," and bravely stepped forward. 1. As Wu Wei's voice faded, Guan Hai's hand blade gently descended. Boom. The ground trembled, and an unimaginable force erupted. A terrifying shockwave spread out at an incredible speed, instantly covering a 180-degree arc of 50 meters in front. All the students realized the danger, but it was too late. Even those who were prepared stood no chance. As Guan Hai struck, Qianming unleashed his origin, raising a massive shield to block. However, the shield shattered with a crisp sound in less than a second, sending Qianming flying like a broken kite, landing with a mouthful of blood. Even the top student from the previous year was so easily defeated, and the others were instantly knocked down, unable to stand. Those outside the range were left speechless, their faces stunned in disbelief. Who could have imagined that someone they thought was a backdoor entrant, unable to last a minute in the 100 Battles Pavilion, was actually this terrifying? Summoning just one primal beast led to such a complete defeat of the opponent. This astonishing power far surpassed what people expected from the silver level. The surrounding students exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Could the earth-splitting slash really unleash such terrifying force? The purple-grade earth-splitting slash was indeed fearsome. Suddenly, a thought struck everyone like lightning. How could Wu Wei, possessing such power, lose within a minute? Almost simultaneously, Cheng Shu realized this as well. He appeared in front of Wu Wei, his voice trembling with excitement. "Have you mastered the path?" Wu Wei frowned at the young man who suddenly appeared before him and replied calmly, "No." Cheng Shu was momentarily speechless, assuming Wu Wei meant the inheritance had failed. However, Wu Wei's next words left him stunned. "I mean, not me." Wu Wei gestured towards Guan Hai beside him. "But he has." Cheng Shu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Guan Hai. "You're saying he obtained the path inheritance and successfully entered it?" "Yes," Wu Wei answered succinctly. Cheng Shu wanted to say more, but Wu Wei interrupted him. "Just because it hasn't happened before doesn't mean it can't or won't happen." He turned to look at the surrounding students, a teasing smile on his lips. "And if I didn't have some ability or talent, wouldn't that make me just another person accused of taking shortcuts?" Almost as soon as Wu Wei finished speaking, the battle tower lit up again. But this time it wasn't the glow of a challenge, it was the light of a path sequence change. A massive leaderboard appeared out of thin air above the battle tower warrior profession sequence list. On the list, the original top name, Ding007 Sword Cultivator, had changed to Ding006 Warrior. And in the first position, the name developer Wu Wei was prominently displayed. The surrounding area fell into a deathly silence. Wu Wei had proven his strength with his actions, making everyone realize that his title of 001, Chief, and Ultimate Talent Development Plan was well-deserved. Those students who had been arguing with Wu Wei moments ago now dared not even look him in the eye. Wu Wei, uninterested in these now demoralized opponents, turned and left with Guan Hai and the others. Unlike their previous sneaky entrance into the battle tower, this time, even those lying on the ground made way for them. All eyes followed Wu Wei's departing figure with intense gazes, none more fervent than those of Dantai Jingming and Cheng Shu. Cheng Shu was already envisioning how to develop this student destined to make history on the path of a summoner. He imagined that by becoming Wu Wei's teacher, he too would have a place in this historic moment. As he indulged in his thoughts, his personal terminal suddenly rang. It was a call from Lin Taijun. Cheng Shu's lips curled into a smile as he eagerly answered, "Director Lin, I can tell you right now that Wu Wei has passed my test and is qualified to be my disciple." However, Lin Taijun's response was like a cold bucket of water poured over him. "Is that so? But unfortunately, what I need to inform you is that you have not passed my test and are not qualified to be his teacher." Li Shan's prediction fell flat. In just one day, Wu Wei firmly secured the position of 001 and Chief. This was all thanks to Guan Hai's astounding performance. He single-handedly defeated the students of the War Academy, including Qianming, and even acquired the martial path of Ding006. This series of events was like a heavy blow, completely shattering any doubts about Wu Wei's qualifications. Even though there currently isn't a sequence-level powerhouse in the summoner profession, Wu Wei's impressive display convinced everyone that he would be the one to break the mold. This confidence spread throughout the entire academy and directly influenced Lin Taijun's plans for Wu Wei's future. Less than 10 minutes after Wu Wei returned to his dormitory, Lin Taijun was eagerly knocking on his door. Although they had only been apart for a few hours, seeing Wu Wei now felt like a lifetime ago for Lin Taijun. He recalled Wu Wei's previous confident claim that he would master his origin path, and though he had offered verbal encouragement, he hadn't been optimistic. After all, it was an unprecedented feat, yet in less than 10 hours, Wu Wei had performed a miracle. "Well done," Lin Taijun exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Wu Wei on the shoulder with such force that he almost knocked him over. "Take it easy. I'm a summoner. This small frame can't handle your strength." Wu Wei joked as he rubbed his shoulder. "Would you like something to drink? Water or tea?" "Oh, I forgot. I don't have anything here. Let me get you a glass of water. Do you like tea? Lin Taijun asked. I have a lot at my place that people have given me, but I don't drink it. It's almost going moldy. I'm not much of a tea drinker either, Wu Wei replied, pouring water. But where I'm from, we serve tea to guests. He handed the water to Lin Taijun. Did you need to talk to me about something? Lin Taijun got serious. Two things. First, regarding the reward for the Ding-006 martial path. As the first to discover and obtain this path's legacy, you can choose any 4 epic cards. Second, the school wants detailed information about how you acquired the path. Wu Wei scratched his head. First, thank you for the school's reward. As for the detailed information on the martial path, to be honest, I don't know much. I was originally aiming for Ding-045's heavy armored warrior, and after obtaining the legacy, I used my talent, lucky moment, to increase the probability. Then my primary origin unexpectedly received the Ding-006 martial legacy. He paused, cautiously asking, do I need to submit detailed attributes of my primary origin? Lin Taijun immediately shook his head. No, that's your secret. No need to disclose it. Don't worry, I've got it covered. With that, he quickly shifted the conversation to the topic of Wu Wei's mentor. Lin Taijun handed a document to Wu Wei, his expression serious. I've got a new idea regarding your mentor. Initially, I planned to select someone from the Academy's summoners, but I realized they might not be the best fit for you. So, I've considered someone else. However, since this person will be your guide, I wanted to get your opinion first. Wu Wei took the document, momentarily taken aback. As he opened the folder, he found detailed information about the Academy's excellent summoner mentors, along with Lin Tiejuan's special recommendation. The document covered everything from basic information to personality traits, but Wu Wei mainly focused on their professional expertise. Each mentor lived up to the reputation of the War Academy, possessing unique card systems and battle styles. Most of them had been deeply involved in this field for decades, accumulating a wealth of experience and knowledge. Wu Wei couldn't help but marvel at how any one of these mentors could teach him a great deal. However, Wu Wei quickly realized his own uniqueness. As a self-taught card summoner, his cards hadn't formed into a systematic deck, but he had an advantage other summoners didn't. This method of mastering cards. This alone could ensure his future development would surpass others. After pondering for a moment, Wu Wei turned his attention to the mentor recommended by Lin Taijun. When he saw the name, his brow furrowed. The name was Zhao Qianquan. Wu Wei looked up at Lin Taijun, a hint of doubt in his voice. Teacher Lin, this Zhao Qianquan, is it who I think it is? Lin Taijun nodded in confirmation. Yes, it's him, the vice principal of the War Academy. Wu Wei felt a wave of unease, hesitating as he spoke. Isn't this the person who? Lin Taijun cut indirectly. He's my teacher's sworn rival, and mine as well. Then why would you recommend him as my mentor? Wu Wei asked, surprised. Lin Taijun gazed at Wu Wei, his tone becoming unusually earnest. Because I don't want him to become your adversary. I'm helping you with all my might because I see hope in you. The Ultimate Talent Development Program, also known as the Human Hero Development Program, and your performance proves you have the potential to be a hero. I can't let you become a hero for a particular person or group. Our conflicts shouldn't and can't extend to you. Ultimately, it was Lin Taijun who decided the matter concerning Wu Wei's mentor. Under Lin Taijun's careful planning, the application quietly landed on Zhao Qianquan's desk like a stone dropped into deep water. As expected, Zhao Qianquan soon arranged to meet with Wu Wei. Facing this meeting, Wu Wei was filled with anxiety. The grand vision painted by Lin Taijun appeared in his mind, only to be overshadowed by practical concerns. Wu Wei was acutely aware that, as a close associate of Lin Taijun, he carried his mark. The 001 student number and the Ultimate Talent Training Program were opportunities Lin Taijun had secured for him. Under such circumstances, would hastily requesting mentorship from Zhao Qianquan cause unnecessary trouble? Wu Wei was full of questions. Would Zhao Qianquan accept him? Even if he did, would he have the foresight of Lin Taijun and help Wu Wei navigate the power struggles at the top of the War Academy? Or would he use him as a pawn in this invisible war? All of this was unknown. What worried Wu Wei even more was that his actions might be seen as betrayal by Lin Tiejuan's camp. He didn't want to be caught in a situation where he pleased no one. However, Lin Taijun was resolute about the matter, and with Zhao Qianquan's meeting already set, Wu Wei had no choice. Go on, he's not as scary as you think. Lin Tiejuan's words echoed in Wu Wei's ears, but they failed to completely dispel his worries. With apprehension, Wu Wei arrived outside the vice president's office at the War Academy. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves. Just then, the office door opened, and a young person who appeared to be a secretary came out. Are you Wu Wei? The secretary asked politely. The principal is tied up with some matters. It'll be about 10 minutes. Please wait here. Before he could finish, a deep voice from inside the office said, let him in. The secretary, Li Ren, was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Zhao Qianquan to say that. He quickly recovered and deftly opened the door for Wu Wei, ushering him into Zhao Qianquan's office. Ah, you're Xiao Wu, right? Have a seat on the sofa. I'll be with you shortly. Zhao Qianqin's voice came from the other end of the room. This was the first time Wu Wei saw Zhao Qianqun in person. He appeared to be in his early 30s, wearing glasses, and had a scholarly demeanor as he was engrossed in the mountain of documents before him. This was a stark contrast to the villain image Wu Wei had imagined, which only made him more uneasy. Wu Wei couldn't help but label Zhao Qianqun as a wolf in sheep's clothing in his mind, while simultaneously criticizing Lin Taijun for being too bold and thrusting him, a novice, into the presence of such a formidable figure. It wasn't until Zhao Qianqun set down his papers and stood up that Wu Wei snapped back to reality, quickly pulling himself together and sitting up straight. Relax, Zhao Qianqun said with a smile. I'm not some kind of zerg that devours without mercy. Would you like something to drink? Tea, perhaps? Sure, Wu Wei responded instinctively. Black tea or green tea? Either is fine. Neither. Zhao Qianqun suddenly changed his tone. I only have cola here. Would you like it cold or room temperature? Wu Wei silently complained in his mind. Why ask then? But outwardly, he remained composed, simply replying, whatever you choose. Cold it is then, Zhao Qianqun said, already grabbing 2 bottles of cola and handing one to Wu Wei. As Wu Wei reached out to take the cola, Zhao Qianqun suddenly posed a sharp question. Do you not want to be my disciple? This unexpected inquiry immediately calmed the originally nervous Wu Wei. He took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Yes. Zhao Qianquan's face showed undisguised admiration. He opened the cola in his hand, drank it in one go, let out a long burp, and casually tossed the empty bottle into a nearby trash can. Sitting across from Wu Wei, he continued to probe. Why? Is it because they say I'm not a good person? That I'm the reason for the decline of the War Academy? Wu Wei shook his head firmly. No, it's because Teacher Lin brought me into the War Academy. Upon hearing this response, the admiration on Zhao Qianquan's face vanished, replaced by a neutral expression. He silently stared at Wu Wei, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if trying to see through him. Wu Wei broke out in a cold sweat, feeling immense psychological pressure, but he resisted the discomfort and met Zhao Qianquan's eyes. This stare gave Wu Wei the illusion of a needle approaching his eyeball, and he almost wanted to close his eyes and turn away, but he held his ground. After a long pause, Zhao Qianquan averted his gaze, and by then, Wu Wei was drenched in sweat. Zhao Qianquan stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the scenery outside before speaking again. Have you heard the rumors? That my purpose in coming to the War Academy is to bring it down. Wu Wei nodded heavily. I have. Zhao Qianquan removed his glasses and gently wiped them, speaking in a calm tone. Then I need to clarify something for you. He paused, turned around, put on his glasses, and with his eyes hidden behind the reflective lenses, said word by word, it's not a rumor. Wu Wei's mouth dropped open in surprise, but before he could speak, Zhao Qianquan continued. As the only top-tier card academy in the Federation's Huaxia district, the War Academy monopolizes over 80% of the top educational resources and attracts over 80% of the best talents. These talents, like you, are grateful and loyal to those who help them and reward them. Do you think such a War Academy is good? Is it right? Is it healthy for the Huaxia district? Without waiting for Wu Wei to answer, Zhao Qianquan answered his own question. Of course, it's not good. The War Academy can be the Federation's top academy, but it should never be the only top academy. That's my belief. He went on to elaborate. Your teacher Lin, along with Principal Jiang behind him, believes that with the Zerg threat looming, humanity is on the brink of disaster, and the current Federation needs a banner to unite people's hearts. Therefore, the War Academy must be the top academy, and it must be the only top academy. Zhao Qianquan paused and looked sharply at Wu Wei. Now the question is, who do you think is right? This sudden question left Wu Wei stunned, unable to respond for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Qianquan interrupted him. I don't expect your answer, nor do I intend to drag you into our conflict. This is our struggle, not yours. Finally, Zhao Qianquan made an unexpected decision. From today on, you are my student, Wu Wei. The door to Zhao Qianquan's office slowly closed as Wu Wei stood in the hallway, tightly clutching an appointment letter, the conversation from moments ago still echoing in his mind. In just 20 minutes, he had not only become Zhao Qianquan's student and last disciple, but was also entrusted with a significant responsibility. Wu Wei looked down at the document in his hand, clearly stating, hereby appointing Lieutenant Wu Wei as the commander of Camp 3929 in Zone D of the Eastern War Zone. Please assume your position by July 15th. This sudden appointment was hard for him to digest. Weren't we supposed to train at the academy for 2 or 3 years? Wu Wei muttered to himself, recalling that other candidates from his intake were still in training at the academy. Having reported in less than 3 days ago, he was directly appointed as a camp commander, a decision that filled him with doubt. Could old Zhao be trying to find an excuse to send me away? With a mind full of questions, Wu Wei put away the appointment letter and decided to seek answers from Lin Taijun. Meanwhile, inside Zhao Qianquan's office, a figure appeared out of nowhere. The person casually opened the fridge and took out a can of cola. Are you really taking him as your last disciple? The mysterious person asked. Zhao Qinkuan, without looking up, replied, yes. Then why are you sending him to the battlefield? Zhao Qinkuan put down the file he was holding and explained. He was strong enough to defeat Qianming in one blow. Staying at the academy wouldn't benefit him and might even bring unnecessary trouble. It's better to throw him out there to gain experience. Whatever resources or knowledge he needs can be sent to him. It seems you have high expectations for him, the mysterious person remarked thoughtfully. Lin Taijun said he sees the potential for heroism in this kid. Although I don't know exactly what he saw, just being able to develop the Ding 006 warrior path as a summoner is proof of his value. Aren't you worried that sending him to the battlefield might accidentally lead to his demise? Zhao Qiankuan confidently replied, I've chosen a war zone that's suitable for him, so there shouldn't be any major issues. As long as we send a reliable sequence expert to watch over him, it should be foolproof. Where are you going to find a reliable sequence expert? Wait, the mysterious person suddenly realized something, his face changing as he instinctively tried to escape through the window. However, the window, once opened, was instantly closed by an invisible force. Meanwhile, in Lin Tiejuan's office, Wu Wei handed over the appointment letter. To his surprise, Lin Taijun smiled with satisfaction. It seems things went smoothly. He has accepted you, Lin Taijun said. Everything has been arranged for your future path. Once you take up your post and leave the academy, the conflicts here won't concern you anymore. Make your preparations and set off as soon as possible. Wu Wei stood frozen, clearly not expecting such a response from Lin Taijun. He had anticipated more explanations or guidance, but reality thrust him into a completely new and unknown world. Lin Tiejuan's words left Wu Wei deep in thought. He could sense Lin Tiejuan's complex feelings towards Zhao Qiankuan despite being on opposing sides. There was a sense of admiration. This attitude made Wu Wei realize that his appointment as the commander of Camp 3929 was inevitable. Accepting his fate, Wu Wei began preparing for the upcoming battlefield. The tension within him prompted a thorough self-assessment as he sought ways to enhance his abilities. As a silver rank, Wu Wei could inscribe 4 primal sources, but the 4th one was yet to be inscribed. With the battlefield looming, he was determined to address his lack of combat power. Even if he couldn't gain formidable strength directly from the 4th primal source, he at least needed to improve his survival capabilities. He turned his attention to the 3 primal sources he already had. Guanhai had reached epic quality, but the 2nd and 3rd had not yet evolved. Ideally, upgrading them to epic quality and obtaining a professional sequence would be perfect. However, the 4 epic cards he had were insufficient for a comprehensive upgrade. After careful consideration, Wu Wei decided to prioritize the 4th primal source. After all, his safety on the battlefield was paramount. He began sifting through the vast collection of cards in the logistics department, hoping to leverage his absolute luck to start with a common or premium quality primal source card and gradually fuse and upgrade it. After hours of searching, Wu Wei finally found a card that suited his needs. Damage sharing. Quality, common. Level, silver 1 star. Effect, passively shares 50 of the damage taken with the primal source summoned beast. At first glance, this common quality card seemed unremarkable, but as Wu Wei fused and upgraded it, its attributes began to reveal extraordinary changes. Wu Wei's eyes gleamed with anticipation, knowing that this seemingly ordinary card would become a crucial asset on the battlefield. Wu Wei gazed at the card in his hand, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He took a deep breath and initiated the fusion process. Using damage share as the main card, with damage reduction and damage decrease as auxiliary cards, fuse. Wu Wei murmured softly, activating his innate ability. A faint glow emerged in the air as the cards slowly merged in his hand. Moments later, a brand new card appeared in his palm. Damage share, premium silver 1 star. Wu Wei carefully examined the card's attributes. The card effect displayed passively reduces damage taken by 20 and shares 60 of the final damage with the original summoned beast. Wu Wei frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the result. Although this premium quality card was decent, it fell short of the life-saving artifact he envisioned. Unwilling to settle, Wu Wei decided to continue upgrading. He once again chose damage share as the main card, this time with damage reduction and damage endurance as auxiliary cards. After a successful fusion, a new card appeared. Damage share, exceptional silver 1 star. The effect was significantly enhanced. Passively reduces damage taken by 30, shares 70 of the final damage with the original summoned beast, and gains a damage endurance threshold, allowing damage below this threshold to be endured without harm. In theory, Wu Wei could now endure some damage without injury. However, he didn't stop there, as this was merely of exceptional quality. Over the next 12 hours, Wu Wei performed 6 fusion upgrades, elevating the card from ordinary quality to epic quality. In the final fusion, Wu Wei chose damage share as the main card, with damage control epic silver 1 star and damage absorption epic silver 1 star as auxiliary cards. At the moment of successful fusion, a card emitting a purple glow appeared in Wu Wei's hand. Damage Control, Epic Silver 1 star. This card boasted several powerful purple effects. 1. Damage Absorption. Absorbs damage for both the user and the original summoned beast, preventing harm until the limit is reached. 2. Damage Mitigation. Damage exceeding the absorption limit is directly reduced by 70. 3. Damage Sharing. Remaining damage is shared with targets within 10 meters. If no targets are available, the original summoned beast absorbs it. 4. Damage Conversion. Converts absorbed damage into shareable damage or attack power. 5. Damage Transfer. When facing fatal damage, forcibly transfers damage and position up to 10 kilometers away with a cooldown of 1 hour. 6. Damage Enhancement. Absorb damage gradually but continuously strengthens the physique and spirit. Wu Wei gazed at the card that embodied his dedication and effort. This was his fourth origin, a powerful card combining defense, counterattack, and growth. Wu Wei gazed intently at the epic quality origin card he had just successfully fused, feeling a surge of excitement. It was his first attempt at inscribing such a high-level origin card, and the challenge was significant. Taking a deep breath, he began the long process of inscription. Time ticked by second, as Wu Wei focused completely, sweat beading on his forehead. Hours later, he finally completed the inscription. In an instant, a powerful force surged through him, connecting Wu Wei closely with his three major origins. The system notification refreshed promptly. You have successfully inscribed the fourth origin, Damage Dominion, increasing your spiritual power limit by 1,600 points. Wu Wei quickly checked his attributes panel. Name, Wu Wei. Talent, Absolute Luck Unique. When activated provides maximum luck, 100 beneficial probability, 0 adverse probability. Rank, Silver 1 star 0 100. Equipped origin cards. Yellow Turban Dao Soldier Epic Silver 1 star. Young Earth Spirit Perfect Silver 1 star. Young Snow Maiden Perfect Silver 1 star. Damage Dominion Epic Silver 1 star. Available origin card slots, 44. Normal card slots, 44. Spiritual Power, 67506-750. Feeling the new power surging within him, Wu Wei nodded with satisfaction. He was no longer the weakest link in the combat system. Instead, he had become the strongest defense. Eager to test his new abilities, Wu Wei gathered Guan Hai and others, heading to the school's training ground. Using his 001 access, he opened a private room and cautiously began his experiments. Through a series of tests, Wu Wei discovered he could absorb damage equivalent to 5 full-force Earth splits from Guan Hai. Even more impressive, he could dissipate the absorbed damage in just a few seconds, ready to absorb more. Wu Wei realized that with increased proficiency, this process could become even faster. Despite this, Wu Wei was unable to trigger the damage overflow effect. He and Guan Hai tried repeatedly, but couldn't surpass the absorption limit. This discovery was both exciting and slightly disappointing. Theoretically, the ability to absorb damage alone was enough to make Wu Wei invincible. Moreover, the fourth origin had many other effects that would strengthen as Wu Wei's power grew. He even had plans for further fusion upgrades for this card, ready to enhance or alter the fourth origin's effects once he found the right cards. This new origin card greatly increased Wu Wei's safety margin while leaving ample room for growth. Facing the upcoming battles, Wu Wei should have felt somewhat reassured. Yet, his brow furrowed even more. No, it's not enough, Wu Wei muttered to himself. I still need to prepare more. In Camp 3929, within the Eastern War Zone, the sun scorched the battle-worn land as the camp's chief commander, Zhou Sheng, and deputy commander, Sun Hong, engaged in a hushed conversation in a makeshift command room. The air was thick with tension and unease. Sun Hong lowered his voice, frowning. Commander, didn't you promise me that I would get the position of camp leader once this was over? Why is someone suddenly being parachuted in? Zhou Sheng's eyes flickered with anger as he replied coldly. Are you questioning me? Sun Hong's expression changed abruptly, and he quickly waved his hands in explanation. No, I wouldn't dare question you. I'm just eager to advance, too impatient, and my tone was off. I apologize. Zhou Sheng snorted, his anger slightly abated. The matter of the camp leader was almost certain. I don't know which powerful figure intervened to allow that kid to be dropped in. What powerful figure intervened? Sun Hong's expression turned tense, his voice trembling slightly. Why would the big shots up there care about appointing a camp leader here? Could it be about last time? Zhou Sheng abruptly cut him off, his gaze sharp as a knife. Enough about last time. You should know better than to speak recklessly. Haven't you learned by now that trouble comes from the mouth? Sun Hong nodded repeatedly. I understand. Pausing, he cautiously asked. And about the new camp leader? Zhou Sheng squinted. Let's wait and see what kind of person this new leader is. Meanwhile, Wu Wei was seated in a tank vehicle heading towards Camp 3929. The interior shook violently, but his attention was focused on the document in his hands. This file detailed the blood-soaked history of Camp 3929. In just 2 years, it had been destroyed and rebuilt 13 times, with over 10,000 card masters sacrificing themselves. During the most recent insect disaster, the camp suffered heavy losses, with 60 of its warriors wounded or killed, yet they miraculously turned the tide. However, Wu Wei sensed there was something hidden behind the seemingly glorious records. He pulled up a map of the area surrounding Camp 3929 and quickly realized it was a typical sentry tower camp. In the card world, camps are classified into 3 types: border camps, sentry tower camps, and logistics camps. Border camps are the first line of defense against the insect race, each one crucial and never to be abandoned lightly. Logistics camps are the backbone of the entire front line, equally indispensable. In comparison, the importance of sentry tower camps seems much less significant. Wu Wei thoughtfully closed the file, his gaze drifting to the desolate landscape speeding past the window. What secrets lay hidden in this seemingly brave and unyielding camp? He remained vigilant, ready to face the challenges ahead. Outpost Camp 3929, a battle-hardened frontline fortress, stands at the forefront of the conflict between humans and the insect-like alien Zerg. Second Lieutenant Wu Wei sat inside a tank slowly making its way toward the camp, meticulously studying the documents and maps in his hands. His eyes scanned the pages, but his thoughts drifted to the camp that would soon become his new home. Observation, early warning, environmental management. Wu Wei silently recited the main duties of the camp. Although every outpost camp is an indispensable part of the defense line, Wu Wei couldn't help but question whether the importance of a single camp justified such a high cost. A more pragmatic strategy came to his mind: retreat to save lives once a Zerg infestation is detected. After the storm passes, rebuild, or choose a new location. This flexible tactic seemed wiser than engaging in a drawn-out battle with the Zerg at one spot. However, Wu Wei quickly suppressed these thoughts. After all, the truth could only be revealed by experiencing it firsthand. Lieutenant, we've arrived at our destination. The tank driver's voice interrupted Wu Wei's contemplation. As the tank came to a halt, the hatch above opened. Wu Wei swiftly put away his documents and nimbly climbed out. The sight before him took Wu Wei's breath away. The ravaged camp resembled a desolate war painting, telling tales of the fierce battles fought here. Yet before he could take a closer look, a chorus of voices suddenly echoed through the air. All members of Camp 3929, welcome Commander Wu Wei. Wu Wei was momentarily stunned and looked down to see hundreds of soldiers lined up neatly, enthusiastically welcoming his arrival. The scene left him touched and somewhat at a loss. At that moment, 2 middle-aged men quickly approached Wu Wei. One of them, a slender man, introduced himself first. Commander Wu Wei, I'm Sun Hong, the deputy commander of Camp 3929, and this is our chief commander, Zhou Sheng. Zhou Sheng stepped forward, warmly extending his hand. Commander Wu Wei, welcome. Wu Wei quickly composed himself, a genuine smile appearing on his face. He shook Zhou Sheng's hand and sincerely said, Chief Commander Zhou, Deputy Commander Sun, it's an honor to finally meet you both. I've heard much about you. I'm here to learn, and I hope you can guide me. Zhou Sheng waved his hand with a laugh. You're too kind. You're the one sent to guide us. Rest assured, Deputy Commander Sun and I will fully support your work. Come, we've prepared a simple welcome feast for you in the camp. Let's talk over a meal. With that, Zhou Sheng personally led Wu Wei into the camp. However, when Wu Wei saw the so-called welcome feast, he was taken aback. The table held only 3 dishes: a plate of braised lamb, a bowl of salted rice, and a pot of bone soup. The simple meal starkly contrasted with the grand welcome he had imagined. Noticing Wu Wei's expression, Zhou Sheng quickly explained, I apologize, the conditions in the camp are tough, and we can only offer a humble meal for now. But rest assured, I'm working on it, and if you have any requests, feel free to let us know. Hearing this, Wu Wei immediately displayed his leadership qualities. He smiled and said, Chief Commander Zhou, you're too polite. I'm here to fight alongside the brothers, not to seek comfort. Whatever conditions they have, I'll have the same. With that, Wu Wei took the initiative to serve food to the soldiers, engaging in friendly conversations with them, quickly building rapport. Zhou Sheng observed Wu Wei's actions, raised an eyebrow, and exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Hong. Sun Hong understood and politely invited Wu Wei aside. The 3 of them sat around a table, and as they ate, Zhou Sheng briefed Wu Wei on an important task. Commander Wu Wei, Zhou Sheng said with a serious expression, the camp has just endured a fierce Zerg infestation, which has drastically altered the surrounding Zerg ecosystem. This situation severely impacts our ability to monitor Zerg movements. Therefore, as the chief commander, I would like to entrust you with the task of scouting and clearing the Zerg around the camp. Would you be willing to accept this mission? Eastern War Zone, Tier D Frontline, Camp 3929. As soon as Zhou Sheng announced the mission, Wu Wei accepted it without hesitation. His straightforward attitude prompted Zhou Sheng to reassuringly pat him on the shoulder. Good, since you've taken on this mission, complete it as soon as possible. I'll recommend you for a first-class merit to the headquarters, Zhou Sheng promised. Upon arriving at Camp 3929, Wu Wei's work was promptly arranged. Before he could properly have a meal, Sun Hong approached him with a group of elite team members and equipment for recording the environment. Commander, this is our camp's elite squad, and from now on, they will be your personal guards, Sun Hong introduced, with a hint of complexity in his tone. Wu Wei glanced over the four-member team, each proudly wearing a gold medal on their chest, clearly indicating they were top-tier card masters. In this remote outpost, such a setup was undoubtedly the best. However, Wu Wei understood that the team's role likely went beyond protection. From the moment he stepped into the camp, he sensed Sun Hong's unwelcoming demeanor. They were wary of Wu Wei's attempts to mingle with ordinary soldiers, and the true purpose of this guard team was likely surveillance or, if necessary, detention. Despite seeing through this, Wu Wei showed no dissatisfaction and accepted the arrangement obediently. After a brief, welcoming dinner, he retired to rest. Zhou Sheng and Sun Hong watched Wu Wei leave, their expressions turning serious. Something's off. This kid's not right, Zhou Sheng muttered, frowning. What did you notice? Sun Hong asked, a hint of tension in his voice. Initially, I thought he was someone sent from above to gain some easy accolades, but after testing him, neither his demeanor nor his approach matched that. If he truly had connections, he would have been angry just now, but he remained unfazed. Zhou Sheng analyzed, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Could he be sent to investigate that previous incident? Sun Hong asked in a low voice, a glint of menace in his eyes as he unconsciously gestured around his neck. Don't rush, we're not there yet. Whether he is or not, acting rashly is the worst strategy, Zhou Sheng said calmly. First, observe this kid's background. If we can drag him into our circle, great. If not, we'll find a way to handle it. Only as a last resort should we consider extreme measures. Understood, I'll have someone keep a close watch on him. Sun Hong nodded in agreement. The two silently watched Wu Wei's figure fade into the distance, their gaze like a snake eyeing its prey. On the other side, Wu Wei spent a day resting at the camp. Throughout the day, his guards stayed by his side, claiming to protect him from potential dangers lingering after the insect disaster. But Wu Wei knew better. He remained composed and even praised them highly, leaving the monitors unsure of his true intentions. The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Wu Wei led his personal guard team quietly away from Camp 3929, embarking on their secret mission. Just outside the camp, Zhang He, the captain of the guard, couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, Commander, where do we begin our operation? Wu Wei looked around and admitted, I've just arrived at 3929, so I'm not familiar with the surroundings. Can you tell me about any known high-level insect nests nearby? Without hesitation, Zhang He reported, 13 miles to the east of the camp, there's a nest of bloodthirsty mantises, about 30 of them, with a leader of perfect golden 10-star quality. To the west of the camp. Enough, Wu Wei decisively interrupted. We'll start with the bloodthirsty mantises. Lead the way. The four guards were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances before they finally understood. Commander, you mean? That's right. We're going to exterminate this group of bloodthirsty mantises, Wu Wei stated firmly. Exterminate. The four guards turned pale. Just the few of us? Wu Wei nodded to confirm. Of course. Now lead the way. Zhang He instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, with their strength, facing a swarm of bloodthirsty mantises was akin to courting death. However, Wang Shan, who stood behind him, gave him a subtle push, prompting Zhang He to realize that this was the perfect opportunity to test Wu Wei as their superiors had instructed. So Zhang He kept silent and led the team to the edge of the bloodthirsty mantis territory. Commander, this is the territory of the bloodthirsty mantises. Wu Wei surveyed the area and nodded slightly. Very well, you can start the action now and try to finish the battle within an hour. Zhang He raised an eyebrow and replied expressionlessly. Commander, our duty is to guard you and ensure your safety. This order exceeds our responsibilities, and we cannot comply. We ask for your understanding. Is that so? Wu Wei's face broke into a gentle smile. That's fine. I like soldiers with principles, and I know best how to respect those principles. Before he finished speaking, Wu Wei waved his hand, summoning Xiao Xuanvi and Xiao Aniqiu. Zhang He and his team felt a sense of triumph, thinking this young commander was easy to handle. However, the next moment, they watched in shock as Xiao Xuanvi unleashed an enormous ice and snow spell over the mantis nest. In an instant, a blizzard engulfed the entire insect lair. Seconds later, dozens of mantises, covered in a thin layer of frost, surged out of the nest, charging madly at Wu Wei and his team. This sudden change left Zhang He and the others pale with fright. Meanwhile, Wu Wei beamed with a bright smile. See, now I'm respecting your principles perfectly, aren't I? Now, you can start protecting me. Wu Wei's words, spoken with a smile, sent chills down Zhang He and his team's spines, causing cold sweat to drip down. They realized that the seemingly young and inexperienced commander before them was far more formidable than they had imagined. 13 kilometers east of Camp 3929, a life-and-death battle was unfolding. Wu Wei and his four-member personal guard were surrounded by 20 to 30 bloodthirsty golden mantises. The members of the guard looked pale and bewildered, instinctively wanting to flee. Quick, let's go. We can't stay here. We need to leave now, someone shouted in panic. At this critical moment, Wu Wei's voice rang out, calm and resolute. Let me remind you, the speed of bloodthirsty mantises is top-notch among the golden level. You can't outrun them, and running will only hasten your death. Now, your only chance of survival is to follow my command. Set up a defensive formation in 10 seconds. The four looked at each other, their eyes filled with doubt and fear. The only female team member, Wang Shan, was on the verge of tears and trembled as she said, I fear today might be our end. Crying? Crying counts in the time too. Wu Wei's voice carried a hint of mockery. In this life and death moment, the four ultimately chose to trust Wu Wei. They quickly set up a defensive formation according to his instructions. Almost simultaneously, the swarm of bloodthirsty mantises surged forward like a tide. Wu Wei began his masterful command. Having spent the entire previous day understanding his guards' abilities and what source cards they had inscribed, he was now directing them with seamless precision. Under Wu Wei's precise command, the team of four managed to withstand the onslaught of the mantis swarm. Meanwhile, Wu Wei was not idle. He seized every opportunity to have Xiao Xuan new launch attacks. Each time she struck, she took down one of the golden-level mantises. System notifications kept refreshing before Wu Wei's eyes. You have successfully slain a rare golden 6-star bloodthirsty mantis, earning 60 experience points for your superior battle. You have successfully slain a rare golden 6-star bloodthirsty mantis, earning 60 experience points for your superior battle, and your level has increased to silver 2-star. Your level has increased to silver 2-star, your spirit power limit has increased by 100 points, and your source tier has been enhanced. You have successfully slain a rare golden 6-star bloodthirsty mantis, earning 59 experience points for your superior battle. In just 10 minutes, Wu Wei successfully wiped out the swarm of bloodthirsty mantises. His rank soared from silver 1-star to silver 5-star. However, this victory came at the cost of Wu Wei's personal guard. To survive, they had nearly drained all their physical and spiritual energy during those 10 minutes. By the end of the battle, they were exhausted, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. What left them speechless was that when they tallied the results, they found that Wu Wei had claimed all the kills, leaving them without a single one. Faced with this outcome, no one dared to utter a word, not only because Wu Wei outranked them, but more importantly, because his display of skill and leadership had instilled a deep sense of awe. They understood well that with Wu Wei's capabilities and methods, he could easily and justifiably eliminate them if he wished. This gripping battle completely changed Zhang He and the others' perception of Wu Wei. Their gaze towards him was now filled with reverence and admiration. Wu Wei keenly sensed the change in his elite squad members, a confident smile playing on his lips. He said in a deep voice, take a 10-minute break, then we'll go in and take care of the leader. At this moment, no one dared to mention issues of jurisdiction because they knew full well that Wu Wei had the means to make it their business. 10 minutes later, Wu Wei led his squad into the bloodthirsty mantis's lair. Inside, there were still a few silver-level bloodthirsty mantises, but Wu Wei dismissed them with disdain, leading his team forward relentlessly. Soon, they reached the heart of the lair. There, a massive 2-meter-tall mantis stood before them, its blade-like arms glimmering with a chilling blood-red light. This was the leader of the bloodthirsty mantises, a perfect quality, terrifying gold 10-star entity. Almost simultaneously, the mantis leader detected the intruders. It charged at Wu Wei's squad with unbelievable speed, its terrifying velocity making Zhang He and the others' scalps tingle with fear and their hearts quiver. As they were gripped by terror, doubting their ability to contend with such a foe, the scene before them suddenly shifted. The mantis's speed plummeted. Xiao Nibal unleashed a gravity spell with a 500 amplification stored in the heart of the earth, immobilizing the fearsome creature. Now attack, Wu Wei commanded, and the elite squad unleashed their full force, working together to break the mantis's defenses. Seizing the moment, Wu Wei activated absolute luck, and Xiao Xuannu instantly released an ice breath with a 500 amplification from the heart of ice. The terrifying chill enveloped the mantis, freezing it into a lifelike ice sculpture. Then, with a sharp crack, the ice sculpture shattered. A system notification promptly appeared. You have successfully slain the bloodthirsty mantis leader. Perfect gold 10-star. Cross-level battle experience gained, 500 points. Your rank has increased to silver 6-star. Spiritual power limit increased by 100, origin rank enhanced. Meanwhile, Wu Wei clearly saw several cards drop from the mantis leader, but before they could materialize, Xiao Nibal had already snatched them up with its vines. Our commander is invincible, Zhang He exclaimed excitedly. I've lived for 30 years and now I know what a true genius is. No, genius is just the threshold to meet the commander. The commander is a genius among geniuses. The other three chimed in, showering Wu Wei with flattery, seemingly wishing to merge with him. However, Wu Wei knew they were merely flattering him out of fear. He didn't consider them as his own, but rather as tools for monster hunting. After dealing with the bloodthirsty mantises, Wu Wei used Earth Shelter to give the team a short rest. Once rested, they moved swiftly to the next insectoid stronghold. That day, they demolished 3 golden insectoid bases in succession. Wu Wei forcefully advanced his rank from Silver 1 star to Silver 10 star. Only when night fell, and the elite squad was utterly exhausted, did Wu Wei lead them back to the camp. After a simple dinner, Wu Wei returned to his quarters. Eagerly, he laid out all the day's earnings, ready to tally the day's bountiful harvest. In the dormitory of Camp 3929, Wu Wei sat as 20-some cards spread out like a fan before him with a soft rustle. These cards, shimmering in various hues, represented his substantial gains for the day. The most striking among them were 2 epic quality cards, glowing with a purple aura. These rare cards had been dropped from a perfect quality leader level Zerg when Wu Wei activated his absolute luck talent. Obtaining epic cards from such formidable foes underscored the value of his unique talent. Even more fortunately, these 2 cards perfectly met Wu Wei's current needs. Wu Wei examined the 2 purple epic cards closely. The first card was the Heavy Cloud Armor equipment card, rated at a golden 10-star level. It significantly boosted physical and energy defenses while increasing the wearer's strength by 25,000 pounds. It also featured a purple defensive skill, Immovable as a Mountain, which, when activated, greatly enhanced defense and reduced incoming damage by 50. The second card was the Bloodthirst Necklace accessory card, also at a golden 10-star level. Its Bloodthirst attack effect increased normal attack damage by 50. When the Bloodthirst state was activated, it further elevated base strength by 200, although defense would decrease by 50. Although these epic items were not on par with the unparalleled heavy sword, they could significantly enhance Guan Hai's combat capabilities if equipped. Unfortunately, they were golden tier gear, requiring Guan Hai to reach a golden level to wield them. However, for Wu Wei, this goal was within reach, as he expected to advance to the golden tier by the next day. Alongside these precious epic cards, Wu Wei managed to assemble 2 sets of cards from the remaining 20-some cards that could be merged. One set consisted of Ice Blade Ascension Perfect Golden 3-star and Ice Blade Mastery Perfect Golden 2-star. The other set included Gravity Enhancement Perfect Golden 3-star and Gravity Mastery Perfect Golden 5-star. These 2 sets were intended for perfect quality fusion enhancements for Little Snow Maiden and Little Mudball. Although perfect quality fusion wouldn't upgrade the card rarity, it would enhance their abilities, and Wu Wei was determined not to miss this opportunity. He planned to use these cards to strengthen Little Snow Maiden's Ice and Snowblade, and Little Mudball's Gravity skills. Little Mudball's Gravity was its control core, while Wu Wei was confident that if the fusion succeeded, Little Snow Maiden's Ice and Snowblade would become a formidable offensive core. That evening, as soon as the talent cooldown ended, Wu Wei eagerly began the fusion process. He selected the Young Snow Maiden as the main card, with Ice Blade Ascension and Ice Blade Mastery as auxiliary cards, successfully completing the card fusion. The system notification sounded. Your third original skill, Ice and Snowblade, has fused with Ice Blade Ascension and Ice Blade Mastery, upgrading to Ice and Snowblade Mastery. The new skill description appeared before Wu Wei. Ice and Snowblade Mastery Yellow summons up to 255 Ice and Snowblades to attack enemies within a 500-meter range. It possesses strong armor-piercing and freezing damage. Can be synthesized into 1 from Mastery state, greatly elevating damage output. From the skill description alone, the upgraded skill's power had increased several-fold. Wu Wei could clearly sense that this upgrade was more than a simple quantitative increase, though its full potential would need to be verified through real combat. At the scene, Wu Wei instructed Xiaoxue to integrate the newly acquired skill into the Heart of Ice, already planning how to showcase his abilities the next day. He carefully tallied up the day's gains, beginning to merge and enhance the essence, a satisfied smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Zhang He, the captain of Wu Wei's personal guard, was not idle. After returning to the camp, he found an excuse to leave Wu Wei's side and hurriedly made his way to Sun Hong's tent, where Zhou Sheng happened to be present. Zhang He reported the day's events to both of them in detail. As he recounted the day's experiences, Zhang He's voice carried a slight tremor, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes, evidently shaken by Wu Wei's methods. However, upon hearing the account, a relieved smile appeared on Sun Hong's face. Now I can basically determine that this kid is definitely not some noble, Sun Hong analyzed in a low voice. Even if he has some background, he's likely just a grassroots figure that some big shot has taken an interest in nurturing. He continued to explain, needing to use such methods, borrowing the power of the personal guards to clear out the Zerg to enhance his strength, proves he has no other available power. Moreover, his rank, barring any surprises, is at most only Silver 10 stars. Not counting today, he might even just be silver 1 star? His background isn't deep, and his strength hasn't even reached the gold level. These words made Zhou Sheng furrow his brows. He slowly spoke. To be honest, I'm not afraid if he's a noble. Nobles come here just for a bit of gilding. We cooperate a little, and it's easy to send them off, even gaining a favor. But with Wu Wei's situation, I can't quite see through it. If he's not a noble, could he be sent to deal with us? Sensing Zhou Sheng's concern, Sun Hong made a throat-slitting gesture and asked in a low voice, Commander, should I arrange something for him? To avoid future trouble. No rush. Zhou Sheng shook his head. I never took him seriously from the start, and certainly not now. The key issue we face isn't him, but the presence behind him. The focus now is to find out who is behind him and what their purpose is in sending him here. So what do you suggest? Sun Hong pressed. A glint flashed in Zhou Sheng's eyes. Tomorrow he'll go out again. Then you personally take action. Sun Hong raised an eyebrow. Isn't that still arranging something for him? No, I'm not asking you to kill him, Zhou Sheng explained. I want you to arrange a crisis for him. If no one saves him during this crisis, you step in to rescue. Try to extract information about the big figure behind him and his purpose here. What if someone does save him? Sun Hong asked. Then we'll see what kind of entity is backing him and decide how to respond. Zhou Sheng said firmly. And if no one saves him, what do we do after extracting the information? Sun Hong continued to ask. Zhou Sheng's gaze was distant, as if looking at a far-off place, at a more formidable opponent. We'll see, based on the information he provides, whether to invite him for a meal, recruit him as a subordinate, or eliminate him directly. As he spoke, Zhou Sheng's eyes were cast beyond the camp, as if in his long-term vision, a pawn like Wu Wei was insignificant. He was focused on the distant horizon and more formidable adversaries. As for Wu Wei, at most, he was just a pawn crossing the river. On July 17th, Wu Wei arrived at Camp 3929 for the third day. He awoke at dawn in his modified mudball shelter, feeling sore all over. This wasn't due to poor sleep quality, but rather the effects of the fourth origin. The previous night, Wu Wei had increased the dosage of the fourth origin's damage absorption power, resulting in a night of continuous pain. However, this suffering was not without reward. He could clearly feel his strength growing, with his muscles becoming more defined. Wu Wei estimated that he had gained at least 400 to 500 pounds of strength overnight, which delighted him. However, after breakfast, when he weighed himself, he found that his actual gain was less than 100 pounds. Just as disappointment began to surface, it was quickly replaced by optimism. Wu Wei swiftly calculated, 100 pounds a day would amount to 30,000 pounds a month, and over a year, that would be over 1 million. This progress was quite remarkable. As a summoner, Wu Zhui didn't need to engage in direct combat. The enhancement of his own combat abilities was just a bonus. It was beneficial if present, but not a cause for distress if absent. More importantly, with the fourth origin, he was no longer the weak link in the team and could potentially become the deadliest threat to the enemy. If anyone thought he was an easy target as a summoner, they were in for a big surprise. After completing his tests, Wu Wei noticed that absolute luck had finished its cooldown. He immediately began a new round of fusion. This time, he used a young Earth sprite as the main card, with gravity enhancement and gravity mastery as the auxiliary cards, successfully completing the card fusion. The fusion result thrilled Wu Wei. His third origin skill, Gravity Art, was upgraded to Gravity Mastery, Arcana. The new skill could be used on a single target or an area, with gravity adjustable from 1 to 120 times. Even more astonishing, it could add an additional 1,000 pounds of base gravity to the target. Wu Wei meticulously studied this epic-level skill enhancement. What excited him most was that the original additional 1,000 pounds of gravity had become additional base gravity, meaning it would increase with gravity augmentation. At 120 times, this equated to 120,000 pounds of force. The strength of this perfect quality skill even surpassed some epic quality skills. Wu Wei realized that his strategy of focusing on strengthening a single skill was correct. If he could elevate this skill to an epic level in the future, its power would be unimaginable. After admiring his newly acquired powerful skill, Wu Wei gathered his personal guards, preparing to set out once again. Today promised to be an extremely important day for him, filled with unknown challenges and opportunities. After today, Wu Wei's rank will rise to the gold level, an achievement that will undoubtedly shake the entire camp. Leaping from silver to gold in just 2 days is not unprecedented, but it is an exceptionally rare feat. Wu Wei understands that such rapid advancement is likely only possible before reaching the gold level. His gaze is fixed on the horizon, as if he can already foresee the challenges ahead. Beyond gold, progressing further will not be easy, as he will have to face numerous gold level, and even platinum level, insect creatures. He strokes his chin, a gleam in his eye. With his exceptionally high innate quality, advancing further will likely require him to eliminate all the insect creatures surrounding Camp 3929, given that he can't surpass his level to defeat stronger foes. But that's a concern for the future. The immediate task is to break into the gold level. Once he steps into the realm of gold, Wu Wei is confident he can confront platinum-level foes heat. A slight smile tugs at his lips as he thinks to himself. If nothing unexpected happens, both Sun Hong and Zhou Sheng are probably only at the platinum level. Currently, Wu Wei still has to respectfully call them seniors, but once he reaches gold, he can proudly tell them's done with being the underdog. With this ambitious determination, Wu Wei leads his personal guard squad eastward. Along the way, they trek 20 to 30 miles. Having cleared the nearest 3 gold-level insect creatures yesterday, they must venture farther today. However, Wu Wei keenly senses something unusual about his personal guard squad along the way. There's an indescribable tension in the air, especially the squad's only female member, Wang Shan, who hesitates to speak several times, with a complex look in her eyes. Each time she gathers the courage to say something, she's silenced by a sharp glance from Zhang He. These subtle actions, though hidden, don't escape the keen eyes of Xiao Niqiu. It quietly whispers all of this into Wu Wei's ear. After hearing Xiao Niqiu's report, Wu Wei abruptly stops, turns to Wang Shan, and speaks with undeniable authority. Do you have something to tell me? Before Wang Shan can respond, Zhang He quickly interjects. No, no, Commander, you've misunderstood. She has nothing to say to you. Wu Wei casts a cold glance at Zhang He, his tone carrying a hint of danger. I was asking her. Why are you answering? Zhang He breaks out in a cold sweat, memories of yesterday's ordeal at Wu Wei's hands flashing through his mind. Despite this, he bravely attempts to explain. Commander, really, it's nothing. She and I just had a little disagreement. Before he can finish, a terrifying force of gravity suddenly strikes, and a vine lashes across Zhang He's face like lightning. With a whack, the gold 5-star warrior is sent flying by the silver 10-star level Xiao Niqiu. Such is the terrifying power of a being that has been fused and strengthened from scratch. Without even glancing at Zhang He, Wu Wei turns his focus back to Wang Shan. I'll ask you again. Do you have something to say to me? Wang Shan bites her lip, glances at the fallen Zhang He, and finally makes up her mind. Yes. Commander, someone is still plotting against you. Almost as soon as Wang Shan finishes speaking, a commotion arises around them. Xiao Niqiu quickly rushes to Wu Wei's ear, chattering urgently. Its words translate in Wu Wei's mind as, insects, coming, lots of them. In the next moment, Wu Wei clearly sees countless insect creatures swarming from all directions, converging on their position. 20 kilometers outside Camp 3929, the silent wilderness was suddenly disrupted. Wu Wei and Wang Shan barely had time to react before countless insects swarmed around them like a tide. Commander, you go first, I'll cover the rear. Wang Shan resolutely stood in front of Wu Wei, her eyes gleaming with determination. However, her spirit of sacrifice seemed futile in the face of the overwhelming swarm. The insects encircled them tightly, cutting off any chance of retreat. Wu Wei quickly assessed the situation, a sharp glint in his eyes. With no way back, they had no choice but to fight. He took a deep breath and decisively called out, Xiao Niqiu. As soon as he spoke, a small figure appeared. Xiao Niqiu gently clasped its tiny hands, and a sesame-sized black materialized out of thin air. It tossed the dot upwards, and it swiftly rose to about 50 meters in the air. In the next moment, the black dot radiated dazzling black light, as if a miniature black hole had formed in the sky. An unimaginable force erupted from its center, instantly increasing the gravity within dozens of meters to an astonishing 60 times the norm. The breathtaking scene unfolded before Zhang He and the others. The insects nearby hadn't even begun their attack before they were pulled skyward by the immense gravitational force. Those below the silver level were ripped apart by the pressure, and even some lower-level gold-tier creatures struggled to resist. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of insects clustered around the black, forming a dense cloud. At that moment, the Snow Maiden standing beside Wu Wei gently parted her lips and exhaled a breath of cold air. The biting frost instantly froze the airborne insects into a massive ice sculpture. The entire process was seamless, taking less than a minute to eliminate most of the swarm. This astonishing scene left Wang Shan and the others in awe, and even Sun Hong, who was observing from the shadows, was left dumbfounded. He stared at Wu Wei in disbelief, his mind swirling with confusion. Such power and explosiveness seemed far beyond what a silver-level card master could achieve. Yet the evidence was clear. Sun Hong's perfect quality reconnaissance card unequivocally showed that Wu Wei was indeed only at the silver level. Despite Wu Wei possessing 2 rare perfect-level origins, their demonstrated power far exceeded normal expectations. Sun Hong was deeply perplexed, beginning to doubt whether his and Zhou Sheng's previous assessments had been mistaken. What hidden secrets lay within this seemingly ordinary silver-level card master? Sun Hong observed Wu Wei from the shadows, trying to gauge his true capabilities. He speculated that Wu Wei possessed at least one epic-quality origin, forcing him to reassess Zhou Sheng's judgment. Clearly, Wu Wei had a complex background, with a powerful figure supporting him. Despite this, Sun Hong was not ready to back down. He knew that if his actions were ever revealed, it would be his end. Regardless of who was behind Wu Wei, if he was there to investigate, he was an enemy. Sun Hong resolved that if an opportunity arose, he would eliminate Wu Wei without hesitation. Sun Hong cautiously scanned his surroundings, attempting to discern if anyone was secretly protecting Wu Wei. However, he was oblivious to someone nearby casually eating sunflower seeds, the shells almost landing on his face. The battle raged on. Although the teamwork of the little mud ball and the little snow girl had wiped out most of the insects, nearly 100 gold level or higher insectoids still encircled Wu Wei, watching him intently. Sun Hong's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He believed that Wu Wei's recent outburst must have been draining. Moreover, the remaining insectoids were formidable, with a few even at a perfect gold 10-star level. According to Zhang He's report, Wu Wei needed the assistance of his personal guards to handle such powerful foes. Sun Hong concluded that even with a hidden ace, Wu Wei couldn't possibly withstand this many strong adversaries. At this critical moment, the little snow girl gently opened her tiny hands. Instantly, a thin layer of frost appeared, and the temperature plummeted. An ice blade, embedded with snow, formed out of thin air and, with a wave of the snow girl's hand, shot forward. Whoosh! The ice blade effortlessly sliced through hundreds of meters, splitting a perfect gold 10-star insectoid in half. A card, shimmering with golden light, materialized out of nowhere. Just as Sun Hong was marveling at the little snow girl's power, he suddenly realized that the ice blade, after slaying the insectoid, was headed straight for him. He raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile playing on his lips, and boldly stepped forward to confront Wu Wei. Should I commend your keen detection skills, or point out your dullness? Sun Hong taunted. You can spot me, yet can't sense that my power is beyond your reach. Forcing a confrontation with a strong opponent isn't wise. Before he finished speaking, a ball of intense flame erupted from Sun Hong's hand, distorting the surrounding space. He reached out to grasp the incoming ice blade. Unexpectedly, the seemingly delicate ice blade sliced through Sun Hong's hand as if it were tofu, splitting it cleanly in two. Blood gushed forth, and the smug expression on Sun Hong's face froze, replaced by shock and disbelief. With a sudden, sharp sound, it felt as if the world had hit pause. All eyes were instantly drawn to Sun Hong's hand, which had been sliced open, blood slowly dripping through his fingers. Zhang He and the others were dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. They couldn't comprehend how Sun Hong, the deputy commander of Camp 3929 and a warrior with several perfect origin cards, could be so easily injured by a silver-level card summoner. They couldn't help but wonder, just how weak is Sun Hong? Meanwhile, Wu Wei was equally bewildered. His original intention was merely to have the little snow maiden target Sun Hong to prevent him from interfering with the acquisition of the promotion card. Who would have thought Sun Hong would reach out to grasp the attack? It was important to note that this strike from the snow maiden was an ultimate move, formed by the fusion of several perfect quality skills, far exceeding ordinary epic skills and power. Nurtured within the heart of ice, its power was amplified by 500. Such an attack could only be unleashed once a day by the snow maiden. Faced with such a powerful attack, Sun Hong chose not only to take it hidden, but also refrained from using any defensive skills, opting instead for an offensive skill. This was as absurd as an adult trying to catch a flying knife thrown by a child barehanded just to show off. Wu Wei couldn't help but think to himself, this commander's son is truly a brave soul. Sun Hong's expression was a mixture of emotions. As he looked at his wounded hand, the excruciating pain made him pale, while the terrifying power of the snow maiden's attack left him in shock. Regrets surged through him, and he wished he could slap himself. Internally, he cursed. What was I trying to prove? Now, I've only made a fool of myself. Furious, Sun Hong roared. You bastard, dare to attack me from the shadows? I'll skin you alive. No sooner had he spoken than flames erupted from his injured hand, and with a crack, the snow maiden's ice blade shattered into pieces. Wu Wei wasn't surprised by this. After all, Sun Hong was a platinum-level card master, on par with the snow maiden in terms of quality. If it weren't for Sun Hong's overconfidence, Wu Wei wouldn't have been able to injure him so easily. Besides, Wu Wei's goal wasn't to wound or kill Sun Hong, but to prevent him from stopping the acquisition of the promotion card. In that respect, Wu Wei had already achieved half of his objective. As Sun Hong shattered the ice blade, the little mud ball's vines had already wrapped tightly around the promotion card. As long as he could secure the card, Wu Wei's objective would be fully realized. However, Sun Hong clearly had no intention of letting Wu Wei succeed so easily. He shouted, "Who said you could take that card? Hand it over." As he spoke, flames flickered around him, and propelled by an invisible force, he shot towards Wu Wei like a human rocket. Seeing this, Wu Wei immediately braced for impact. The snow maiden spread her arms, unleashing 255 ice blades densely towards Sun Hong. But Sun Hong, now fully serious, displayed terrifying combat prowess. He smashed through the snow maiden's ice blades and, in a blink, was within 100 meters of Wu Wei. This distance was perfect for the mudball's attack range. A gravity spell enveloped Sun Hong, exerting 120 times normal gravity plus a base of 1,000, attempting to halt his advance. In an instant, the little mud ball expended most of its spiritual power, but the effect was significant. Sun Hong was slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, the little snow maiden unleashed a sharp blade of ice and snow aimed directly at the opponent's neck. If this strike hit, even without being an enhanced version, it could easily decapitate the enemy. However, faced with Wu Wei's fierce attack, the controlled Sun Hong did not show fear. Instead, he wore a confident smile. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying both admiration and contempt. I must admit, kid, you truly are the most talented card master I've ever seen. It's no wonder that despite your background, you managed to climb so high, becoming the captain of 3,929 with just a silver rank. But his tone suddenly turned cold. Silver rank is still just silver rank. No matter how talented, you can't compete with platinum rank. Now let me show you what true level suppression is. Before he finished speaking, a brilliant light appeared at Sun Hong's heart, and a flame-shaped heart emerged. In an instant, his entire body was engulfed in roaring flames, and a flaming longsword appeared in his left hand. Break, he shouted, swinging the sword fiercely. With a crisp crack, the ice and snow blade shattered, turning into specks of ice crystals that dissipated in the air. Simultaneously, the gravity spell the little mud ball had cast on Sun Hong was also broken. The light around Wu Wei's little mud ball and the little snow maiden dimmed abruptly, clearly suffering the backlash from this strike. Sun Hong grinned maliciously, advancing step by step towards Wu Wei. How is it? Have you felt the power of a platinum-level master? If it's not clear yet, I'll make sure you experience it thoroughly. With that, he lunged at Wu Wei, raising his hand to slap him. At this critical moment, Wu Wei raised his hand, and Guan Hai, who had been waiting patiently, finally made his entrance. Guan Hai's muscles instantly swelled, unleashing the full force of his strength, and the unparalleled heavy sword in his hand roared into action. Sun Hong, seeing Guan Hai suddenly appear, raised an eyebrow. Oh, I didn't expect you to have another card up your sleeve until now. Planning to catch me off guard? He sneered. Unfortunately, I won't make the same mistake twice. Even if your trump card is of epic origin, it can't stir any waves under absolute level crushing. As he spoke, Sun Hong withdrew his hand that was aimed at Wu Wei, and the flaming sword in his left hand flared brightly, positioned defensively at his side. He wore a mocking expression, as if saying, "Come on, I'm ready this time. Let's see if you can hurt me." However, when Guan Hai's unparalleled heavy sword struck the flaming longsword, something unexpected happened. The base strength of 300,000, when boosted by Guan Hai's full force, surged to 950,000, and combined with the effortless effect of the unparalleled heavy sword, this strike unleashed a terrifying force exceeding 1,000,000 pounds. The flaming longsword shattered on impact, and Sun Hong's expression changed drastically, realizing something was amiss, but it was too late. Guan Hai's sword cut through effortlessly, striking Sun Hong and sending him flying. Clearly, Sun Hong had underestimated the situation. He shouldn't have thought of withstanding Guan Hai's attack. If his right hand were intact, there might have been a slim chance, but reality doesn't deal in ifs. As Sun Hong flew through the air, only one thought remained in his mind. Damn it, I was too careless. I should have dodged this one. With a dull thud, the noise of the battlefield was pierced. The fierce duel between Wu Wei and Sun Hong had reached its conclusion at that moment. Sun Hong's body flew sideways like a kite with a broken string. Before he even hit the ground, Guan Hai had already appeared beside him. Guan Hai's unmatched sword glinted coldly as he slashed precisely at Sun Hong's knees. The sound of bones and flesh breaking echoed, rendering Sun Hong's legs useless in an instant. Without pause, Guan Hai swung again, striking Sun Hong's last remaining uninjured arm. This seamless series of attacks completely incapacitated Sun Hong. He was already severely wounded by Guan Hai's initial strike, his body half collapsed, and now he was utterly destroyed. The breathtaking scene left Zhang He and Wang Shan, who were present, utterly speechless, staring in disbelief at what had unfolded before them. Their fundamental beliefs seemed to be overturned in that Instanta silver-level card master had utterly crushed a platinum-level expert. Even though they witnessed it with their own eyes, they found it hard to believe such an unbelievable scenario. A bold thought emerged in their minds. Was Wu Wei pretending to be weaker than he was, hiding his true strength while posing as a mere silver level? However, just as this thought emerged, they saw the golden promotion card in Wu Wei's hand. At that moment, all doubts vanished. Wu Wei was indeed a genuine silver level. Otherwise, he couldn't have revealed a golden promotion card. A silver level defeating a platinum level. What kind of extraordinary genius was this? In truth, not only were the onlookers shocked, but Wu Wei himself was quite surprised. He didn't expect to take down Sun Hong so easily. Although Sun Hong might have been at the lower end of the platinum level, platinum was still platinum, and his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Had Sun Hong not been careless and made the same mistake twice, Wu Wei's victory wouldn't have been so easily achieved. Yet, the battle wasn't over. The surrounding insectoids still posed a threat. However, with Sun Hong defeated, dealing with these insectoids seemed easier. Guan Hai turned his attention away from Sun Hong and charged at the insectoids around him. Working in perfect harmony with Xiao Niqiu and Xiao Xuannu, the three of them cleared the field in less than 10 minutes. After the fight, Wu Wei's gaze fell on Sun Hong, Zhang He, and the others. With a command, Guan Hai swiftly knocked Zhang He and the others unconscious, then tied them up along with Sun Hong. After ensuring everything was secured, Wu Wei turned to Wang Shan and said, "Keep an eye on them for me." Wang Shan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood. She realized Wu Wei was about to use the promotion card. Since the card storage time couldn't exceed half an hour, Wu Wei needed to use it within that time frame. As a card summoner, Wu Wei would be at his most vulnerable during the process, so he had to control all potential threats. This was why Zhang He and the others were restrained. However, what Wang Shan didn't expect was that Wu Wei didn't restrain her, but instead entrusted her with the task of guarding. "Don't worry, I'll make sure they're secure," Wang Shan promised earnestly. "I'll leave it to you." Wu Wei nodded, then turned and walked into the forest behind him. As Wu Wei stepped into the forest, Wang Shan's gaze followed him, a look of inner conflict flickering in her eyes. Her fingers moved swiftly across her phone screen, sending a brief message. After sending it, she looked up again, staring in the direction where Wu Wei had disappeared, her mind in turmoil. At this moment, Wu Wei was at a critical juncture in his advancement, a time when he was most vulnerable. Wang Shan calculated in her mind that if she acted now, the chances of capturing Wu Wei were high, and excellent opportunity to earn great merit. However, recalling the strength Wu Wei had previously demonstrated, a chill ran down her spine. Even though Wu Wei was likely at his weakest, she dared not act rashly, fearing he might still have some hidden cards. While Wang Shan was hesitating, her phone suddenly vibrated. She quickly checked the message content and immediately felt relieved, abandoning the idea of entering the forest. Unbeknownst to Wang Shan, Wu Wei also breathed a sigh of relief at that moment. In fact, he hadn't ventured deep into the forest, but had instead found a spot on the edge where he could observe Wang Shan. He watched her every move cautiously while carefully using his advancement card. Everything was unfolding as Wu Wei had anticipated. His trust in Wang Shan was nothing more than a carefully orchestrated test. Having suffered in this regard before, how could he easily trust someone? From the start, he had been suspicious of Wang Shan's betrayal, finding it too contrived. The events unfolding before him confirmed his suspicions. Wang Shan's betrayal was merely a meticulously planned trap. This made Wu Wei grudgingly admire the mastermind behind the plot against him. To deal with a silver-level card master, they not only sent the platinum-level Sun Hong, but also prepared Wang Shan as a backup plan, demonstrating extreme caution. Fortunately, Wu Wei was equally cautious and saw through Wang Shan's facade. With the plot revealed, Wu Wei faced two choices: expose the enemy or turn the tables on them. Wu Wei preferred the latter. If Wang Shan had recklessly charged into the forest, Wu Wei would have had to expose her. Fortunately, she didn't, allowing Wu Wei to continue using this mole to counter the enemy's moves. However, before that, Wu Wei's immediate priority was to complete his breakthrough. From the moment he entered the small forest, Wu Wei had already activated the golden advancement card. Advancing to gold took longer than advancing to silver, but it was only a matter of about 10 minutes. As a warm current swept through his body, the system prompt was refreshed. "You have successfully used the golden advancement card. Your rank has been upgraded to gold. Your rank has been upgraded to gold, and your source card rank has been upgraded to gold. All basic attributes and skill attributes have been enhanced. Your source slot 1, load slot 1, and spiritual power limit increased by 2,400 points. Your first source has advanced to gold level. Martial path insights have resurfaced, but it seems there was no gain." Seeing this system prompt, Wu Wei instinctively activated his talent. Immediately, the system prompt updated again. "Your first source has fortuitously deepened its understanding of the path, increasing its mastery from beginner to proficient. Martial path proficiency greatly enhances basic strength by 100,000 gene, significantly boosts physical resilience, and passively amplifies all skills effects by 50%. Wow, that's amazing." Wu Wei thought to himself, delighted by this unexpected gain. The reason Dantai Jingming is held in such high regard is because he mastered the advantages of the path early on. Qian Ming is well aware of this, insisting on mastering the path before advancing to the gold level, so that each progression allows for a deeper understanding of his own power. Although most people find it difficult to seize this fleeting opportunity, even if successful, it only deepens their understanding of the path. Wu Wei's eyes flickered as he recalled Guan Hai's rare breakthrough. Guan Hai was able to break through directly, obviously thanks to my talent, he pondered. This unique level talent has infinite potential and is worth studying in depth. However, there are more pressing matters to handle right now. He turned his gaze outside and saw Wang Shan busy beside Sun Hong, clearly carrying out someone's orders to kill Sun Hong. Wu Wei instinctively wanted to intervene, but seeing Sun Hong on the brink of death, he quickly changed his mind. He discreetly took out his phone and recorded the scene. Once Wang Shan was finished, Wu Wei deliberately made a sound as he emerged from the woods. Wang Shan immediately noticed his presence. "Captain, have you completed your advancement?" Wang Shan asked, her tone tinged with nervousness. Wu Wei displayed a satisfied smile. "Yes. Congratulations on your progress, Captain," Wang Shan said, offering her congratulations, though her face was full of worry. Wu Wei keenly sensed her unease. "What's wrong?" "That villain Sun Hong is dead," Wang Shan whispered. Wu Wei feigned surprise. "What? How could he be dead?" "I clearly held back." He quickly walked over to Sun Hong's body, frowning at the sight of the deceased. "He's really dead? Damn it. I haven't even questioned him about why he tried to kill me," Wang Shan said with a troubled expression. "Captain, the problem is even more serious than that. Sun Hong is dead, and now there's no proof. Not only can you not prove that Sun Hong attacked you, but worse, if someone accuses you of ambushing and killing Sun Hong, you have no way to prove your innocence." Wu Wei thought for a moment. "This is indeed a problem. Do you have any suggestions? Can you contact your superiors?" Wang Shan suggested. "As far as I know, Sun Hong and Zhou Sheng were in cahoots, and today's incident might have been orchestrated by Zhou Sheng. If you can quickly contact your superiors to handle this, you might gain the upper hand. Otherwise, when Zhou Sheng reacts, you'll be at a disadvantage." She continued. "Moreover, Zhou Sheng definitely won't let this go. He will certainly make another move against you. Zhou Sheng is not someone Sun Hong can compare to. He possesses epic origins and has reportedly faced diamond-level powerhouses. He's one of the top platinum-level powerhouses. I suggest you avoid confronting him directly and lay low for a while." Hearing this, Wu Wei raised an eyebrow. He secretly laughed to himself, understanding Wang Shan's intentions. She was clearly trying to probe his capabilities while also encouraging him to hide, making the situation more complicated. Wu Wei already had a plan in mind, but he remained expressionless, waiting patiently for Wang Shan's next move. When they speak up, they'll turn the story into Wu Wei fleeing in fear after committing murder. Wu Wei stood at the edge of the camp, a confident gleam in his eyes. A slight smile played at the corners of his mouth, unshaken by the potential accusations. His confidence stemmed from two main sources. First, Wu Wei held irrefutable evidence proving Sun Hong's death was unrelated to him. However, this was only a secondary reason for his confidence, as evidence could be questioned or dismissed. More importantly, it was Wu Wei's current status that bolstered him. He was no longer the orphaned, impoverished student with no support. Now, Wu Wei was a top student at the War Academy, the Academy's #1, and the personal disciple of Vice Dean Zhao Qingquan. Coupled with his connection to Lin Taijun, few in the entire Federation had a stronger background than Wu Wei. Narrowing his eyes, Wu Wei calculated his next move. If the opposition wanted to discuss reason and evidence, he would present his proof. If they were unreasonable, he could leverage his connections. However, there's a difference between not fearing trouble and walking into a trap. In an instant, Wu Wei devised a plan. A defiant grin appeared on his face, his voice dripping with disdain. "Avoid his sharpness? Do I need to avoid Zhou Sheng's sharpness? You say Zhou Sheng is behind this. Then let's confront him directly." As he spoke, Wu Wei gestured to summon Guan Hai, grabbed Sun Hong's body, and dragged Zhang He and the others with him, ready to face Zhou Shengheden. Seeing this, Wang Shan's face changed, and she rushed forward to stop him. "Captain Wu Wei, don't be impulsive. Going now is meaningless. They won't admit anything. If a fight breaks out in the camp, you'll be at a disadvantage." To persuade Wu Wei, Wang Shan racked her brain, reasoning with him passionately. Finally, she dropped a bombshell. "If you want to confront him, you need some evidence, right? To be honest, I know a place where Zhou Sheng might have hidden evidence of his crimes." Wu Wei raised an eyebrow and asked, "Evidence of crimes? What crimes has he committed?" Wang Shan lowered her voice and spoke quickly. "I don't know the specifics, but ever since he arrived at Camp 3929, there's been one insect infestation after another. In just a few years, the camp has been destroyed over a dozen times. The large amount of supplies sent from above have also disappeared. A deputy camp leader came to investigate, but soon went missing, allegedly killed by the insect race in the wild. Zhou Sheng even sent people to search the area repeatedly, but found nothing. If you can find him, you might be able to expose Zhou Sheng's crimes." A hint of interest flashed in Wu Wei's eyes. "Oh? Where did that deputy go missing?" Seeing Wu Wei's attitude soften, Wang Shan quickly replied. "He disappeared in the falling Maple Valley area. You might find something there." "All right," Wu Wei nodded. "You make a good point. Although I'm not afraid of him, if I can get evidence of his crimes, all problems will be solved. I'll go take a look. You keep an eye on these people for me." With that, Wu Wei quickly searched Sun Hong's body, took his cards, and turned to leave for falling Maple Valley. Wang Shan watched Wu Wei's departing figure, breathing a sigh of relief, and then led Zhang He and the others back to Camp 3929. However, She didn't notice that shortly after Wu Wei left, he stopped, turned, and followed her straight back to Camp 3929. At that moment, Wu Wei had only one thought in mind. He was going to catch the real culprit behind Sun Hong's murder. Wang Shan hurried back to Camp 3929 with her team, contemplating her next move. As soon as she reached the camp's entrance, she launched into a meticulously planned performance. Tears welled up in her eyes as she choked out her accusations. Wu Wei, that beast. He brutally murdered Deputy Camp Leader Sun Hong over an epic card. Zhou Sheng had already set the stage for her, and the entire camp gathered around, watching the drama unfold. Interestingly, many wore skeptical expressions. They were well aware of Sun Hong and even Zhou Sheng's true nature. However, Zhou Sheng was unconcerned about the low-ranking soldier's beliefs. What mattered was convincing those above, or more bluntly, providing a plausible excuse for the powers behind the scenes to intervene. After the performance, Zhou Sheng called Wang Shan aside to inquire about the day's events in detail. Wang Shan recounted everything from start to finish. Their departure, Sun Hong's actions, Wu Wei's killing of Sun Hong, and finally how Wu Wei was tricked into leaving. Zhou Sheng was particularly interested in how Wu Wei managed to kill Sun Hong, as he struggled to believe that a platinum-level card master could be taken down by someone at the silver level. After hearing Wang Shan's account, Zhou Sheng finally understood how Sun Hong met his end. He couldn't help but curse. Serves him right. I've never seen such a fool. It's one thing to underestimate the enemy once, but to make the same mistake twice? Such an idiot deserves his fate. At the same time, Zhou Sheng felt a sense of relief. There was now a reasonable explanation for Wu Wei killing Sun Hong. Although Wu Wei had some skills, it was mainly Sun Hong's foolishness that led to his downfall. Without that, Wu Wei would never have been able to take him down. Zhou Sheng turned his gaze towards Luofeng Valley, as if looking at a dead man. Seeing this, Wang Shan quickly flattered him. That guy is nothing compared to you. With just one command, you can have him running in circles. With his level of intelligence, he's not even worthy to carry your shoes. Wang Shan's admiration was genuine, as she had witnessed firsthand how Wu Wei was manipulated by Zhou Sheng. It was remarkable how Wu Wei, initially attacked by Sun Hong, had suddenly become a fugitive accused of killing Sun Hong and fleeing from justice. Such tactics left Wang Shan in awe. Zhou Sheng could feel Wang Shan's sincere admiration, which he found quite gratifying. He couldn't help but add, actually, that kid didn't lose because of his intelligence, although he is rather foolish. His biggest mistake was coming to Camp 3929. He can't even begin to fathom the depths of this place. In fact, from the moment he set foot in this camp, his fate was sealed. A smug smile appeared on Zhou Sheng's face as he turned to Wang Shan, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Even if he didn't fall for it, and comes back with Sun Hong's body to confront me, so what? I still have plenty of ways to deal with him. Do you know why? Without hesitation, Wang Shan answered, her voice full of admiration. Of course, it's because your skills surpass that kid in every way. He doesn't stand a chance against you. Zhou Sheng chuckled lightly. True, but not entirely. His tone carried a hint of arrogance. I do outclass him in every aspect, but that's not the core reason. The real reason is the background. He continued, his voice brimming with pride. The people backing that kid might have the influence to get him transferred to this camp. But so what? Do you think I don't have anyone behind me? I've spent years in the Ding rank battlefront, investing a lot to weave an unbreakable web of interests. Isn't it precisely for moments like this? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhou Sheng's eyes. And don't even mention that the kid hasn't uncovered anything yet. Even if he did, and gathered some evidence, it wouldn't be good for him. The deeper he digs, the faster he meets his end. After all, the forces backing me aren't something that Wu Wei, or even the person behind him, can provoke. At that moment, Zhou Sheng exuded a kind of boundless confidence, his arrogance and audacity making Wang Shan flush with excitement. However, this display made the bystander munching on sunflower seeds feel a bit nauseated. Despite this, an expectant expression appeared on his face. Initially annoyed by his interrupted vacation, he now found this job quite interesting and couldn't wait to see what would happen next. However, the next scene left him utterly dumbfounded. Zhou Sheng and Wang Shan locked eyes and suddenly embraced in a passionate kiss. This unexpected development left him stunned, thinking this wasn't the kind of plot he'd expected. He silently grumbled to himself. Who's going to stop them? This seems inappropriate for broadcast, doesn't it? Just then, a commotion erupted outside. You can't enter here. Who are you? The words were cut short by a loud bang that shook the entire room. Boom. The door was violently blasted open, interrupting Zhou Sheng and Wang Shan's intimate moment. Both turned to look at the doorway, where a towering man over 2 meters tall stood. He wielded a heavy sword, donned in black armor, with a striking red necklace around his neck. Wang Shan's face changed dramatically, exclaiming, "It's Wu Wei's summoned beast." Hearing this, Zhou Sheng raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his voice. Wu Wei's summoned beast, huh? Interesting. It seems the captain isn't entirely clueless and has caught on. But what good will it do? His voice turned icy. You're still a step too late, Captain. Now you're a suspect in the murder of Deputy Commander 3929, and I have every right to act against you." As he spoke, Zhou Sheng pushed Wang Shan aside, waved his hand, and a black long blade materialized in his grasp. A layer of armor also appeared on his body. At that moment, Wu Wei's voice echoed from behind the summoned beast. "Commander Zhou Sheng, I'm here to apprehend the murderer of Deputy Commander Sun Hong. I hope you won't stand in my way." Zhou Sheng's face showed a playful expression. Smart. Focusing on Wang Shan. "Huh? But do you really think I'd let you take her away? So you're saying you'll stop me?" Wu Wei's voice carried a hint of provocation. Zhou Sheng retorted. "If I say yes, what will you do?" Wu Wei grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. "Then I'll just have to take you down as well." As soon as he finished speaking, the summoned beast named Guan Hai sprang into action, slashing at Zhou Sheng. Facing this sudden attack, Zhou Sheng raised an eyebrow and coldly remarked, "Arrogant." He then assumed a stance to engage in battle. In Camp 3929, a fierce battle erupted in an instant. Guan Hai charged towards Zhou Sheng like an arrow released from a bow, while at the same time, Xiao Nichio's gravity spell quietly settled on Zhou Sheng. The sudden impact of 120 times gravity combined with a force of 120,000 pounds descended upon him, as if an invisible mountain weighed down on Zhou Sheng's shoulders. However, instead of showing pain, Zhou Sheng's face broke into an appreciative smile. "To be able to kill Sun Hong, you must have some skill. Your control is impressive," he remarked casually. "But unfortunately, control is useless against me." As soon as he spoke, a flash of light shimmered across Zhou Sheng's body, and Xiao Nichio suddenly felt as if his skill's target had vanished into thin air. In that split second, Guan Hai appeared ghost-like in front of Zhou Sheng. Faced with such a formidable foe at close range, Zhou Sheng remained unruffled, his smile growing even more radiant. "An epic quality summon, is it?" "Indeed, very powerful. If it were platinum level, I might not stand a chance against it," Zhou Sheng said with confidence. "But alas, it's only gold level, and I won't be as careless as that fool." His voice rose sharply. "Kid, watch closely and see what true platinum level power looks like." With his words, layers of lightning surged around him like a tide. "First origin, third origin, fourth origin, sixth origin, activate them all." With a fierce shout, the lightning around Zhou Sheng solidified. The ground within several meters of him instantly charred black, and the air filled with a pungent, burnt smell. Even Wang Shan, not far away, was affected, letting out a piercing scream. But Zhou Sheng was oblivious to everything else at this moment, his focus entirely on Guan Hai before him. He unleashed his full power, determined to crush his opponent with overwhelming force, vowing not to repeat Sun Hong's mistake. "Die!" Zhou Sheng roared, his long sword, infused with the power of four origins, slashed towards Guan Hai's neck like a bolt of lightning. The blade hadn't even reached its target when Zhou Sheng's lips curled into a slight smile, as if he already envisioned Guan Hai's head falling. Yet, just as the sword was about to connect, a shimmering protective shield formed around Guan Hai, like a golden armor. With a crisp ding, Zhou Sheng's full-force strike, imbued with four origin powers, was effortlessly blocked. "What? How is that possible?" Zhou Sheng's expression changed drastically, his eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't fathom that his all-out attack couldn't break through the defenses of a gold-level summon. Even if it was of epic quality, it defied logic. Aren't summons generally weaker than card masters of the same level? Zhou Sheng pondered, full of doubt. While Zhou Sheng was still reeling from shock, Wu Wei's mocking voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, so this is platinum level power. Impressive indeed." It almost broke through Guan Hai's defenses. Zhou Sheng's face turned grim. Yet, before he could react, Guan Hai's mighty sword descended like a mountain. In that critical moment, Zhou Sheng instinctively raised his sword to block. But a memory of Wang Shan's earlier words flashed in his mind. Sun Hong was sent flying in a defensive stance by a single strike. This sudden realization prompted Zhou Sheng to instinctively dodge the fatal blow. It turned out that this instinctive reaction saved his life. Just as he narrowly evaded, Guan Hai's sword struck the spot where Zhou Sheng had just been standing. With a thunderous crash, the ground split open with a crack stretching several tens of meters. The entire room shook violently under the immense power, as if it might collapse at any moment. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Zhou Sheng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, cold sweat soaking his back. He realized that if that blow had landed on him, he would likely be a corpse by now. The summoned creature before him was absolutely unbeatable. Zhou Sheng instantly made a judgment and immediately changed his tactics. He decided not to get entangled with the summoned beast, but to go straight for Wu Wei. As long as he subdued the summoner, the battle would be over. Zhou Sheng's sharp gaze locked onto Wu Wei as he prepared to launch a surprise attack. However, the situation was far more complicated than he imagined. Guan Hai stood like a towering iron fortress in front of him, and behind Guan Hai, around Wu Wei, the little mud ball was also active. Countless vines shot up from the ground like snakes, an invisible force restraining Zhou Sheng's movements. The little mud ball continuously applied gravity spells on him, keeping him on his toes. Although Zhou Sheng possessed the innate ability to dispel negative effects, the relentless attacks from the little mud ball rapidly drained his spiritual power. In just a few rounds, he had already lost about 1 or 2/10 of his power. The greater threat came from Guan Hai. This invincible defensive and terrifyingly powerful summon left Zhou Sheng at a loss. His attacks couldn't shake Guan Hai's defenses, and a single hit from Guan Hai could leave Zhou Sheng severely injured. Thus, Zhou Sheng, a so-called top platinum level powerhouse, was being suppressed by the newly promoted gold level summoner Wu Wei to the point where he couldn't lift his head. This scene left Wang Shan and the camp warriors who had rushed over in shock. Particularly Wang Shan, who knew Wu Wei's strength well, but hadn't expected him to suppress Zhou Sheng so effortlessly. Seeing this, Wu Wei couldn't resist a taunt. "Oh, weren't you going to showcase your platinum level power? Why are you scurrying around like a scared dog? I can't see any sign of your platinum level strength. Why not take a hit from my Guan Hai and show me your true skills?" These words cut into Zhou Sheng's pride like a blade. His face turned as dark as ink, his eyes flashing with venomous anger, wishing he could tear Wu Wei apart. But he didn't respond, instead patiently waiting for the right moment. Let Wu Wei be arrogant for now. As soon as he saw an opportunity, Zhou Sheng could turn the tables. The opportunity soon arrived. Under Zhou Sheng's manipulation, Guan Hai slightly shifted position, exposing Wu Wei behind him. Zhou Sheng's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, and his body burst with electric energy, transforming into a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Wu Wei. His speed was unparalleled, and even though Guan Hai noticed and followed closely, he couldn't stop him. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Sheng was in front of Wu Wei, one hand gripping Wu Wei's head, the other holding a long knife to his throat. Zhou Sheng finally felt vindicated, sneering. "Laugh. Go on. Laugh if you can." To Zhou Sheng's astonishment, Wu Wei turned his head and gave him a bright smile. Zhou Sheng was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why Wu Wei could still smile. At that moment, Guan Hai had already arrived, his enormous sword descending with a roar. Zhou Sheng instinctively pulled Wu Wei up as a human shield, but to his shock, Guan Hai swung down without hesitation. As Guan Hai's sword descended, Zhou Sheng's pupils constricted in disbelief at the scene before him. He had assumed capturing Wu Wei would give him control of the situation, but he hadn't expected Guan Hai to swing his sword without hesitation, seemingly indifferent to Wu Wei's life or death. Is he mad? Zhou Sheng's mind raced, and then it suddenly dawned on him. I see. Wu Wei is gambling, betting that I'll let go. A cold smile tugged at the corners of Zhou Sheng's mouth as he silently mocked. You're playing games, but do you really think you can scare me with such tricks? There's no way I'm letting go. If you're so bold, go ahead and swing. Before he could finish his thought, with a thud, Guan Hai's mighty sword had already struck Wu Wei. However, to Zhou Sheng's shock, Wu Wei was unharmed, and the overwhelming force passed through Wu Wei, slamming into him instead. The violent impact made Zhou Sheng vomit bile, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. Before he hit the ground, a sharp blade of ice and snow sliced through, mercilessly severing his legs. Zhou Sheng crashed heavily to the ground, unable to react before Guan Hai was upon him like a specter. With a couple of crack sounds, Zhou Sheng's arms shattered under Guan Hai's feet. The cold blade pressed against his forehead, signaling the end of the battle. Even now, Zhou Sheng's mind was blank, partly due to the severe beating that left him dizzy, and partly because he couldn't comprehend how he had been defeated. However, he quickly regained clarity, realizing that his current predicament was more important than understanding his defeat had been bested by Wu Wei and was now at his mercy. What should he do? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Sheng suddenly declared, "You're finished. You're as good as dead." This unexpected proclamation left Wu Wei momentarily stunned, incredulously asking, "What? What did you say? Did you misspeak, or did I mishear? You've been defeated, can't you grasp the situation?" Zhou Sheng sneered and continued, "Yes, I lost to you. You're probably feeling quite proud, thinking you're so skilled and talented, defeating a platinum level fighter like me just after breaking into the gold level. I have to admit, you are indeed talented and skilled." Then, with a shift in tone to one of disdain, Zhou Sheng added, "But in this world, what good is skill alone? To stand firm, you need connections. Do you have any?" Hearing this, Wu Wei felt a bit shaken and murmured, "I suppose I have some." Seeing this, Zhou Sheng confidently taunted, "You have nothing. Whoever got you to this position has some ability, but compared to the big shots backing me, your so-called big shots are nothing." Oh wow. Wu Wei was taken aback by these words. Is it really that impressive? Driven by curiosity, Wu Wei began to ponder who these so-called big shots behind Zhou Sheng could be. As the top student of the War Academy, Wu Wei himself was essentially backed by the entire institution. When examined closely, Wu Wei had at least Lin Taijun and Zhao Qianquan, two absolute authorities of the War Academy, behind him. The War Academy was the only top-tier institution in the Huaxia district, with more than half of the military's top leaders coming from there. Faced with such powerful backing, Wu Wei couldn't help but wonder, What kind of formidable entity was behind Zhou Sheng that made him so confident and fearless? Zhou Sheng closed his eyes and remained silent in the face of Wu Wei's questioning. He coldly replied, I can't tell you. If you want to know, find out for yourself. But I must warn you, the more you know, the sooner you'll die. With that, Zhou Sheng ignored Wu Wei. Wu Wei, seeing Zhou Sheng's reaction, displayed a meaningful smile. He slowly approached Zhou Sheng, his tone laced with mockery. You really don't understand your situation, do you? You're a prisoner now, got it? As a prisoner, what I want to know doesn't depend on whether you speak or not, but on whether I want to know. Things I don't care about, you can't tell me, and things I want to know, it's not up to you whether you speak or not. Zhou Sheng straightened his back, his eyes shining with defiance. Are you planning to torture me? I advise you not to waste your efforts. I, Zhou Sheng, am steadfast and unyielding. No amount of torture can break me. Wu Wei's smile grew even brighter, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Really? Are you sure? You must not have experienced real torture to speak so fearlessly. Coincidentally, I've read quite a few books on torture from before the Great Catastrophe, and found some methods quite interesting. Let me share one with you today. Wu Wei began to pace slowly, introducing the first method. The first one is called random strumming. Hearing this name, Zhou Sheng showed a disdainful expression, his voice full of provocation. Random strumming? Go ahead and try it on me. I'll show you what it means to be steadfast and unyielding. At that moment, Zhou Sheng was confident he could withstand Wu Wei's torture. After all, he hadn't uttered a sound even when his legs were severed. However, Wu Wei's smile became increasingly sinister. He explained leisurely, Oh really? I'd love to see that. But before we begin, let me explain what random strumming is. His voice turned cold. It's a method specifically for men. The technique involves threading a fishing line through your testicles, then tightening the line to strum like a guitar. As soon as Wu Wei finished speaking, Zhou Sheng's face turned pale. His half-severed legs instinctively clamped together, his body trembling with fear. Wu Wei, noticing this, grinned and continued. They say the faster you strum, the more exhilarating it feels. Are you sure you want to try it? Faced with Wu Wei's bright smile and the brutal description of the torture, Zhou Sheng suddenly realized he wasn't as strong as he thought. Fear washed over him like a tide, and he trembled as he spoke. Just kill me. Zhou Sheng would rather die than endure such torture. Wu Wei, however, persisted. Oh, we can't have that. This is just the first one. I've got 17 more tortures for you to experience before I'm willing to let you die. Don't worry, my summoned beast has healing abilities, ensuring you can live through each one. With that, Wu Wei turned to the side and instructed. Let's start with random strumming. Guanhai. At Wu Wei's command, Guanhai stepped forward to restrain Zhou Sheng. Wu Wei then produced a bundle of fishing line from somewhere and began to approach Zhou Sheng step by step. In just 3 steps, Zhou Sheng completely broke down. He had to admit that he wasn't the steadfast man he thought he was, but just an ordinary person. Fear fully consumed him, and he urgently cried out, No, don't come any closer. I'll talk. I'll tell you whatever you want to know, okay? Throughout history, very few have been able to withstand torture. Commander Zhou Sheng is a typical example. Lacking firm beliefs or convictions, he quickly crumbled in front of Wu Wei. Even before any torture began, Zhou Sheng confessed everything. Sitting in the interrogation room, pale and trembling, he laid bare his misdeeds over the years. Since I took charge of this camp, Zhou Sheng said with his head lowered. Over the years, we've faked insect plague disasters to deceive the frontline command into supplying resources at least a dozen times. Wu Wei squinted slightly and asked coldly, And what happened to those resources? Zhou Sheng let out a bitter laugh. They were never used for camp reconstruction. We divided them. I took 30%, and the people backing me took 70%. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow and replied with a hint of sarcasm. You went through all that trouble for just 30%? Zhou Sheng looked up at Wu Zhua, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. 30%? I'm nothing more than a beggar. Without a hand from the big shots above, I wouldn't even have the right to beg. Then suddenly, Zhou Sheng asked, I have the accounting ledger here. Do you want to see it? Or should I ask if you dare to look? Wu Wei unhesitatingly reached out his hand. Give it to me. Zhou Sheng was taken aback. You're really going to look? I've told you this much, and you still don't realize how big this is or how many people are involved. Aren't you afraid that if you dig deeper, the people backing you won't be able to protect you? Wu Wei sneered. He knew that with Lin Taijun and Zhao Qingquan supporting him, he didn't fear these parasites. While they wouldn't help him engage in wrongdoing, they certainly wouldn't let him suffer unjustly. You can choose to give it to me now, Wu Wei said, staring into Zhou Sheng's eyes, or give it to me after enduring some chaos. Seeing Wu Wei's resolute attitude, Zhou Sheng sighed. Fine, since you're not afraid, I'll give you the ledger. He led Wu Wei to a hidden safe, entered the code, and took out a thick ledger. Wu Wei took it and began to flip through it quickly. As he turned the pages, Wu Wei's expression grew increasingly grim, his eyes burning with anger and murderous intent. He felt a tingling at the back of his neck, as if there was a powder keg ready to explode beside him. In fact, There was indeed a powder keg nearby. It was the protector sent by Zhao Qiankuan to guard Wu Wei. At this moment, the protector, hidden in the shadows, also saw the contents of the ledger, and his killing intent was barely contained. If not for his duty to protect Wu Wei, he might have already taken the ledger and gone after the scum listed in it. But he knew his Relito safeguard Wu Wei's life, uphold Wu Wei's principles, and interfere as little as possible with Wu Wei's actions. At this moment, both Wu Wei and his protector were suppressing their inner fury, waiting for the next course of action. This ledger was undoubtedly the fuse that would ignite a storm. Meanwhile, an unsettling thought began to take root in his mind. Did Zhao Qiankuan send Wu Wei to this place precisely because he was aware of the darkness here, intending to use it as a trial for the young man? This idea made him hesitate, realizing he could only watch from the sidelines, unable to interfere with what was unfolding. Taking a deep breath, he turned his gaze to Wu Wei. Wu Wei's hands trembled as he held the ledger, his eyes blazing with anger. Zhou Sheng mistakenly thought Wu Wei was frightened by the list in the ledger, and a teasing smile crept onto his lips. However, before his smile fully formed, a vine suddenly lashed out, striking his face with a sharp crack. The sound snapped Wu Wei out of his fury. He came to his senses and praised the little mud ball on his shoulder. Good hit. Then he unleashed his anger on Zhou Sheng, his voice shaking with rage. You vile pests, parasites. The human front is struggling as it is, and yet you do such things? You deserve to die? You deserve to be torn to pieces. Zhou Sheng was terrified by the onslaught, and although he remained internally defiant, he dared not confront Wu Wei directly. Desperate to extricate himself, he feared Wu Wei might act against him in a fit of rage. Yes, we're wrong, deserving of death. I realize my mistake now and want to be a whistleblower to atone for my actions, he said hurriedly. Please, contact the command center and have them come to take us in. Wu Wei looked at Zhou Sheng's eager expression with cold eyes, knowing full well that Zhou Sheng felt secure. Do you think you'll be safe once you reach the command center? That the people behind you will protect you? No, I don't think that. Zhou Sheng quickly denied. I truly realize my mistake and want to change. It's not that you realize your mistake. Wu Wei cut him off coldly. You just know that if you don't say that, you'll die. This statement sent cold sweat running down Zhou Sheng's back, making him realize he might not escape this. Wu Wei continued. Don't worry, I'll hand you over to the command center. I want to see if those behind you can really save you. With that, he picked up his phone and first contacted Lin Taijun, providing a detailed report of the day's events. After listening, Lin Taijun frowned. A bunch of damned parasites. How do you plan to handle this? I plan to hand them over to the command center, Wu Wei replied. I want to see how deep the corruption runs. All right, do as you think best, Lin Taijun agreed. Also, call your teacher and inform him about this. He might already know, but it's better if you report it personally. Wu Wei nodded thoughtfully, then called Zhao Qiankuan to report the matter. After listening, Zhao Qiankuan simply said two things. Go ahead and do it. I'll intervene if you need me. And next time, call me first when something happens. In Sector 13, a mysterious phone call suddenly rang, breaking the silence of the logistics department. Ding Nantian, the deputy director of logistics in Sector 13, quickly answered the phone. His calm voice revealed a hint of confusion. What's going on? A hurried voice came from the other end. Director, there's a big problem with 3929. Zhou Sheng has been caught by the new battalion commander, and that guy has already gotten hold of Zhou Sheng's ledger. Ding Nantian's previously relaxed expression froze instantly, his brow furrowing. He asked in a low voice, wasn't it said that guy was only at the silver level? How did Zhou Sheng fall into his hands? Is someone helping him from behind? No, director. He acted alone, but it seems he's broken through to the gold level. The voice on the other end was filled with disbelief. Ding Nantian incredulously pursued. Are you saying a newly promoted gold level card master forcibly subdued Zhou Sheng, a platinum level expert? Yais, the other party stammered. Useless. Ding Nantian snorted coldly and then hung up the phone. After a moment of contemplation, he dialed another number. A young and authoritative voice answered from the other end. What is it? Ding Nantian immediately stood up straight, speaking respectfully. Sorry to bother you. It's like this. He concisely reported the situation at 3929. After listening to the report, the voice on the other end turned serious. A gold level suppressing a platinum level? Seems like quite a talent. Have you checked his background? We have, Ding Nantian replied. He was appointed by our line's new commander. A cold laugh came from the other end. A new broom sweeps clean. He's already targeting 3929. How much do they know? They've only discovered the ledger so far. Then let it end there. The young man's voice was cold and merciless. Ding Nantian hesitated for a moment. But, he might be from the War Academy. What are you afraid of? The young man interrupted. Isn't it common for students from the War Academy to die in insect disasters every year? Ding Nantian's eyes lit up, suddenly realizing. Understood. Meanwhile, inside the 3929 camp, there was a buzz of excitement. Did you hear? The new commander took down that bastard Zhou Sheng. a soldier said excitedly to his comrade. Really? The comrade replied skeptically. Wasn't it said that the new commander was framed for killing Sun Hong by Zhou Sheng and ran away in fear? Not at all. The soldier shook his head in denial. The new commander came back right after being framed. I heard he fiercely subdued Zhou Sheng, even broke both his legs. It was brutal. Good riddance, the comrade exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. That bastard deserved it long ago. Finally, someone dealt with those two beasts. The news spread like wildfire through the camp, and for once, the card masters who had been drafted showed rare smiles. The entire 3929 camp was filled with a festive atmosphere. However, not everyone was happy about the sudden change. In a corner of the camp, some people wore worried expressions, clearly uneasy about the unexpected turn of events. Li Run watched the celebrating crowd, his gaze landing on old Zhang, who was crouched on the ground. Old Zhang was moodily rolling tobacco in a leaf, his expression heavy. Old Zhang, Captain Zhou has been taken down by the new commander. Why aren't you happy? Li Run approached, his voice tinged with curiosity. Old Zhang didn't reply immediately, focusing instead on rolling his cigarette. He took a deep drag, which resulted in a violent coughing fit. Li Ren quickly moved to pat him on the back. You always smoke when you're in a bad mood, Li Ren remarked as he patted old Zhang's back. Usually, that's fine, but today Zhou has been taken down. Why aren't you in a better mood? Old Zhang caught his breath, his eyes filled with concern. Zhou may be down, but that doesn't mean our troubles are over. He looked around cautiously, lowering his voice. We know nothing about this new commander. What happened between him and Zhou? Why is he targeting Zhou? If it's just a power struggle, what's there to be happy about? Li Ren looked puzzled. Why wouldn't we be happy? Even if it's a power struggle, could it be worse than when Zhou was in charge? Old Zhang sighed deeply, observing Li Ren's naive expression. The problem is, he might not even be able to take Zhou down completely, and he might not have the resolve to do it, considering Zhou's backing. He abruptly stopped. Li Ren pressed on, curious. What backing does Zhou have? Old Zhang shook his head. Why are you asking so many questions, kid? Knowing too much won't do you any good. Li Ren dismissed the warning. So mysterious. Anyway, I just think the new commander must be a good person. Why do you think that? Old Zhang raised an eyebrow. Because his name is Wu Wei, Li Ren said excitedly. I have a friend named Wu Wei, and people named Wu Wei aren't usually bad. Old Zhang recalled the impressive friend Li Ren often mentioned, and had to admit that Wu Wei was indeed exceptional. He smiled and changed the subject. Maybe this Wu Wei is your friend. Li Ren shook his head with a smile. That would be amazing, but it's unlikely. He just finished high school exams. He wouldn't come here to be a commander right after getting into college. But I'm confident he'll be as outstanding as our commander in the future. Old Zhang teased. Then you'll be living the good life with him. Li Ren shook his head seriously. By then, I might not even be around. Old Zhang was momentarily at a loss for words, then forced a smile. Don't be so down. Maybe the new commander really is a good person, as you said. Maybe he really can take down Zhou and his ilk. Li Ren grinned. Yeah, maybe this Wu Wei really is my friend. No way. His words abruptly stopped, his eyes widening as he stared ahead. On the road leading to the camp square, a towering man, over 2 meters tall, was dragging Zhou like a rag doll. This scene quickly captured everyone's attention. However, Old Zhang noticed that Li Ren's gaze wasn't fixed on Zhou or the giant man, but rather on a boy who appeared to be about Li Ren's age, possibly even younger. During the earlier welcoming ceremony, Zhou hadn't allowed them to see Wu Wei. Now, many were seeing the new commander for the first time. Observing Li Ren's shocked expression, a wild thought crossed Old Zhang's mind. Could this new commander actually be Li Ren's friend? Li Ren had once imagined how great it would be if the new battalion commander was his acquaintance, Wu Wei. To his surprise, this seemingly impossible thought became reality. When Wu Wei appeared before everyone, Li Ren's emotions surged like a roller coaster. The initial shock was like a lightning bolt striking his heart. Both he and Wu Wei were orphans and had been roommates at Base 096. Li Ren knew better than anyone the journey Wu Wei had been through. The relentless studying, the battles in the space rift, and the days with less than 5 hours of sleep were all vivid memories. Having witnessed Wu Wei's dedication firsthand, Li Ren quickly accepted this unbelievable reality. However, as he prepared to call out Wu Wei's name, his throat felt constricted. At that moment, Wu Wei stood under the spotlight, radiant and commanding everyone's attention. A strong wave of inferiority swept over Li Ren. Although they were only 50 meters apart, he felt as if they belonged to different worlds. After a year of not seeing each other, he wasn't sure if Wu Wei would still consider him a friend. Moreover, Wu Wei clearly had important matters to attend to. Would it be inappropriate to greet him now? Li Ren's shifting expressions were keenly observed by Lao Zhang, who stood nearby. From shock to excitement, then to dejection, Li Ren eventually shrank back like a startled quail, yet his eyes remained fixed on Wu Wei, sparkling with joy. Although he didn't dare to approach and greet him, it was evident he was genuinely happy for Wu Wei's achievements. Meanwhile, Lao Zhang was also closely watching Wu Wei's actions. Wu Wei had brought Zhou Sheng out for two main reasons: to clear his name from Zhou Sheng's previous defamation and to gather evidence against Zhou Sheng and identify his accomplices. However, despite the card masters in the camp being pleased with Wu Wei's suppression of Zhou Sheng, no one dared to speak up when Wu Wei asked them to identify Zhou Sheng's associates. Seeing this, Lao Zhang glanced at Li Ren, gritted his teeth, and bravely stepped forward. Commander Wu Wei, I have a detailed list of Zhou Sheng's gang. This unexpected declaration startled Wu Wei. While he anticipated someone might step forward, presenting a list was truly surprising. What astonished Wu Wei even more was that the list not only detailed the gang members, but also documented their actions, complete with events, times, and locations. As he took the list, Wu Wei's gaze lingered on Lao Zhang for a moment, a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. He realized that Lao Zhang was not an ordinary person. Old Zhang quietly approached Wu Wei, lowering his voice as he spoke. Captain Wu Wei, besides this list, there's another important matter I need to report to you. Please step inside. Wu Wei warily examined the stranger before him, who introduced himself. My name is Zhang Feng. I was the deputy captain of Camp 3929. This statement immediately reminded Wu Wei of the deputy captain Wang Shan had mentioned, who held evidence against Zhou Sheng. He had initially thought it was just an excuse by Zhou Sheng to send him away, but now it seemed Zhou Sheng not only wanted him gone, but also aimed to lure Zhang Feng out. However, Zhou Sheng hadn't anticipated that Zhang Feng had already returned to the camp undercover. Wu Wei believed Zhang Feng's words to a large extent and led him into an empty room. After ensuring through Xiao Nichio's reconnaissance skills that no one else was around, he focused on Zhang Feng. You can speak now. Zhang Feng got straight to the point. Have you already found Zhou Sheng's ledger? Yes. The situation at Camp 3929 is far more complicated than what you've discovered. That ledger, or rather the matters it involves, is just a smokescreen released by the forces behind Zhou Sheng. In reality, the situation within the camp is much worse and more brutal than you know. Wu Wei frowned. What do you mean by that? Have you seen the records for Camp 3929? They mentioned that over 10,000 card masters have died in just 2 or 3 years. Yes, that's noted. I suspect that not all of these card masters died from insect disasters. At least half of them were secretly sent away by Zhou Sheng and his associates. Wu Wei's expression changed dramatically at this. What are you saying? Zhou Sheng and his people secretly sent those card masters away. Is this true? Zhou Sheng is already in your custody. You can ask him yourself to verify. Wu Wei quickly ordered Guan Hai to bring Zhou Sheng in. As soon as Zhou Sheng was dragged into the room, Wu Wei stomped on his head and demanded fiercely, Where are they? Where did you send those card masters? Zhou Sheng trembled all over, vehemently denying. Card masters? What card masters? I know nothing. Zhang Feng sneered, and in a flash of light, transformed from a middle-aged man into a young man in his 20s. Upon seeing his face, Zhou Sheng's complexion changed dramatically. Zhang Feng? You're not dead after all. Zhang Feng grabbed Zhou Sheng by the neck. How could I die when you monsters haven't been brought to justice? Tell me, where did you send those card masters? Wu Wei intervened, stopping Zhang Feng. Step aside. You won't get answers like this. Let me handle it. With that, he pulled out a fishing line. Zhang Feng was puzzled as to why Wu Wei would take out a fishing line at this moment. However, unexpectedly, at the sight of the fishing line, Zhou Sheng's mental defenses crumbled instantly, and he confessed. He admitted that he was only responsible for gathering the card masters and didn't know their final destination. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei's face turned ashen. He had thought Zhou Sheng and his group's resource exploitation at the camp was bad enough, but he hadn't anticipated an even darker secret lurking behind it. Just as Zhou Sheng finished confessing, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the camp, shattering the heavy atmosphere in the room. The piercing alarm shattered the silence at Camp 3929. Wu Wei and Zhang Feng's faces changed dramatically as they rushed out of the room. The scene before them was shocking. The entire camp was in chaos. Wu Wei was clearly encountering such a situation for the first time and was momentarily at a loss. He looked around, bewildered, and asked, What's happening? With a grave expression, Zhang Feng quickly replied, It's a bug infestation. He turned to Wu Zhua, urgently saying, You just took down Zhou Sheng, so this infestation is likely targeting you. Leave this to me. There's a tunnel in the camp. You should evacuate immediately. Wu Wei resolutely refused, his voice firm. Are you kidding? I'm the leader of Camp 3929. How can I abandon my post in a crisis? He decisively ordered. I'm going to the command center. You take Guan Hai and clear out Zhou Sheng's remnants and deserters. Stabilize the situation. Zhang Feng wanted to say more, but a stern look from Wu Wei silenced him. In peacetime, maybe. But now, with war upon us, the whole camp must follow my lead. Execute the orders. These commanding words reignited the long-dormant passion in Zhang Feng's heart. Yes, he responded firmly. It must be said, Wu Wei indeed exhibited leadership qualities. Faced with danger and war, he quickly calmed down and made decisive choices. As Wu Wei instructed Zhang Feng to stabilize the situation, he quickly made his way to the command center. his mind racing. At that moment, he had only one thought: how to win this war and save the camp. He took out his phone, intending to contact Zhao Qianquan, but found there was no signal. From the onset of the bug infestation to the signal being blocked, it was clear, as Zhang Feng had said, that this was likely orchestrated by Zhou Shang's backing forces. Unable to reach the outside world, Wu Wei decided to focus entirely on the battle at hand. He soon arrived at the command center, only to be shocked by what he saw. The command center of this camp was astonishingly empty. A normal command center should be equipped with defense systems, reconnaissance systems, and communication systems. Here, there was only a communication system, and it was unattended. Suppressing his anger, Wu Wei personally adjusted the communication system, setting it to broadcast mode. Soon, his voice echoed throughout Camp 3929. Attention, all members of 3929. This is Commander Wu Wei. According to Military Regulation 72, I am now officially the highest commander of Camp 3929. All members must follow my orders. I hereby order all personnel immediately retreat to the interior of the camp. Use the command center as the focal point and construct defensive fortifications within a 50-meter radius, utilizing the camp's buildings. However, despite Wu Wei's voice echoing repeatedly, few card handlers heeded his command in their panic. Most continued to flee the camp. In their minds, a bug infestation was unbeatable. Running might offer a slim chance of survival, while staying seemed like certain death. Even those who heard Wu Wei's command mostly chose to escape. Despite Zhang Feng's efforts to maintain order, the spirit of the people in Camp 3929 had been completely shattered by Zhou Shang's actions. Faced with an unexpected insect disaster, panic spread like wildfire, and the people in the camp lost all courage, fleeing in a frenzy. Zhang Feng was forced to take extreme measures, executing several individuals on the spot, yet he still couldn't stop the flood of escapees. Wu Wei, although not witnessing the chaos firsthand, had already formed a rough judgment in his mind. Even he, however, was at a loss. Wu Wei understood that in such a critical situation, he was no god and couldn't single-handedly turn the tide. Yet he believed that these escapees would eventually return because with the insect disaster, they had nowhere else to go. The immediate priority for Wu Wei was to build a defense capable of withstanding the insect threat before these people returned. In this task, he had an invaluable expert, a young earth spirit known as Little Mudball. This little creature possessed the perfect quality of an earth sanctuary, capable of quickly constructing strong and comprehensive fortifications. However, Wu Wei felt that relying solely on the perfect quality of the earth sanctuary might not be enough. He pondered that if Little Mudball's abilities could be elevated to an epic level, it would be ideal. With this thought, Wu Wei immediately thought of Zhou Shang. The nefarious Zhou Shang had been embezzling for 2 to 3 years and must have hidden quite a few valuable items. Wu Wei decisively dragged Zhou Shang out. At this point, Zhou Shang's psychological defenses had crumbled, and he obediently revealed the location of his hidden resources. Wu Wei's protector acted faster than Wu Wei, arriving at Zhou Shang's treasure trove in an instant and quickly throwing down several cards. By the time Wu Wei arrived, the entirety of Zhou Shang's stash was laid bare. However, when Wu Wei saw the contents of this stash, he was utterly stunned. Just how much had Zhou Shang embezzled? What kind of terrifying forces were behind him to acquire treasures of this caliber? In addition to a set of 3 warrior epic cards, Zhou Shang's collection included 4 jaw-dropping cards, an epic fusion card, a gold 3-star epic earth affinity, and a gold 3-star epic earth meditation. Each card was precisely what Wu Wei needed at the moment, with none being superfluous. More shocking to Wu Wei was a card that shimmered with legendary quality, the Sacrificial Doll. This was a legendary level gold 10-star consumable card, capable of taking a fatal blow on behalf of its owner, after which the card would be destroyed. Wu Wei stared at Zhou Shang in disbelief, his mind in turmoil. How could this guy be so incredibly wealthy? When Zhou Shang saw the legendary card in Wu Wei's hand and heard it was from his own vault, he was dumbfounded, eyes wide with confusion. How could his treasure trove contain such an item? How could he not know about it? Just as he was about to speak, a finger suddenly reached out and gently tapped him, causing Zhou Shang to faint. Wu Wei, seeing this, thought, has he fainted already? Never mind, there's no time to deal with you now. He immediately began using the newly acquired cards. You have used the Epic Fusion card, with the Young Earth Spirit as the main card, and Earth Affinity and Earth Meditation as the auxiliary cards. The success rate of this fusion is 5.5, with a 0.005 chance of upgrading upon success. You activated the Absolute Luck talent. Your card fusion success rate has increased to 100, and the chance of card upgrade upon successful fusion has increased to 100. In Camp 3939, Wu Wei was intently focused on the fusion furnace before him. As the system's continuous notifications chimed in, the furnace emitted a brilliant purple glow, signaling the imminent success of a transformation. Your card fusion is successful. The second source Young Earth Spirit has advanced to the Earth Spirit Princess Young version, the system's voice announced in Wu Wei's ear. The skills Heart of the Earth, Earth Affinity, and Earth Meditation of the second source Earth Spirit Princess Young version have deeply fused, evolving into Heart of the Earth Ultimate. As the notifications ended, the furnace gradually dissipated, and a second source card, glowing with purple light, floated before Wu Wei. The card's attributes appeared in his view. Card name, Earth Spirit Princess Young version. Quality, Epic. Rank, Gold 1 star. Effect, able to summon the Earth Spirit Princess Young version for battle. The skill list unfolded before Wu Wei. 1. Earth Sanctuary Purple. Creates a sanctuary with strong defensive power, providing spiritual and life recovery, capable of self-repair. 2. Vine Control Purple. Summons vines to attack targets within a 500-meter range. 3. Earth Sense Purple. Senses earth ripples within a 5,000-meter range, detecting targets within 250 meters. 4. Spiritual Reserve Purple. 100,000 spiritual power limit. Recovers 500,750 points per minute. 5. Gravity Mastery Ultimate Purple. Alters gravity of a target or area, range 0240 times, with an additional 5,000 pounds of extra gravity. 6. Earth Shelter Purple. Provides up to 3 defensive shields for allies. 7. Earth Gravity Purple. Disrupts enemies' Earth gravity. 8. Heart of the Earth Ultimate Purple and Yellow. Enhances Earth spell power by 350, reduces consumption by 60, can nurture 2 spells, with a maximum increase of 1,000. Wu Wei couldn't help but grin at the impressive list of attributes. The evolution of Little Mudball perfectly met all his expectations. In his excitement, he immediately summoned Little Mudball, hugged it tightly, and even gave it a kiss. "You're my dream baby." However, in this moment of elation, Wu Wei suddenly felt the temperature around him drop. Turning around, he saw Little Snow Maiden standing with her arms crossed, pouting with displeasure. Realizing his oversight, Wu Wei quickly picked up Little Snow Maiden and gave her a kiss too. You are too." Not wanting to delay, Wu Wei immediately ordered Little Mudball to activate the Heart of the Earth Ultimate form and cast Earth Sanctuary. However, faced with this advanced skill, the little creature seemed a bit flustered. After all, it lacked experience in constructing large structures, and mastering such a complex skill would take time. Wu Wei took a deep breath, his mind racing to devise a strategy. He turned to the little creature and outlined his plan in simple terms. Create a wall along these 2 rows of houses to form a large, hollow square structure, approximately 50 meters on each side, with 2 openings, each 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, on either side. He deliberately kept the instructions straightforward, hoping the little creature would quickly understand and execute the task. Sure enough, thanks to its regular training, the little creature swiftly conjured the square-shaped shelter. Almost simultaneously, the card masters who had previously fled the camp began rushing back, as if pursued by wild beasts. Wu Wei understood the situation but still instructed the little creature to activate its earth-sensing ability. The feedback was alarming. Within several hundred meters of the camp's perimeter, countless insects were swarming in from all directions, resembling a dark tide. There was no escape from this insect plague. The only consolation was that 99 of the insects within the sensing range of the little mudball were no stronger than silver level. "We can still fight." Wu Wei sighed in relief, and then ordered everyone to retreat to the shelter through the command center. Terrified by the insect swarm, the camp members responded without hesitation, gathering at the shelter. When they arrived, the sight before them was astonishing. A massive shelter had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, as if it had sprung from the ground. Even more surprising was that once inside, they noticed their strength, spirit, and even injuries were visibly recovering. "Commander, this is..." Zhang Feng looked at Wu Wei in disbelief. "No time to explain. Organize the personnel immediately, and prepare to fight the incoming insect invasion." Wu Wei ordered decisively. "Yes." Zhang Feng acknowledged, and went off to carry out the orders. Wu Wei quickly organized the camp's personnel, setting up 2 lines of defense outside the shelter, using the entrances as strategic points. Just as the defenses were in place, the insect swarm arrived, and the battle erupted instantly. This was Wu Wei's first real experience commanding a battle. He quickly got into the rhythm, issuing precise orders one after another. The warriors of Camp 3929, in a remarkably short time, worked in perfect harmony with Wu Wei, displaying astonishing combat prowess. Waves of insects were exterminated, yet the relentless swarm seemed endless. Despite the extraordinary combat performance under Wu Wei's command, the high-intensity fighting drained the warriors' spirit power in less than an hour. Despair began to spread among the group. At that moment, a small black sphere quietly ascended, like a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Inside Camp 3929, the situation was dire. The card masters were nearly out of spiritual energy, and despair spread like a tide. At this critical moment, Wu Wei's steady voice broke the tension. "Retreat to the shelter for recovery." This sudden command left everyone momentarily stunned. With the insect infestation raging, withdrawing now seemed like abandoning the battlefield. However, before they could react, a small black sphere silently ascended into the sky. In an instant, the gravitational field within a few hundred meters shifted dramatically. Gravity increased to 30 times normal, combining with Wu Wei's base strength of 5,000 pounds, surpassing the force of the previous 60 times gravity. What happened next left everyone speechless. The insects within range were pulled upwards by an invisible force, crushed together in the air. Under immense pressure, insects of all sizes were crushed to death, forming a massive cluster of insect corpses that continued to grow. In just a few minutes, this technique caused as much destruction as they had achieved in the previous hour. The surrounding insect swarms were cleared, revealing a rare open space. The warriors at Camp 3929 finally realized the terrifying strength of their commander. They promptly followed Wu Wei's orders, retreating to the shelter for recovery while closely monitoring the battle outside. Once they were inside the shelter, the burden of the battle fell solely on Wu Wei's shoulders. In the sky, the gravity sphere continued its work. On either side of the breaches, Wu Wei's two summoned beasts stood ready, prepared to strike at any moment. Despite the impressive clearing effect of the small gravity sphere, it consumed a massive amount of energy. Hundreds of points of spiritual energy were drained every second. Wu Wei calculated that the 100,000 points of spiritual energy the little creature had painstakingly accumulated would last at most 5 minutes, perhaps even less. However, the short but efficient output brought substantial rewards. Wu Wei's system notifications kept refreshing. You have successfully slain 99 bronze insects, gaining 0.099 experience points. You have successfully slain 66 silver insects, gaining 0.66 experience points. Though the experience gained from killing lower-tier insects was minimal due to level and essence quality, the sheer number made up for it. In just 5 minutes, Wu Wei's level increased to Gold 2 star. Your level has increased to Gold 2 star, status fully restored, essence tier synchronized, and spiritual energy limit increased by 300 points. The level up restored the small gravity sphere's state, but since it relied on stored spiritual energy for its skills, its own recovery did not increase by much. Eventually, the little creature's gravity mastery ended after sustaining for 6 minutes. Although the skill output concluded, the small gravity sphere did not cease its efforts. As it exhausted its last bit of spiritual energy, it spread the massive cluster of insect corpses over the shelter, providing an additional layer of protection for the camp. The corpses of the insect creatures were repurposed as protective tools for the shelter. The piles of insect bodies were so massive that they covered the shelter, yet under the relentless assault of the swarm, they were cleared away in just over 20 minutes, leaving the shelter exposed once more. In this critical moment, Xiao Xuannu and Guan Hai sprang into action. Xiao Xuannu spread her hands wide, unleashing a storm of ice blades that instantly cleared an area. Guan Hai wielded his heavy sword and executed a ground-splitting slash, creating another vacuum zone. The two stood on either side, using their innate powers to resist the insect onslaught and seal off 2 attack points. Unable to break through, the insects turned their assault directly on the shelter. However, the shelter's defenses were formidable, and half an hour of fierce attack caused minimal damage. By this time, Xiao and Ichio had mostly recovered its spiritual energy, and with a wave of its hand, it used the power of gravity to clear the area once more. This scene left the warriors of Camp 3929 in awe. They had struggled for an hour against the insect swarm, while Wu Wei alone had held out for over an hour, slaying far more insects than they had. After 2 waves of attacks, Wu Wei's level rose directly to Gold 3 star, showcasing an incredible level of strength. Yet, even for someone as strong as Wu Wei, over an hour of high-intensity fighting pushed him and his companions to the limits of their spiritual and mental energy. Meanwhile, the warriors of Camp 3929 had mostly recovered. Thus, the subsequent battle turned into a rotation between Wu Wei and the 3,929 warriors. Relying on the shelter to quickly regain their strength, they took turns fighting. In this way, they managed to hold out for several hours against the seemingly endless insect swarm, with Camp 3929 sustaining virtually no losses. This greatly boosted everyone's confidence, as they felt that if the swarm maintained this scale, they could hold out for 10 days, half a month, or even longer. However, just as hope began to rise in Wu Wei's heart, Xiao and Ichio suddenly sensed a sharp escalation in the swarm's level. Within its 5,000 meter sensing range, the previously silver and bronze level insects suddenly upgraded to gold level. The situation took a drastic turn for the worse. Wu Wei knew all too well that once those gold level insects arrived, the shelter might not withstand the assault. He made a quick decision, handing over command of the battle to Zhang Feng, then mounted Guan Hai and prepared to charge out of the shelter. This move stunned everyone around, drawing all eyes to Wu Wei. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Commander, where are you going?" Wu Wei had no time to explain, leaving only a brief reply to end this insect disaster before riding Guan Hai out of the shelter. He understood that there were only two ways to resolve the insect disaster: either eliminate all the insects or destroy the source of the swarm. Wiping out all the insects was clearly unrealistic, so Wu Wei's only hope was to take a gamble and see if he could locate and destroy the source of the swarm. To accomplish this, he first had to find the location of the swarm's source. With determination in his eyes, Wu Wei was mentally prepared to venture alone into the sea of insects. The source of the insect plague mainly falls into two categories. One is a spatial rift, similar to the spatial energy cluster Wu Wei encountered before. The other end of this rift connects directly to an endless sea of insects, and once it appears, it triggers an insect plague. The other is a special type of insect with the ability to summon nearby insect tribes and brew a plague. Wu Wei analyzed that if the person behind Zhou Sheng was manipulating things, it was most likely the second scenario. This method is easier to control and gives them room to maneuver. Therefore, Wu Wei's task is to find that critical insect in this vast sea of insects. The task is not easy, and Wu Wei has prepared for the worst. However, unexpectedly, less than 10 minutes after leaving the sanctuary, he raised an eyebrow. I think I've found it. Seated on Guan Hai's back, Wu Wei, elevated 100 meters in the air, clearly saw a colorful butterfly about 10 kilometers from the sanctuary. The butterfly's appearance was distinct, and several unusual insects guarded it. Such a conspicuous presence was impossible for Wu Wei to ignore, even if he was slow-witted. Wu Wei was dumbfounded. Really? Are the sources of insect plagues always this obvious? In general, the source of an insect plague would never be so eye-catching. But the problem was, there seemed to be an invisible presence watching the butterfly. This uneasy, prickling sensation had the somewhat intelligent butterfly on constant alert, summoning its guards. Naturally, it became particularly conspicuous under such circumstances. Wu Wei vaguely sensed something was off, as if someone was force-feeding him. But at this moment, he had no time to ponder. No matter what, let's catch this insect first. Guan Hai, let's go, target that butterfly. Wu Wei commanded Guan Hai to charge forward while pulling out a card. It was a perfect quality Platinum 1-star Eye of Insight skill card, which, once equipped, granted the Eye of Insight skill. This rare scouting card was found on Sun Hong, and it was the perfect time to use it. Without hesitation, Wu Wei equipped the card. The system promptly notified him. You have equipped the Eye of Insight card, unlocking the Eye of Insight skill. With the card equipped, Guan Hai had already flown near the butterfly. Wu Wei immediately activated the Eye of Insight, carefully observing the butterfly and the surrounding insects. As the skill activated, several pieces of information appeared before Wu Wei. Illusion Sound Butterfly, Platinum 10-star, Junior Insect General. Specializes in illusion sound, support, and has commanding abilities. Insect Tribe Mantis Fighter, Platinum 10-star, Insect Servant. Specializes in melee, guarding, and possesses extremely strong physical attack capabilities. Almost simultaneously as Wu Wei saw this information, Guan Hai landed, and his unmatched heavy sword swung down. Earth Splitter. An enormous area attack erupted. The area in front of Guan Hai, spanning 180 degrees and 50 meters, was cleared of most insects. The system notifications continuously refreshed in Wu Wei's ears. You have successfully slain 78 golden insect tribes, gaining 13 experience points. Dozens of insects were instantly killed in Guan Hai's strike, but the illusion sound butterfly remained unscathed. The battle had just begun, and Wu Wei realized that the critical battle of this insect plague was about to unfold. Guan Hai's attack descended like thunder, yet the four mantis boxers around the illusionary sound butterfly instantly formed an impenetrable defense. These 2-meter-tall, giant mantises, with forelegs like steel gauntlets, firmly blocked the fierce assault. Seeing this, Wu Wei decisively commanded, "Move in." Guan Hai, carrying Wu Wei, charged toward the mantis line like an arrow released from a bow. Just as they were about to approach, the illusionary sound butterfly gently flapped its wings, releasing a melodious sound reminiscent of wind chimes in the breeze. In an instant, Wu Wei and Guan Hai found themselves disoriented, clearly under the butterfly's control. Seeing its plan succeed, the illusionary sound butterfly flapped its wings again, producing a different sound aimed at the four mantis boxers. Under this peculiar sound wave, the mantises glowed brilliantly, their gauntlet-like forelegs wrapped in purple lightning. In the next moment, 8 thunder-encircled forelegs struck out in unison towards Wu Wei and Guan Hai. Witnessing this, Wu Wei's protector raised an eyebrow, ready to assist, only to be surprised as the attack landed on Wu Wei without causing any harm. Moreover, the impact snapped them out of their daze. Wu Wei quickly regained his senses, realizing the damage he had endured was near its limit. He swiftly assessed the distance to the illusionary sound butterfly and decisively ordered, "Charge again." Guan Hai, like a wild horse freed from its reins, surged to the front of the four mantis boxers, who stood like a wall of steel, keeping him 5 meters from the butterfly. However, while they could stop Guan Hai, they couldn't hinder Wu Wei's special ability. Without hesitation, Wu Wei activated damage domination, channeling all the damage he had taken towards the illusionary sound butterfly. Simultaneously, he unleashed his innate ability. You have activated absolute luck. As the system notification flashed, an ethereal line connected Wu Wei and the butterfly. Damage traveled along this line instantly, causing the butterfly to glow intensely as it activated its innate skill illusionary evasion. This powerful skill could make 99 of attacks miss, but unfortunately for the butterfly, it was countered by Wu Wei's ability. With a soft pop, the damage Wu Wei had endured struck the butterfly precisely, tearing the beautiful creature to pieces. The system notification updated immediately. You have successfully slain the source of the bug plague, the Platinum 10-star Junior Bug General Illusionary Sound Butterfly, earning 500 experience points. Your level has increased to Gold 6-star, your primary level has risen, your status is restored, and your spiritual power limit has increased by 300. Yet, Wu Wei paid little attention to the system notifications. His eyes were fixed on the cards that had dropped from the butterfly. In the spot where the butterfly had been, several cards shimmered brilliantly. This scene not only captivated Wu Wei, but also left the nearby protector stunned. How did he manage to drop that? The protector murmured in disbelief, eyes wide with shock and confusion. About 10 kilometers outside Camp 3929, Wu Wei was engaged in a fierce battle. With the illusionary sound butterfly destroyed, the strength of the 4 boxer mantises visibly diminished. They became frantic, even attempting to flee. A cold gleam flashed in Wu Wei's eyes. You came all the way here. Do you really think I'll let you escape? His voice was deep and resolute. Guan Hai. At Wu Wei's command, Guan Hai shot forward like a black lightning bolt. Without the illusionary sound butterfly's support, the 4 perfect quality platinum-level boxer mantises were no match for him. Guan Hai wielded his mighty sword with the force of a hurricane, each strike carrying a terrifying million-pound force. In no time, the 4 mantises lay lifeless on the ground. A system notification sounded in Wu Wei's ear. You have successfully slain 4 perfect 10-star platinum boxer mantises, gaining 200 experience points. With these mantises defeated, Wu Wei was not far from reaching Gold 7-star. However, at this point, whether he was Gold 6-star or Gold 10-star mattered little. He was already unbeatable below the diamond level, and opponents above that tier would be difficult to handle even if he reached Gold 10-star, unless his core strength could be further enhanced. Reflecting on this, Wu Wei's gaze fell on the cards in his hand. At the moment, he held 6 cards, each glowing with a unique light. 1. 2 epic fusion cards. These can upgrade 3 epic cards into 1 Frost of Ice card. 2. 1 epic platinum 10-star Frost of Ice card. Equipping it grants ice skills the extreme frost trait. 3. 1 epic platinum 10-star bone-chilling frost card. Equipping it grants ice skills the bone-chilling frost trait. 4. 1 epic platinum 10-star bone nightmare card. An equipment card that grants the bone nightmare mace when equipped. 5. 1 beginner sequence C experience card. This card links to the mysterious sequence C, offering a chance to gain sequence inheritance, but also carries the risk of becoming lost in the endless sequence C. These cards represented significant gains, not only completing the requirements for the Snow Maiden's fusion evolution, but also including the crucial beginner sequence C experience card. In Wu Wei's hands, this card was nearly equivalent to a sequence inheritance. However, Wu Wei was undecided about how to use this card. Should it go to the Mud Ball, the Snow Maiden, or be used by himself? Although the target was not yet determined, it was clear that whoever used it would significantly boost Wu Wei's power. Now was not the time to ponder these decisions. On one hand, his skills were still cooling down. On the other, although the illusionary sound butterfly, the source of the insect plague, had been eliminated, the insect swarm around Camp 3929 continued to assault relentlessly. Only by eradicating these remaining insects could the insect disaster truly be declared over. Meanwhile, inside the shelter at Camp 3929, the atmosphere grew tense. With Wu Wei's departure, the warriors' morale visibly declined. Despite Mudball and Snow Maiden holding their ground, a sense of unease crept into some hearts, fearing Wu Wei might abandon them. Despair began to silently spread through the shelter, like an invisible web ensnaring everyone's heart. Did he run away? This question spread through the camp like a plague. A soldier couldn't help but voice the suspicion on everyone's mind, his tone filled with uncertainty and disappointment. No way, the commander wouldn't run, another voice countered. He said he went to deal with the insect infestation, and besides, his essence is still here, isn't it? That's exactly the problem, the first person insisted. If he was going to deal with the infestation, he should have stayed here and let his essence go. Have you ever seen a summoner go into battle while leaving their essence behind? And his essence staying here doesn't really hold anything back. If he wanted to leave, He could withdraw it at any time. These words resonated with many, and the atmosphere in the camp grew heavier. The man continued. So, he must have run away. I thought he was different from those like Zhou Shang, but in the end, they're all the same cowards who fear death. Before he could finish, a sharp slap interrupted him. Li Ren, furious, rushed forward and slapped the man hard across the face. The man was stunned, looking at Li Ren in disbelief. You hit me? He asked incredulously. Li Ren's eyes were red, his voice trembling with anger. Not only do I want to hit you, I want to kill you, you ungrateful, heartless traitor. With the commander's strength, he could have left any time. Why did he stay? For this camp, for us. Li Ren's angry shout echoed through the camp, drawing the attention of those around. He continued. As for why he went out to take a risk, he must have his reasons. He's risking his life for us. Yet here you are, slandering him. Are you even human? Don't you think you deserve to be hit? Li Ren's words made many lower their heads in shame. However, there were still some who remained defiant, convinced that Wu Wei had abandoned them. As the camp descended into chaos, a deafening crash suddenly drew everyone's attention outside the shelter. Guan Hai was descending from the sky, carrying Wu Wei on his back, landing steadily on the ground. Wu Wei's appearance left everyone stunned. He looked around, frowning slightly, and spoke. What are you all standing around for? I've taken care of the source of the infestation. Now, we just need to deal with these insects, and this crisis will be over. The faces of those who had doubted Wu Wei turned red with embarrassment. Someone, in regret, slapped themselves and cursed. I really deserve this. Under Wu Wei's command, Camp 3929 spent a full 10 hours completely resolving the insect disaster. Once the crisis was over, all eyes were on Wu Wei, and the soldiers surrounded him as if he were a savior. However, in this moment of celebration, Li Ren stood on the outskirts of the crowd, hesitant to approach. His heart was filled with concerns, worried that Wu Wei wouldn't acknowledge him, worried that he might tarnish Wu Wei's image, and these worries kept him from moving forward. But Wu Wei had no such concerns. His gaze found Li Ren beyond the crowd. Brother Li Ren. Wu Wei's voice suddenly rang out. Li Ren was taken aback and instinctively turned around. He saw Wu Zhua standing not far away, with a familiar smile on his face, just like back at base 96. Long time no see. Wu Wei grinned. Looking at Wu Wei in front of him, Li Ren couldn't hold back his emotions anymore, tears streaming down his face. He choked out. Long time no see. In Camp 3929, Li Ren held a few cards in his hands, grinning widely and showing his big white teeth, looking like a giddy young boy. His joy wasn't just because of the cards Wu Wei had carefully selected for him, perfectly matching his needs, but also because, even after a year and despite Wu Wei's significant changes, his attitude towards Li Ren remained unchanged. Meeting a friend like this, Li Ren thought to himself, might be the proudest achievement of his life. The surrounding warriors clearly agreed. Their eyes were full of envy and jealousy, fixated on the cards in Li Ren's hands. Everyone knew that from today, Li Ren's fate would change completely. Perhaps in the near future, this once ordinary warrior would become someone they would look up to. On the other side, Wu Wei understood that his action might change Li Ren's destiny. That was precisely his intention. Recalling the time before awakening his talent at base 096, Li Ren was one of the few who had helped him. For those who had helped him in the past, Wu Wei always tried to repay them when possible. He hoped to provide his friends with more means to survive in this harsh world. Of course, all this was based on ensuring his own safety. Therefore, the highest quality cards Wu Wei gave to Li Ren were only up to the perfect level. Anything higher would not be suitable, not only because Wu Wei needed them himself, but also because Li Ren might not be able to handle them. While helping Li Ren, Wu Wei did not forget about himself. After the insect disaster ended, he handed over the cleanup work to Zhang Feng and busied himself. First, he attempted to contact Zhao Qianquan and the others, only to find communication was still cut off. This made Wu Wei realize that although the insect disaster was resolved, the group behind Zhou Shen clearly wasn't done yet. They would likely face new challenges ahead. Noticing that his talent cooldown was over, Wu Wei immediately initiated card fusion. System notifications flashed continuously. You have loaded an epic fusion card. You are using Young Snow Girl as the main card, with Extreme Cold Ice card and Bone Chilling Cold card as auxiliary cards for fusion. You have activated the Absolute Luck talent, increasing card fusion success rate to 100 and upgrade probability to 100. Your card fusion was successful, and your third origin Young Snow Girl has advanced to Extreme Snow Girl, upgraded to epic quality. Your spiritual power limit increased by 800. Your third origin Extreme Snow Girl's skills Snow Enhancement, Heart of Ice, Extreme Cold Ice, and Bone Chilling Cold have fused into Heart of Extreme Cold, Ultimate. Amidst these dense system prompts, Wu Wei's third origin successfully advanced to epic level, significantly enhancing his attributes. Finally, the system displayed the detailed information of the Extreme Snow Girl. Name, Extreme Snow Girl. Quality, Epic. Level, Gold 6 star. Mastered skill, Snowball Control Purple. Can summon snowballs to attack enemies within a 500-meter range, with a maximum of 999 snowballs at once. Wu Wei silently noted this information, preparing for the challenges ahead. Wu Wei gazed at the skill cards in his hand, contemplating how to maximize the use of these newly acquired abilities. His eyes skimmed over each skill description, as if he could already envision the snowy battle scenes of the future. The enhanced power of the snowball flashed in his mind, a massive icy sphere whizzing past, freezing enemies in their tracks. The ice blade, like a silver lightning bolt, crisscrossed the battlefield, tearing through enemy defenses. The glow of the snow blessing enveloped his teammates, dispelling their negative conditions, allowing them to remain unharmed even in poisonous mists. Wu Wei could almost feel the heart of extreme cold beating in his chest, continuously empowering each of his skills. He imagined himself standing at the center of a snowstorm, the cold wind howling, ice crystals swirling, as enemies retreated under this terrifying might. These newly gained powers filled Wu Wei with confidence, leading him to even consider whether he could challenge those at the diamond level. However, he quickly turned his attention to the beginner-level Sea of Sequences experience card in his hand. Wu Wei carefully considered who should receive this precious card, Xiao Niuqiu, Xuerenvi, or himself. After some deliberation, he made a decision. Given that there was no summoner sequence path in the 100 Battles Tower, the card was evidently meant for himself. Having made his decision, Wu Wei patiently awaited the cooldown of his absolute luck talent. He was eager to use the card, and then apply to return to school to help Xiao Niuqiu and Xiao Xuerenvi find suitable sequences before reaching the gold level. Meanwhile, with his promotion to the gold level, the 5th origin was also unlocked. Although Wu Wei had not yet decided how to inscribe the 5th origin, he was not in a hurry, knowing he had a long journey ahead at the gold level. However, as Wu Wei waited for the absolute luck cooldown to finish, an unexpected message interrupted his plans. Zhang Feng knocked on Wu Wei's door with a grave expression, bringing unsettling news. Commander, Zhang Feng's voice was tense. The line enforcement officers are here. They want to take Zhou Sheng and his ledger. This sudden turn of events jolted Wu Wei from his dreams of the future, making him realize that a more urgent storm might be brewing right before him. In the Ding-level frontline, Ding Nantian's office, the silence was once again shattered by the ringing of his phone. Ding Nantian quickly answered, standing up respectfully. The sound of the chair being pushed back echoed in the empty room, each movement deliberately respectful, clearly intended to convey the highest regard to the person on the other end of the line. However, the person on the other end seemed uninterested in such formalities. As soon as the call connected, they asked bluntly, "Did it fail?" Ding Nantian did not make excuses, immediately bowing his head, his tone full of apology. "I am at fault, but I have already sent someone to remedy the situation." "Remedy? How do you plan to remedy this?" The voice on the other end carried a hint of impatience. Ding Nantian quickly responded, "I have sent someone posing as law enforcement to 3929 to demand Zhou Sheng and the ledger. Once we have them, I'll take care of everything. I will bear all the consequences." Hearing this, the voice on the other end softened slightly. "That's a bit bold, but are you sure he'll hand them over to you?" Ding Nantian's voice took on a steely edge. "I actually hope he doesn't. That would make things easier. We've already cut off 3929's external communications. If he refuses, it will be obstructing law enforcement, and we can take him down as well. Once I have them, everything will be manageable." He continued to explain, "Whether he hands them over or not, it won't affect the bigger picture. If he does, I'll dispose of the evidence and the people, and it ends with me. If he doesn't, I'll deal with him too, and the result will be the same." The voice on the other end, now satisfied, said, "Very well, go ahead." As the call ended, Ding Nantian exhaled deeply, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulders. His gaze turned towards the direction of 3929, a gleam of madness in his eyes. "You managed to withstand the insect disaster, didn't you? This time, I'm sending in a diamond-level expert. Let's see if you can handle that." Meanwhile, within the 3929 camp, the atmosphere was tense. Wu Wei, upon learning that the frontline law enforcement had arrived, immediately realized they were after Zhou Sheng. The insect disaster had struck too suddenly, and they hadn't had a chance to report it to the frontline before communications were cut. Now, the sudden visit from law enforcement was clearly ill-intentioned. As Wu Wei stepped outside, he saw the guard assigned to Zhou Sheng knocked to the ground. A young man in a black uniform, appearing to be in his 20s, was standing on Li Ren's back, pulling his arm up as if ready to break it. A cold glint flashed in Wu Wei's eyes as he shouted, "Guan Hai." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a yellow figure had already appeared in front of the young man. Knowing the opponent was an enemy, Wu Wei held nothing back. Guan Hai instantly activated his formidable strength, bulging muscles surging, as he swung his mighty sword with a force of over 1,000,000 pounds. A crisp metallic clash rang out in the air. The young man effortlessly blocked Guan Hai's sharp sword with just one finger, an astonishing sight that left all the warriors at Camp 3929, including Wu Wei, in awe. Wu Wei felt a chill in his heart, realizing that this person was no ordinary platinum-level warrior, but at least of diamond-level strength. The situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. While easily restraining Guan Hai, the young man cast a sharp glance at Wu Wei and asked, "Are you Wu Wei? Are you preparing to resist law enforcement?" Wu Wei frowned and retorted, "Resist law enforcement? Who are you people? What law are you enforcing? I haven't received any orders to cooperate, nor can I verify your identity. All I know is that a group of unidentified individuals has invaded my camp and harmed my warriors. I have every reason to suspect you are in league with Zhou Shang. Release my men immediately." The young man chuckled lightly at this and replied, "No orders? Unknown identity? Fine, I'll clear that up for you." With that, he pulled out a credential from his pocket, clearly stating, "Captain Zhang Jun of the 4th Battalion, D12 Frontline Law Enforcement Division. This is my credential, proving my identity," Zhang Jun said, casually pushing Guan Hai back several steps. He then pulled out paper and pen from his pocket and wrote a note on the spot. "Order, Camp 3929 Commander Wu Wei, to immediately cooperate with the investigation, hand over Zhou Shang, and submit the account book." Zhang Jun tossed the note in front of Wu Wei and extended his hand. "There you go, the order you wanted. Cooperate and hand over the account book." He seemed confident that Wu Wei had no choice. There was no way Wu Wei would hand over the account book. Zhang Jun continued to threaten, "Just a reminder, the order has arrived. Not complying means defying the order and resisting law enforcement. In that case, I'll have no choice but to take you down." Before he could finish, Wu Wei had already turned and walked away, as if he had made up his mind. The account book was absolutely not to be handed over. Unable to fight back, his only option was to flee. Seeing this, Zhang Jun sneered, "Run? A foolish move. Do you really think you can escape?" In an instant, he launched himself forward, catching up with Wu Wei in the blink of an eye and grabbing him by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Zhang Jun leaned in close to Wu Wei's ear and whispered, "Don't blame me. Blame yourself for crossing someone you shouldn't have. Either way, offending that person is a dead end. The only difference is how you die. I'll make use of you by letting you die by my hand, so at least your death will have some value." At this critical moment, a protector silently approached Zhang Jun, ready to sever his arm with a dagger. However, he paused upon seeing the expression on Wu Wei's face. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Jun's grip on Wu Wei's neck tightened with a sudden squeeze. With a crisp crack, Wu Wei shattered like a glass bottle and vanished without a trace. The passive damage transfer was triggered. Zhang Jun's face turned ashen, and he spat out 2 words through gritted teeth. He escaped. Zhang Jun stared in shock at the direction Wu Wei disappeared, his face turning ashen. He never expected the opportunity he had within reach to slip away so suddenly. The guardian beside him was equally stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. A gold-level card master actually managed to escape from a diamond-level expert? Though Zhang Jun was considered the weakest among the diamond-level ranks, being diamond-level still meant he was at the pinnacle of strength, just before reaching the next sequence. His power was undeniable. For anyone below diamond level, not to mention a gold level like Wu Wei, even platinum-level experts would struggle to match his prowess. Yet, more shocking than Wu Wei's escape was Zhang Jun's deadly intent towards him. As someone who had witnessed the events at Camp 3929 unfold, the Guardian was growing increasingly intolerant of the situation. After Wu Wei got away, the Guardian shot Zhang Jun a fierce glare, hurriedly moving to meet up with Wu Wei while contacting Zhao Qianquan. "Old Zhao, what's going on over there?" the Guardian asked urgently. Zhao Qianquan replied calmly, "What did you call me?" The Guardian was instantly infuriated. "My leader, of course. And you're worried about what I call you? Your disciple was nearly killed just now. Do you know that? Protecting him is your responsibility now. If he dies, I'll have your hide. Are you just going to stand by and watch this happen?" The Guardian pressed on. Zhao Qianquan answered with composure, "Of course not. That's why I have you protecting him." The Guardian was left speechless. Zhao Qianquan continued to explain, "I know what you're thinking, but I can't act just yet. The situation at Camp 3929 indicates a significant problem within the Ding 12 frontline, possibly even involving the Eastern War Zone. But there aren't enough people revealing themselves yet. If I act now, I would only be removing a superficial layer without addressing the root cause. If we don't resolve the root issue, even if we remove this layer, another will just take its place. So, I have to wait a bit longer before I make my move. Unfortunately, the kid will have to endure a bit more. As compensation, I've sent him something. Make sure to check it out." After hearing this, the Guardian's expression darkened. He thought to himself, "What do you mean the kid has to endure? It's me, the Guardian, who's doing all the hard work. Why should I be the one suffering while Wu Wei gets the compensation?" The Guardian felt a deep sense of unfairness, especially when he saw the compensation Zhao Qianquan sent to Wu Wei. He couldn't help but slap himself, regretting his earlier complaints. He thought, with this boost for the kid, my job is just going to get tougher. Meanwhile, several kilometers outside Camp 3929, Wu Wei wore a grim expression. He had managed to escape the camp using damage transfer techniques, but inside, he was seething. He didn't expect the other side to go to such lengths, attempting to eliminate him outright and leave no evidence behind. Their actions were utterly lawless. This only fueled Wu Wei's curiosity further. He was determined to uncover the secrets hidden behind Camp 3929 that drove these people to such madness. Clenching his fists, Wu Wei resolved to get to the bottom of it all. Wu Wei was on high alert, knowing that the most pressing task was to evade Zhang Jun's pursuit as quickly as possible. Although he had already distanced himself by several kilometers from the camp, he was cautious not to underestimate his diamond-level opponent. Upon landing, Wu Wei unhesitatingly sped off in the direction away from the camp, aiming to remain undetected for at least an hour. He quickly summoned Guan Hai, grateful that his dependable ally had also been teleported during the damage transfer. Wu Wei agilely leaped onto Guan Hai's back, and together they raced away like arrows shot from a bow. As they sped along, Wu Wei's mind was racing. What would he do if Zhang Jun caught up to him? Although the evolution of his companion, Xiao Xuannu, had once filled him with confidence, reality had proven that he still lagged behind the diamond level. To close this gap swiftly, it seemed there were only two options: either advance to platinum level in a short time or enter a professional sequence. After weighing his options, Wu Wei decided to pursue the latter path. He kept a close eye on the cooldown of his absolute luck talent, ready to use the beginner sequence C experience card as soon as it was available. Meanwhile, the reluctant yet dutiful guardian had quietly returned to his post. Watching Wu Wei speed off into the distance, he found himself in a dilemma. How could he deliver the items to Wu Wei? Previously, leveraging Zhou Shang's treasure trove had been convenient, but no such opportunity presented itself this time. As the guardian hesitated, Wu Wei encountered trouble. A massive creature blocked his path, and a battle was imminent. The guardian's eyes lit up, sensing the perfect opportunity. Wu Zhuo focused intently, and his insightful eye immediately revealed the enemy's details. A long-handled beetle, platinum 10-star with perfect quality, skilled in both offense and defense, and possessing a strong territorial instinct. Guan Hai, undaunted, charged straight at the beetle, and his dual swords roared into action. While Wu Wei couldn't match a diamond-level cardmaster, dealing with a platinum 10-star was a breeze. With one swing of his sword, the beetle shattered into pieces. However, when a card fell from the debris, Wu Wei was taken aback. He instinctively checked his talent, confirming that no bonuses were active. This unexpected stroke of luck left him both surprised and delighted, prompting him to ponder deeply. A card quietly appeared before Wu Wei, shimmering with a mysterious glow. It was an illusion challenge card, also known as a dungeon card, whose rarity and value could rival that of a legendary card. Wu Wei stared in disbelief at the card, then glanced at the corpse of the insect that Guan Hai had slain with a single strike. Can a perfect quality Zerg drop such a card? Wu Wei wondered, but he quickly set the question aside. At this moment, the appearance of this card was undoubtedly a godsend. As Wu Wei was troubled by Zhang Jun's relentless pursuit, this illusion card seemed like a gift from fate. Using it would not only transport him into an illusion, temporarily evading Zhang Jun's tracking, but also give him a chance to strengthen himself. Even if Zhang Jun lay in wait, Wu Wei was confident he could turn the tables upon his return. Taking a deep breath, Wu Wei decisively crushed the illusion card. With a crack, the card shattered like a biscuit, transforming into a small portal of light. A system notification promptly appeared. You have successfully used a basic illusion challenge card. Searching for illusion challenge. Illusion challenge search successful. You have successfully opened the illusion. The fall of the yellow turbans. The fall of the yellow turbans? Wu Wei barely had time to ponder before a blinding light engulfed him. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wu Wei opened his eyes to find himself in an unfamiliar setting. A sudden rush of memories flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily dizzy. With these newly acquired memories, Wu Wei quickly pieced together his new identity. He was still called Wu Wei, his age unchanged, but now he was a registered disciple of Zhang Jiao, a sorcerer and immortal master with a status equivalent to a commander in the Yellow Turban Army. Looking around, Wu Wei realized he was in the main camp of the Yellow Turban Army Jiulu. At this moment, outside Jiulu City, the Han Dynasty's million-strong army had been laying siege for more than half a month. So that's why this dungeon is called the Fall of the Yellow Turbans, Wu Wei realized. The battle before him was undoubtedly the final stand of the Yellow Turban Army. Wu Wei gazed at the battlefield, contemplating silently. The name of the mission seemed to suggest that his task was to assist in the suppression of the Yellow Turbans, which stirred a sense of conflict within him. After all, he was now a disciple of Zhang Ju, and the great teacher was dear to him. As Wu Wei's thoughts churned, the system seemed to sense his dilemma and immediately updated with a prompt. Ding! You have successfully entered the illusion. Your instance challenge officially begins now. Your ultimate challenge task is the blue sky is dead, the yellow sky shall rise. Please assist the great teacher in overthrowing the decaying Han dynasty and establishing a new realm. Wu Wei was stunned, his eyes widening. What? The blue sky is dead, the yellow sky shall rise. Did this damn system misunderstand me? He raged internally. I can do this job, just pay me. Oh no, even without pay, change it. From the task name alone, Wu Wei could gauge its daunting nature. Images of warriors from this world flashed through his mind, some of them at diamond or even higher levels. With his current strength, he couldn't possibly compete. Even if he could complete the task, it would take at least 10 to 20 years in this instance. How many 10 to 20 years does one have in a lifetime? Wu Wei sighed, genuinely reluctant to accept this mission. While he was feeling uneasy, the system updated the task again. Current task, the Spark mission. Description, Jilu City is besieged by the Han army. The great teacher is suffering from the backlash of the Han's national fortune, and Jilu is on the brink of disaster. Please preserve the spark of the yellow turban as much as possible for the future. Seeing this new task, Wu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Although still challenging, it seemed more feasible than directly overthrowing the Han dynasty. The only issue was that he wasn't sure what exactly the spark referred to. However, the instance didn't give Wu Wei much time to ponder. With the system's prompt, the world around him suddenly came alive. The blaring sound of a horn echoed in the sky, and memories surged in Wu Wei's mind. Was the assembly horn, signaling another attack by the Han. Almost simultaneously, a yellow turban warrior approached quickly, respectfully saying, Immortal Master Wu, Commander Zhang requests your presence. Understood, lead the way, Wu Wei replied in the tone stored in his memory, following the warrior out of the pavilion, through corridors filled with the wounded, and up the city wall. As they climbed, the sound of blood and smoke-filled battle grew louder. When Wu Wei stepped onto the wall, the cacophony of battle reached its peak. Instinctively, he turned to see the vast army surging like a tide below, with arrows, catapults, and crossbows firing. Sorcerers even summoned boulders to hurl at the wall. Just as Wu Wei steadied himself, a massive rock came hurtling toward him. Guan Hai, Wu Wei called out softly. Guan Hai appeared out of nowhere, his muscles bulging like coiling dragons, and with a mighty swing of his unmatched heavy sword, he cleaved the boulder, sending it flying back into the enemy ranks. As this dramatic scene unfolded, a slightly mocking voice came from nearby. Whose subordinate are you? The strength is decent, but the technique is so crude, like you've never learned before. In the illusion, atop the walls of Jilu City, Zhang Youjiao frowned as he stared at Guan Hai and asked in a deep voice, Whose subordinate are you? Upon hearing this, Guan Hai, with a simple and honest expression, tilted his head and pondered for a moment before uncertainly pointing at Wu Wei. Zhang Youjiao followed Guan Hai's indication and looked at Wu Wei, momentarily taken aback. Seeing this, Wu Wei quickly explained, General Zhang, you could say he's a summoned subordinate, conjured by scattering beans. As he spoke, Wu Wei waved his hand, and Guan Hai instantly transformed into a card, which he collected back into his hand. This display left Zhang Youjiao greatly astonished, and he blurted out, So he's a divine general summoned by scattering beans. Wu Wei modestly shook his head and said, He's not quite a divine general. You saw his level. He has some strength, but he's never learned any martial techniques. I wonder if Commander Zhang could offer some guidance. As he said this, Wu Wei's eyes sparkled with anticipation, clearly hoping to gain some martial arts knowledge from Zhang Youjiao for Guan Hai's benefit. Zhang Youjiao was agreeable and nodded, saying, I see. No wonder he looks untrained yet possesses such power. He's indeed a rough diamond that needs polishing. He then turned and called out, Chu Yan, at your service. A tall, burly warrior standing 8 feet tall, with a broad back and a sturdy build, responded from beside Zhang Youjiao. Zhang Youjiao instructed, Mr. Wu Wei's subordinate is now in your hands. Help him quickly become familiar with his strength. Understood, Chu Yan replied, clasping his fist. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei immediately summoned Guan Hai again and let him follow Chu Yan. Watching the two of them leave, Wu Wei's face was full of anticipation. After all, Zhang Youjiao and Chu Yan were top figures in the Yellow Turban Army, and he eagerly awaited the significant improvement in Guan Hai's abilities under Chu Yan's training. After arranging for Guan Hai, Zhang Youjiao turned to Wu Wei and issued new orders. Mr. Wu Wei, the situation is critical. This 300-meter stretch of wall is now your responsibility. Also, take this horn. If you can't hold your ground, blow it, and I'll send reinforcements. After giving these brief instructions, Zhang Youjiao conducted a swift inspection and then left. As the overall commander of the Eastern Wall defenses, he had numerous matters to attend to. Wu Wei was unfazed by this, viewing Zhang Youjiao as merely an NPC assigning tasks. He clearly understood that this 300-meter section of the wall was his introductory challenge in this illusion, and the degree of its completion directly affected his subsequent progress in the challenge. Therefore, Wu Wei decided to give it his all. After Zhang Youjiao left, Wu Wei immediately summoned Xiao Niqiu and Xiao Xuannu Xiao Niqiu. Use the gravity control technique. At Wu Wei's command, Xiao Niqiu understood and, with a gentle rub of its small hands, conjured a black sphere the size of a fist. Xiao Niqiu then gently tossed the sphere, which landed among the Han army several hundred meters below the city walls. In an instant, a gravitational force 120 times stronger erupted, and within a radius of several hundred meters, the Han soldiers were instantly bound by the powerful gravity, their steps involuntarily pulling them backward. This astonishing scene, though impressive, did not achieve the effect Wu Wei had anticipated. With a slight frown, Wu Wei immediately activated the Eye of Insight, preparing to further analyze the situation and devise more effective tactics. The attributes of the elite Han soldiers, with their perfect platinum 10-star quality, appeared before Wu Wei's eyes, causing him to gasp in surprise. This legion was astonishingly at a platinum level on average, which explained why the effect of the gravity control secret was so minimal. Xiao Xuannu, Heart of Extreme Cold, Snow Summon. Wu Wei called out softly, and the Heart of Extreme Cold secret of Xiao Xuannu was instantly activated. In a flash, the power of the snow summoning spell surged 15-fold, unleashing a torrent of snow that enveloped the controlled Han soldiers in front of him. At the same time, Xiao Mudball's energy connected to Xiao Xuannu like a thread, continuously supplying her with power. With this formidable support, Xiao Xuannu fully activated her Heart of Extreme Cold, conjuring countless ice blades and a howling ice storm that descended like divine retribution. In the blink of an eye, the area spanning several hundred meters in front of the city wall where Wu Wei stood transformed into a world of ice and snow. Hundreds of Han soldiers perished instantly under the terrifying force of the snow secret. A system notification sounded in Wu Wei's ear. You have successfully slain 352 Han soldiers, gaining 1760 experience points, and your level has increased to gold 8-star. You have successfully slain 352 Han soldiers, earning 352 yellow turban merits. Although only Wu Wei could hear the system notification, everyone witnessed this astonishing scene. Even Zhang Youjiao, who had just left, turned back with a face full of shock, clearly not expecting Wu Wei to have such incredible abilities. If even Zhang Youjiao was shocked, it was no wonder that Wu Wei's yellow turban soldiers were in awe. They looked at Wu Wei with reverence, as if gazing at a deity. This was precisely Wu Wei's intention. His display was not only to defeat the enemy, but also to seize command. As expected, after this impressive performance, Wu Wei easily gained control of the troops. After taking command, Wu Wei began his demonstration. First, he ordered Xiao Mudball to cast Earth Shelter to reinforce the city walls. This not only enhanced defense, but, more importantly, utilized Earth Shelter's energy restoration and stamina recovery effects. In the previous insect disaster battle, Earth Shelter had proven its might, earning the title of MVP. Now, it served as a makeshift mobile spring. As Xiao Mudball's Earth Shelter spread, Wu Wei's soldiers immediately felt the difference. They looked at Wu Wei with even more admiration. Seeing this, Wu Wei wasted no time in beginning his command. All of this was observed by Zhang Youjiao, who had been keeping an eye on the situation. From the moment Wu Wei began his powerful display, Zhang Youjiao suspected his intent to seize command. While this was understandable, Zhang Youjiao was concerned that Wu Wei, being a sorcerer, might lack expertise in military command. Therefore, he paid particular attention. However, Zhang Youjiao was quickly impressed by Wu Wei's command skills. Under Wu Wei's leadership, the combat effectiveness of the troops soared, overwhelming the Han army below the city walls. During this process, Wu Wei discovered that every time his soldiers killed a Han soldier, he received half of the merits and experience points. This realization fueled his enthusiasm, making him even more eager in his command. Two notifications flashed before Wu Wei's eyes. Experience gained. 0.5, level reached. Gold 10-star, experience filled, merit points gained. 0.5, current merit points. 12,500. 3 days had passed, and Wu Wei had transformed the section of the city wall he was responsible for into an impregnable fortress. The Han army paid with tens of thousands of lives, yet they couldn't break through this line of defense. Wu Wei's achievements were remarkable. Within 3 days, he had eliminated tens of thousands of enemies, while his own side suffered fewer than 100 casualties. His reputation spread not only among the Yellow Turban army, but also made the Han army deliberately avoid the areas he defended. However, Wu Wei was not satisfied with these achievements. Despite his outstanding performance, the overall Yellow Turban forces in Julu were retreating. What troubled him more was that he had been entirely focused on battle for these 3 days, leaving him no time to investigate the fire source. If this continued, he feared his challenge in this illusion would end in failure. Fortunately, it wasn't all for nothing. Wu Wei's level rose to gold 10-star, and more importantly, he had gained over 10,000 merit points. He opened the merit exchange page and browsed through various rare treasures. The most striking item was the Taiping scripture, which required 1 billion merit points to redeem, equivalent to defeating 1 billion enemies. Wu Wei quickly set his sights on his targets: the Tiger Bone and Leopard Sinew Pill, 5,000 merit points, and the 100 Days Insight Talisman, 7,500 merit points. Without hesitation, he exchanged all his hard-earned merit points for these two treasures. Meanwhile, Guan Hai was also busy. Under Chu Yan's guidance, he not only participated in battles, but also learned a set of sword techniques. Chu Yan, remembering Zhang Youjiao's instructions, spared no effort in training Guan Hai, helping him quickly become familiar with his own strength. With the newly acquired treasures in hand, Wu Wei contemplated how to use them to enhance Guan Hai's abilities, preparing for the even greater challenges ahead. The Thousand June Blade technique is a purple-level entry power-based sword technique that can increase normal attack power by 50. At first glance, this skill seems ordinary, but it holds extraordinary potential. Chu Yan taught this technique to Guan Hai, and Wu Wei took it very seriously. Standing at the edge of the training ground, Wu Wei carefully contemplated the characteristics of this blade technique. Although epic quality skills are not rare for Guan Hai, the Thousand June Blade technique is Uniquite's one of the few skills that can grow over time. Wu Wei frowned in deep thought, recalling the skill system he knew. Typically, skill upgrades require specific cards, but skills like the Thousand June Blade technique, which can improve on their own, are very rare. However, such skills often have limitations and may require specific conditions to continue growing. With this in mind, Wu Wei decided to go all out to enhance the Thousand June Blade technique as much as possible in the current environment. To this end, he did not hesitate to exchange for a 100 Days Insight Talisman. Although he had doubts about its effectiveness, since he had already obtained it, he was determined to try it. Just as Wu Wei was about to contact Chu Yan to send over elixirs and talismans, Chu Yan's message arrived first. Mr. Wu Wei, you came at the right time. I have taught Guan Hai all I can. Now it's up to him to comprehend it. You can take him back, and once his Thousand June Blade technique is perfected, I can continue to guide him. Wu Wei nodded in agreement, and then asked about the precautions regarding the Tiger Bone Leopard Sinew Pill. After a brief consideration, Chu Yan replied, the Tiger Bone Leopard Sinew Pill is a bit too much for him now, but it's not entirely unsuitable. How about you let him take it here, and I'll supervise? Without hesitation, Wu Wei gave the pill to Guan Hai. As the pill took effect, Chu Yan began guiding Guan Hai and practicing the Thousand June Blade technique. However, Chu Yan soon frowned. What's wrong? Wu Wei asked. His state isn't ideal. He needs external pressure to better absorb the effects of the pill, Chu Yan explained. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei had a sudden inspiration, recalling an anime he once watched. He decisively summoned Xiao Nichio and ordered, Xiao Nichio, gravity technique, apply 5 times gravity. Although Xiao Nichio didn't understand why it was necessary to use the gravity technique on Guan Hai, it obediently carried out the command. Instantly, 5 times gravity, along with an additional 25,000 pounds of force, pressed down on Guan Hai, providing immense pressure. Here comes the pressure, Wu Wei confidently said, his eyes fixed on Guan Hai, who was enduring the tremendous pressure, hoping this unconventional training method would yield remarkable results. The weight of 25,000 Jin combined with 5 times the gravity pressed down on Guan Hai, causing slight distortions in his Qianjun sword technique. However, with a strong foundation and Chu Yan's guidance, he quickly grasped the knack of training under such pressure. His condition improved rapidly as he absorbed the effects of the medicine. Seeing this, Chu Yan continuously increased the pressure. After 10 minutes, the gravity was raised to 7 times. After 30 minutes, 8 times, and after an hour, at Chu Yan's suggestion, it surged to 60 times. The additional base gravity of 5,000 Jin multiplied by 60 times, plus 30 times gravity, almost pushed Guan Hai to his limits. Guan Hai's muscles bulged, veins protruding, and his eyes were bloodshot, yet he unwaveringly continued wielding the Qianjun sword technique. Instead of distorting, the technique exuded an unstoppable momentum. Chu Yan nodded in satisfaction, estimating that Guan Hai could absorb at least 70 to 80% of the Tiger Bone and Leopard Sinew Pill's effects. At this moment, Wu Wei's eyes lit up as he remembered the unused 100-day Insight Talisman in his possession. Without hesitation, he took it out and instinctively used Absolute Luck. System notifications flashed, Absolute Luck activated, 100-day Insight Talisman used, triggering an epiphany effect. Before Wu Wei could react, Chu Yan noticed the anomaly in Guan Hai's state. Is he having an epiphany? Chu Yan exclaimed. Quick, keep increasing the pressure. Don't stop until I say so. Prompted by Chu Yan, Wu Wei continued to increase the gravity on Guan Hai. 31 times, 32 times, 33 times. Wu Wei completely trusted Chu Yan's judgment and persistently applied the pressure. In just half an hour, the gravity soared from 31 times to 120 times, with Guan Hai adapting even faster than before. Under this terrifying pressure, Guan Hai's condition became even more exceptional. The unparalleled heavy sword in his hand moved continuously, each motion seemingly containing infinite power. Finally, an hour later, Guanhai swung the unparalleled heavy sword, sending a sword aura that extended over 10 meters before dissipating. Simultaneously, Wu Wei's system notifications refreshed again, indicating that this astonishing training session was about to reach a new breakthrough. Wu Wei stared at the system notification in front of him, feeling a surge of excitement. His first source had successfully absorbed the power of the tiger bone leopard sinew pill, significantly enhancing his physique and strength. Even more exhilarating was that the proficiency of the 1,000-gene blade technique had reached perfection under the influence of the 100-day insight talisman. This perfectly mastered purple passive skill not only doubled the power of strength-related attacks, but also added an extra 1.5 million gene of strength. When actively triggered, the 1,000-gene force could further amplify skill effects and add a penetration effect to attacks. Wu Wei couldn't help but take a deep breath, realizing how greatly this skill enhanced Guanhai's combat abilities. Next to him, Chu Yen was equally amazed. She turned to Wu Wei, with a hint of resignation in her voice. "Mr. Wu Wei, it seems he won't be going back today. He'll have to stay and receive further heritage with me." Then she added, "Also, you need to prepare some health-nurturing pills for him, ideally at the level of the tiger bone leopard sinew pill, at least 3 to 5 of them." Hearing this, Wu Wei's smile froze a bit. He calculated in his mind that one tiger bone leopard sinew pill costs several thousand contributions, and 3 to 5 would be tens of thousands. Adding in the cost of the 100-day insight talisman, the expenses were substantial. But considering Guanhai's growth, Wu Wei decided to do whatever it took. Just then, a new system notification appeared, and Wu Wei's eyes lit up. Guanhai's yellow turban martial arts heritage had evolved into the 1,000-gene oxbone body refinement technique, an orange-grade foundational technique. This technique had 5 levels. Each successfully mastered level would permanently enhance the corresponding strength and physique, and at perfection, could potentially cultivate the 1,000-gene oxbone. This legendary quality technique skill made Wu Wei incredibly excited. He had never heard of a technique that could permanently enhance attributes, and now Guanhai had the opportunity to learn such a skill. As his master, Wu Wei was determined to support him fully. He resolved to find a way to earn a large amount of merit. However, staying on the current front line made it difficult to gain enough merit. Fortunately, Wu Wei was prepared, thinking, 3 days should be enough. I can now try to suggest some ideas to the higher-ups. In fact, ever since receiving the task, Wu Wei had already devised a comprehensive plan. He spent the first 3 days establishing his reputation and achieving significant results on the front line, standing out in the poorly performing city of Julu. With this impressive performance as a foundation, Wu Wei had the opportunity to execute his ultimate plan. With excitement, Wu Wei detailed his plan and handed it to Zhang Jiao, entrusting him to present it to the current commander of Julu City, General Zhang Bao. Then, Wu Wei began to wait anxiously. A day later, Zhang Jiao approached Wu Wei with a complicated expression and said, "The great teacher wants to see you." Hearing this, Wu Wei's heart began to race, a mix of nervousness and anticipation welling up inside him. Even though Wu Wei was a registered disciple of Zhangju, he had never actually seen the spiritual leader of the Yellow Turban Dao in person. His impression of Zhangju was based solely on a fleeting memory of a powerful display of skill. Even during the decline of his health, Zhangju's prowess left Wu Wei in awe. If Wu Wei had to describe him, he would use the term immortal descended to the mortal world. This extraordinary, almost transcendental power made Zhangju the source of faith for the entire Yellow Turban Dao. After Zhangju's decline, very few had the opportunity to see him. Even key figures like Zhang Jiao rarely had the chance. Now, Wu Wei finally had the chance to meet Zhangju, feeling both nervous and excited. Led by Zhang Jiao, Wu Wei arrived outside an ancient Taoist temple in the city of Julu. Zhang Jiao stopped and turned to Wu Wei, saying, "Go inside. The great virtuous master is waiting for you." Wu Wei was taken aback. "Am I going in alone?" Zhang Jiao nodded with a complex expression, "Yes." Upon receiving confirmation, Wu Wei took a deep breath and stepped towards the temple. His mind quickly calmed, not forgetting the purpose of his visit. To persuade Zhangju to adopt his plan, Wu Wei instinctively activated his absolute luck talent as he entered the temple. Though uncertain if it would bring him luck in this matter, he felt it was worth trying. Unexpectedly, just as he activated his talent, a deep voice echoed from within the temple. "That's enough. You don't need to come in." This sudden voice stunned both Wu Wei and Zhang Jiao outside the temple. Zhang Jiao assumed Zhangju was rejecting Wu Wei and was about to pull him away, but then a token flew out from deep within the temple and landed steadily in Wu Wei's hand. Zhang Jiao's eyes widened, and he immediately knelt down, recognizing the token. It was engraved with "The blue sky is dead" on one side, and "The yellow sky shall rise" on the other, symbolizing Zhangju's authority. In the Yellow Turban Dao, seeing the token was equivalent to seeing the great virtuous master himself. By giving Wu Wei this token, Zhangju's intent was clear. Then Zhangju's voice echoed again. "From today, You are my direct disciple and the Taoist heir of the Yellow Turban Tao. Whatever you wish to do, go ahead and do it." Hearing this, Zhang Yuejiao looked at Wu Wei in disbelief. Wu Wei himself was bewildered, not expecting his absolute luck to have such a remarkable effect, influencing Zhang Ju from afar. However, Wu Wei quickly realized that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. Zhang Ju would not easily have his will swayed by Wu Wei's talent. It was more likely that Zhang Ju saw potential in Wu Wei's talent, a hope to resolve the current predicament, prompting such a swift and significant decision. As Zhang Ju announced this decision, Wu Wei's system prompt refreshed before his eyes. System notifications flashed continuously, causing Wu Wei's heart to race. He had become a Daozi of the Yellow Turban Tao, taking on the responsibility of preserving its legacy. This not only meant that there was hope for completing his main quest, but more importantly, he gained the privilege of exchanging Yellow Turban merits at half price. Wu Wei looked down at the Yellow Turban Tao token in his hand, its golden light flickering in his palm. This token was not only a symbol of his status as Daozi, but also a legendary artifact. Although its specific effects had yet to be activated, its mere presence granted Wu Wei supreme authority within Jilu City. Realizing the importance of the token in his hand, Wu Wei bowed to the Taoist temple, then turned and left with Zhang Yuejiao. "Let's go meet General Digong," he said decisively, striding confidently towards Zhang Bao's location. With the power of the token, Wu Wei easily persuaded Zhang Bao to accept his plan. Soon, the Han army noticed a subtle change in Jilu City's defense strategy. The defenses on the southeast and west sides gradually weakened, while the northern city defense remained strong. At the same time, rumors spread that the Yellow Turban elite forces were gathering, seemingly preparing to break out from the north. The Han commander, Huang Fusong, keenly sensed the anomaly. A confident smile appeared on his lips. "Trying to escape? Do you think you can?" As night fell, the elite forces of the Han army quietly assembled. Under the cover of darkness, they launched a fierce attack on the east side of Jilu City. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the Yellow Turban army was momentarily thrown into chaos, and the city walls were quickly breached. However, the Yellow Turban forces quickly responded. Flames illuminated the night sky as large numbers of elite troops swiftly gathered at the east wall. Standing on the west city wall, Huang Fusong wore an expression of assured victory. "Jilu City will fall tonight. Attack," he commanded, and the Han army launched an even fiercer assault on the west city wall. This time, the Han forces swept through with ease, storming the walls and advancing deep into Jilu City. Yet, as they stepped into the city, the entire place suddenly lit up as if it were daylight. "Heaven is dead, the yellow heaven shall rise." Amid the deafening shouts, flames erupted at the west gate, illuminating the entire night sky. The Han army, caught off guard, found themselves trapped in a meticulously set trap. At the western gate of the phantom city of Jilu, a thunderous shout pierced the sky. "The heavens are dead, let the yellow sky rise." Flames erupted, illuminating the night. Huang Fusong felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that things had taken a dire turn. "We've been trapped. Quickly retreat." Huang Fusong swiftly ordered a withdrawal, but the Yellow Turban army was ready, clamping down on the Han forces like a vice, preventing their escape. Seeing no way out, Huang Fusong gritted his teeth and chose to fight. "Since we can't retreat, let's battle. Let's see if the Yellow Turbans can handle the bite of my elite troops." The western gate erupted into chaos, with the sounds of battle roaring through the air. Though the Han army had fallen into a trap, they quickly regained their footing and even began to take the upper hand. Amidst the clash of swords and spears, both sides engaged in a fierce struggle for supremacy. However, this was not Wu Wei's decisive battleground. As the battle raged at the western gate, Wu Wei led an elite force to launch a surprise attack from the southern gate. This army was the Yellow Turban's ace, comprised of elite Taoist soldiers, each one of epic platinum 10-star caliber, with formidable combat prowess. Even more intimidating was the leadership of this force. Wu Wei himself commanded, with top Yellow Turban generals like Zhang Liang, Zhang Youjiao, Xu Yan, and Zhou Tsang under his command. Wu Wei had a single objective: cripple the Han army's logistics. War is won through logistics, Wu Wei understood well. If we can destroy the Han army's supplies, their million-strong force will collapse within 3 days. This was one of the few hopes for the Yellow Turbans to turn the tide, the other being Zhang Jiao's recovery, though he was unable to fight due to the backlash from the nation's fate. Wu Wei's forces charged out of the southern gate, advancing like a hot knife through butter towards the Han army's granary. However, upon arrival, Wu Wei immediately sensed something was amiss. The granary's defenses were formidable, with troops whose morale, equipment, and strength far exceeded that of ordinary Han soldiers. Wu Wei instinctively activated his insight, revealing information that made him frown. Han Army Zhu Jun's division, epic platinum 10-star. He realized that while the Han army might not have discerned his plan, they were acutely aware of the granary's critical importance. Here, They had deployed a trump card crack unit personally led by the renowned Han General Zhu Jun. At the same time, Zhu Jun's voice thundered across the battlefield, echoing like a storm. A crafty bunch of bandits, daring to launch a surprise attack on my vital grain stores. But unfortunately for you, I, Zhu Jun, am here today. Not only will your plans fail, but you will all remain here. No sooner had his words faded than the rousing sound of drums suddenly filled the air. The Han army surged forward like a tidal wave, swiftly forming a tight military formation and advancing towards Wu Wei's troops. The clashing of armor and the unsheathing of swords rang out, with dust swirling around, as the tension between the two armies reached a fever pitch. Meanwhile, at the west gate, Commander Huang Fusong keenly sensed something amiss in the rear of the Han army. As one of the few renowned generals of the Han dynasty at the time, he needed only a glance to grasp Wu Wei's tactics. However, his brow did not furrow. Instead, a glimmer of confidence flashed in his eyes. With Zhu Jun guarding the rear, unless Zhang Jiao himself intervened, the enemy had no chance of success. Huang Fusong refocused his attention, concentrating on commanding the frontline assault. He was determined to seize this opportunity to capture Jiulu City in one fell swoop. The sounds of battle cries and clashes were relentless, as fighting raged fiercely on both sides of the city walls. Unexpectedly, faced with the oncoming Han army, Wu Wei's forces suddenly halted. From generals to soldiers, everyone wore expressions of fervor and disdain. This bizarre scene filled Zhu Jun with a sense of foreboding, and he thought to himself, could it be? Is Zhang Jiao personally? At that moment, a commanding voice pierced the sky. The heavens are dead, the yellow sky shall rise. Everyone's gaze was drawn upward. A young man in a Taoist robe was seen walking through the air, holding a long sword in one hand and a command token in the other. It wasn't Zhang Jiao but Wu Wei. Wu Wei stopped in midair, raising the token high, his voice resonating. I humbly request my master, the great teacher, to lend me his power to vanquish these traitorous soldiers. In an instant, Wu Wei was enveloped in a radiant glow, with a gigantic silhouette of Zhang Jiao appearing behind him. This sight invigorated the yellow-turbaned soldiers, while the Han troops hesitated, unwilling to advance. The mere shadow of Zhang Jiao was enough to instill trepidation in the Han army of 1,000,000 men. However, Zhu Jun remained unfazed by this spectacle. He shouted sternly, "Stop pretending to be a mystic. Zhang Jiao has long been struck by the 5 decays of heaven and man due to the Han dynasty's fortune. Even if he could lend you power, it wouldn't make a difference. I'm right here now. If you can use his power to defeat me, go ahead and try." Zhu Jun's words were like a cold splash of water on Wu Wei. His brow furrowed, caught in a dilemma. At that critical moment, an aged voice whispered in his ear, "Granted." Suddenly, a torrent of system notifications flooded Wu Wei's mind, heralding an impending earth-shattering change. Outside the city of Jiulu, a tense standoff was unfolding near the Han army's granary. Wu Wei stood before the yellow-turbaned forces, his mind troubled by the incessant system notifications flashing before him. Your master Zhang Jiao has transferred all his power to you using the yellow turban command. Zhang Jiao has temporarily gained control over your body. At that moment, the voice of the Han army commander, Zhu Jun, broke the deadlock like a heavy hammer. The Han soldiers, initially intimidated by Zhang Jiao's apparition, gradually regained their composure, their eyes collectively fixed on Wu Wei. To everyone's astonishment, Wu Wei stood frozen in place, and the flickering apparition of Zhang Jiao above him vanished. This scene acted like a shot of adrenaline, instantly boosting the morale of the Han soldiers to its peak, while plunging that of the yellow-turbaned forces into despair. Zhu Jun's face bore an expression of surprise and satisfaction. He acknowledged the gamble he had taken, but Wu Wei's reaction exceeded his expectations. Within the yellow turban ranks, Zhang Liang, Zhang Niujiao, and others also turned their gaze toward Wu Wei. As participants in the plan, they knew Wu Wei was bluffing, but they hadn't expected him to crumble so easily. Their well-laid plan had thus collapsed, leaving the outcome of the battle uncertain. Seizing this rare opportunity, Zhu Jun's voice grew more audacious. Where is your Zhang Jiao? Where is your great teacher? Why doesn't he appear? I'm right here. Let him give you strength and strike me down. Zhu Jun's words were like a sharp sword, targeting Wu Wei's vulnerabilities. He even stepped forward, ready to further humiliate his opponent. However, at this critical moment, Wu Wei's eyes suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The light seemed capable of piercing through darkness, illuminating the entire world. This simple action made Zhu Jun's heart race with a sense of foreboding. Yet, as a commander, he knew he couldn't show fear, or the entire battle would be lost. Suppressing his unease, Zhu Jun continued to taunt. What's the use of playing tricks? If you have the ability, strike me down. Before he could finish, a deep and powerful voice echoed. As you wish. In an instant, a strong earth-toned glow enveloped Wu Wei. Under this glow, his body slowly ascended until he was suspended a kilometer above the ground. As Wu Wei rose, the night sky grew darker, clouds gathering densely. With a crack, lightning danced through the clouds, as if threatening to tear the sky apart. An overwhelming, destructive aura swept across the battlefield, sending chills down everyone's spine. Zhu Jun's face turned pale, and not just his. The morale of the entire Han army crumbled like an avalanche. Even Huang Fusang's troops, who had gained the upper hand within Jiulu, were affected. At that moment, everyone clearly sensed the terrifying power of Zhang Jiao. This power, like a tidal wave, engulfed the entire battlefield, leaving all trembling with fear. In that moment, the world was filled with a cataclysmic force far beyond what any mortal could withstand. Everyone shuddered involuntarily, including Zhu Jun, who had just boasted about bringing Wu Wei to his end. The overwhelming power of the thunder above instilled a fear of death that washed over him like a tide, causing him to instinctively step back. As Zhu Jun retreated, a torrent of lightning descended from the sky. The first bolt struck him with unerring precision, reducing him to ashes in an instant, fulfilling his earlier boast. With Zhu Jun's fall, the morale of his troops shattered. More lightning followed, striking his once proud army and utterly destroying it. Seizing this rare opportunity, Zhang Niu Jiao shouted, "With the great sage above, brothers, charge with me." The yellow turban soldiers took the chance to rush the Han army's granary and set it ablaze. The roaring flames illuminated the night sky, mingling with the lightning, plunging the Han army into complete disarray. Though the thunderous assault lasted less than 10 minutes, the Han army's morale was irreparably broken. The outcome of the battle was sealed, and the Han army was doomed to defeat. Yet, all of this seemed unrelated to Wu Wei. He was in a unique state, suspended 1,000 meters above the ground. Before him appeared a middle-aged man with an ethereal presence. Though it was their first meeting, Wu Wei instinctively knew this was his master. Wu Wei respectfully saluted Zhang Jiao and said, "Disciple Wu Wei greets the great sage." Zhang Jiao looked at Wu Wei, hesitating to speak. He noticed his own form quickly fading and, with a sigh, extended his hand. "Wu Wei, is it? My journey ends here. The future of the Yellow Turban Path and the people of this world is now in your hands." As he spoke, Zhang Jiao touched Wu Wei's forehead. In an instant, a brilliant yellow light burst forth, and system notifications flashed before Wu Wei's eyes. "You have received the legacy of the illusionary character Zhang Jiao. Please note, the power system of the illusion differs and cannot be smoothly integrated into your being without the power of a special item. It has been detected that you possess the card Initial Sequence C Experience card. Would you like to use this card for harmonization and conversion?" Without hesitation, Wu Wei chose yes. Immediately, the Initial Sequence C Experience card on him glowed, and another surge of power flowed into him. Wu Wei felt Zhang Jiao's power split into 3 parts, each settling into one of his 3 essences. The system notifications refreshed again. "You have received the legacy of the illusionary character Zhang Jiao. Your first essence, the Yellow Turban Soldier, has its basic attributes enhanced, with basic strength increased by 500,000 gene and gaining the bond, the blue sky is dead, the yellow sky shall rise. Your second essence, the Earth Spirit Princess Youngling version, has its basic attributes enhanced, with a significant increase in spell power, gaining the class path sequence Ding 004 Earth Sorcerer, and the bond the blue sky is dead, the yellow sky shall rise. Your third essence, the Extreme Cold Snow Maiden, has its basic attributes enhanced, with a significant increase in spell power, gaining the class path sequence Ding 003 Ice Sorcerer, and the bond the blue sky is dead, the yellow sky shall rise." Wu Wei stared at the attribute panel that appeared before him, gasping in surprise. His master had given him an unexpected gift. The passive effect of bond, the blue sky is dead, the yellow sky shall rise, was astonishing. When all are present, skill damage and control success effects increase by 50, with a 50 chance to be immune to control. The active effect was even more powerful. Upon activation, it summoned the yellow sky domain, putting enemies in a silent state and having their basic attributes. If the domain broke, it could even summon the shadow of Zhang Jiao to assist in battle. Next, Wu Wei noticed 2 new pathway entries. Pathway entry for Ding 004 Earth Element Sorcerer, passively increases Earth skill final effects by 20. Pathway entry for Ding 003 Ice Attribute, passively increases Ice skill final effects by 20. Wu Wei's heart raced. Clearly, his master had passed on the last ripple to him, not only granting him a powerful bond, but also allowing his 2 subordinates to master pathways. Although he had lost a primary sequence C experience card and missed the chance to master a pathway himself, the outcome was undoubtedly worth it. The system notifications continued to refresh, and Wu Wei's attention was drawn to a series of numbers. "You have received 1,757,211 merit points." Wu Zhuo was stunned and carefully counted this astronomical figure. 1,757,211. This sudden windfall left him a little dizzy. Remembering how tens of thousands of merit points had previously significantly boosted Guan Hai's power, over 1 million could propel Guan Hai to even greater heights. Wu Wei eagerly opened the merit exchange page. With the golden Taoist discount, these merit points were equivalent to 3 to 4 million. He decided to spend them wisely to fully enhance the strength of Guan Hai and the others. First, he purchased auxiliary elixirs for Guan Hai's newly learned 1,000-weight oxbone body tempering technique. Wu Wei chose the most suitable oxbone strengthening and nourishing pill, without hesitation, each priced at 10,000 merit points after the discount, 4 times more expensive than previous elixirs. But Wu Wei no longer cared and bought 10 of them. Next, he purchased a martial Dao Insight Talisman, which could greatly enhance the user's understanding of martial arts, priced at 100,000 merit points after the discount. Finally, he bought a 100 Days Insight Talisman for 3,250 merit points after the discount. In one go, Wu Wei spent 203,250 merit points. This fortune was equivalent to defeating at least 200,000 ordinary soldiers of the Han army. As Wu Wei looked at the remaining merit points, he was already planning his next steps to further enhance his and his subordinates' abilities. Wu Wei gained significant fame in Jilu City due to his achievements in battle. However, to him now, this accomplishment was barely worth mentioning, at best a medium-scale success. After completing the exchange, Wu was suddenly realized that he had descended from 1,000 meters high to the ground, unknowingly returning to Jilu City. At that moment, news arrived. His mentor, the great teacher Zhang Jiao, had passed away. Although Wu Wei had anticipated this news, it struck like a heavy blow, shattering the tranquility of the Yellow Turban Dao. The recently victorious Jilu City was plunged into a new wave of panic. Faced with this unexpected change, Wu Wei remained exceptionally calm. He knew that his time was limited, with only 3 days left, and he needed to focus all his energy on enhancing his own strength. He also understood that even if he wanted to make a difference, he was powerless to do so. Despite having defeated the Han army in the recent battle, the overall situation of the Yellow Turban army had not fundamentally changed. Though Wu Wei earned some prestige from the battle, it was far from enough to stabilize the current situation. After careful consideration, he decided not to waste his efforts on this. After the war, Wu Wei immediately summoned Zhang Youjiao and Chu Yan, entrusting them to guide Guan Hai in his training. To ensure that Guan Hai could elevate his mastery of the Qianjun Nyogu bone tempering skill to the highest possible level within 3 days, Wu Wei spared no expense in using his merit points. Initially, Wu Wei thought that 200,000 merit points would suffice for Guan Hai. However, he was greatly surprised to find that this amount was only enough for half a day's training. System notifications flashed repeatedly. You have used the Martial Arts Insight symbol 100 Days Insight symbol, significantly enhancing your primary martial arts insight energy. Your primary source has consumed 10 Nyogu strengthening body pills, elevating the Qianjun Nyogu bone tempering skill to the first level. Your primary source's physique has been greatly enhanced, physical defense improved, base strength increased by 1.5 million pounds, successfully refining Qianjun force. Your primary source's insight into the warrior path has improved. In just half a day, the 200,000 merit points were depleted. Wu Wei gritted his teeth and continued to invest resources. You have used the Martial Arts Insight symbol 100 Days Insight symbol times 2, significantly enhancing your primary martial arts insight energy. Your primary source has consumed 20 Nyogu strengthening body pills, elevating the Qianjun Nyogu bone tempering skill to the second level. Your primary source's physique has been greatly enhanced, physical defense improved, base strength increased by 3 million pounds, Qianjun force increased to 10 strands. Your primary source's insight into the warrior path has improved. The first level cost 200,000 merits, and the second level took 400,000. At this point, Wu Wei realized the dire situation. At this rate, he wouldn't have enough merit points to support Guan Hai in mastering the skill completely. Sure enough, the system notification rang again. You have used the Martial Arts Insight symbol 100 Days Insight symbol times 3, significantly enhancing your primary martial arts insight energy. Your primary source has consumed 40 Nyogu strengthening body pills, elevating the Qianjun Nyogu bone tempering skill to the second level. Your primary source's physique has been greatly enhanced, physical defense improved, base strength increased by 6 million pounds, Qianjun force increased to 100 strands. Your primary source's insight into the warrior path has improved. While Wu Wei was worried about the lack of resources, an unexpected fortune came. You have activated absolute luck, and your primary source's mastery of the warrior path has reached mastery. In the Jilu dojo, Wu Wei stared at the number in front of him, 334,461. In less than 3 days, his over 1 million merit points had nearly depleted. Guan Hai's 1,000-pound oxbone body tempering technique was only at the 3rd level, still far from perfection. The remaining merit points and time were clearly insufficient for Guan Hai to advance further. Wu Wei turned his attention to the exchange page, searching for treasures that could enhance his or his summoned beast's strength. After carefully sifting through the options, he finally focused on two items, one of which particularly caught his attention. The ground to steal inheritance talisman, with an exchange price of 320,000 merit points. Usage instructions: grants the target the skill ground to steal inheritance. Success rate: 90 for beginner level, 20 for small success, 0.2 for major success, and 0.00001 for perfection. Without hesitation, Wu Wei exchanged for this treasure and immediately used it on the little mud ball. The moment the talisman paper fell on the mud ball, system notifications flashed continuously. You have successfully used the ground to steal inheritance talisman. You have activated the absolute luck talent. Your second origin has acquired the ground to steal skill inheritance and has elevated the skill to perfection. Skill: ground to steal perfection. Quality: orange. Effect: upon activation, visible soil turns to diamond, greatly increasing defense. Though the description was simple, Wu Wei knew this skill was anything but ordinary. The orange quality alone spoke volumes. Not to mention its power would be even more formidable when combined with the Earth Sanctuary. Wu Wei felt very satisfied with the investment of 320,000 merit points. As these merit points were consumed, Wu Wei's journey in the illusion was nearing its end. Only 6 hours remained of the 3-day limit, which he had purposely reserved to see if his talent could play a role during the reward settlement. In the final hours, Wu Wei chose not to train but to walk through Jiulu City with his 3 little companions. Unsure if he would have another chance to return to this illusion, he decided to fully experience every aspect of the city. On the streets, the chaotic yellow turban army contrasted sharply with the emaciated citizens. The opulent mansions seemingly untouched by war further highlighted this disparity. Wu Wei couldn't help but recall Zhang Jiao's entrustment, as the future of the yellow turban Dao and all the people had been entrusted to him. Yet, it seemed all of this would soon be irrelevant to him. If I really have a chance to return to this world, I will do everything I can to fulfill the Grand Teacher's last wishes. Wu Wei silently vowed to himself. As soon as he made this vow, a light suddenly enveloped Wu Wei's entire body. In this light, he began to ascend slowly. The citizens of Jiulu City quickly noticed this strange phenomenon and knelt down. However, it seemed all of this was already beyond Wu Wei's concern. Before his eyes, system notifications continued to refresh, signaling the end of this extraordinary journey. The moment the illusion challenge ended, system notifications surged into Wu Wei's consciousness like a tide. You have successfully completed the illusion challenge. Calculating challenge rewards. The system's voice rang clearly in his mind. You have excellently completed the illusion task Seed of Fire, successfully defeated the Han Legion, and obtained Zhang Jiao's legacy. Your task evaluation is perfect, and you will receive the following rewards. Wu Wei held his breath, waiting for the system to continue announcing the rewards. You have unlocked the absolute luck talent. This information made Wu Wei's heart race. You have received the task reward, the Taiping Heavenly Book First Volume Thunder Chi Training Chapter in gold. As the system notifications refreshed, Wu Wei was astonished to find significant changes in his attribute panel. He carefully examined each update. Name: Wu Wei. Talent: absolute luck, unique once unlocked. One's luck reaches its maximum value. All probabilities beneficial to oneself increase to 100, and all adverse probabilities decrease to 0. Rank: Golden 10 star 10001000. Loaded origin cards. Yellow Turban Dao Soldier Epic Golden 10 star. Earth Spirit Princess Cub version Epic Golden 10 star. Extreme Cold Snow Maiden Epic Golden 10 star. Damage Domination Epic Golden 10 star. Taiping Heavenly Book First Volume Thunder Chi Training Chapter Gold Uninitiated. Available origin card slots: 55. Normal card slots: 66. Spiritual Power: 121, 501, 2150. Wu Wei was shocked to discover that his 5th origin had appeared in such a way. He eagerly opened this newly acquired origin to scrutinize its content. Cultivation Method: Taiping Heavenly Book First Volume Thunder Chi Training Chapter. Method Quality: Gold. Method Description: by visualizing thunder, condense the thunder chi, which can nurture the body, strengthen it, and when mastered, summon thunder to vanquish foes. A total of 7 levels. While Wu Wei was immersed in joy, the scene suddenly shifted. 20 kilometers away from Camp 3929, Zhang Jun was patiently waiting. Beside him were Li Ren and Zhang Feng, whom he had brought from 3929. The exhaustion on their faces showed they had been waiting there for days. Zhang Jun's gaze never left the spot where Wu Wei had vanished. Recalling the scene he had witnessed using a retrospect card, where Wu Wei entered the illusion, he was still in shock. He knew well the rarity of an illusion card, and Wu Wei possessing one made Zhang Jun realize the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. Wu Wei's background must be extraordinary, Zhang Jun pondered to himself. There seems to be a significant story behind this. I might have inadvertently become someone else's pawn. This realization prompted Zhang Jun to change his strategy towards Wu Wei. He no longer planned to eliminate Wu Wei directly, fearing retaliation from the forces behind Wu Wei. But he also couldn't just let it go, worried about potential repercussions from those behind him. After weighing his options, Zhang Jun decided to bring Wu Wei back to the front line and hand him over to those backing him. This way, he could complete his task while absolving himself of responsibility. Inform the higher-ups about that guy's tricks. They should be able to counter them. Zhang Jun glanced at Li Run and Zhang Feng beside him. If he dares to run, we'll use these two as leverage. As Zhang Jun's thoughts churned, a bright light suddenly illuminated the area. Zhang Jun's eyes lit up, and he held his breath in anticipation. He's here. A burst of light flared as Zhang Jun charged at Wu Wei like a hungry tiger, seizing the opportunity when Wu had just returned from the illusionary realm. Zhang's eyes gleamed with cunning, knowing this was the perfect moment to subdue his opponent. Before Wu could gather his wits, Zhang's hand clamped around his throat like a vice. In this critical moment, Wu instinctively summoned Guan Hai. The loyal warrior appeared, immediately enraged upon seeing his master in danger. His unmatched double-edged sword sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed directly at Zhang Jun. Zhang wore a confident smile, dismissing Guan Hai's attack as insignificant. He thought to himself, how much could an opponent he easily overpowered just days ago have improved, even after a trip to the illusionary realm? Nevertheless, he extended his hand to brace for the strike. With a resounding crack, the moment the double-edged sword collided with Zhang's palm, an unimaginable force erupted. Zhang's hand shattered instantly, and excruciating pain shot through his body like an electric current, leaving him momentarily stunned. He stared at Guan Hai in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his opponent's strength had surged so dramatically in just a few days. Guan Hai gave Zhang no time to ponder, his sword flashing like lightning toward Zhang's head. Zhang instinctively thought to use Wu Wei as a shield, but realized Guan Hai's attack was relentless. In desperation, he flung Wu aside, engaging Guan Hai in combat. Zhang had assumed that as a diamond-level card master, he would easily suppress a gold-level summon. However, the ensuing battle shattered his assumptions entirely. Each of Guan Hai's strikes carried astonishing power, and his combat skills had improved qualitatively. Even more unsettling was the presence of a unique, destructive force within each of Guan Hai's attacks, subtle yet potent. Within just a few exchanges, Zhang was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that this once insignificant opponent now stood as his equal. Such a leap in strength across levels was unheard of. Not only was Zhang astounded, but even the onlooking guardian was left speechless by Wu Wei's rapid progress. He couldn't fathom how an experience in the illusionary realm could lead to such a tremendous enhancement. At that moment, Wu Wei raised his arm slightly, summoning Xiao Niqiu and Xiao Xuannu. The guardian keenly noticed a trace of sequence aura about these two small creatures, a discovery that further stirred waves of astonishment in his heart. The shock on Zhang Jun's face intensified as he stared wide-eyed at the scene before him in disbelief. Wu Wei's illusion challenge card not only propelled his primary source power to soar, but also provided both of his sources with an entry path. Such gains were truly astonishing. Zhang Jun sighed inwardly, thinking that if Wu Wei had reached the platinum level, he, as a diamond-level individual, would be completely suppressed. However, in that split second when Wu Wei summoned Xiao Niqiu and Xiao Xuannu, Zhang Jun realized that it would be difficult to take Wu Wei down today. Oh well, Zhang Jun thought to himself. Not being able to take him down actually makes things easier. I can account for this to Ding Nantian without worrying about being retaliated against by the people behind this kid. Having come to this conclusion, Zhang Jun felt a wave of relief. Without further ado, he prepared to activate his escape skill, his body glowing brightly. The guardian, observing this, felt compelled to act. He knew that if he didn't intervene, Wu Wei might not be able to stop Zhang Jun from escaping. This was a prime opportunity to eliminate the troublemakers behind Zhang Jun, and if Zhang Jun escaped, those people would have to confront Wu Wei personally. However, as a guardian, he hesitated about whether to intervene. While the guardian hesitated, Wu Wei had already made his move. The heavens are dead. Wu Wei uttered a cryptic phrase, and an eerie force began to spread. The guardian, startled, looked up to see the sky darkening in response to Wu Wei's words. The yellow heaven shall rise. Wu Wei continued to shout. The guardian felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively retreated several hundred meters away from Wu Wei. He narrowly avoided the impending entanglement, but Zhang Jun wasn't so fortunate. Despite realizing something was amiss and desperately trying to escape, Zhang Jun was too late. Before he could leave Wu Wei's range, an invisible force enveloped him. At the same time, two system prompts flashed before his eyes. You are affected by the entanglement, the heavens are dead, the yellow heaven shall rise. Entering a 1-minute magic prohibition state. You are affected by the entanglement, the heavens are dead, the yellow heaven shall rise, with a 50 reduction in basic attributes for 1 minute. In that critical moment, Guan Hai appeared like a phantom before Zhang Jun, his mighty sword descending with a roar, striking Zhang Jun to the ground. Zhang Jun spat out a mouthful of blood, utterly stunned. As a diamond-level powerhouse, Zhang Jun never imagined he would be so easily subdued by a gold-level card master. Not only was he shocked, but even the Guardian, who had retreated several hundred meters, was stunned by the sight. He stared intently at Wu Wei, as if trying to decipher something from his face. Wu Wei had given the Guardian numerous surprises today. Initially, he thought Guan Hai's progress was Wu Wei's greatest achievement, but then both sources gained entry paths. He assumed that was the limit. But Wu Wei had unveiled this terrifying entanglement, capable of suppressing a diamond level with just gold level power. If the Guardian had retreated any slower, he too might have been affected. The Guardian sighed inwardly. The power of this entanglement is truly terrifying. It seems this was his greatest gain from this encounter. The sky over the Ding 12 front line was overcast, mirroring Ding Nanshan's gloomy mood. For days, his brow had been furrowed with anxiety. There was no news from Zhang Jun, and having severed the 3929 communication, he had cut off his own retreat, unable to make contact. To keep the general commander of the Ding 12 front line occupied, he couldn't send help to Zhang Jun, nor did he know Zhang Jun's situation. In this tense atmosphere, the sudden urgent knocking on his office door broke the silence. "Director, something's happened," came a frantic voice from outside. "The commander of the 3929 camp has brought Captain Zhang Jun to the frontline command." The news hit Ding Nantian like a sledgehammer, yet he felt a sense of relief. Bad news was better than no news at all. Besides, there might still be a way to turn things around. Upon learning that Wu Wei had brought the severely injured Zhang Jun, a plan began to form in his mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Wei had not chosen to flee. With Zhao Qianquan's powerful backing, he had no need to fear and was rather curious to see the strength of the forces behind Zhou Sheng. Dragging the wounded Zhang Jun, he headed straight for the Ding 12 frontline command. As soon as they reached the entrance, Wu Wei was stopped by the guards. He calmly explained, "I am the commander of the 3929 camp, and this is Captain Zhang Jun of the 4th Squad of the Ding 12 Frontline Enforcement Division. I have urgent matters to report to the General Commander." Before he could finish, a stern voice came from inside the door. "The General Commander is not someone a thug like you can meet at will." Wu Wei looked up to see a group of people filing out, led by a resolute-looking middle-aged man. The surrounding guards immediately saluted. "Director Ding." Ding Nanshan's gaze was sharp as a knife, fixed on Wu Wei. "I already know the situation. Captain Zhang Jun went to 3929 to receive the suspect and evidence, and not only did you refuse to hand them over, but you also beat him severely. This is lawlessness. Arrest this guy." At Ding Nanshan's command, for diamond-level experts lunged at Wu Wei like arrows. Clearly, Ding Nantian had no intention of giving Wu Wei a chance to explain, nor would he allow him to step foot into the Ding 12 front line. At the same time, Ding Nantian remained on guard, prepared for any rescue attempt. He was well aware that Wu Wei must have some powerful support. If it weren't for the help, Wu Wei could never have defeated Zhang Jun. Ding Nanshan's gaze never lingered on that gold-level card master, thinking that a mere gold level could not possibly contend with 4 diamond-level opponents. However, just as this thought arose, an unimaginable power suddenly erupted. "The heavens have perished, the yellow heaven shall rise." Wu Wei's voice thundered through the air. Immediately, a series of dull thuds mixed with shrill screams echoed around. Ding Nantian turned sharply, dumbfounded to see his 4 diamond-level subordinates being knocked away like kites with their strings cut, each struck down by Guan Hai with a single blow. This scene shattered Ding Nanshan's understanding. He had to admit that these 4 diamond-level individuals were indeed the weakest of their kind, barely stepping into the diamond realm without further progress. Yet, even so, they were genuine diamond-level fighters. Wu Wei, a gold level, had subdued them with such ease. Ding Nantian instantly realized that the situation had spiraled far beyond his expectations. Wu Wei's background was not as simple as it appeared, but at this moment, he was forced into a corner. No matter Wu Wei's origins or genius, only one of them could survive. To save his life, Ding Nantian acted without hesitation. "You audacious villain, how dare you commit such acts at the frontline command? I, Ding Nantian, will not let you run rampant." With an angry shout, Ding Nantian took action himself. As the deputy director of logistics at the frontline command, he rarely ventured to the front lines, but his strength was undeniably formidable. Among the diamond level, he was a true powerhouse. Ding Nanshan's essence was of epic quality without exception, having achieved mastery as a sequence path Ding 027 spear warrior. He was on an entirely different level than Zhang Jun. With a wave of his hand, a spear materialized in midair. He charged forward, aiming directly at Wu Wei. However, as he entered within 50 meters of Wu Wei, 2 system prompts suddenly flashed before his eyes. "You are affected by the binding, the heavens have perished, the yellow heaven shall rise, and are in a 10-second magic suppression state." You are affected by the binding, the heavens have perished, the yellow heaven shall rise, and your basic attributes decrease by 50%, lasting 10 seconds. Compared to Zhang Jun, who was suppressed for a full minute, Ding Nantian had only 10 seconds, highlighting the disparity in strength between the two. But these 10 seconds were still fatal for Ding Nantian. As he was being suppressed, the gravity spell from the small mud ball and the icy blade from the snow spirit were already whistling towards him. Ding Nantian barely managed to fend off these two attacks when Guanhai's unparalleled heavy sword followed closely behind. Suppressed, Ding Nantian dodged left and right under Guanhai's sword, looking quite disheveled. Despite this, he was undoubtedly stronger than Zhang Jun, and Guanhai couldn't take him down within the 10 seconds. As soon as the time was up, Ding Nantian seized the opportunity and unleashed his full power. Break it for me! With his furious shout, the power of the sequence burst forth, shattering Wu Wei's yellow heaven domain in one fell swoop. The protector watching this scene sighed softly. This child is still too weak. If he were platinum level, the opponent wouldn't be able to break through his domain. It seems I have to intervene. Just as the protector was about to step in personally, Wu Wei's yellow heaven domain shattered, and Ding Nantian had already rushed in front of Wu Wei, his spear aimed straight at Wu Wei's throat. In that critical moment, an elder's phantom suddenly appeared behind Wu Wei out of thin air. Wu Wei's yellow heaven domain shattered with a loud crash. Just as the protector was about to intervene, a series of system notifications flashed before his eyes like lightning. You have activated the absolute luck talent. Your yellow heaven domain has shattered, successfully summoning a golden 10-star Zhang Jiao Phantom. Your technique, the first volume of the Taiping Classic, Thunder Chi Cultivation Chapter, is not yet mastered, so the Phantom's quality and strength are not enhanced. Before the words had even faded, the Phantom of Zhang Jiao appeared behind Wu Wei, radiating golden light. Ding Nantian's sharp gaze immediately caught this phenomenon, but he remained unfazed. He astutely sensed that this phantom was merely a golden 10-star entity and inwardly scoffed. How could such a phantom possibly suppress me? With this confidence, Ding Nantian moved swiftly, his spear aimed directly at Wu Wei's throat, like an unstoppable force. The protector watching from the side couldn't help but feel admiration. Even he had felt a chill at the sight of Zhang Jiao's phantom. As a higher-ranked being, he was instinctively wary, yet Ding Nantian dared to charge so recklessly, a testament to his remarkable courage. The protector had already envisioned Ding Nantian's fate in his mind, and sure enough, Zhang Jiao's phantom behind Wu Wei pointed lightly at Ding Nantian and uttered a single word: freeze. In an instant, Ding Nantian was struck as if by lightning, his body immobilized, unable to move. Guanhai seized this fleeting opportunity, his unparalleled greatsword whistling through the air. Thud! The strike landed squarely on Ding Nantian, unleashing a terrifying force of millions of pounds, sending him flying over 100 meters. Ding Nantian coughed up blood, but refused to concede. His eyes burned with a frenzied fire, driven by a single thought: Wu Wei must die. As Ding Nantian struggled to launch another attack, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere, a hand as massive as a mountain pressing down on him. This hand seemed to bear the weight of 1,000 pounds, rendering Ding Nantian powerless. When he looked up to see who it was, his heart nearly stopped. Holding him down was none other than Su Nanju, the new commander of the Ding 12 front. Ding Nantian instantly realized he had missed his chance, and the situation was now beyond his control. After pinning him down, Su Nanju spoke immediately. Director Ding, if I recall correctly, you're the head of logistics, right? How did it fall to you to guard the gate today? Ding Nantian wanted to speak, but found he couldn't even open his mouth. At this moment, Wu Wei spoke up at the right time. This director is naturally afraid that if I see you, his deeds will be exposed, so he took the desperate step of coming out to silence me. Wu Wei had visited the Ding 12 Front Command before taking office at 3929 and had met Su Nanju briefly. He knew well that Su Nanju, a graduate of the War Academy, was the most trustworthy person in the current Ding 12 Front Command. Therefore, without hesitation, Wu Wei took out Zhou Sheng's ledger, ready to reveal the truth. Commander Su's face was tense as he watched Wu Wei, who was presenting irrefutable evidence piece by piece. Commander Su, this is the ledger of Commander Zhou Sheng from 3929, Wu Wei said in a low voice, his finger tracing the densely packed numbers. It details how Zhou Sheng and Director Ding embezzled Federation assets under false pretenses. He then produced a video recording. This is the interrogation video of Zhou Sheng, revealing their crimes of kidnapping over 10,000 card masters through fictitious insect plagues. Wu Wei's voice grew heavier. Moreover, Captain Zhang Jun has confessed that he was instructed by Ding Nantian to destroy evidence and cover up at the 3929 camp. Finally, he took a deep breath. Director Ding Nantian personally attempted to kill me to erase the evidence. With each piece of evidence presented, Su Nanju's frown deepened. Wu Wei continued his report, his voice barely concealing his anger. In 3 years, the 3,929 camp requisitioned 13 batches of resources from the command under the guise of reconstruction. The insect forces are strong, and humanity is at a disadvantage. Yet these traitors only think of undermining the alliance. Their crimes are heinous. Wu Wei's voice rose. What's more outrageous is their betrayal of their own people. Over 3 years, more than 10,000 have gone missing without a trace. He bowed deeply to Su Nanju, almost shouting, "Please, Commander Su, investigate this matter thoroughly and give humanity, the Federation, and those missing compatriots an explanation." Su Nanju could feel Wu Wei's determination and anger. He solemnly promised, "Rest assured, I will investigate this thoroughly. If the allegations are true, justice will be served." Just as Wu Wei began to smile, a voice shattered the brief silence. "Justice? Before the commander gives him justice, he needs to give me an explanation first." A group approached from outside the Ding 12 front, led by Zhang Huan, the head of the enforcement department of the Ding 12 front command. Su Nanzu's gaze, however, fell on the young man beside Zhang Huan, and his expression changed instantly. The young man looked dismissively at those around him, as if they were insignificant. His presence signaled that the situation had escalated beyond Su Nanju and Wu Wei's control. In the command center of the Ding 12 front line, a tense standoff was unfolding. The situation became even more complicated with the arrival of a group of people. Su Nanju's gaze was fixed on the young man, while Zhang Huan kept a close eye on Wu Wei, who was holding onto Zhang Jun's hand. Zhang Huan sneered. "Kid, using our law enforcement officers as punching bags isn't right, is it?" He turned to Su Nanju with a provocative tone. "Is this how your people resist our law enforcement? Even though you're the chief commander of the front line, it doesn't mean you can trample on our law enforcement authority, does it?" Raising his voice, Zhang Huan continued. According to the regulations, he was supposed to receive witnesses and manage affairs at Camp 3929, and everyone there was required to cooperate. Not only did he not cooperate, but he also severely injured someone. This is lawlessness. With that, he ordered, "Men, seize this kid." At his command, a squad of law enforcement officers rushed out from the command center. Su Nanju frowned deeply, disregarding the young man, and shouted sternly, "Who dares?" Seeing this, Zhang Huan gave a meaningful smile. "What? Is the chief commander planning to shield a criminal who defies our law enforcement?" Before Su Nanju could respond, Wu Wei stepped forward, his eyes scanning the crowd with intensity. "I'm not opposing law enforcement officers, but a group of lawless individuals trying to destroy evidence." He pointed directly at Zhang Huan, speaking with determination. "I didn't have the chance to inform the Ding 12 front line about the situation at Camp 3929. Without my notification, these so-called law enforcement officers showed up, so naturally, I questioned their identity." And indeed, Captain Zhang Jun admitted that he was ordered by a high-ranking official from the Law Enforcement Division to destroy witnesses and evidence. "I now have reason to suspect that Director Zhang Huan is the one who instructed Zhang Jun." However, Zhang Huan's face was full of disdain. "You little thief not only defy law enforcement, but also twist facts and slander me. Unfortunately for you, I'm not someone you can smear." He turned to his subordinates and commanded sharply, "What are you standing around for? Seize this little thief. Don't worry about the chief commander. Even though he's the chief commander of our front line, he doesn't have authority over our law enforcement division. If the chief commander insists on intervening, we'll defend the dignity of our law enforcement division at all costs." As he spoke, Zhang Huan positioned himself in front of Su Nanju, backed by over a dozen senior officers from the Ding 12 front line. The situation was on the verge of exploding, and Su Nanju realized that the other side was determined to take down Wu Wei, and he couldn't protect Wu Wei on his own. In desperation, Su Nanju urgently said, "You can't touch him. He's a student of the War Academy and hasn't graduated yet. Students of the War Academy are not under your jurisdiction." These words caused those who were about to surround Wu Wei to pause, their eyes involuntarily turning to Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan furrowed his brows, clearly not expecting Wu Wei to have such a status. Being a student of the War Academy was both powerful and ordinary, depending on the context. If it weren't for the public setting, he might have acted against Wu Wei without hesitation. But at this moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he hesitated to make a rash move. If not, it would be a slap in the face to those from the War Academy. Those people are fiercely protective, and no one would be able to save him then. As soon as Su Nanju revealed Wu Wei's identity, Zhang Huan's expression froze, his hands suspended in midair, hesitant. At this tense moment, a soft laugh broke the atmosphere. "A student from the War Academy? Since when did the War Academy become a shield for criminals to evade responsibility?" With those words, a young man stepped out from the crowd, his gaze sharp and piercing as he looked directly at Wu Wei. Each step he took was filled with authority, causing those around him to instinctively make way. As he walked, his voice rang out clearly, "I've been listening from the side. So, you're accusing the former commander of Camp 3929, Zhou Sheng, and Ding Nantian of colluding to embezzle federal property and kidnapping thousands of card masters. Is that right? Su Nanju raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. Yes. The young man stopped, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Then I ask, where is your evidence? Here are Zhou Sheng's ledgers. Su Nanju began to hand over the documents, but hesitated. The young man extended his hand. Let me see. Su Nanju's expression changed, caught in indecision. The young man's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone carrying an air of authority. What is it? Do you not trust me? Or is there a problem with these ledgers? This question left Su Nanju drenched in cold sweat, momentarily speechless. Just then, a sudden voice broke the silence. Of course, we don't trust you. The young man raised an eyebrow, and the surrounding crowd, including Zhang Huan, erupted. How dare you? Who do you think you are to speak to young Master Ji so rudely? You fool. Kneel and apologize to young Master Ji. Voices of anger surged, and the pressure from several diamond-level experts bore down like a tide on Wu Wei. Such pressure would be enough to suffocate any ordinary gold-level expert. Yet Wu Wei seemed unfazed, his gaze fixed solely on the young man. So, you're the one behind them. Wu Wei's voice was calm and firm. The embezzlement at Camp 3929 was just a cover. Your real target was those thousands of card masters, right? Where did you take them? What did you do with them? The young man, referred to as young Master Ji, stared at Wu Wei expressionlessly. What nonsense are you spouting? Wu Wei didn't back down. You've stepped forward now because you want to suppress this matter, right? In this situation, if you manage to completely suppress it, no one can do anything to you no matter what you admit. But if you can't, you'll have to talk eventually. I suggest you start explaining now. Wu Wei paused, his gaze like a blade, as he asked, what did you do with them? However, young Master Ji showed no intention of answering Wu Wei. He turned to Su Nanju, his tone mocking. Slandering me? Is he slandering me? Is this kid always this brave? Does he know who I am? Does he know who my father is? How dare he slander me like this? Wu Wei remained unmoved. I don't care who you are or who your father is. I won't let you insects get away. I will uncover the truth of this matter. Give humanity, the Federation, and those card masters an explanation and justice. Hearing Wu Wei's words, young Master Ji laughed, his smile radiant. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Wu Wei, his hand gripping Wu Wei's throat. Truly ignorant and fearless, young Master Ji's voice carried mockery. You speak of explanations and justice. Do you even know what justice is? Let me tell you, my father is Ji Shanha, Vice President of the War Academy Alumni Association, Deputy Commander of the Eastern War Zone, and a Federal General. What is justice? I am justice. As he spoke, young Master Ji turned to Su Nanju, his tone casual. Issue his death compensation. You write the report, I'll sign off. Before his words had even settled, young Master Ji squeezed his hand. However, to everyone's shock, with a crisp pop, young Master Ji's arm was severed at the root. Inside the command center of the Ding 12 frontline, a chilling squelch suddenly echoed. The hand that Ji Qing used to grip Wu Wei's arm was instantly severed, blood gushing out. At the same moment, a blurred figure materialized in the air. Wu Wei's guardian had finally appeared. This unexpected turn of events shocked everyone present. A guardian. Those with keen eyesight immediately recognized the identity of the figure. Even more astonishing was the fact that this was undoubtedly a guardian of a high rank. After all, no one had sensed his presence before he revealed himself. Zhang Huan and the others' expressions changed instantly, filled with shock and fear. They realized that Wu Wei's identity was far more complex than they had imagined. To possess a high-ranking guardian, he must be someone of significant importance. Even Ji Qing's face changed dramatically. He gritted his teeth and said, well, a guardian. It seems I underestimated you. But do you think you're the only one with a guardian? As he spoke, Ji Qing abruptly turned and shouted harshly to those around him. What are you standing there for? Are you really going to wait until I'm dead to act? Come out now. However, despite Ji Qing's cries, the surroundings remained silent, with no one stepping forward to assist. Seeing this, Ji Qing frowned and was about to call out again when the guardian across from him spoke. Stop shouting, the guardian said coldly. No matter how much you shout, no one will come to save you. Not even your father, the great general of the Federation. Before the words had fully settled, the guardian swiftly stepped forward and delivered a precise hand chop to the back of Ji Qing's neck. Ji Qing's eyes rolled back, and he immediately fell unconscious. The guardian turned, his gaze as sharp as a blade, sweeping over Zhang Huan and the others. Will you surrender willingly, or must I make you? Zhang Huan and the others exchanged glances, a hint of struggle on their faces. But after a brief hesitation, they all chose to surrender. Though morally unscrupulous, they were not foolish. They knew that from the moment this guardian appeared, the dynamics had shifted entirely. This confrontation had escalated to a level beyond their reach, involving higher powers. Soon, Zhang Huan and the others were restrained. The guardian then approached Wu Wei, a slight smile on his face. Well, are you surprised? Delighted? Very surprised, very delighted. Wu Wei nodded in response. Yet, seeing Wu Wei's expressionless face, the Guardian's smile quickly faded. You don't look surprised or delighted at all. The Guardian complained in dissatisfaction. Wu Wei scratched his head helplessly. He wanted to appear surprised and delighted, but the Guardian's performance was a bit too rough. He couldn't pretend to be oblivious when he had already encountered legendary cards in Zhou Xing's treasury, navigated the worm disaster, and had a platinum bug drop an initial illusion challenge card. I don't care, the Guardian said, throwing a minor tantrum. You have to act like you just found out about the Guardian. If my salary gets docked because of this, you owe me. Wu Wei chuckled and skillfully changed the subject, his gaze shifting to the unconscious Ji Qing. So, how will Principal Zhao handle this situation? You should call him teacher, or even master. He likes that better. The Guardian corrected Wu Wei's address, then turned his attention to Ji Qing. Old Zhao certainly won't let this group off, but it might get complicated. Because of his general father? Wu Wei inquired. Yes, but not entirely, the Guardian explained. Wu Wei quickly caught on. The War Academy Alumni Association? Exactly, the Guardian nodded. You know old Zhao's stance. There's a concern that people from the War Academy might think old Zhao orchestrated this to further weaken them. If so, things could get very complicated. Hearing this, Wu Wei furrowed his brow tightly, lost in thought. In the office of Zhao Qianquan at the War Academy. Bang! The door was violently kicked open, and Lin Taijun stormed in, seething with anger. He grabbed Zhao Qianquan by the collar and pulled him out of his chair. Zhao Qianquan, you've gone too far. Lin Taijun roared, veins bulging on his forehead. I entrusted that child to you so he wouldn't get caught up in these conflicts. But you used him as a pawn. Zhao Qianquan remained expressionless, seemingly unfazed by the sudden accusation. Lin Taijun continued to shout. I used to think that even though your ideas were different from ours, you were at least human. Now it seems you're not even that. Give the child back to me. At these words, Zhao Qianquan's expression finally changed. He replied coldly, Impossible. That child is my apprentice. Apprentice. Lin Taijun sneered. Is this how you treat your apprentice? At that moment, a familiar voice interjected. If I told you that I didn't plan this, and that I had no idea it would escalate this far, would you believe me? Lin Taijun froze. The voice was not Zhao Qianquan's. He turned sharply and saw an unexpected figure, Jiang Mingyi, the principal of the War Academy, and his mentor. Old man, what are you doing here? Lin Taijun asked in surprise. Jiang Mingyi looked calmly at his disciple and slowly said, Actually, it was my decision to send the child to Camp 3929. Lin Taijun felt his mind go blank, unable to comprehend the situation. Seeing this, Zhao Qianquan added, In fact, the reason I was able to become the vice principal of the War Academy and establish myself here is largely thanks to Jiang. Lin Taijun was utterly bewildered, stammering, and unable to form a coherent sentence. After a long pause, he finally managed to calm down, looking at both of them with a sense of betrayal. So, you two are actually in cahoots? Not exactly, Zhao Qianquan and Jiang Mingyi replied in unison. Zhao Qianquan glanced at Jiang Mingyi and explained, or rather, not entirely. Even today, I don't agree that Huaxia should only have one top academy like the War Academy. I know that in the long run, this isn't good for the Federation. But the premise is that the Federation must survive until then. Jiang Mingyi continued. You have to admit, the Federation is currently supported by the War Academy system. The War Academy is the Federation's battle flag, and if this flag falters, the Federation will face catastrophic disaster. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't strive for change, Zhao Qianquan countered. If we let it go unchecked, it will become impossible to change later. That's why I left you as a spark, but your existence now can only burn away the War Academy's decay. Their voices grew louder, clashing like storms, with Lin Taijun caught in between, feeling like a small boat in a tempest, at risk of being overturned at any moment. Thankfully, they soon realized the immediate priority and set aside their argument. Their focus returned to the matter at hand. This must be thoroughly investigated, Jiang Mingyi said firmly. Zhao Qianquan nodded in agreement. Until the matter is clarified, let Ji Shanhe take a leave of absence. On this issue, they quickly reached a consensus. Watching this unfold, Lin Taijun felt a mix of emotions, unsure of what to do next. The atmosphere at the Ding 12 frontline command was tense. From the moment the Protector intervened, the case triggered by 3929 spiraled completely out of Wu Wei's control. That very day, a special task force swept in like a whirlwind, taking Ji Qing and all related personnel away with decisive speed and authority. The Federal Supreme Military Council took over the case, demonstrating unprecedented attention. Within the federal military structure, the Supreme Military Council sits at the top, overseeing the 4 major war zones: East, West, South, and North. Each zone is further divided into lines of command ranked from A to D, each with its own command center. Ding 12 falls under the Eastern War Zone, and logically, this case should have been handled by the Eastern War Zone. However, The direct involvement of the Supreme Military Council highlighted the case's extraordinary nature. This decision, however, seemed to spark intense debate at the higher levels. Reportedly, the proposal for the Supreme Military Council's involvement came from Zhao Qianquan and was met with strong opposition from Jiang Mingyi. The two nearly came to blows, although no physical confrontation occurred. The dispute over Ji Shanhe only intensified. Initially, the Supreme Military Council intended to detain Ji Shanhe as well, but due to Jiang Mingyi's intervention, Ji Shanhe was only placed on temporary leave. Upon learning this news, Wu Wei immediately contacted Lin Taijun for clarification, only to receive a harsh reprimand. Lin Taijun sternly instructed Wu Wei to stay out of the matter and not meddle. Shortly after, Zhao Qianquan also called, acknowledging Wu Wei's efforts but echoing Lin Tiejuan's advice, urging Wu Wei to focus on enhancing his own abilities. To motivate Wu Wei, Zhao Qianquan revealed a major piece of news. Wu Wei would receive a special commendation for his involvement in the matter, along with 3 legendary quality cards as a reward, but he would have to wait until he advanced to the platinum level to claim them. This news was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly reigniting Wu Wei's determination, making him eager to reach the platinum level as soon as possible. However, when Wu Wei turned his attention to his 5th origin, he couldn't help but feel a headache. This origin, named Taiping Heavenly Book, Volume 1 Thunder Chi Refinement Chapter, was of golden quality, even surpassing the legendary orange quality. This meant that while Wu Wei's 5th origin was powerful, to obtain an advancement card, he would need to slay a legendary quality platinum level Zerg. The problem was that most legendary quality Zerg were diamond level, and platinum level ones were extremely rare. Wu Wei had some confidence against platinum level legendary Zerg, but his chances against diamond level ones were slim. Suddenly, an idea crossed Wu Wei's mind. If he could actually advance to the platinum level, wouldn't obtaining legendary quality cards be much easier? With a hopeful heart, Wu Wei bravely asked Zhao Qianquan, "Teacher, could you give me the legendary quality cards first?" Zhao Qianquan was firm, his brows furrowed, his voice low and resolute. "Xiao Wu, you might not know me well, but I'm someone who always means what I say." Wu Wei, unwilling to give up, pleaded repeatedly, "Master, please make an exception." His voice had a hint of a playful tone, hoping to soften Zhao Qianquan's stance. Zhao Qianquan shook his head, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Calling me master won't help. The main issue is that there's no suitable legendary gold tier card for you." Wu Wei persisted, continuing to plead, "Master." Zhao Qianquan explained, a trace of helplessness in his voice. "Legendary tier is too much for you right now. At least a platinum tier would be manageable." "Master." Wu Wei called out again, his voice filled with anticipation. Under Wu Wei's repeated calls of "Master," Zhao Qianquan's expression gradually softened. He took a deep breath and finally relented. "All right, I'll give you the cards first." Zhao Qianquan then took out a list and handed it to Wu Wei. It was a list of legendary quality gold tier cards from the War Academy. Wu Wei took it and examined it closely, finding that the number was indeed scarce, with only 8 cards. Most were equipment and consumable cards, with only 3 skill cards, none of which suited Wu Wei's 3 origins. Wu Wei frowned in thought, finally understanding Zhao Qianquan's previous concerns. A set could be put together with platinum tier legendary cards, but gold tier legendary cards were indeed difficult to combine. Zhao Qianquan showed him the list to make him realize the difficulty. However, to Zhao Qianquan's surprise, Wu Wei's attention was firmly captured by one card. It was a legendary gold 10-star card called the Diligence card. The card's effect showed, once equipped, it passively increases skill proficiency improvement efficiency by 10 times. Even more exciting, after a skill is used 10,000 times, there is a 1 in 100,000 chance that the skill level will increase on the next use. If the increase fails, the count resets, and it needs to start over. Wu Wei's eyes lit up instantly, his heart racing. This card was practically tailor-made for him. For others, it might seem useless because enhancing skill proficiency requires a skill that can grow. Moreover, a 1 in 100,000 chance of improvement is almost 0 for most people. But for Wu Wei, this probability could become 100. Without hesitation, Wu Wei added the Diligence card to his selection list. Then, he turned his attention to the equipment cards. Soon, he selected 2 equipment cards. The first was the Magic Bull Leather Armor card, a gold 10-star, orange quality card. It had 3 powerful effects. Magic Bull's strength passively increased the wearer's strength by 1.5 million pounds. Magic Bull's body passively doubled defense and halved incoming damage. Magic Bull's soul was an active skill that, when activated, absorbed the Magic Bull's soul, allowing for a transformation that greatly enhanced strength. The second was the Lion King's Heart card, also a gold 10-star, orange quality accessory card. Its effects included passive Lion King's Heart, which activates under control, granting 30 seconds of control immunity, and the active skill Lion King's Fury, which could unleash a mental shock on enemies, stunning them for 1 to 30 seconds. Wu Wei quickly submitted his selection list to Zhao Qianquan. Although surprised that Wu Wei still chose to take the cards first, Zhao Qianquan handed them over as promised. Soon after, Wu Wei received these precious cards from the protector Yang Gua, his eyes shimmering with anticipation and excitement. Outside the Ding 12 frontline command, in the desolate surroundings, Wu Wei looked around in confusion, his gaze finally landing on the equally bewildered Zerg in front of him. He turned to Yang Gua and asked, puzzled, "Why did you bring me here? I bet you can't beat this bug." Before he could finish, with a poof, the platinum-level bug was punched to pieces by Guan Hai. As the bug exploded, 3 legendary quality cards, glowing with an orange light, flew out. Yang Gua's eyes widened in shock. "Oh wow, you're really lucky." Wu Wei looked at Yang Gua helplessly and explained, "Didn't old Zhao tell you these cards were requested by me from him?" "What are you talking about?" "He didn't say anything." Yang Gua replied, still confused. Wu Wei couldn't help but complain. "Even if he didn't say anything, you're being way too careless. Why didn't you just let me step on it while walking?" As he grumbled, Wu Wei quickly collected the 3 cards. He equipped Guan Hai with 2 of the equipment cards, significantly boosting his strength. Wu Wei himself loaded the reward card, and although it was just a temporary load, the card's effects began to manifest. To test the card's effects, Wu Wei had Guan Hai strike him with a sword. After taking the full damage, he started practicing the Thunder Chi cultivation technique. Wu Wei had tried this technique before and was glad to find that it could be practiced in reality and formed a good synergy with the damage distribution ability. One effect of damage distribution is damage enhancement, which can slowly but steadily convert absorbed damage into a strengthening force for the body and mind. While practicing the Thunder Chi cultivation, Wu Wei clearly felt this power and successfully absorbed it. With this effect, Wu Wei successfully began mastering the Thunder Chi cultivation. Although the absorption and conversion rate was somewhat slow, taking him 2 to 3 days to fully convert the damage energy, once he equipped the reward card, the cultivation speed and efficiency improved immediately. In just a few hours, he completed 1 session of cultivation, converting all the absorbed damage energy. A system notification popped up. "You have completed 1 session of Thunder Chi cultivation. First layer progress increased by 10 points. Current total progress 13100. Seeing this result, Wu Wei was quite satisfied. It proved that the reward card was indeed very suitable for him, especially in enhancing the Thunder Chi cultivation. However, Wu Wei wasn't completely satisfied. The reward card's other passive effect enhancing skill upgrade and activate. After some thought, he speculated that it might be because, although Guan Hai and the others were part of his origin, they weren't entirely part of his whole, so the reward card's effects couldn't extend to them. To solve this issue, Wu Wei came up with a plan to make the reward card part of his origin. There are 2 possible ways to achieve this. Either imprint it as a source card or merge it with other source cards. He believed the ideal scenario would be to merge it with damage distribution, as its effects could connect with other source cards. If the merge was successful, the passive effect should activate. This was the only solution Wu Wei could think of at the moment. He decided to focus on researching how to implement this plan to fully harness the potential of the reward card and further enhance his strength. Wu Wei was disappointed to find that he didn't have the legendary fusion card he had hoped for, so he had to temporarily put that plan on hold. He decided to retreat to the Ding 12 front line to focus on training, multitasking between fully studying the Thunder Chi cultivation manual to quickly advance to the 1st level, and using the command center to search for any nearby legendary Zerg. Finding just one could elevate him to platinum rank. Meanwhile, in a quiet courtyard within the Eastern Azure Dragon City, the command center of the Eastern War Zone, 2 middle-aged men were sitting by a small pond, fishing and chatting casually. "I've told you so many times," one of them said sternly. "You need to keep an eye on your son. What did you promise me? How could he cause such trouble? What happened to those 10,000 people? How could he do such a thing? Slander." Ji Shanha retorted without hesitation. "This is absolutely Zhao Qianquan's slander against my son. Don't I know my own son? Although he's a bit of a playboy, he would never do something so reckless. This is all Zhao Qianquan's doing. He's always wanted to establish a new top academy, so he created this situation to target me and the War Academy. Haven't you seen the evidence? It's almost conclusive." "I don't believe it," Ji Shanha insisted. "You don't believe it? Do you have a choice?" the other man said, his tone hardening. "The Supreme Military Council has already intervened. If it weren't for Jiang Mingyi's intervention, you might have been summoned for questioning by now, you know. I trust the Supreme Military Council will get to the bottom of this and clear Qing Er's name." "You." Ji Shanha glared at the other man. Hearing this, the middle-aged man beside them turned his head sharply. "Old Zhao, we've been brothers for many years. Tell me honestly, do you have anything to do with this?" Ji Shanha answered firmly, "No." "Really? You know me. I, Ji Shanha, am dedicated to the Federation. I would never do anything to harm its interests," Ji Shanha said earnestly. The middle-aged man stared at Ji Shanha for a long moment before nodding heavily. "All right, I believe you." Shortly after, The middle-aged man left the courtyard and headed straight for Zhao Qianquan's office. Zhao Qianquan asked, "So, how did it go?" Old Ji said he has nothing to do with it. And he even believes Ji Qing is being framed, the middle-aged man reported truthfully. What do you think? I know old Ji well enough to doubt he'd harm the Federation's interests, so he might really be unaware of this. Zhao Qianquan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he took something out of a drawer. The middle-aged man's face changed dramatically when he saw it. A voice mimicry bug? Where did it come from? After you left, it came out from Jishana's place, Zhao Qianquan explained. It was destroyed, flushed out through the sewer, and my people found and restored it. With that, Zhao Qianquan activated the voice mimicry bug. Jishana's voice rang out clearly. Plans have changed. Dragon feeding project to move ahead. The command center of Line 12 was plunged into unprecedented chaos. Su Nanju, the commander who had just regained his authority, was now facing a severe personnel crisis. The incident at Camp 3929 struck like a sudden storm, wiping out the entire upper echelon of Camp Ding 12. Deputy Director of Logistics, Ding Nantian, Director of Law Enforcement, Zhang Huan, and more than a dozen other senior and mid-level officials were all taken down. The command center was left in a vacuum of talent. For Su Nanju, this was a double-edged sword. The power he had longed for was finally in his hands, but it came with an empty command center, lacking capable assistants to help him manage the operations. However, Su Nanju was not an ordinary leader. He quickly selected a group of talents from within the line command to barely keep Ding 12's command operations running. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, fate dealt him another harsh blow. The Eastern Songlong Command issued a directive demanding elite personnel from all command centers. To Su Nanju's despair, the list included all the newcomers he had just promoted. This effectively dismantled the team he had painstakingly assembled. Left with no choice, Su Nanju watched helplessly as his carefully nurtured subordinates were packed off, leaving the command center empty once more. In this dire situation, Su Nanju turned his attention to Wu Wei, hoping to persuade him to take the position of Director of Law Enforcement. However, Wu Wei was not persuaded. "You've set your sights on me now?" Wu Wei looked at Su Nanju with resignation. Su Nanju scratched his head. "I'm out of options. There are simply no people left in the command center. You need to step up." Wu Wei, however, was unconvinced. "Who says you have no people? I've reviewed the information on Line 12's command. Our line has a total of 137 camps, including 56 immovable border defense camps, 23 logistics camps, and a staggering 58 watchtower camps. It's rather bloated, and I think you could dismantle some of those watchtower camps." Su Nanju frowned at this suggestion. "Is that really appropriate?" Wu Wei explained. "Why not? Watchtower camps are meant for reconnaissance and governance, supporting border defense camps. They have their importance, but there's no need for so many. I've reviewed the data on these watchtower camps, and more than half of them could be dismantled. I recommend you dismantle or consolidate these watchtower camps and redirect the talent to the line command. This will quickly bolster the command center, and your headache will be resolved." Su Nanju hesitated. "But the line command rarely pulls people on such a large scale from the lower camps." Wu Wei interrupted him. "The line command rarely does, but does the Eastern Command do it often?" This statement was like a wake-up call, making Su Nanju instantly alert. His expression turned serious. "Are you suggesting?" Wu Wei said gravely. "I'm not sure what's happening at the Eastern Command, but it's certain that a storm is brewing. So we need to be prepared. Dismantle the watchtower camps, consolidate the personnel, and ensure smooth communication between the border defense camps and the command center." Su Nanju made a decisive decision. "All right, we'll do as you suggest, but you have to help me." However, Wu Wei shook his head and refused again. "I'm afraid that's not possible." "Why?" Su Nanju was puzzled. Wu Wei stood up, suddenly brimming with energy. "Because I have more important things to do." Su Nanju observed intently and realized that Wu Wei was in a state of cultivation even while conversing. At that moment, Wu Wei's aura suddenly surged, catching Su Nanju's attention. Meanwhile, a system notification flashed before Wu Wei. "Your cultivation method, Taiping Heavenly Book Volume 1 Thunder Chi Condensing Chapter, has successfully broken through the first layer. Physical attributes have greatly improved, with basic strength reaching 300,000 gene. Spiritual power has transformed into thunder power, awakening the skill, Palm Thunder." The system detailed the attributes of Palm Thunder. Skill name, Palm Thunder. Proficiency, not yet mastered. Quality, orange. Effect, harness thunder in your hand. Strike down enemies with a wave. Wu Wei felt the thunder power coursing through his body, filled with immense strength, and was thrilled. He had an illusion of being invincible and was eager to test his new ability. As he glanced around, Wu Wei's gaze passed over Guan Hai and Yang Guo, finally resting on Su Nanju. However, he quickly dismissed the idea of sparring with anyone, muttering to himself, "Forget it. I, Wu Wei, only fight the Zerg." During his days of training, Yang Guo had already identified a high-level Zerg general for Wu Wei. Wu Wei decided to set off immediately to challenge this diamond-level Zerg general, aiming to elevate himself to platinum level. Despite never having faced such a formidable opponent, Wu Wei couldn't help but feel anxious. To increase his chances of success, Wu Wei decided to first enhance Guan Hai's equipment. He took out an epic fusion card, using the Peerless Heavy Sword as the main card, and the Shattered Bone Nightmare card and Bloodthirsty Blade card as auxiliary cards, initiating the card fusion. With absolute luck on his side, the fusion succeeded. The new card, Peerless Shattered Bone Heavy Sword, was born, boasting impressive attributes. Card name, Peerless Shattered Bone Heavy Sword. Quality, Epic. Rank, Platinum 10 stars. Effect 1 purple. Effortless, requires only 1/10 of the strength to wield, unleashing 300 of the real weight in attack. Sword weight, 500,050 of the user's strength. Effect 2 purple. Indestructible, possesses extreme hardness. Effect 3 purple. Unbreakable, ignores 100 of the opponent's physical defense. Effect 4 purple. Shattered Bone Nightmare, increases bone damage by 100, inflicting multiple times the pain when shattering enemy bones. Effect 5 purple. Bloodthirsty Power, absorbing enemy blood can increase attack and gravity, up to 300. Equipment requirement, basic strength of 3.5 million gene. With this heavy sword equipped, Guan Hai's combat power soared once more. Nonetheless, Wu Wei remained doubtful, murmuring to himself, I wonder if my current strength is enough to defeat that high-level Zerg general? Sensing Wu Wei's concern, Yanghua immediately reassured him. Don't worry, I'm here for you. This reminder of having a powerful protector by his side brought Wu Wei some comfort. He tentatively asked, You'll help me, right? Yanghua replied casually. I'll rescue you before it kills you. Although this exchange didn't entirely quell Wu Wei's worries, it did provide some reassurance as he prepared to face the upcoming challenge. Although Yanghua clearly stated that he wouldn't help Wu Wei against the high-level insect general, his presence undoubtedly gave Wu Wei some confidence. At least, even if they couldn't win, their lives wouldn't be in immediate danger. Led by Yanghua, the two quickly arrived at their destination. Wu Wei looked around and saw nothing but desolation. He couldn't help but wonder, is there really a high-level insect general here? It doesn't look like it. And being so close to the Ding 12 frontline command, if there really were a high-level insect general lurking, wouldn't that pose a huge threat to the frontline? Yanghua chuckled softly, You're overthinking it. This frontline is regularly cleared, so normally, a high-level insect general wouldn't appear here. Before he finished speaking, Yanghua took out a familiar object from his pocket. Wu Wei's eyes widened. Isn't that a space energy orb? That's right, Yanghua nodded. Behind this is a diamond-level space rift. The high-level insect general you're looking for is inside. As he spoke, he made a move to crush the energy orb. Wait! Wu Wei quickly shouted. Isn't it a bit risky to open a space rift here? If something goes wrong, the entire Ding frontline could be in danger. Yanghua replied confidently. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, not a single bug will escape. Wu Wei had just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly realized something was off. Aren't you coming in with me? Who said I was going with you? Yanghua raised an eyebrow. I only said I'd save you when you're about to die. Before Wu Wei could react, Yanghua grabbed him, and with a squeeze, the space rift instantly opened. No ifs, off you go. Before he could finish the sentence, Wu Wei was thrown into the rift. In the blink of an eye, the scenery around him changed dramatically. Wu Wei found himself in a vast yellow desert, with no end in sight. Strangely, he saw no trace of the insect race. As Wu Wei stood puzzled, the sand beneath him suddenly split open, and a menacing maw lunged at him. In the nick of time, Wu Wei instinctively activated his Eye of Insight, immediately identifying the attacker's attributes. Name, Venomous Sandworm. Quality, Perfect High-Level Insect Soldier. Level, Diamond 1 star. Description, an insect race adept at hiding in the desert, possessing extremely potent venom. Weaknesses, water, ice. In this critical moment, Wu Wei swiftly summoned Little Snow Maiden. The little creature, upon appearing, unleashed an ice blade, its power enhanced by 500, directly at the gaping maw of the venomous sandworm. Unexpectedly, the strike didn't kill the sandworm, but merely froze it. Not daring to waste any time, Wu Wei immediately summoned Guan Hai. Guan Hai swiftly raised his sword and struck at the frozen sandworm. With a crunch, the venomous sandworm shattered, leaving a heap of remains behind. This sight made Xiaoxue Nyu pout, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in her eyes. Wu Wei keenly noticed that after experiencing the yellow turban illusion, Guan Hai's strength had far surpassed that of Xiaoxue Nyu and Xionique. Although this was not a bad thing, in the current spatial rift, Xiaoxue Nyu and Xionique seemed relegated to supporting roles. While they might be able to contend with the venomous sandworms, they struggled to eliminate them swiftly. However, as auxiliary forces, their impact should not be underestimated. Just as Guan Hai dispatched a sandworm with a single strike, hundreds more emerged, surrounding Wu Wei and his companions. Wu Wei made a quick decision and summoned Xionique. Instantly, the battle commenced. Under Wu Wei's command, the three little creatures coordinated seamlessly. With Guan Hai as the core, their offensive was unstoppable, cutting through the sandworms like a hot knife through butter. Yet, these sandworms were no ordinary foes. They were massive, incredibly strong, and could move freely through the sand. Though they seemed lacking before Guan Hai, their sheer numbers allowed them to bypass him and target Wu Wei and the other two companions. At this moment, Wu Wei's damage manipulation ability became crucial. This innate power allowed him to absorb damage directed at himself and his origin and redistribute it. With the upgrade of the Thunder Chi cultivation chapter from the Taiping Heavenly Book to the first level, Wu Wei's absorption capacity significantly increased. The sandworm's attacks landed on him without causing any harm. Although the poison couldn't be absorbed, Xiaoshuanwei's ice and snow blessing could detoxify it. Consequently, Wu Wei's side was in an advantageous position. The sandworms around them continued to fall under Guan Hai's sword, and victory seemed within reach. However, just as the battle was turning in their favor, Xionique suddenly became tense. Wu Wei immediately sensed from Xionique that a massive creature was rapidly approaching from below. Almost simultaneously with Wu Wei's realization, the enormous creature was beneath them, launching a fierce attack. A massive sense of danger engulfed Wu Wei, prompting him to instinctively activate their bond. The heavens are dead, the yellow heaven shall rise. With Wu Wei's cry, a wave of power spread out, tinting the surrounding sky yellow. At that moment, the gigantic creature struck with force. Guan Hai quickly executed the Thousand Catty Saber technique, delivering a ground-splitting slash. A piercing scream echoed, accompanied by a surge of powerful energy. In an instant, Wu Wei's yellow heaven domain shattered. Although Wu Wei didn't have time to activate his absolute luck talent, it seemed to passively boost his luck. As the yellow heaven domain shattered, the phantom of Zhang Jiao suddenly appeared behind Wu Wei, and the system notifications refreshed. Wu Wei's yellow heaven domain shattered, and system notifications rapidly refreshed. Zhang Jiao's phantom appeared behind him instantly, wielding a terrifying thunderbolt. Almost simultaneously, Wu Wei activated his absolute luck talent. A purple thunderbolt, carrying the majestic power of the heavens, descended from the sky and struck the gaping mouth of the giant poisonous sandworm king with precision. At the moment the thunderbolt hit, Wu Wei felt the thunder magic within him and the 100,000 spiritual power stored in his small mud ball deplete instantly. The thunderbolt's power, born of this massive energy consumption, was astounding, and the once dominant giant poisonous sandworm fell to the ground with a single strike. The system notification refreshed again. You have successfully slain the poisonous sandworm king, an epic diamond 3-star junior bug general. Your level has reached the limit, and you cannot gain experience points. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow, slightly disappointed. Just a junior bug general? Yang Gua, standing guard at the rift's entrance, couldn't help but roll his eyes upon hearing this. He thought, is this guy not hearing himself? He's just a gold-level card master. Being able to suppress a junior bug general is surprising enough, and yet he feels let down? Yang Gua scrutinized Wu Wei, noting that his current state could be described as running on fumes. He mused silently. In this condition, Wu's journey through the spatial rift is likely over. Perhaps it's for the best, to give this kid a dose of reality and a clearer perspective on himself. He's gotten a bit too cocky lately, thinking he can solo a diamond-level advanced bug general. Is he even capable of handling that? Though Yang Gua acknowledged Wu's extraordinary abilities, he knew he was still far from matching a diamond-level advanced bug general. He calculated, to defeat an advanced bug general, at least one would need a legendary quality essence, right? This kid doesn't even have a legendary quality essence, so how would he manage? Unless he can somehow pull a few legendary cards to enhance his essence. Before Yang Gua could finish his thoughts, he suddenly saw Wu extract 2 orange glowing cards and 1 purple glowing card from under the poisonous sandworm king's carcass. This sight left Yang Gua momentarily stunned. He instinctively checked his own pocket to ensure his cards were still there. His gaze turned cautious as he scanned the surroundings, suspecting that other competitors might be hidden nearby. He couldn't believe these cards were Wu's own spoils. Meanwhile, although Wu was somewhat disappointed that the poisonous sandworm king wasn't an advanced bug general, his spirits lifted considerably upon seeing the cards it dropped. The legendary fusion card is a magical card that can seamlessly combine one main card with 2 auxiliary cards. This fusion not only creates a card of legendary quality, but also has a success rate ranging from 10 to 100%. Furthermore, the fuse card has a 1 to 30% chance of being upgraded. Among the 3 cards in Wu Wei's possession, 2 perfectly met his needs. The most striking was the legendary fusion card, which gave Wu Wei hope for enhancing his 4th origin. The other 2 cards were the legendary gold 10-star strength like a spring card and the epic diamond 1-star thundercloud card. The strength like a spring card is a legendary skill card that grants the bearer a skill of the same name, while the thundercloud card is a consumable card that, when used, summons a thundercloud to enhance the damage of thunder attribute skills. Elated at acquiring these 3 cards, Wu Wei swiftly dealt with the surrounding venomous sandworms and then approached Yang Guo. Seeing Wu Wei's excitement, Yang Guo smiled slightly and asked, "What's up?" Giving up, Wu Wei shook his head and replied, "No, I wanted to ask how long this spatial rift can last." 3 days. Yang Guo answered. Wu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, I'll take a break outside first, then continue the challenge once I'm rested, okay?" Yang Guo readily agreed. Although he wanted to give Wu Wei a hard time, he had no intention of forcing him to push through without rest. Wu Wei's understanding of taking a timely break was just what Yang Guo appreciated. Besides, he didn't think taking a break would significantly boost Wu Wei's strength. After leaving the spatial rift, Wu Wei didn't idle. During the cool down of his talent, he decided to train. Just as he was getting ready to have Guanhai assist him, he suddenly remembered the Thundercloud card. The Thundercloud card seemed somewhat redundant to Wu Wei. Although he had mastered some thunder attribute spells, he wasn't at the point where he needed a consumable card to enhance them. Moreover, he guessed that even if Zhang Jiao used it, the card's effect wouldn't be too remarkable. Suddenly, a new idea flashed in Wu Wei's mind to use it as an aid in training. His cultivation method was called the Thunder Chi Refinement Chapter, and he wondered if training within a thundercloud would yield twice the results with half the effort. After all, at most, he would only waste a thundercloud card, and Wu Wei thought it was worth a try. Without hesitation, Wu Wei activated the thundercloud card. Instantly, a massive black thundercloud, spanning tens of thousands of square meters, appeared before him. Perhaps due to his practice of the Thunder Chi Refinement Chapter, Wu Wei could clearly sense the immense energy contained within the thundercloud. Under Yang Guo's astonished gaze, Wu Wei walked into the thundercloud without hesitation. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning converged upon Wu Wei. His damage control ability immediately activated, starting to absorb the power of the lightning. Due to a breakthrough in his cultivation method, the amount of damage Wu Wei could absorb increased significantly, but he soon reached his limit. Just as he was about to reach his limit, Wu Wei sat cross-legged and began his cultivation practice. Lightning swirled around him, as if merging with his being. Wu Wei closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in this unprecedented training experience, eagerly anticipating the moment of breakthrough. As Wu Wei practiced the Thunder Chi cultivation technique, he immediately felt a completely different experience from before. In the past, the process of refining and converting damaging energy was like slowly sipping through a tiny straw, slow and inefficient. But now, Wu Wei seemed to be immersed in energy, with every pore of his body wide open, greedily absorbing the surrounding thunder power. This was not a metaphor, but Wu Wei's actual state at the moment. The Thunder Chi cultivation technique inherently trained thunder attribute mana, and the power of the thundercloud falling on Wu Wei had already been initially refined by his damage control origin. The refined energy still retained the thunder attribute, greatly facilitating the operation of the technique. The refining speed had increased by dozens of times. The thunder entwined around Wu Wei was quickly absorbed into his body, and then converted into mana by the technique. System notifications continuously refreshed. Your technique operation is in state. Your Thunder Mana 1. Your technique, Progress 1. Your technique, Progress 1. Amid these continuous notifications, Wu Wei's technique operation gradually entered a frenzy mode. The thunder from the thundercloud continuously poured into his body. Yang Guo soon noticed Wu Wei's unusual state, his eyes widening in surprise. This kid, is he absorbing the thunder from the thundercloud? Watching as the thundercloud covering thousands of square meters was gradually absorbed and refined by Wu Wei, Yang Guo squinted, thinking to himself, "It seems this kid's gains from the illusion challenge are far greater than I expected." Time ticked away as Wu Wei continued his cultivation. A few hours later, the thundercloud that originally covered thousands of square meters had shrunk to a range of only a few dozen meters around Wu Wei. Suddenly, the last small patch of thundercloud was fully absorbed by Wu Wei in one go. With the thundercloud completely absorbed, bursts of thunderous light erupted from within Wu Wei. The system notifications refreshed once again before his eyes. Your technique, Taiping Heavenly Book, Volume 1, Thunder Chi Cultivation, has successfully broken through to the second layer. Your body has been cleansed, greatly enhancing your physical attributes, with basic strength increased by 600,000 gene. Your thunder mana has greatly increased. You have awakened the technique skill Thunder Movement. Wu Wei checked the newly acquired Thunder Movement skill. Skill, Thunder Movement. Skill proficiency, not yet initiated. Skill quality, orange. Skill effect, move like thunder across all directions. Though the description was simple, Wu Wei could tell it was a mobility skill. He also checked his palm thunder and was surprised to find that this skill, initially not yet initiated, had already reached a minor achievement level. Even more surprising was the sudden influx of palm thunder usage techniques in his mind. Wu Wei couldn't help but form a bold hypothesis. Could it be because the Zhang Jiao Phantom used this skill just now? While he couldn't be sure, Wu Wei knew he would have plenty of opportunities to verify this guess in the future. Then, Wu Wei shifted his attention away from these skills and checked the cooldown status of his talent. Seeing that the cooldown was complete, Wu Wei eagerly took out 3 cards, ready to explore further. Wu Wei gazed at the 3 cards before him, the newly acquired legendary fusion card, along with the diligence card and the substitute doll he already possessed. He took a deep breath and materialized the 4th source. Clearly, he intended to attempt upgrading this crucial source. Reflecting on his recent training, Wu Wei couldn't help but marvel at the power of the 4th source. Without it, he would never have been able to elevate his skills to the 2nd level in such a short time. Although some of the thundercloud energy was wasted, it still significantly advanced his skill progress. Wu Wei had some concerns about whether the 4th source could perfectly integrate with the diligence card and the substitute doll. However, as he began the fusion process, those worries quickly dissipated. System prompts flashed continuously. You have consumed the legendary fusion card. With damage mastery as the main card, diligence card and substitute doll as auxiliary cards, card fusion has begun. You have activated absolute luck, increasing card fusion success rate to 100 and card upgrade probability to 100 after successful fusion. Your card fusion is successful, and the quality has been elevated to legendary. Your 4th source card quality has been elevated to legendary, increasing your spiritual power limit by 2,400 points. As the final prompt disappeared, a dazzling orange light burst forth in front of Wu Wei. Yang Guo witnessed all of this, utterly astonished. He had seen people with extraordinary abilities, but never anything this extreme. He couldn't help but wonder, could this kid actually take down that advanced insect general? What worried him even more was that with Wu Wei's astounding growth rate, he might soon find himself out of a job. Meanwhile, Wu Zhuo was fully focused on examining the upgraded attributes of the 4th source. Card, damage mastery. Quality, legendary. Level, gold 10 stars. Card effects. 1. Damage absorption orange. Absorbs damage to oneself and summon source beasts, suffering no harm until the limit is reached. 2. Damage reduction orange. Reduces damage exceeding the absorption limit by 80 before it takes effect. 3. Damage sharing orange. Distributes remaining damage to targets within 50 meters, defaulting to the summoned source beast. 4. Damage conversion orange. Converts absorbed damage into attack power, adding it to oneself or summoned source beast's normal attacks. 5. Damage transfer orange. Redirects lethal damage and position up to 50 kilometers away, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. 6. Damage enhancement orange. Gradually but continuously strengthens the body and mind with absorbed damage. 7. Diligence card orange. Passively increases skill proficiency. Every 10,000 skill uses allow for 1 skill level upgrade, with a 1 in 100,000 chance. 8. Substitute doll orange. Upon receiving fatal damage, allows selection of a target within 100 meters to take the fatal blow, with a cooldown of 15 days. Looking at this impressive list of attributes, Wu Wei's confidence soared. He turned to Yang Guo, eyes alight with challenge, and shouted, "Xiao Yangzi, open the door for me. This time, I'm taking on 10." In the high-security military prison of the Eastern Azure Dragon, Ji Shanhe slammed the table, seething with rage. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the people in front of him, his voice filled with anger and frustration. "How many times do I have to tell you? It wasn't me. It really wasn't me." He took a deep breath and continued. "If I had truly done this, would I be stupid enough to leave traces for you to find in the sewers? It's obvious someone is framing me. Why can't you see that?" His voice trembled slightly, and his eyes flickered with complex emotions. "After all these years, don't you know what kind of person I am? Except for a few mistakes in raising my son, I've never made any fundamental errors." His tone carried a hint of melancholy. "I am well aware of the weight of expectations on my shoulders and the lives of my comrades that have brought me here. I could never betray the Federation, humanity, or my comrades, let alone something like the Dragon Plan. Your focus shouldn't be on me. You should find the real mastermind. Why don't you believe me?" The people across from Ji Shanhe remained silent as he vented his emotions. One of them, expressionless, pulled out a document, speaking in a cold voice. "We want to believe you, but the evidence doesn't allow us to." He opened the document and continued. "According to our investigation, the incident at Camp 3929 is not isolated. The Eastern War Zone has verified that dozens of camps have experienced the same situation as Camp 3929. Conservatively, over 300,000 card masters have gone missing in the past 2 or 3 years. And all of this is your son's doing. That's nonsense." Ji Shanhe stood up abruptly, his hands braced on the table. "Impossible. Qing'er would never do such a thing. There must be more to this. I need to see Qing'er. I must see him." "You won't be able to see him," the person across from him said with a hint of pity. Hearing this, Ji Shanhe's face changed dramatically. He stood up suddenly, and despite the device restraining his spiritual power, a terrifying aura pressed down on the people before him, causing 2 of them to feel their scalps tingle. "Just got the news," the person continued, their voice slightly tense. His accomplices killed the investigators from the Supreme Military Council and took him away. With that, he handed a playback image to Ji Shanha. Ji Shanha took the image, and upon seeing the content, his imposing aura dissipated instantly. He stared at his son's cold and fierce expression as he turned to leave, collapsing into his chair. His gaze gradually shifted to the document handed to him, filled with disbelief and deep pain. Meanwhile, within the spatial rift, re-entering the rift, Wu Wei experienced something completely different. His condition had changed drastically from before. First, in terms of damage absorption, with the fourth origin's quality elevated to legendary level and Wu Wei's cultivation technique advancing to the second tier, he could now absorb and endure a significantly greater amount of damage. No longer did he experience the kind of overwhelming damage overflow he had previously. With his increased damage resilience, Wu Wei's ability to empower his summoned beasts had also significantly enhanced. This led to an astonishing rise in his combat prowess. He recalled how he had previously struggled against a diamond-level junior insect general, ultimately relying on Zhang Jiao's phantom to barely secure victory. Now, Wu Wei was confident he could subdue a junior insect general without Zhang Jiao's help. Additionally, upon re-entering the spatial rift, or more accurately, after the successful upgrade and fusion of the fourth origin, Wu Wei clearly sensed that he had acquired a sort of counter. This newly emerged ability filled him with curiosity and anticipation. Wu Wei stared at the flickering counter in front of him, filled with curiosity. Whether he or his origin used a skill, the counter would jump, clearly showing the effect of diligent practice. Once it reached 10,000, a skill level would increase. Wu Wei was eager to see the effects of a skill upgrade, but at the current rate, he estimated it would take at least a few days to reach the target. Suddenly, an idea struck Wu Wei. He quickly tested all his skills and found a few that could rapidly refresh usage counts. The snowball attack of Xiao Xuannu, the earth gravity of Xiao and Ichio, and his own damage absorption were all quick and efficient, consuming little energy and refreshing rapidly. Especially the snowball attack, when Xiao Xuannu unleashed it with full force, it was like a machine gun, firing dozens of snowballs per second. Even when controlled to fire one at a time, the speed was impressive. At this rate, as long as the energy was sufficient, he could achieve 1,000 uses in a minute and reach 10,000 in 10 minutes, much faster than Wu Wei initially anticipated. Sure enough, before long, Wu Wei had reached 10,000 uses. However, the talent cooldown still required over 5 hours. Wu Wei felt a bit anxious. If he encountered advanced Zerg, he might need the talent's assistance. He suddenly realized that the cooldown seemed too long and insufficient. With no better way to shorten the cooldown, Wu Wei decided to try enhancing without activating the talent. After all, it would only take about 10 minutes to reach 10,000 uses, so it was worth a try. Without hesitation, Wu Wei chose to upgrade Guan Hai's strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. The system-prompted skill upgrade failed, but Wu Wei was undeterred and continued to try. After another 10 minutes, the count refreshed, and he chose the skill again. This time, the system-prompted skill upgrade successful, skill level 1. Success after just 2 attempts delighted Wu Wei. He immediately opened the attribute page to check. Strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers 1 purple. Passively increases strength by 50,000 gene. Actively increases own strength by 220 100,000 gene. Besides the percentage, other values nearly doubled. Wu Wei was very satisfied with the upgrade effect, feeling more motivated. Xiao Xuannu tirelessly continued to refresh skill usage counts. Each time they reached 10,000, Wu Wei immediately upgraded. To his surprise, each skill took at most 3 attempts to upgrade. In just a few hours, Wu Wei upgraded all of Guan Hai's skills except 2 growth skills. Body of the Wild Bull 1 purple. Passively increases own strength by 2 million gene, greatly enhancing resilience, recovery, and stamina. Strength of the Giant Elephant 1 purple. Passively increases own strength by 200,000 gene. Equipment Mastery 1 purple. Adds 1 weapon card slot, 1 armor card slot, and 1 accessory slot. Each additional equipment increases own strength by 20,000 gene. These skill upgrades significantly boosted Guan Hai's combat power. Wu Wei felt a surge of power within and knew he was one step closer to becoming a stronger warrior. After several hours of skill upgrades, Wu Wei gained a deeper understanding of his own talent. He was astonished to discover that even without actively triggering his abilities, the passively increased luck value reached an intimidating level. An event with a 1 in 10,000 chance of occurring could almost be guaranteed within 3 attempts in his hands. This almost unnatural luck left even Wu Wei himself feeling a chill. Wu Wei then turned his eager gaze towards Xiao Niuqiu and Xiao Xuannu. Unlike Guan Hai, who had just completed the illusion challenge and significantly enhanced his abilities, these 2 little ones still had untapped potential. Wu Wei thought to himself that if he could fully upgrade their skills, their combat capabilities would grow exponentially, potentially transforming them completely. With this expectation, Wu Wei focused on enhancing 3 core skills of Xiao Niuqiu and Xiao Xuannu. Xiao Niuqiu's spiritual power reserve, Heart of the Earth, Arcane, and Xiao Xuannu's Heart of Extreme Cold, Arcane. These skills would not only significantly boost their stamina, but also directly enhance their combat powers. Time flew by, and in just over an hour, Wu Wei managed to upgrade 4 skills, even adding an extra one. Each skill upgrade brought a remarkable boost in effect. Heart of the Earth, Arcane 1 Purple. Not only does it quadruple the power of Earth-related spells, but it also reduces spell consumption by 70. Impressively, it can now nurture 2 spells within the Heart of the Earth, potentially increasing their effects up to 15 times. When the arcane state is activated, the next spell can be cast instantly with its effect amplified up to 15 times. Earth Sense 1 Purple. The sensing range expanded to an astonishing 10,000 meters, allowing precise detection of any target within 500 meters of the ground. Spiritual Power Reserve 1 Purple. The storage limit soared to 200,000 spiritual power points, providing a constant supply to the target and autonomously restoring 1,000 to 1,500 points per minute. Heart of Extreme Cold, Arcane 1 Purple. Passively enhances all ice and snow skill damage by 4 times, adding the terrifying states of Extreme Cold and Bone Eroding to all ice attribute skills. It can also store and nurture 2 skills within the Heart of Extreme Cold, gradually increasing their effects up to 18 times. With the arcane state activated, the next skill can be cast instantly, with its power boosted to an astonishing 18 times. The Extreme Cold state lowers the enemy's ice resistance by 30 to 100, while the Bone Eroding state ignores part of the energy defense, inflicting unimaginable pain on the enemy. The upgrade of these 4 skills undoubtedly significantly enhanced the combat power of Xiao Niuqiu and Xiao Xuannu. The additional upgrade of the Earth Sense skill was specifically prepared by Wu Wei for the Advanced Insect General. Wu Wei was secretly delighted, confident that with these enhancements, they would perform excellently in the upcoming dungeons and lay a solid foundation for reaching the legendary level. Interestingly, when Wu Wei entered the Spatial Rift for the second time, he managed to eliminate many diamond-level insects, yet he couldn't find any trace of the higher-level insect generals. Even the lower-level ones were scarce. As a result, he decided to upgrade Little Mudball's Earth Sensing skill to improve their search effectiveness. As expected, once the skill level was upgraded, the results were immediate. However, as soon as Little Mudball activated the skill, it let out a pained, "ow," and the skill was abruptly interrupted. It clutched its head and rolled around on the ground in agony. Wu Wei felt a pang of sympathy and immediately used damage control to absorb all the harm from Little Mudball. He also signaled Little Snow Girl to cast an Ice and Snow Blessing, which helped Little Mudball gradually recover. Once it regained its composure, Little Mudball, still holding a grudge, angrily jumped onto Wu Wei's shoulder, pointing eastward and shouting furiously. Wu Wei understood and smiled. "Over there, is it? Let's go get your revenge." With that, he picked up Little Mudball in one hand, Little Snow Girl in the other, and leaped onto Guan Hai's back, racing toward the east. After traveling a few miles, Wu Wei quickly noticed something unusual. Not far ahead in the desert, an enormous vortex of quicksand had appeared. As soon as Little Mudball saw this, it pointed to the center of the vortex, its little mouth chattering rapidly like a machine gun. Although the words weren't clear, the speed suggested that its curses were likely quite harsh. Undoubtedly, the culprit behind the backlash on Little Mudball's skill was right there. Instinctively, Wu Wei cast an inside eye. Instantly, it was as if a massive sun appeared before him, its scorching, blinding light nearly rendering him blind. Fortunately, damage control activated just in time to absorb the lethal damage. However, a faint crack sounded, and a system notification refreshed. Your skill card inside eye has suffered backlash. Card shattered. Almost simultaneously, the raging quicksand vortex abruptly halted. Following this, a massive head emerged from the sand, its gaze locking onto Wu Wei and the others. The mere stare made Wu Wei feel as if his blood had frozen, leaving him unable to move. At this moment, Wu Wei realized that the strength of this high-level insect general was likely 10, if not 100 times greater than the previous low-level one. Instantly, he lost confidence in defeating the opponent. Meanwhile, Yang face displayed a smug and satisfied smile. Clearly, he had been anticipating this moment. After all, unlike Wu Wei, Yang knew well what a high-level insect general entailed. A diamond-level high-level insect general had power equivalent to sequence level. And this was the enemy's home turf. Yang chuckled inwardly. "I'll admit, this kid is extraordinary. But no matter how extraordinary, he can't defeat this monster in the desert environment. Unless he can change the world, turning the desert into an ocean, then maybe there's a sliver of hope." Just as Yang finished his thought, miraculously, a massive spatial rift suddenly tore open above the quicksand vortex. In an instant, an endless stream of water cascaded down from the sky. At the edge of the spatial rift, a massive vortex of quicksand spun like a bottomless abyss. Suddenly, an enormous head emerged from the sand, its gaze fixed on Wu Wei. In an instant, the battle erupted. The quicksand vortex seemed to come alive, transforming into a giant sand arm that struck fiercely towards Wu Wei. Xiao Xuannu and Xiao Enaiqiu, who were by Wu Wei's side, reacted immediately. Xiao Xuannu unleashed an icy roar, sending a flurry of snow and ice like arrows towards the sand arm. Meanwhile, Xiao Enaiqiu quickly cast earthly protection, causing the soil to solidify into a strong room that enveloped Wu Wei and the others, then activated earth to steel, turning the structure into an unbreakable steel fortress. Despite their best efforts, Wu Wei's side had limited success. Xiao Xuannu's icy roar managed to freeze parts of the quicksand slightly, but for the shifting sands, this cold was like scratching an itch through a boot. Without enough moisture, freezing the quicksand completely was nearly impossible. Boom! The giant sand hand slammed down heavily on the fortified shelter. With a loud crash, the sturdy steel house shattered instantly. Inside the shelter, Wu Wei and the others felt a powerful force surge through, almost tearing them apart. Fortunately, Wu Wei was prepared, quickly transferring the damage to Xiao Xuannu. She unleashed another icy roar, the power of ice and snow bursting forth. At the same time, Guan Hai leaped up, his heavy sword slicing through the air like lightning, fiercely striking the sand arm. With a puff, the icy roar and Guan Hai's formidable strength finally shattered the giant sand hand. However, before Wu Wei could breathe a sigh of relief, another sand hand emerged from the side, reaching for them. At the critical moment, Guan Hai launched a ground splitter, barely defusing the immediate threat. Yet, as the two sand hands were repelled, for new sand arms formed, glaring menacingly at Wu Wei and his group. Watching the ever-multiplying sand arms, Wu Wei felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment, he realized that with their current strength, defeating the opponent was nearly impossible. Although he still had the shadow of Zhang Jiao and the life-saving doll as trump cards, they had significant limitations. The shadow of Zhang Jiao could only be used once, and the doll's range was limited to 100 meters. Worse still, the distance between Wu Wei and the mysterious creature was at least a kilometer. Moreover, the creature was incredibly cunning, having hidden in the sand the moment it saw Wu Wei. In such a situation, Wu Wei had no confidence in defeating the opponent, unless some unexpected help arrived, like a sudden downpour. Just as this thought crossed Wu Wei's mind, a strange sound echoed. He paused, looking up to see the sky above the center of the quicksand vortex several hundred meters away being torn open by an invisible hand. A massive column of water, several meters in diameter, descended from the sky like a cascading galaxy. Holy crap! Wu Wei and Yang Guo exclaimed simultaneously. This scene was not only unbelievable to Yang Guo, but it also left Wu Wei completely stunned. He could hardly believe his luck was so extraordinary without even activating absolute luck. His wish had come true. However, before Wu Wei could recover from his shock, Yang Guo's urgent voice reached him. Wu Wei, something's wrong. Get out of there. Awakened from his stupor, Wu Wei looked again at the sudden rift in the sky and the massive water column pouring down, realizing that things were far from as simple as they appeared. There's no way this could happen without reason. Wu Wei stood in place, his eyes fixed intently on the scene before him. In the sky, a colossal hand made of flowing sand was struggling to hold back the torrential flood. This sight left Wu Wei momentarily hesitant. He knew in his heart that this was a rare opportunity. If he missed it, who knew when he would encounter such a formidable opponent again to advance to the platinum level? His recent battle with a high-level insect general had already given him a deep understanding of their strength. Even with Yang Guo's assistance, he wasn't confident he could defeat another enemy of the same caliber. Taking a deep breath, Wu Wei made up his mind. I want to try and take it down. Unexpectedly, Yang Guo did not object. She simply said calmly, you can, but you only have 5 minutes. If you can't deal with it, we must retreat. Before she finished speaking, Wu Wei had already leaped onto Guan Hai's back. With a swift stride, Guan Hai covered 1,000 meters in an instant, heading straight for the conglomerate of flowing sand hands. At this moment, the giant hand was fully engaged in blocking the water source to prevent the flood from cascading down. Wu Wei thought to himself, what the enemy doesn't want is exactly what we should do. They quickly reached the massive hand of flowing sand. The extreme cold heart of the little snow maiden burst forth, summoning a large amount of ice and snow to fall on the sand. The moisture caused the sand to freeze instantly. Seizing the moment, Guan Hai raised his massive sword and fiercely struck at the frozen sand hand. Just then, a yellow figure suddenly shot out. A sandy yellow dragon, over 10 meters long, emerged, its tail swinging viciously towards Guan Hai. Wu Wei smirked, having anticipated this. I knew you'd show up. With that, he immediately activated the Huang Tian domain of his bond. Even though Wu Wei's technique had broken through 2 levels, significantly enhancing the power of the Huang Tian domain, its effect on this desert dragon lasted only a second. This was a testament to the terrifying strength of a high-level insect general. However, for Wu Wei at this moment, a second of nullifying magic and a 50% attribute reduction was enough. As the Huang Tian domain activated, the giant hand of sand overhead and the 10-meter-long desert dragon instantly collapsed. The water from the sky poured down, and the massive desert dragon transformed into a gigantic moth that was evidently its true form. Guan Hai seized the opportunity, his unmatched greatsword slashing down. At the same time, Wu Wei activated his innate ability, Absolute Luck. At that moment, the fate of the desert dragon was sealed. With a thud, the unmatched greatsword came down, splitting the enormous moth in two. A system prompt immediately flashed before Wu Wei. You have successfully slain the young form of the desert dragon, a high-level insect general, Diamond 1 star. Along with the system notification, several cards appeared before Wu Wei, 3 cards glowing with an orange hue and 1 emitting a platinum radiance. A glint of excitement flashed in Wu Wei's eyes. The rewards from this battle far exceeded his expectations. Yang Guo gave Wu Wei 5 minutes, but the entire battle from start to finish didn't even last a minute. Yang Guo, who was watching, was left dumbfounded. He had anticipated that Wu Wei could defeat the advanced insect general, but he didn't expect it to be so effortless. During the fight, Wu Wei didn't even use the haunting shadow skill that had once startled Yang Guo. He just went ahead and defeated the desert dragon. Yang Guo knew that Wu Wei's smooth victory wasn't solely due to his own strength. Although Wu Wei had indeed improved, it wasn't to such an exaggerated extent. The key to victory lay in the mysterious water pillar. It sealed away about 70 to 80% of the desert dragon's abilities, significantly weakening its power. Moreover, Wu Wei timed his final strike perfectly. Even a delay of 0.1 seconds could have turned the tables. It's undeniable that luck played a major role in this victory. After the battle, Wu Wei quickly pocketed his cards and approached Yang Guo. At that moment, Yang Guo's gaze was still fixed on the vast water pillar. "What are you looking at?" Wu Wei asked. Yang Guo, staring at the water pillar, replied, "This water pillar is unusual. It seems specifically targeted at that desert dragon. From what I know, the Federation doesn't currently possess this level of spatial technology." Hearing this, Wu Wei squinted his eyes. So, this water pillar could have been created by something outside the Federation? Could it be the insects? Not sure. It might also be a natural phenomenon. Yang Guo shook his head. I'll keep an eye on things here. You go ahead and do what you need to do." "All right." Wu Wei nodded in agreement, and then focused on the 4 cards in his hand. These 4 cards were the Legendary Fusion card, the Quicksand Domain card, the Draconic Body card, and the Platinum Advancement card. Each one perfectly suited Wu Wei's current needs. The Legendary Fusion card and the Draconic Body card, along with the previously acquired Overflowing Strength card, precisely met the requirements for Guan Hai's fusion upgrade. What thrilled Wu Wei even more was the Platinum Advancement card's attribute type now had an extended effective duration of 12 hours, instead of just 30 minutes. This meant Wu Wei could wait 6 hours until his talent cooldown ended before using the advancement card. This way, at least one of the 3 little ones could advance further. If it was Guan Hai, that would be even better. His path had already reached mastery, and a further step would lead to complete mastery. Once the path reached the mastery level, the power unleashed would far surpass anything before. Wu Wei's eyes sparkled with these possibilities, and he began to plan how to maximize the use of these newly acquired resources. Platinum-level Guan Hai's strength is already impressive, and if he merges with a mastery-level path, his combat power will almost rival that of a high-level Diamond-class insect general. Wu Wei felt a surge of joy, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Advancing to the sequence level of power seemed just around the corner. Yang Guo noticed Wu Wei's excitement and couldn't help but quip. "Kid, why are you grinning like a fool with that promotion card in your hand?" Wu Wei suppressed his smile and replied earnestly, "There's no rush. I need to prepare thoroughly." Though Yang Guo didn't understand what preparation a platinum promotion required, he didn't press further. As a guardian, he knew he had no right to interfere with Wu Wei's decisions. Fair enough. Delaying the promotion might save me some trouble, Yang Guo muttered to himself. Wu Wei, sensing there was more to Yang Guo's words, quickly asked, "What's going on?" Yang Guo's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on a distant spatial rift. "I've sensed the presence of the insect race. Behind that water column, there's likely a sequence-level insect. I plan to try capturing it, or at the very least, close the passage. Stay here and don't move. If anything goes wrong, I'll get you out immediately." Wu Wei nodded solemnly, then turned his attention to the spatial rift. Meanwhile, the underwater world on the other side of the rift was undergoing a dramatic change. As the rift opened, seawater formed a massive vortex, and 2 figures stood within it, observing the strange phenomenon. The leader turned to his companion and said, "According to the intelligence provided by the master, there's a diamond-level 1-star advanced insect general inside the desert dragon. It has considerable tactical abilities and is a rare source material for the insect plague. Due to the limitations of the spatial rift's level, I can't pass through, so this task is up to you." The other person confidently assured, "Don't worry. A mere diamond 1-star advanced insect general, and it's lost its advantage. I'll capture it easily." Before he finished speaking, he leaped into the rift, getting swept into the seawater covering the vast desert. As soon as he landed, he assumed an attack stance. However, the lifeless scene before him left him puzzled. He looked around, but couldn't find any trace of the insect general. Instinctively, he glanced up at the rift and questioned, "This isn't right. Where's the insect general? Where did the advanced insect general go?" Before he could get a response from above, a cold voice sounded beside him. "Looking for the advanced insect general? I'll send you to meet it right now." Before the words had fully settled, Guan Hai appeared before him, wielding a heavy sword. A fierce sword light sliced through the mist and sand, revealing the man's identity. It was Ji Qing, who had earlier been subdued by Yang Guo. Yang Guo initially intended to observe the anomaly of the spatial rift, as his primary duty as Wu Wei's protector was to ensure Wu Wei's safety. However, the sudden appearance of Ji Qing completely disrupted his plan. Before Yang Guo could react, Wu Wei's first origin, Guan Hai, had already charged forward. Startled, Yang Guo was about to stop him when Wu Wei's voice echoed in his mind. "If not me, then who? This is a diamond-level spatial rift, you can't enter. Besides, I'm sending my origin, so even if it can't win, it won't harm my body and can lure the opponent out. This is definitely the time to act." Yang Guo paused, then nodded to himself, acknowledging that Wu Wei's decision made sense. At this moment, Wu Wei's gaze was locked onto Ji Qing. Although he couldn't understand why this person, who should have been captured, was here or how his severed arm had recovered, Wu Wei had only one thought. This guy must not escape again. Yang Guo could clearly sense the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Wu Wei, which was also directed at Ji Qing. Ji Qing not only felt the imminent threat, but also saw the fierce sword strike from Guan Hai. Driven by instinct, Ji Qing immediately activated his strongest defensive skill. To his surprise, the attack was easily neutralized. Although the opponent's attack had penetration and armor-piercing effects, the force was only 5 to 6 million pounds, insignificant to someone of diamond level like him. While fending off Guan Hai's attacks, Ji Qing recognized his opponent. Yellow Turban Warrior? Isn't this that kid's first origin? His gaze went past Guan Hai and fixed on Wu Wei, a sinister smile playing at his lips. "It seems we're destined to meet again." At that moment, a voice from above the spatial rift called out, "Do not complicate matters." While dodging Guan Hai's attacks, Ji Qing replied, "Are you sure? This is the guy who got me captured and disrupted our plans. Plus, I just found out he has another identicious Zhao Qianquan's favored disciple and the top student at the War Academy. He's quite the catch." As soon as he finished speaking, the presence within the rift changed its tone. "Capture him." A cunning gleam flashed in Ji Qing's eyes. "I'd love to, but there's a sequence-level protector beside him. I'll handle the protector." The voice from the rift declared decisively. "That's the answer I was waiting for." Ji Qing sneered, breaking away from Guan Hai and charging straight at Wu Wei. "Kid, it's time to settle old and new scores." Seeing Ji Qing rush in without hesitation, Yang Guo raised an eyebrow and prepared to crush the temporary spatial rift passage in his hand. However, just as he exerted force, he sensed something was amiss. The temporary spatial rift in his hand suddenly seemed to come alive, directly engulfing Yang Guo and forming a transparent light screen around her. Yang Guo's face changed dramatically, and she exclaimed, "This is a spatial skill. We need to leave now." However, Wu Wei remained motionless. Yang Guo looked at him with confusion, and Wu Wei explained, "That guy is still coming for me. It's clear that the entity using the spatial skill can only target one person at a time, so they need that guy to take me down." Just as he finished speaking, Ji Qing appeared in front of Wu Wei, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "Smart, you figured it out instantly. So, are you not leaving because you think I can't deal with you?" "Correct answer," Wu Wei said, activating his binding skill again. "The blue sky is dead, the yellow sky shall rise." A small yellow sky domain cautiously avoided Yang Guo and unfolded around Wu Wei. Wu Wei calculated in his mind that, although the yellow sky domain had a magic suppressing effect, he wasn't confident enough to use it against a sequence-level being. After all, it only worked for 1 second against diamond-level beings, let alone sequence-level ones. He decided to play it safe and focus on dealing with Ji Qing first. As soon as the yellow sky domain covered the area, Wu Wei realized his caution was justified. The domain's magic suppression and weakening effect lasted only 0.3 seconds on Ji Qing. This indicated that this guy's power was even more terrifying than the desert dragon. Simultaneously, Ji Qing received a system prompt. "You were suppressed by skill binding, magic disabled for 0.3 seconds, all attributes weakened by 50% for 0.3 seconds. A sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Sure enough, almost instantly, an overwhelmingly powerful gravity descended upon him. This was the 15 times enhanced gravity technique of the heart of the earth, activated by Little Mud Ball, exploding with 3,600 times gravity, equivalent to an additional 18 million gene. Under normal circumstances, this might not have mattered to Ji Qing. But with magic disabled and basic attributes halved, Ji Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, his body nearly crushed. However, it didn't end there. Almost simultaneously, Little Snow Maiden unleashed the 15-fold ice and snow blade from the heart of extreme cold, striking fiercely at Ji Qing. The icy blade tore into Ji Qing's body, the chill biting deep, threatening to cleave him in two. At this critical moment, the 0.3 seconds finally elapsed. Ji Qing's suppressed power returned in an instant, offering a glimmer of hope. Break! With Ji Qing's furious shout, the ice and snow blade shattered. Just then, Guan Hai arrived late, his mighty sword descending with a roar. This wasn't Guan Hai's fault. Wu Wei hadn't anticipated such a brief control period. Had there been even one more second, Ji Qing might have been a corpse. At this moment, Wu Wei felt frustrated, while Ji Qing was exhilarated. He casually prepared to block Guan Hai's attack, looking at Wu Wei with wild arrogance. Too bad. Even with the chance, you couldn't take advantage of it. If you'd held on a bit longer, just a little longer, you might have one, right? Now that you've missed the opportunity, what do you have to fight me with? Before Ji Qing could finish his sentence, a deafening crash interrupted him. Guan Hai unleashed his full power, the force of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, breaking Ji Qing's arm and slamming into him with devastating impact. Beyond the spatial rift, a thrilling battle was unfolding. Guan Hai's unparalleled greatsword slashed toward Ji Qing like lightning. In that moment, Ji Qing suddenly realized that Wu Wei had set a massive trap for him from the very beginning. He had thought Guan Hai's strength was limited to a mere few million pounds, but to his shock, Guan Hai unleashed an astonishing force of tens of millions of pounds. As the greatsword descended, Ji Qing, already severely injured, felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his body began to disintegrate. Seeing this, Wu Wei was about to press his advantage, but Yang Guo urgently called out from the side. Wait, something's not right. Before he could finish his sentence, there was already a change in Ji Qing. Ignoring his disintegrating body, Ji Qing's eyes locked onto Wu Zhuo with a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. Well, truly worthy of being Zhao Qianquan's prized disciple, the top student of the War Academy. To force me to this extent with just a golden level power, you are indeed the most talented human I've ever seen. We need geniuses like you. Wait for me, I'll be right back. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Qing's body disintegrated in an instant, and a blinding light burst from within him. When the light faded, Ji Qing had transformed, standing around 1.7 meters tall, with black antennae on his head, enlarged ant wings on his back, and his entire body covered in armor resembling an ant's exoskeleton. Wu Wei was stunned, while Yang was face changed drastically, exclaiming in shock, Gene Ant-Man? How could it be Gene Ant-Man? Wasn't your race completely eradicated? Gene Ant-Man. Wu Wei's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. Known as one of the most threatening races to humanity among the insect species, Gene Ant-Men were infamous for their terrifying ability to devour humans and clone more powerful offspring. 30 years ago, Gene Ant-Men ravaged the eastern region, an affiliate of the federal Huaxia district, leading to the region's complete destruction. The Federation had to deploy all peacekeepers to level the eastern region to quell the catastrophe. To prevent the Gene Ant-Men from returning, humans had meticulously searched every inch of the eastern region, even pouring molten iron into every suspicious ant nest. Everyone believed that Gene Ants and Gene Ant-Men were history, as recorded in textbooks. Yet, here was Ji Qing, a living Gene Ant-Man. Realizing this, Wu Wei and Yang Guo exchanged a glance, their expressions grim. They finally understood the true purpose behind Ji Qing and his group's efforts to abduct Cardmasters to create more Gene Ant-Men. This meant that, conservatively estimated, there were already hundreds of thousands of Gene Ant-Men lurking within human society. If they could all disguise themselves as humans as perfectly as Ji Qing. Both realized the situation's gravity far exceeded their expectations. Capturing Ji Qing now became of utmost importance. Wu Wei quickly made a decision, directing Guan Hai to swing his unparalleled greatsword once more, aiming a fierce blow at Ji Qing. The moment Ji Qing completed his transformation, Guan Hai's heavy sword swept across. Ji Qing easily dodged, locking eyes on Wu Wei with a cold smile curling at his lips. Kid, did you think you were clever just now? Thought you could take me down, a diamond level, with your gold level skills? Ji Qing's tone was mocking. I must admit, that trick of yours was decent. But unfortunately, the fight has only just begun. Come on, let's see if you can outsmart me again. Before he finished speaking, Guan Hai's unparalleled heavy sword struck once more. Ji Qing, quick as lightning, caught the blade. An invisible force instantly enveloped Guan Hai, rendering him immobile. Ji Qing twisted his body, flinging Guan Hai like a ragdoll towards Wu Wei. The little mud ball quickly raised layers of vines to barely catch Guan Hai. However, as Wu Wei was distracted, Ji Qing's figure vanished. What are you looking at? I'm right here. Ji Qing's voice suddenly came from behind. Wu Wei spun around, only to have a large hand clamp around his throat like a vice. Ji Qing wore a confident, victorious smile. What a familiar scene. Ji Qing sneered. Back then, Your protector saved you just like this. Now, is there anyone left to save you? I don't need saving. Wu Wei sneered back, grabbing Ji Qing's wrist. Whoever runs is the coward. In that critical moment, Guan Hai swung his unparalleled heavy sword. The mudball's gravity spell and the little snow girl's ice blade activated simultaneously. Ji Qing was about to dodge, but was shocked to find all three attacks directly hit Guan Hai. A sudden, inexplicable sense of danger engulfed Ji Qing. His antennae bristled in alert, unable to pinpoint the source of the threat. Instinctively, he tried to break free from Wu Wei's grip, only to be terrified as his strength vanished into Wu Wei like a stone sinking into the sea. Worse still, Wu Wei's grip on his hand intensified with terrifying power. With a crack, Ji Qing's wrist was crushed. Wu Wei didn't let go. Instead, he wrapped his arms around Ji Qing tightly. Now, tell me, which one of us needs saving? Wu Wei whispered in Ji Qing's ear, his voice filled with triumphant glee. As he spoke, the damage from Guan Hai was absorbed by Wu Wei and then surged into Ji Qing like a tidal wave. The intense pain made Ji Qing struggle wildly, only to find that the more he struggled, the greater the damage he suffered. He was like prey caught in a spider's web, each struggle pushing him closer to the abyss of death. Yet, not struggling was no better. The damage from Guan Hai continued to flow, processed by Wu Wei and inflicted on Ji Qing. Whether he struggled or not, death seemed inevitable for Ji Qing. In a desperate twist, the Ji Qing and Wu Wei's arms suddenly transformed into a severely weakened advanced insect general. With a crisp crack, the insect general exploded, dropping several orange cards. They got away. Wu Wei stared at the orange cards in front of him, then looked at the presence that was clearly not Ji Qing, his face dark and ominous. He flung the bug corpse aside, his knuckles white from the force. Simultaneously, the transparent shield around Yang was shattered, and his expression was equally grim. They did get away, Wu Wei said through gritted teeth. I expected that guy to step in and save him, but I didn't anticipate this method. He squinted, contemplating the opponent's abilities. Apparently, he marked Ji Qing in advance and could switch places through the mark. Spatial abilities are indeed tricky. No wonder they could rescue someone from the highest military council. Yang was snorted, clearly not having been trapped by the opponent, but rather lying in wait to ambush. Yet before he could act, the opponent had already slipped away without a trace. The ability to switch someone out of Wu Wei's grasp so silently and without warning undoubtedly taught them both a lesson. Wu Wei stroked his chin, pondering whether to find a spatial type source for his next inscription. But he quickly dismissed the thought, his expression turning grave. The most important thing now is to inform Master as soon as possible. Meanwhile, deep under the sea, Ji Qing, who had narrowly escaped death, suddenly appeared beside another person. He immediately bowed deeply to the person, his voice filled with the relief of having survived a life-threatening ordeal. Thank you, Lord Kongyu, for saving my life. However, Kongyu did not show him any kindness. He coldly said, incompetent. You almost got killed by a mere gold-level card master. A hint of defiance flashed across Ji Qing's face as he defended himself. I was careless. I didn't expect him to have such abilities. But even if you hadn't saved me, I could have handled it myself. If it weren't for just having reverted to my bug form and not fully integrating the source power, his little tricks would have been useless against me. Once I fully integrate the source power, killing him will be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Ji Qing's attitude only made Kongyu angrier. He turned to glare at Ji Qing, his voice filled with fury. Incompetent and defiant? Do you think integrating source power is that easy? It takes at least several hours. Do you think they'd give you that long? Kongyu took a deep breath and continued. Do you realize how grave a mistake you've made this time? Not only did you fail to capture that kid, but you also exposed your bug form. Do you understand the severe consequences this could bring? If you hinder the birth of the king, you won't be able to atone even with your death. Hearing this, Ji Qing's previously defiant face changed drastically. He fell to his knees, his voice trembling. It was my fault. I was incompetent. I deserve to die. You can punish me however you see fit. But please, find a way to make up for my mistake. We cannot let my actions hinder the birth of the king. Seeing the change in Ji Qing's expression, Kongyu's demeanor softened slightly. He said in a deep voice, there is still a chance. I've already notified others to temporarily cut off communications on the Ding 12 front. But this won't last long. We must obliterate the Ding 12 front before humans discover us. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Kongyu's eyes. At this point, the only way to suppress the news is to completely wipe out those two humans and the entire Ding 12 front. Ji Qing cautiously asked, even if we cut off communications, could they use other means to contact Zhao Qianquan? Kongyu shook his head. It's possible, but not a major concern. On one hand, those two just now, one was under my control, and the other was entangled with you, leaving no evidence. Without evidence, even if Zhao Qianquan finds out, it won't matter much. As the foundation of the War Academy, the Eastern Azure Dragon was naturally wary of Zhao Qianquan, a human intent on creating a new War Academy. Neither the War Academy's leadership nor the military would easily trust Zhao Qianquan's claims. Even though Jiang Mingyi sided with him, it was difficult to change this situation. However, Jiang Mingyi and Zhao Qianquan were at odds, making it impossible for them to believe Zhao Qianquan's claims. Even if Zhao Qianquan claimed he could integrate the gene ants into humans, they would only see it as an excuse for Zhao Qianquan to purge the War Academy's forces. Ji Qing, fully aware of the gravity of the current situation, immediately immersed herself in the fusion of primal energy. She sat cross-legged, eyes closed in concentration, as energy surged within her like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Kong Yu began planning the annihilation of the Ding 12 front line. Both worked separately, but were united in their common goal. On the other side, Wu Wei was conversing with Yang Guo. Yang Guo produced a holographic recording that documented Ji Qing's appearance, transformation, and subsequent transfer. Only then did Wu Wei realize Yang was cunning, outwardly appearing tightly controlled, yet secretly orchestrating everything. Yang Guo bypassed conventional communication methods, opting instead to use a mother-child teleportation card to send the holographic recording to Zhao Qianquan. In less than 10 minutes, Zhao Qianquan responded with a note and a card. The note read, "Received. I will make arrangements. Be cautious on your end. Give the card to Wu Wei. In a crisis, it can be used to escape into a mirage." Yang Guo handed the card to Wu Wei, who saw it was a beginner's mirage challenge card. Yang Guo explained, "Old Zhao heard about your gains in the mirage last time and wanted to get you another challenge card. Didn't expect he'd get one so quickly. Keep it safe. We're in an unsafe situation. Use it immediately if there's danger." Wu Wei nodded in agreement, carefully placing the mirage card in his inventory. Yang Guo couldn't help but tease. "Aren't you going to mock me? I'm at a sequence level, and you're only at a gold level. Do you really think emerging from the mirage will let you handle opponents I can't?" Wu Wei paused, considering his assets, then nodded firmly. "It's indeed not very reasonable." Yang Guo chuckled. "Let's go. We must hurry back to the Ding 12 front line. The gene ants are crucial information. They won't reveal themselves easily. There's likely to be significant action, and we might face a tough battle." Yang Guo's judgment was spot on, and the adversary's actions came sooner than expected. As soon as they returned to the Ding 12 frontline command center, alarms echoed throughout the base. "The insect plague is here." The tense atmosphere instantly enveloped the command center, and everyone braced themselves for the impending battle. In the command center of the Ding 12 front line, alarms suddenly blared, signaling the arrival of a swarm disaster. Wu Wei instinctively glanced at Yang Guo, a flicker of worry in his eyes. "They're coming for us. If we leave the Ding 12 front line, will their main forces be diverted because of us?" Yang Guo shook her head decisively, interrupting Wu Wei's speculation. "Don't be naive," she said sternly. "Their goal isn't just to kill us. They want to annihilate the entire Ding 12 front line. Even if we leave, they won't spare this place." Seeing the deepening concern on Wu Wei's face, Yang Guo added, "But don't worry too much. Old Zhao is already aware. We just need to hold on until he makes his move. Let's go find Su Nanju. He might need our help now." At that moment, Su Nanju was overwhelmed with the sudden crisis. The Ding 12 front line had just undergone a personnel reshuffle, leaving it in its weakest state. Although he had followed Wu Wei's advice to dismantle most of the reconnaissance camps, the time was too short, and a few hours were insufficient to turn the situation around. Facing this, when it rains, it pours predicament, Su Nanju demonstrated his capabilities as the chief commander. He quickly stabilized the troop morale and organized pre-battle preparations. However, as he began inspecting the defensive structures, a despairing reality emerged. The previous managers had not seriously built the command center, leaving behind a hollow facade. Those seemingly complete defensive facilities were, in fact, vulnerable. Just as Su Nanju was on the brink of despair, Wu Wei and Yang Guo arrived in time. After understanding the situation, Wu Wei assured them that he could resolve the defense issue. Although Su Nanju was skeptical, he had no other choice but to pin his hopes on Wu Wei's promise. Without wasting a moment, Wu Wei sprang into action. He activated Xiao Nichio's Earth Heart secret art, awakening the Earth Shelter. After honing his skills in the illusionary realm, Xiao Nichio had become more adept at controlling this ability. He also mastered a new technique, attaching the shelter to existing defensive structures, which not only eliminated the hassle of shaping, but also sped up the formation process and expanded the coverage area. In just 10 minutes, Xiao Nichio accomplished an astounding feat. The entire command center of the Ding 12 front line was covered with a layer of earthy yellow protection. Su Nanju, in disbelief, reached out to touch the seemingly ordinary earthy yellow cover, realizing the extraordinary nature of the situation. The layer of yellowish protection not only transformed what were essentially non-existent defenses into a genuine fortress, but its defensive capability even surpassed conventional facilities. More astonishingly, Sananzu keenly perceived that the small mud ball's abilities extended far beyond this. It not only reinforced the defenses, but also infused the surrounding area with a magical effect that restored spiritual power and healed injuries. Sananzu's eyes suddenly burned with intensity, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. As an experienced soldier, he knew exactly what this meant. The little creature was like a mobile fortress of immeasurable strategic value. Startled by Sananzu's intense gaze, the small mud ball hurriedly hid behind Wu Wei, trembling. Realizing his mistake, Sananzu quickly softened his gaze and tried to muster a friendly smile. However, his smile only seemed to frighten the little mud ball even more. Seeing this, Wu Wei helplessly pushed Sananzu away and whispered, "You'd better go and attend to your duties." Sananzu nodded in agreement and turned to leave, muttering to himself, "All right, I'll get busy. Damn insect plague, come on, let me see what you're capable of." With the completion of the defense fortifications, Sananzu's confidence soared. Soon, all preparations for battle were in place, and at the same time, the vast swarm of insects approached. Once again, the smoke of war enveloped Ding 12 Command Post. Standing on the front line of Ding 12 Command Post, Wu Wei gazed at the seemingly endless swarm of insects before him. This was the second insect plague he faced within a month, and compared to the one at Camp 3929, this swarm was clearly more ferocious. However, the defenses at the Ding 12 front line were also significantly stronger. As the overall commander, Sananzu was evidently well-versed in dealing with insect plagues, having experienced them many times before. Besides the earth sanctuary provided by the small mud ball, Wu Wei's assistance wasn't much needed at the moment. Taking advantage of this lull, Wu Wei checked his talent status. He found that the cooldown time for absolute luck had just ended, and without hesitation, he took out an upgrade card and decisively used it. With a crack, the upgrade card shattered in Wu Wei's hand. In an instant, a platinum glow enveloped his entire body. Simultaneously, the 5 origin cards within him also shimmered with platinum light. The system notifications soon refreshed. You have successfully used the platinum upgrade card. Your rank has increased to platinum. Your rank has increased to platinum, and your origin card rank has increased to platinum. All basic attributes and skill attributes have been enhanced. Your origin slot 1, load slot 1, and your spiritual power limit has increased by 4,800 points. Wu Wei immediately activated his innate ability. You have activated your talent, Absolute Luck. Your luck is overflowing, and the power of inheritance is unleashed. A series of notifications echoed in Wu Wei's mind. Your comprehension of the path mastered by your first origin has deepened, and your mastery level has advanced from proficient to mastery. Your comprehension of the path mastered by your second origin has deepened, and your mastery level has advanced from beginner to proficient. Your comprehension of the path mastered by your third origin has deepened, and your mastery level has advanced from beginner to proficient. Ding 004's Earth Sorcerer Path Proficiency passively increases the final effect of Earth skills by 100. Ding 003's Ice Attribute Path Proficiency passively increases the final effect of Ice skills by 100. Warrior Path Mastery, unlocking the body's shackles, allowing the enhancement of physique with level advancement and skill learning. Amplifies all skills effects by 150 and gains sequence rank in advance. Upon reaching Diamond 10-star level, absorbing enough sequence power can directly advance to sequence level. Your first Origin's Warrior Path has reached Mastery level, triggering Mastery Insight, allowing you to modify and upgrade 2 skills. This series of enhancements made Wu Wei feel an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. He knew that his strength had ascended to a whole new level. The moment the system notification refreshed, Wu Wei had only one thought in his mind. Guan Hai was about to soar again. With the support of the 1000-gene oxbone body forging technique, Guan Hai had long possessed the power to crush ordinary diamond-level opponents even while at the gold level. Now, his warrior path not only reached the mastery level, but also triggered a rare skill upgrade and transformation. Such an opportunity is not available to everyone, unless one advances to the sequence level, where the probability cannot be guaranteed. However, Guan Hai not only triggered the upgrade and transformation, but did so for 2 skills at once. It was like boarding a rocket straight to the peak. Wu Wei made his choice without hesitation. Given the option to upgrade only 2 skills, the 1000-gene oxbone body forging technique was undoubtedly the first choice, as it was Guan Hai's core skill. However, the decision for the second skill left Wu Wei deep in thought. He carefully examined Guan Hai's densely packed attribute panel, weighing each option. In the end, Wu Wei decided to leave the choice to Guan Hai himself. Surprisingly, Guan Hai chose the one-step 1000-mile skill rather than the strength or defense-boosting skills Wu Wei had anticipated. Although unexpected, Wu Wei respected Guan Hai's decision. The system immediately provided feedback. You have chosen to enhance the skills one-step 1000 miles and 1000-gene oxbone body forging technique as the sublimation transformation skills. The skill of the first source is undergoing transformation, estimated to take 6 hours. As the system notification refreshed, Guan Hai transformed into a source card and merged into Wu Wei's body. Wu Wei could clearly feel the source card of Guanhai pulsating, as if a mysterious force was transforming it. During the 6-hour wait, Wu Wei didn't remain idle. Although the insect disaster on the Ding 12 front line didn't require his personal attention, with the capable command of Su Nanju and the addition of the Little Mud Ball and Little Snow Girl, the situation was effectively under control. Wu Wei turned his attention to the newly acquired orange cards. 1. Thunder Domain card, a legendary Diamond 3-star consumption card. When used, it creates a thunder domain controlled by the user, with a maximum coverage area of 10,000 miles. It can attack enemies entering the domain and amplify the damage of thunder attribute skills. 2. Legendary Fusion card, description omitted. 3. Fiery Eyes and Golden Eyes card, a legendary Diamond 1-star biological transformation card. When used, it transforms the eyes, granting the abilities of Fiery Eyes and Golden Eyes. Fiery Eyes can manipulate flames to strike enemies. Golden Eyes can see through enemies, revealing their hidden aspects and weaknesses. Each of these 3 cards perfectly suited Wu Wei's current needs. Especially the Thunder Domain card. If used wisely, it could significantly enhance Wu Wei's cultivation and skills. The rarity of fusion cards is self-evident, and they are precisely the type of card Wu Wei is eagerly seeking. However, what truly excites him is the Fire Eye Golden Eye card, especially its Golden Eye ability. The aftermath of the Ji Qing incident still lingers in his mind, making him acutely aware of the numerous genetic Ant-Men lurking within the Federation. These hidden threats pose a significant danger to the Federation, but unmasking them is no easy task. Wu Wei gazed at the Fire Eye Golden Eye card in his hand, a flicker of hope igniting in his heart. Could this legendary card reveal the true nature of the genetic Ant-Man? Yet, upon further reflection, he hesitated. Ji Qing had managed to remain undiscovered for years, surely due to some unique means. Wu Wei couldn't confidently assert that even a legendary Fire Eye Golden Eye would be able to see through their disguises. But if an ordinary legendary level isn't sufficient, what about a fusion legendary? And if that still falls short, what about a golden quality? Given the Federation's security at stake, it's worth a try. Besides, Old Zhao and the others would certainly support this plan wholeheartedly. Almost instantly, Wu Wei resolved to use the 7th origin on the Fire Eye Golden Eye card. The only thing he hesitated about was whether to apply the card directly to himself or to find a suitable vessel. This question remained undecided for the moment. Thus, Wu Wei temporarily set aside the Fire Eye Golden Eye card and instead took out the Thunder Domain card. He found an appropriate spot at the Ding 12 frontline command and began his cultivation. As the Thunder Domain card activated, a domain spanning over 10 square meters appeared out of thin air. Wu Wei sat cross-legged within it, countless bolts of lightning striking him like raindrops, quickly converting into strengthening energy, absorbed by the Thunder Cultivation technique, which accelerated the technique's operation. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui NV and Xiao and Ichio were not idle. Xiao and Ichio focused on maintaining the shelter's operation, while Xiao Shui NV continuously performed various skills, with snowballs and ice blades flying through the air, refreshing skill usage counts. Whenever the skill usage reached a certain level, Wu Wei would take the time to upgrade their skills. Within just a few hours, the 2 little creatures' skills were fully upgraded, significantly enhancing their abilities. On the other side, after several hours of origin fusion, an orange glow suddenly lit up Ji Qing's body, indicating he had completely fused with his own origin. As the glow appeared, Ji Qing's body underwent significant changes. The once obvious ant features gradually faded, leaving only the antennae on his head, while his muscles visibly expanded. However, more pronounced than the physical changes was Ji Qing's inflated ego. The moment the fusion was complete, he eagerly looked around for that kid. At this moment, Ji Qing was brimming with confidence, convinced that a mere Wu Wei was no longer his match. He even set his sights on Yang Guo and the protector who had severed his arm, vowing silently to reduce them to ruin. But before seeking revenge, Ji Qing turned to the person beside him and demanded, "First, tell me, what's going on with the Ding 12 frontline command? Didn't you say it was just an empty shell?" Ji Qing was momentarily stunned as the world suddenly spun around him. When he regained his senses, he found himself elevated above the Ding 12 frontline, looking down at a massive swarm of insect creatures that resembled a writhing black ocean. 1,000 meters away, the fortifications of the Ding 12 frontline stood firm, like a lone island in a sea of chaos. What's going on? Ji Qing wondered aloud, surveying his surroundings. Has the command center of the Ding 12 frontline still not been taken? Kong Yu responded with a tone of irritation. The situation is nothing like you described. You said the command center's defenses were just for show, but in reality, they're not only sturdy, they have self-repair capabilities. Worse still, these fortifications can provide energy and heal nearby units. Ji Qing listened with a frown as Kong Yu continued. You claimed there was a manpower shortage inside the Ding 12 frontline, and they couldn't hold out for long. But the truth is, their numbers keep growing. There are now thousands of them, and they're not an easy target. Ji Qing paused, then seemed to realize something. Wu Wei, it must be Wu Wei. That guy's second source has the Earth Sanctuary skill. He must have reinforced the defenses. As for the increase in personnel, I'm not sure why, but I'd bet anything that kid has something to do with it. Kong Yu slapped his forehead in frustration. You shouldn't have devoured so thoroughly. It's messed up your brain. Is that the explanation I'm looking for? I'm asking how we should handle this situation. Do you have any backup plans? Ji Qing glanced at Kong Yu, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes, but he chose not to dwell on it. Confidently, he said, simple. Although I don't have a backup plan, now that I've fused with the source, my strength has greatly increased. With our combined power, plus the high-level insect commanders we've prepared, we should be able to take them down in one go. Kong Yu reluctantly looked away from Ji Qing. He realized this might be a downside of the gene ant people. While absorbing human genes, they also became susceptible to human memories and personalities. When Ji Qing was with the Federation, he bullied others. Now back here, partnered with someone like this, Kong Yu felt quite exasperated. Nevertheless, Kong Yu had to admit that Ji Qing's suggestion was indeed the only viable option at the moment. Despite having an endless army of insects, they couldn't afford a prolonged delay. The issue needed to be resolved swiftly. Let's try a direct assault then, Kong Yu resolved. But I need to make some preparations first. With that, he began preparing for the impending attack. Meanwhile, inside the Ding 12 front line, Wu Wei was like a giant battery, continuously absorbing energy from the Thunder domain at a much faster rate than during the thunderclouds. This was thanks to his damage manipulation ability having been upgraded to legendary quality, significantly enhancing its power. Wu Wei was immersed in the sea of thunderous power, feeling the rapid acceleration of his cultivation technique's operation. In just 6 hours, he eagerly absorbed the entire Thunder domain, advancing the Thunder Chi cultivation technique to the latter part of the third layer, with the threshold of the fourth layer within reach. System notifications followed one after another. Your cultivation technique, Taiping Heavenly Book, Volume 1 Thunder Chi cultivation technique, has successfully broken through to the third layer. Physical attributes have significantly improved, with a base strength increase of 1.2 million gene. Thunder mana has surged. Orange quality skill awakened. Thunder Strike. Wu Wei was secretly delighted, calculating his gains. A cumulative increase of 2.1 million gene in strength across the 3 layers of the Chi cultivation technique, plus 3 growth type, orange skills. His combat power was already considerable, potentially matching the level of Xiao Niqiu and others. As a card summoner, such strength made him ecstatic. Yet his ambitious mind was already dreaming of the formidable power of the 7th layer and the potential strength of the Zhangjiao he could summon thereafter. After completing his cultivation, Wu Wei immediately turned his attention to Guanhai. However, to his surprise, 6 hours had passed, and Guanhai was still in the process of upgrading his skills. Upon closer inspection, Wu Wei found the issue lay with the 1000-gene oxbone body refining Techniquian orange growth type skill brought from an illusionary realm, which seemed to have a higher difficulty level for upgrading than anticipated. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow, slightly hesitant. His talent had already cooled down, and he originally planned to perform a fusion upgrade for Guanhai. Although uncertain of the effects of using fusion upgrade during a skill upgrade, he knew that by activating absolute luck, he could avoid any negative consequences and might even receive unexpected surprises. Decisively, Wu Wei took out the legendary fusion card and initiated the fusion process. You have used the legendary fusion card, with the first origin, Yellow Turban Dao Soldier as the main card, and the Subdragon Body card and Strength Surge card as auxiliary cards, starting the card fusion. Fusion success rate is 3.1, quality upgrade probability is 0.03. You have activated the talent Absolute Luck. Both the fusion success probability and the quality upgrade probability have increased to 100. As the system notification concluded, a dazzling orange light shot up, illuminating the entire space. The system's notification was deafening, causing Wu Wei's heart to race. His eyes were fixed on the orange card in front of him, the source card of Guanhai. First source successfully fused, card quality upgraded to legendary. The system's voice echoed clearly in Wu Wei's mind. He felt a surge of powerful energy flowing into his body, instantly increasing his spiritual power limit by 4,800 points. The system continued, the 1000-June Oxbone Body refining technique has successfully fused with the skills Elephant Strength, Dragon's Body, and Bull's Body, evolving into a new technique 1000-June Dragon Elephant Body refining technique. Wu Wei's eyes widened with surprise. He realized this was not just a simple skill fusion, but a qualitative leap. The cultivation skill has fused with the skill force like a fountain, creating a new skill, Endless Vitality, the system reported. The step 1000-mile skill has successfully evolved. A flood of system notifications followed, and Wu Wei's gaze was glued to each piece of information. He watched as Guanhai's source card changed from yellow to orange, radiating a dazzling glow. The card's attributes appeared before him. Yellow Turban, Dao General Guanhai. Quality, Legendary. Rank, Platinum 1 star. Warrior Path, Mastery. Wu Wei carefully examined each skill. 1. Strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers orange. Passively increases strength by 500,000 pounds. Active activation can increase strength by 251 million pounds. 2. Endless Vitality Orange. Continuously restores spiritual power and injuries. As long as he isn't instantly killed, he can rapidly recover. 3. Iron Shirt Golden Bell Orange. Greatly enhances physical defense. When facing a lethal attack or activated voluntarily, enters a special state, boosting energy defense with 75 damage reflection. 4. Equipment Mastery Orange. Increases weapon card, armor card, and accessory slots. Each additional piece of equipment increases strength by 200,000 pounds and boosts equipment attributes by 50. 5. Step 1,000 Miles Orange. Consumes spiritual power to teleport within a 1,500-meter range, increasing attack damage by 300 with a guaranteed hit effect. 6. Earth-Splitting Slash Orange. Consumes spiritual energy to launch a powerful attack, dealing massive damage to enemies within a 180-degree, 100-meter range in front. 7. 1,000 June Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique Orange. 5 levels of mastery, with the 5th level aspiring to forge a dragon elephant body. 8. 1,000 June Blade Technique Orange. Increases normal attacks related to strength by 110 million pounds. Active activation enhances skill effects, with attacks carrying a penetration effect. A wave of joy surged in Wu Wei's heart. He focused on 2 significant changes. Firstly, the upgrade from the 1,000 June Oxbone Body Refining Technique to the 1,000 June Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique. Although the quality remained the same, the name alone suggested its enhanced power. Even more exciting, the technique's level reset to 0. For a growth-type technique that enhances attributes, resetting to 0 meant it could be retrained, further boosting strength. Wu Wei could clearly feel the power within Guan Hai's body becoming more intense and formidable than before. Secondly, the one that used to follow the level of all skills had disappeared. This change filled Wu Wei with anticipation, as he vaguely sensed it might signify greater potential and growth. Wu Wei's gaze lingered on the orange card, his heart filled with irrepressible excitement. The changes brought about by this fusion far exceeded his expectations, promising endless possibilities for future battles and adventures. Although the one has disappeared, the previously increased attributes haven't vanished. Instead, they've been enhanced as the skill quality improved. Wu Wei keenly noticed that these skills could potentially receive another one. For Guan Hai, who is at the mastery level, this means even more. Each level or skill upgrade further strengthens his physique. The system gave a brief notification, but Wu Wei clearly felt the surge of power within Guan Hai. He could confidently assert that Guan Hai had now become a bona fide sequence-level powerhouse. With the dual enhancement of Guan Hai's strength and Wu Wei's cultivation technique, Wu Wei's combat power had more than doubled several times over. Wu Wei estimated privately that the current bonds might even be able to control sequence-level beings. This realization filled him with excitement and anticipation. Meanwhile, outside the Ding 12 front line, an Ant-Man, specifically Ji Qing, was also unable to suppress his inner restlessness. Lord Kongyu, are you ready? Ji Qing was eager for revenge. Kongyu snorted. Why the rush? Haven't you heard the human saying, haste makes waste? Be patient and wait. Ji Qing had no choice but to continue waiting. After a few minutes, Kongyu finally spoke. All right, do you remember our plan? Yes, feign an attack on Wu Wei and seize the Guardian. Ji Qing immediately responded. Good, let's go. With Kongyu's order, a blue light enveloped him, Ji Qing, and a dozen high-ranking insect generals around them. The next second, the light dissipated, and they all disappeared into thin air. Almost simultaneously, within the Ding 12 defense line, Yang Guo sensed something amiss. He immediately positioned himself beside Wu Wei, guarding him closely. Although this task was thrust upon him, Yang Guo remained diligent, always prioritizing Wu Wei's safety. Something feels off, Yang Guo nervously warned. Be prepared. If things go south, use the illusion challenge card to delay as much as possible. However, Yang Guo was surprised to find that Wu Wei was not anxious but instead looked at him with a peculiar expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Yang Guo asked, puzzled. Wu Wei patted Yang Guo's shoulder. I didn't know you were this weak. Don't worry, leave it to me. Even if the enemy is too strong, I'll make sure you have a chance to escape. What? Yang Guo was bewildered, unsure how to react. Who was the real protector here? This kid was turning things upside down. Before Yang Guo could regain his composure, a wave of spatial distortion suddenly occurred. Several diverse figures appeared instantly in the Ding 12 command center. Yang Guo's face turned pale as the scene before him made his heart race. A dozen Zergs of various forms suddenly appeared in the camp, each emitting an overwhelming pressure. He quickly scanned the area, his pupils narrowing. Without exception, these Zergs were all high-level insect generals, with power levels of at least Diamond 10 star, and one of them had even reached a terrifying sequence level. Yang Guo's heart sank as he instantly realized the fate of the Ding 12 frontline command was sealed. Attacking an ordinary command post with such a level of force was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Worse still, the Zerg with spatial abilities had yet to show up. Chances of victory were bleak, almost non-existent. In a flash, Yangwa made a decision. He grabbed Wu Wei's arm and urgently whispered, "Let's go." However, Wu Wei remained unmoved, his eyes shining with determination. "If we leave, what will happen to the Ding 12 frontline command? What about the entire frontline?" Yangwa frowned. "We can't win." Wu Wei interrupted. "How do you know we can't win if we haven't tried? Leaving without trying is no different from desertion." His voice was low and resolute. "Besides, I have the illusion challenge card. If things get really bad, there's still a way out. Right now, I want to give it a shot." Yangwa looked into Wu Wei's stubborn eyes and finally nodded slightly. "Since you put it that way, I'll go crazy with you. Tell me, what's the plan?" Wu Wei's lips curved into a slight smile. "Let's start by baiting them." "What did you say?" Yangwa was taken aback. No, Wu Wei quickly explained. "I meant, let's take out these high-level insect generals in the command post. Also, try to leave a kill for me." Yangwa gave Wu Wei a doubtful look, but quickly sprang into action. As a protector, his strength was extraordinary. Though not suited for large-scale battles, his assassin-like fighting style from the Ding 009 path was swift as lightning, with movements nearly invisible. Wu Wei watched as Yangwa's figure vanished from sight, reappearing beside one of the high-level insect generals in an instant. With a soft thud, the insect general froze in place. Yangwa's figure flickered again, and he was already beside another insect general. Wu Wei understood immediately and sent a precise lightning strike towards the immobilized insect general. The system notifications quickly updated. "You assisted in killing the Autumn Mantis high-level insect general, Diamond 10 star, gaining 27 experience points." More lightning strikes followed, and the system notifications continued. "You assisted in killing a high-level insect general, Diamond 10 star, gaining 28 experience points." "You assisted in killing a high-level insect general, Diamond 10 star, gaining 33 experience points." "Your level has increased to Platinum 2 star, and your spiritual power limit increased by 1500. Your essence has increased to Platinum 2 star, activating your first essence path of the Martial Warrior, enhancing your physical strength. Your level has increased to Platinum 3 star, and your spiritual power limit increased by 1500. Your essence has increased to Platinum 3 star, activating your first essence path of the Martial Warrior, enhancing your physical strength." With Yangwa's perfect coordination, Wu Wei was practically collecting kills. In no time, the dozen high-level insect generals were all slain. Wu Wei's level skyrocketed to Platinum 3 star, and several cards were dropped from the corpses of those high-level insect generals. This unexpected battle turned into an unforeseen windfall. Wu Wei's joy was short-lived as the battlefield situation suddenly shifted. Just as Yangwa was about to confront the last high-ranking insect general, the only sequence-level insect general, a pair of small spatial rifts, appeared beside Wu Wei. Yangwa's face changed abruptly, and he shouted, "Watch out!" He abandoned his attack on the high-ranking insect general and rushed towards Wu Wei. However, the insect general he had left behind was not finished. Its eyes instantly turned to the color of stone, locking onto Yangwa. Stone eyes. Yangwa was startled, immediately recognizing the deadly skill. He knew that being hit by this skill could have dire consequences. Just as he was about to counter with his own abilities, he was horrified to find that he couldn't use his powers. Nullification. Yangwa instinctively thought it was Wu Wei's ability at work, but he quickly dismissed this idea. "No, it's not nullification." A familiar voice rang out. "Of course, it's not nullification. My primordial power is called elimination. It's more advanced than nullification, capable of erasing all of a target's powers and skills. How about that? Isn't my primordial power impressive?" Jiqing appeared 3 meters behind Yangwa, a smug smile on his face. Meanwhile, the power of the sequence-level high-ranking insect general began to take effect on Yangwa, and his body was gradually turning to stone. Feeling his body stiffen, Yangwa urgently shouted to Wu Wei, "Run! Run!" Jiqing's face showed a mocking expression. "At this point, do you think he can still escape?" As he spoke, Jiqing turned to look at Wu Wei. To his surprise, Wu Wei showed no intention of fleeing, but was instead approaching them. Jiqing's expression turned icy. "It seems that our last battle gave you the wrong impression," Jiqing sneered. "So much so that now you see me and not only aren't afraid, but dare to attack? Do you really think you've got me figured out? Last time, I was careless, but this time, I know your abilities inside out and have fused with primordial power. Your little tricks are worthless against me, so now that you see me." Before Jiqing could finish, Wu Wei's voice suddenly rang out. "Heaven is dead, the yellow sky shall rise." With this commanding voice, Wu Wei's yellow sky domain enveloped Jiqing and the sequence-level high-ranking insect general behind him. Faced with this familiar scene, Jiqing was full of derision. He was no longer the same as before, and the idea that Wu Wei could use the same power that only controlled him for 0.3 seconds a few hours ago was laughable. He was ready to see Wu Wei's yellow sky domain shatter. However, the system notification in the next moment made Ji Qing's face change dramatically. You are suppressed by the yellow sky domain, entering a nullification state, and all attributes are reduced by 50%, lasting 30 seconds. Ji Qing was incredulous. How could Wu Wei's power have grown so much in just a few hours? But this situation did not last long. Since Wu Wei's yellow sky domain not only covered the sequence-level high-ranking insect general, but also enveloped Kong Yu hidden in the area, it was overwhelmed by covering too many targets. The yellow sky domain finally shattered with a crisp sound. Seeing this, Ji Qing's face lit up with ecstatic joy. In the command center of the Ding 12 front line, a sharp crack suddenly echoed. The yellow sky domain above Wu Wei's head shattered like fragile glass, with shards scattering in all directions. Simultaneously, the invisible pressure weighing down on Ji Qing and the others instantly dissipated. Ji Qing took a deep breath, feeling the tension in his chest completely released. He raised his eyebrows, exhaled with satisfaction, and looked at Wu Wei with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. I admit, your speed exceeded my expectations. But what does it matter? You had a chance and failed to seize it. Before Ji Qing could finish his sentence, Kong Yu beside him roared angrily. Idiot! Do you think he was coming for you? He's here to save the protector. These words were like a bucket of ice water poured over Ji Qing's head. He was startled and instinctively turned to look at where the protector had been. However, the spot was empty. The protector had vanished without a trace. In that split second, every hair on Ji Qing's body stood on end. An unprecedented sense of danger swept over him, and he realized with clarity Yang Guo was coming for him. In the face of imminent danger, Ji Qing unleashed all his primal power without hesitation. Instantly, the sense of crisis receded like a tide. This brought a smug smile back to Ji Qing's face. So what if you're a sequence-level protector? You still don't dare come near me. Even Kong Yu, standing nearby, couldn't stand Ji Qing's arrogance. He said coldly, don't get cocky. He doesn't dare to approach you, but you can't find him either. Go, take Wu Wei down. Got it. Ji Qing responded cheerfully, turning and racing towards Wu Wei, his eyes gleaming with the anticipation of revenge. However, when his gaze landed on Wu Wei, he saw that the latter wasn't even looking at him, as if he were an insignificant existence. This deep-seated contempt ignited Ji Qing's fury, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He swore to himself that he would make this insolent kid pay with blood. In the next moment, before Ji Qing could approach Wu Wei, a massive figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A large hand shot out like lightning, grasping his neck firmly. It was Guan Hai. To be precise, it was the evolved and significantly more powerful Guan Hai. The fact that Guan Hai could subdue Ji Qing with a single move showed how much his strength had increased in just a few hours. Yet, Ji Qing, caught by Guan Hai, was unfazed. He sneered, impressive but foolish. Don't you know my primal power is to nullify? Even if your primal power is legendary, I can easily nullify it, and I can even nullify 2 or 3 beings like you at once. Before he finished speaking, Ji Qing's primal power surged again, targeting Guan Hai. However, as his power touched Guan Hai, Ji Qing suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that his primal power had suffered a severe backlash. Ji Qing's nullification ability was indeed formidable, capable of erasing 2 or 3 legendary powers at once. The problem was, every skill Guan Hai possessed was of legendary quality, and enhanced versions at that. To make an imperfect analogy, Ji Qing's nullification was like a bucket of water that could easily extinguish a small flame. But Guan Hai wasn't a small flame. He was a raging inferno. Against such an opponent, Ji Qing's ability was utterly inadequate. Ji Qing threw a basin of water, but it evaporated instantly without a trace. The backlash hit him, his face turning as pale as paper, and he staggered. However, more unbearable than the physical pain was the realization that his proud source power was utterly ineffective against Guan Hai. How could this happen? It's impossible. My source power, my. Ji Qing's exclamation was abruptly cut off as Guan Hai impatiently punched him in the abdomen, breaking his body in half. In that moment, Ji Qing finally came to terms with the harsh reality. He looked at Wu Wei in despair, realizing that even after absorbing the source power, the gap between them had not only failed to close, but had widened to an unimaginable extent. Yet, a greater despair awaited. When Ji Qing's gaze fell on Wu Wei, he witnessed a terrifying sight. Behind Wu Wei, an apparition of an old Taoist had appeared, exuding an overwhelming pressure. At that moment, not only did Ji Qing fall into despair, but Kong Yu, standing nearby, also felt an unprecedented fear. Kong Yu originally thought Wu Wei was expanding the Huang Tian domain to rescue the protector, so he focused all his attention on the protector. However, before he could locate the protector, a terrifying force erupted from Wu Wei's side, prompting Kong Yu to instinctively turn and flee. Meanwhile, a series of system notifications flashed before Wu Wei's eyes. Your Huang Tian domain has shattered, successfully summoning Zhang Jiao's apparition, Platinum 2-star gold. Your technique, Taiping Heavenly Book Volume 1 Thunder Chi Training Chapter, has reached the 3rd level, enhancing the apparition's strength to Diamond 1 star. Zhang Jiao's apparition has mastered the skills, Perfect Palm Thunder, Perfect Thunder Motion, Perfect Falling Thunder. As these notifications appeared, Zhang Jiao's apparition behind Wu Wei began to act according to his will. A dazzling bolt of falling thunder struck precisely where Kong Yu was. Crack! The lightning exploded on Kong Yu, sparks flying everywhere. Although it hit the target, Wu Wei regretted that Kong Yu managed to escape using his spatial abilities at the last second. Damn! Yang Wu couldn't help but curse, and Wu Wei's expression turned grim. However, they both knew that those who mastered spatial abilities were never easy to deal with. In any world, spatial abilities are among the most powerful. Wu Wei quickly adjusted his mindset. Forget it. Let him run. After taking that hit, whether he survives or not, he's seriously injured and won't be causing trouble anytime soon. The important thing is, we caught this guy. He glanced at the barely alive Ji Qing, while the Zhang Jiao apparition above him moved again. The apparition, using the last of Wu Wei's thunder mana, sent another bolt of falling thunder crashing down. Crack! The lightning struck the head of the high-level sequence insect general. The electric light instantly enveloped its entire body, snuffing out its life force. The system notifications refreshed again. You have successfully slain the petrified magic eye insect high-level sequence general, earning 1,000 experience points. Your level has increased to Platinum 3-star. Your level has increased to Platinum 4-star. At the Ding 12 front command post, a crisis was averted in the blink of an eye. From Ji Qing being restrained by Guan Hai as he charged at Wu Wei, to Wu Wei delivering 2 devastating strikes to Kong Yu and slaying a high-ranking insect general, the entire sequence lasted only a few seconds. Yang Wu stood dumbfounded nearby. The scenario he had envisioned where the protector would unleash their might after breaking free, and then pat Wu Wei on the shoulder with praise had evaporated into thin air. As he stood there, a hand patted his shoulder. Well done. Wu Wei's voice jolted Yang Wu further. Before he could fully process it, Wu Wei handed Ji Qing over to him and began collecting the spoils of battle on his own. Scattered on the ground were items dropped by over a dozen high-ranking insect generals. Even though Wu Wei hadn't used absolute luck, his innate good fortune ensured these spoils were valuable. He bent down to pick up cards, each glowing with a purple or orange hue. Yang Guo watched enviously. The value of these cards could equal a year or 2 of his salary. Just as he was lost in admiration, Wu Wei suddenly handed him half of the cards. Stop staring. Here, these are yours. Wu Wei said with a smile. Yang Guo was momentarily at a loss. What? Wu Wei explained. You deserve half the credit, so it's fair we split the spoils. There are 2 colors. You take the purple, and I'll take the orange. Fair and square. Though Wu Wei was joking, he indeed gave Yang Guo half of the cards after selecting what he needed. Yang Guo, thrilled, pounded his chest and said, Boss, from now on, I'm sticking with you. No complaints even if it means living large. Wu Wei teased. All right then, your meals will be star anise, bay leaves, and cinnamon with chili from now on. With that, Wu Wei turned his attention back to his loot. After setting aside some for Guan Hai, he had 6 orange cards left. 2 were legendary fusion cards, adding to a previous one, giving him 3 in total. The remaining 4 included 2 Thunder Domain cards, a Petrified Heart card, and an Extreme Cold Domain card. The Petrified Heart card was a legendary Diamond 10-star skill card, granting the ability to petrify targets once equipped. The Extreme Cold Domain card was a legendary Diamond 3-star skill card, providing the Extreme Cold Domain skill. These cards were perfectly aligned with Wu Wei's abilities. The legendary Fusion and Thunder Domain cards were already valuable, but the Petrified Heart card was the final piece needed for Xiao Nyochio's evolution. Once his cooldown was over, Wu Wei would be able to elevate Xiao Nyochio to legendary quality. Wu Wei put away his cards and glanced beyond his territory. He had expected the insect plague to gradually dissipate after the battle, but the scene before him made him frown. The swarm was still dense, showing no signs of retreat. This realization weighed heavily on him, suggesting that the source of the infestation might not have been eradicated. What worried him even more was that the gene ant with spatial abilities had escaped. With furrowed brows, Wu Wei pondered the implications of this. The news of Ji Qing's capture would surely spread, prompting the gene ants to take action. Yet, despite the gravity of the situation, Wu Wei was not entirely pessimistic. A glimmer of determination appeared in his eyes as he considered how to turn this predicament to his advantage. Meanwhile, Yang Guo was not idle. He was preparing to report the details of Ji Qing's capture to Zhao Qianquan using the mother-child communication talisman. Just as he was about to send the message, Wu Wei's voice suddenly interrupted. Wait. The scene shifted to a secret chamber within the Eastern Azure Dragon War Academy. Zhao Qianquan, Jiang Mingyi, and Lin Taijun were intently watching the holographic projection sent by Yang Guo. As the footage concluded, the atmosphere in the room was heavy, and all three looked pale. Even Zhao Qianquan, who had seen the footage beforehand, couldn't help but feel the weight of the situation. Jiang Mingyi voiced his concerns. I had a feeling there was something significant behind this, but I didn't expect it to be this serious. The reappearance of the Jin ants are we in the Huaxia district next in line to face this catastrophe. Zhao Qianquan replied solemnly. The incident at Camp 3929 started 3 years ago, indicating that the Jin ants have been infiltrating the Federation for at least that long. In 3 years, their level of development and penetration into the Federation might be beyond our imagination. Lin Taijun urgently suggested. We should launch an immediate investigation and root out all Jin ants within the Federation. However, his proposal was tacitly ignored by Jiang Mingyi and Zhao Qianquan. They both understood that such an investigation would be challenging. They lacked effective means to expose the Jin ants, and publicly addressing the issue could incite widespread panic across the Federation, potentially giving the Jin ants an advantage. In this situation, even their combined efforts might not yield a perfect solution. For now, they could only investigate under the guise of probing the 3929 incident, closely monitoring those who had contact with Ji Qing. Although not ideal, it seemed to be the only feasible course of action. As they prepared to finalize their strategy, Zhao Qianquan's mother-child transmission card suddenly lit up, delivering 2 notes. It's from Yanghua. Zhao Qianquan quickly unfolded the notes, and their content left him stunned. Seeing this, Lin Taijun asked with concern, what happened? He leaned over for a look and was equally stunned. The notes contained unbelievable information. Wu Wei had killed a high-ranking sequence insect general, severely injured a sequence-level Jin ant with spatial abilities, and captured Ji Qing, a Jin ant. Every word and sentence was familiar to Lin Taijun, yet he struggled to grasp their meaning. Is this really about Wu Wei? Lin Taijun murmured, recalling the young man he had recommended for admission, who had been just a silver 1 star less than a month ago. Now, his eyes were filled with disbelief and a hint of admiration. Lin Taijun and Zhao Qianquan stood in the command room, their eyes fixed on the newly unfolded note. Lin Taijun frowned, a hint of disbelief crossing his face. He turned to Zhao Qianquan, his voice tinged with admiration. Looks like handing that kid over to you was the right choice. You must have invested a lot in him, right? Zhao Qianquan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively touching his nose, and replied somewhat awkwardly. Just a little, just a little. He knew well that all he had done was give Wu Wei a few cards. The real growth came from the boy's own efforts. To mask his unease, he quickly picked up the second note. As the note unfolded, Zhao Qianquan's expression changed dramatically. Seeing this, Lin Taijun immediately leaned in, scanning the note's contents, and his expression instantly turned serious. No way. We absolutely can't do this. It's too reckless and far too dangerous. Zhao Qianquan didn't respond immediately, but instead handed the note to Jiang Mingyi beside him. Jiang Mingyi took the note, and although he had already guessed its complexity from their reactions, he was still shocked when he read it. More than Wu Wei's astonishing growth, it was the content of the second note that stunned him. Wu Wei proposed a daring suggestion, using himself and Ji Qing as bait to further draw out the Jin ant-men hidden within the Federation. As Jiang Mingyi read through Wu Wei's detailed plan, he couldn't help but nod in admiration. The plan is indeed feasible, and it's remarkable how responsible this kid is. Lin Taijun immediately countered. His sense of responsibility is one thing, but we can't let him be put in such a dangerous situation. You've seen how quickly he's grown. I don't recommend involving him in something so perilous. If he were to be sacrificed, the loss would be immense. He turned to Zhao Qianquan. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your apprentice, would you? Zhao Qianquan was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. The issue is, this isn't something we can decide based on our wishes. Ji Qing's capture is also a significant blow to the Jin Ant-Man. The Ant-Man with spatial abilities has escaped, which means that while we know about Wu Wei's situation, the enemy likely does too. They won't sit idly by, nor will they allow Wu Wei to safely bring Ji Qing back to the Eastern Azure Dragon. So, whether we like it or not, Wu Wei has effectively become a target for those Jin Ant-Men. Lin Taijun listened, his expression growing even more grave. There's a difference between being a target and being a target. If we follow this plan, those Jin Ant-Men will stop at nothing against Wu Wei. The risk is too great. No, I absolutely cannot agree to this plan. His tone was firm, his eyes filled with worry and determination. Zhao Qianquan's attitude was even more resolute than Lin Taijun's. His eyes flashed with an undeniable determination. This is a plan devised by my student. Whether you agree or not, I will execute it. His voice was firm and powerful. Lin Taijun frowned, his tone filled with concern. Your student's plan? How can you put your student in such danger? When it comes to a fight, how can you guarantee his safety? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Qianquan quickly pulled out a card from his pocket. With this, he held the card up in front of Lin Taijun. Lin Taijun's gaze fell on the card, his eyes widening in disbelief. He was speechless. The card's attributes were clearly visible. Name, Invincible card. Card quality, gold. Card level, grade A, sequence 10 star. Description: using this card grants up to 30 minutes of invincibility, during which spiritual power is instantly restored and no damage is taken. If lacking in strength, it can be used as a consumable card. Once used as a consumable, the user gains 60 minutes of invincibility, but the card is destroyed. Lin Taijun knew well the great cost Zhao Qianquan had paid to obtain this card, originally intended to be used as a primary card. Now, Zhao Qianquan was willing to use it to ensure Wu Wei's safety, a decision that left Lin Taijun speechless. Then, Zhao Qianquan swiftly took action. He first used the Submother Legend card to send the invincible card to Wu Wei. Then, using his own credentials, he retrieved several platinum-grade legend cards from the War Academy's treasury, a legend fusion card, and 2 skill cards related to insight. With these cards in hand, Zhao Qianquan personally left the War Academy, heading straight to the Ding 12 frontline. Shortly after Zhao Qianquan's departure, a group of people secretly gathered within the War Academy, whispering among themselves. What's going on? Zhao Qianquan left. He also took a legendary quality fusion card, a keen insight card, and a worldly insight card. What's he planning to do with these? Probably for his disciple. I've got detailed information on Wu Wei. Just a few months ago, this kid wasn't even at Black Iron level, and his first source was of ordinary quality. Now, in just a few months, he's grown to this level, with his first source at least being of legendary quality. What kind of power could allow this human to grow so terrifyingly in such a short time? He must have awakened a talent that increases fusion success rates. According to War Academy records, Wu Wei's talent is Lucky Moment, a high-grade talent, but it doesn't seem like a high-grade talent to me. It even influences legendary quality. Could it be a high-grade talent? At the very least, it's a supreme talent capable of affecting legendary quality, maybe even an ultimate level talent. If this human's talent is of the ultimate level, could he create a gold quality insight skill? Is that why Zhao Qianquan took those cards? At these words, everyone fell silent, their eyes filled with hostility and murderous intent. In that moment, all the gene ants reached a consensus: that kid must not be allowed to return alive. Xiao Wu, aren't we going a bit overboard with this? Yang was stood in the Ding 12 frontline command center, his brow furrowed with concern as he asked. His eyes were fixed on Wu Wei, awaiting a response. Wu Wei, however, didn't directly address Yang concern. Instead, he shifted the conversation with a teasing tone. Weren't you just calling me boss earlier? Oh, so when I give you a card, I'm the boss, but without it, I'm just Xiao Wu. Yang blinked in surprise, then retorted, but didn't you promise me the good life? If the deal isn't right, I won't stick around. Wu Wei replied, feigning irritation. Come on, then give me back the card. Yang quickly shot back. Wu Wei just shook his head with a smile. No way, once something's in my pocket, it's not coming back out. Are you like a Pishio? Yang blurted out. What the heck is that? Wu Wei asked, confused. Well, I read about it in an ancient Buka creature that only eats and never excretes. Yang explained. Come on, you're the Pishio. Wu Wei laughed and teased back. Their playful banter echoed through the command center, temporarily lightening the tense atmosphere. However, Yang soon returned to the matter at hand. He patted Wu Wei on the shoulder, his expression serious. Old Zhao's already come from the school. The gene ants could target you at any moment from now. So be careful, have your cards ready, and if there's danger, activate them immediately and use the illusion challenge card. Wu Wei glanced at the invincible card in his inventory, nodding firmly. Got it. As the mastermind behind the plan, Wu Wei understood the impending danger. He had contemplated waiting until he had fused the 6th origin to see if he could gain insight into the gene ant's abilities before taking action. Ultimately, he abandoned this idea. On one hand, Wu Wei wasn't sure if he could acquire such abilities quickly. On the other hand, with Kong Yu already on the run, he was in danger regardless. Since he had to face the threat anyway, taking a little more risk for significant gains seemed worthwhile. He believed that the sooner the gene ants were dealt with, the better it would be for the Federation, Huaxia, and himself. Moreover, the golden invincible card given to him by Zhao Qianquan and the others demonstrated their trust in him. With such confidence placed in him, how could Wu Wei back down? The only thing that troubled Wu Wei was the uncertainty of when the enemy would strike. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to fight in the Ding 12 frontline command center. If a battle erupted here, the survival of the command center was uncertain. However, Wu Wei couldn't simply leave. The defenses of the Ding 12 frontline relied entirely on the reinforcement by the small mud balls. If he left, the defenses would crumble instantly, and the entire front line could be devastated by the insect plague. Standing by the command center window, Wu Wei gazed out at the distant defense line. He took a deep breath, gripping his card tightly, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow, feeling a growing sense of urgency. He turned to Lao Yang and asked anxiously, "Can you find the source of the insect infestation? We need to resolve this as quickly as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, he added with a frown, "But you?" To be honest, if I encounter danger here, you might not be much help. Upon hearing this, Yanghua couldn't help but curse. He took a deep breath and decisively replied, "All right, I'll go find the source of the infestation. I'll leave Jiqing to you. Be careful. Don't worry." Wu Wei responded, but Yanghua had already vanished into thin air. Wu Wei didn't remain idle. He kept a vigilant eye on the gene ant-man that had consumed and replaced Jiqing, while simultaneously joining the battle. His involvement quickly shifted the tide of the battlefield, especially when Guanhai took action, causing the situation to change dramatically. Guanhai wielded his earth-shattering strike as if it were an ordinary attack. Each swing of his sword cleared the surrounding area of insects within 100 meters. Thanks to his endless vitality skill, Guanhai barely needed to rest, effectively becoming a terrifying insect extermination machine. With just one man and one sword, he shattered the insect formations, preventing them from getting close. With every strike Guanhai made, Wu Wei gained some experience points. Although the experience gained from each strike was minimal due to the level and quality difference, the sheer quantity was astounding. Within a few hours, Guanhai's continuous sword flashes had elevated Wu Wei's level to Platinum 6-star. Wu Wei silently appreciated the features of being a card master. As long as he had enough strength to kill a sufficient number of insects, his level could rise rapidly. He estimated that he wouldn't face a bottleneck before reaching the sequence level. Now, he could easily slay advanced diamond-level insect generals, and ascending to the diamond level was only a matter of time. Once he advanced, his power would significantly increase, allowing him to defeat sequence-level insects even without borrowing the power of Zhang Jiao's phantom. However, hours passed with no word from Yanghua. It seemed he hadn't found the source of the infestation. His absence made Wu Wei uneasy. Could something have happened to him, he worried. Without Yanghua and with communications blocked, Wu Wei couldn't contact Zhao Qingquan. Yet, the current situation didn't allow him to leave and search for Yanghua. At that moment, Wu Wei found a bit of solace. His talent cooldown was finally over. His eyes immediately fell on Little Mudball, who seemed to sense Wu Wei's intention and excitedly approached. The nearby Little Snow Maiden cast a longing glance, prompting Wu Wei to reassure, "Don't worry, your turn will come soon." Without hesitation, Wu Wei initiated Little Mudball's fusion evolution. The system prompt immediately appeared. "You have used a legendary quality fusion card, using Earth Spirit Princess Juvenile version as the main card, with Quicksand Mastery card and Petrified Heart card as auxiliary cards to initiate card fusion. The success probability of this card fusion is 3.5, with a probability of upgrading upon success of 0.035. You have activated the Absolute Luck talent. The success probability of this fusion is now 100, with a 100 probability of upgrading upon success." Accompanied by the familiar system prompt, an orange light shot into the sky. The next prompt followed. "Your second origin has successfully evolved into the Earth Spirit Princess. Your spiritual power limit has increased by 4,800 points. Upon successfully merging with the Petrified Heart, the small mud ball experienced a significant evolution in its second origin. The Earth's Heart Mystic Arts not only gained the magical trait of petrification, but also significantly enhanced the power of its existing skills. The effect of Earth Sanctuary was strengthened, allowing it to persist for a period even after being separated from its creator. When Vine's control is used on a single target, it now has an inescapable effect. The range of Earth sense expanded to an astonishing 30,000 meters, and it gained the abilities to see through illusions and perceive spatial dimensions. The maximum reserve of spiritual energy increased to 1 million points, with a recovery rate of 5,000 to 7,500 points per minute. Even more impressive is its new ability for rapid absorption, which can restore half of its spiritual energy reserves in a single activation, though it requires a 30-minute cooldown. The power of Gravity Mastery Mystic Arts also saw a substantial boost, with the gravity alteration range expanding to 0 to 1,200 times, and it can now add an additional 15,000 pounds of base gravity to targets. Its Mystic Arts can create a movable gravity center with a radius of up to 1,500 meters. Earth Sanctuary gained a new 1-second invincibility effect, while Earth Gravity can disrupt enemies and enhance various skill damages. The Earth's Heart Mystic Arts is even more astonishing, capable of increasing Earth-related spells' power by 500, reducing spell consumption by 80, and nurturing up to 4 spells within, boosting their effects by up to 2,000. Most notably, there is now a 50 chance for skill outputs to petrify enemies. When Mystic Arts is activated, the next spell can be instantly cast with its effect magnified to 20 times the original. The range of Quicksand control expanded to a kilometer, allowing complete control over the sand within the domain. This series of enhancements directly reflected on Wu Wei's foundation. The control of the bond, "The heavens are dead, the yellow sky shall rise," was greatly strengthened, and the phantom of Zhang Jiao became even more powerful. However, the most striking change was in the appearance of the small mud ball. It was no longer a shape-shifting lump of earth, but transformed into a miniature version of a snow maiden. It donned a dirt-colored robe, sprouted small wings, and had a yellow halo atop its head, with facial features remarkably similar to the snow maiden. The little creature paused for a moment, surprised by its new form, then excitedly lunged at Wu Wei. It embraced Wu Wei's face, showering him with joyful kisses as if eager to convey all its happiness to its master. The little snow girl was so annoyed that she quickly squeezed over and pushed the little mudball away. She extended her slender fingers, wiping Wu Wei's face while turning to scold the little mudball. However, the excited little mudball didn't care and bit the snow girl's face, leaving a trail of mud prints. Seeing this, Wu Wei chuckled and intervened. All right, calm down. We've got work for you. He pointed to the raging insect infestation outside. Despite Guan Hai having killed an astounding number of insects, the swarm seemed endless. The terrifying aspect of the insect race lay in their overwhelming numbers. Wu Wei understood all too well that unless the source of the infestation was found, it would be difficult to completely resolve this disaster. Yang Guo, who had gone to find the source, had been missing for hours, so Wu Wei could only pin his hopes on his own side. Little Mudball, use the heart of the earth and earth sensing. Wu Wei commanded. The little mudball immediately activated the heart of the earth's secret technique, initiating the earth sensing with 20 times the normal effect. How powerful was this 20-fold earth sensing? The basic detection range skyrocketed from 30,000 meters to 600,000 meters, equivalent to 600 kilometers. However, theory and reality often differ. With the little mudball's current strength, neither its spiritual energy support nor its information processing capability could reach this limit. Ultimately, the little mudball's actual detection range only increased from 30,000 meters to 50,000 meters. Although the increase was less than double, the detection intensity improved significantly. Soon, the little mudball made a discovery. It babbled to Wu Wei, who instantly understood. 43 kilometers to the east, there was a spatial rift from which the insects were pouring out. Did you find Yanghua? No. Then he likely entered that spatial rift. Let's deal with some of the insects outside first, then head to the rift. Wu Wei said, frowning in thought. With that, Wu Wei led the three little ones out of the Ding 12 frontline command. As soon as he stepped outside, his eyes fell on the little mudball. Little one, it's your showtime. The little mudball nodded, clasped its small hands, and a gravity ball appeared before it. With a gentle toss, a terrifying gravitational force erupted, drawing the surrounding insects like moths to a flame. In no time, a large area outside the Ding 12 frontline was cleared. But that was far from enough. The little mudball continued to push the gravity point, advancing slowly toward the east. Wherever it went, insects from the ground and sky were sucked into the gravity ball, like a massive eraser, leaving a clean slate in its wake. During this process, Wu Wei's experience points skyrocketed like a rocket. Before reaching the spatial rift, he had already leveled up to Platinum 10-star full experience. At this moment, Wu Wei was just one promotion card away from reaching Diamond level. And all of this happened just a day after he advanced to Platinum level. As a card master, Wu Wei didn't worry about his strength increasing too quickly. His power mainly grew through defeating enemies, so there was no issue of an unstable foundation. However, advancing to Diamond wasn't his primary concern right now. The spatial rift ahead and the missing Yangguo were the urgent matters at hand. Staring into the deep spatial rift before him, Wu Wei was prepared to take out an invincibility card at any moment. Unknown dangers could arise at any time, and he needed to stay vigilant. At a point 43 kilometers east of the Ding 12 front command, a massive spatial rift suddenly appeared before Wu Wei. Swarms of insect-like creatures poured out of the rift like a tide, creating a terrifying scene. The small mud ball reacted quickly, launching a gravity sphere into the rift and instantly clearing the surrounding area of the insect creatures. The little creature's earth-sensing ability extended into the rift, soon bringing back two pieces of news. The good news was that they had found Yanghua. He was inside. The bad news was that Yanghua was in a desperate struggle, besieged by 3 sequence-level gene-enhanced ant people. Wu Wei quickly realized that these gene-enhanced ant people were not genuinely trying to capture Yanghua, but were using him as bait to lure him into the spatial rift. This was clearly a trap set for Wu Wei. Despite the danger, Wu Wei unhesitatingly led his men into the rift, heading straight for Yanghua. At that moment, the 3 gene-enhanced ant people, who had been leisurely attacking Yanghua, exchanged glances and their eyes glowed with excitement. Their gaze towards Yanghua turned icy. The fish has taken the bait. No need to tangle with this decoy anymore. One of the gene-enhanced ant people murmured. Take him down, then deal with that guy. Before the words were fully spoken, the 3 sequence-level gene-enhanced ant people attacked simultaneously with full force. Yanghua immediately sensed something was wrong and instinctively looked towards the direction of the spatial rift. When he saw Wu Wei charging in on Guan Hai, his expression changed dramatically, realizing he had fallen into a trap. Gritting his teeth, Yanghua altered his combat strategy. He charged towards an incoming insect stinger from one of the gene-enhanced ant people. With a sickening thud, the stinger pierced through Yang's chest, while the dagger in Yang's hand drove through the head of the gene-enhanced ant person. In this life-for-life combat, Yang turned and shouted angrily at Wu Wei, "Get lost. I'm the protector. It's my job to save you, not the other way around." The two remaining gene-enhanced ant people were visibly shaken by this turn of events. One rushed toward Wu Wei, while the other hastily withdrew its attack, instead casting a green light on Yanghua, attempting to heal his wounds. After all, to them, a living Yanghua was more valuable than a dead one. The battle grew more intense, while deeper within the spatial rift, several other gene-enhanced ant people watched the scene with cold indifference. These ant people were also sequence-level beings, but were evidently more powerful than those outside. The gap between Ding-level and Bing-level sequence beings was greater than any other level difference. The abilities of these gene-enhanced ant people were apparent from their appearance, suggesting they were far beyond just Ding-level or Bing-level. Any one of them could easily crush the current Wu Wei unless he used his invincibility card. Amidst the smoke of battle, the spatial rift was fraught with danger and uncertainty, and the fates of Wu Wei and Yang were hung by a thread. However, these mysterious figures showed no intention of acting immediately. Only one among them seemed eager to act, struggling internally. "We're already here, so why not just make our move?" the eager one whispered. "Zhao Qianquan is already held up by us. Dealing with him now would be as simple as crushing an ant." A more cautious voice responded, "It's necessary to proceed with caution. Although we could easily crush him, making a move would undoubtedly leave traces, making it easy for them to trace back to us. Remember, we are the pawns carefully placed within the Federation by the Queen. Until the king is born, we must not expose ourselves." Besides, a third voice added, "Although we suspect this kid has the potential to see through our true forms, it's still just a suspicion. Who's to say this isn't a trap set by Zhao Qianquan? Until we ascertain his true value, we should refrain from acting rashly." As they hesitated, a battle erupted on the other side. "Heaven is dead. Huang Tian shall rise." Wu Wei's chant suddenly rang out, interrupting the gene ant's words. With this proclamation, Wu Wei's Huang Tian domain rapidly expanded. The gene ant rushing towards Wu Wei was immediately silenced, its power halved in an instant. However, it seemed prepared for this, showing no sign of surprise. "I heard this move of yours is strong," the gene ant mocked. "They say breaking this domain would summon a force capable of slaying a sequence-level entity. But what if I don't touch it?" Seeing this, Wu Wei decisively ordered Guan Hai to strike. Yet, just as Guan Hai's sword was about to land, the gene ant retreated at an incredible speed, effortlessly dodging the lethal blow. It turned out another gene ant from behind had come to its aid. Wu Wei immediately attempted to use lightning to bring this ant into his control range as well. However, just as Wu Wei entered within 100 meters of the gene ant, ready to silence it, a cold voice whispered in his ear. "As expected, summoning that phantom requires your domain to break. As long as the domain remains, you don't possess sequence-level combat power. To us, you're no threat at all. Origin Ultimate Strike." Before the words finished, a deadly attack was launched straight at Wu Wei. The gene ant behind him bore a sinister grin, as if already witnessing Wu Wei's fate. At the same time, several gene ants deep within the rift prepared to retreat. In the next moment, the lethal attack struck Wu Wei. However, to everyone's surprise, Wu Wei was unharmed. Instead, the gene ant holding Yang suddenly lost its life force and collapsed. At that moment, a system notification refreshed in front of Wu Wei. "You activated Substitute Death, slaying a gene ant advanced bug general of Ding sequence." Simultaneously, the slain gene ant dropped a diamond glimmering promotion card, which quietly fell into Wu Wei's hand. In the spatial rift, a life and death struggle is unfolding. As the death substitution technique takes effect, a sequence-level gene Ant-Man silently falls, becoming yet another casualty in this battle. The gene Ant-Men who were about to leave all stop in their tracks, as tension fills the air. Just moments ago, a gene Ant-Man beside Wu Wei delivered a fatal blow, but after a brief moment of shock, it realized something was amiss. Wu Wei quickly dealt with the gene Ant-Man controlling Yanghua and immediately targeted the one responsible. The Huangtian domain activated once more, exerting a powerful suppressive force upon the gene Ant-Man, like a mountain pressing down. Simultaneously, Xiao Nyochio's gravity technique followed closely, delivering a dual blow. At this moment, the gene Ant-Man clearly realized it was caught in a dilemma. It faced two choices. 1. To not resist and endure Xiao Nyochio's gravity technique, risking severe injury or even death. 2. To fight back with all its might and shatter Wu Wei's Huangtian domain. Although this could evade the gravity technique, it risked triggering the legendary and terrifying phantom capable of instantly killing sequence-level beings. The gene Ant-Man hesitated briefly, ultimately choosing the latter. It thought to itself, this human summoning of the phantom must come at a cost. It was just used, so it should be impossible to use it again now, right? With gritted teeth, the Gene Ant-Man unleashed its full power. Wu Wei was prepared, and the Huangtian domain shattered. Despite his abilities still cooling down, Wu Wei remained unfazed, knowing that summoning the Phantom of Zhang Jiao did not require actively activating his ability. Its passive effect was enough to handle the situation. Indeed, as the Huangtian domain shattered, Zhang Jiao's phantom immediately appeared behind Wu Wei. The system prompt refreshed. Your Huangtian domain has shattered, successfully summoning the Phantom of Zhang Jiao with a base strength of Platinum 10 stars. Your technique, Taiping Heavenly Book, Volume 1, Thunder Chi Refining Chapter, has reached the 3rd level, raising the quality of Zhang Jiao's Phantom to gold, enhancing its strength to Diamond 1 star. Zhang Jiao's Phantom possesses the perfected skills of Palm Thunder, Falling Thunder, and Thunder Movement. The Gene Ant-Man's face turned ashen, realizing it had gambled incorrectly. It could clearly sense the terrifying power emanating from Zhang Jiao's Phantom. Although Zhang Jiao's rank was only Diamond, its quality evidently surpassed the legendary level. Against such an opponent, it had no room for resistance. However, unexpectedly, the anticipated death did not arrive. The Gene Ant-Man looked at Wu Wei in confusion, only to find that Wu Wei had already flashed to Yang Guo's side. He grabbed Yang Guo and the items dropped by the previous Gene Ant-Man, then dashed towards the outside of the spatial rift with astonishing speed. In a flash of lightning, Wu Wei had already reached the edge of the spatial rift. Just one step away from escaping, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. It wasn't by choice, but due to an unexpected turn of events that forced him to halt. A figure emerged from the rift, dressed in military uniform with the insignia of a lieutenant general gleaming on their shoulders. Wu Wei, I am General Jiang Yu from the Eastern War Zone Command Center, here on behalf of Principal Zhao Qianquan to assist you, the figure announced. Wu Wei eyed the newcomer warily and didn't approach immediately. Where's my master? Why didn't he come himself? He's being held up by the Gene Ants and couldn't break free, so he sent me ahead, Jiang Yu explained. Wu Wei nodded, seemingly accepting the explanation. He exhaled deeply and slowly approached Jiang Yu. As he reached Jiang Yu, a phantom image of Zhang Jiao appeared behind Wu Wei. With a wave of its hand, a bolt of lightning struck down directly at Jiang Yu. Without waiting to see the result of the attack, Wu Wei scooped up Yang Guo and dashed towards the rift. To speed up, he hurled Yang Guo forward with immense strength, sending him flying out of the rift. Just as Wu Wei was about to follow, Jiang Yu suddenly blocked his path. The friendly smile on Jiang Yu's face had vanished, replaced by a cold, mocking expression. Decisive, aren't you? Jiang Yu sneered. I'm curious, did you figure it out, or was it just a guess? Wu Wei said nothing, turning to flee in another direction. However, he hadn't gone far before Jiang Yu appeared before him again, clearly possessing far superior strength. There's no point in struggling, Jiang Yu said calmly. I admit, you're the most promising human I've encountered, but you're still far from my level. From the moment I appeared, your fate was sealed. However, I do have a chance for you to survive, if you can seize it. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow. What do you want? Jiang Yu extended a hand, offering a white, jade-like insect egg. Swallow this, and you can live. Wu Wei glanced at the egg and chuckled coldly. Do you take me for a fool? That's clearly a gene ant egg. Eating that would be a death sentence. Don't be so resistant, Jiang Yu coaxed. Eating it will merely turn you into a gene ant person. Your consciousness will remain unchanged, just in a different form. Besides, Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed, his tone turning icy. Do you really think you have a choice in this matter? I advise you not to dream of impossible escapes. I'm not attacking you directly because I don't want to damage your body, which is vital for your transformation. Jiang Yu continued. Also, you might be hoping for Zhao Qianquan to rescue you, but I can assure you, he won't make it. We've got him pinned down thousands of miles away. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here now. So, do you think you still have hope? Is there anyone who can save you? At this critical moment, a voice suddenly rang out. I think there is. Before the words faded, a burly figure appeared in the rift, not far from Wu Wei. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.